is of the essence. Light it up, light it up, light it up, light it up. When we in the club, we cause a massacre. Tracks will send the beat and then I mash it up. This one off the chart, a higher caliber. Never stressing, never stressing, never stressing, never stressing, never stress, never stressing. Before I count the money, fam, I count my blessings. Tell me where it is, cause time is of the essence. Time is of the essence, let me hit this quick. Back it in the Riz, I'm a London kid. Anything I start, I have to finish it. If it wasn't for the last minute, trust me, I'll get nothing did. Man was on the blocks with stomachs rumbling, crumbling. The rain was pouring down, the sky was thundering. What a thing, still I'm on the path while man are stumbling. Blow the speakers off the wall, get man are humbling. Light it up, light it up, light it up, light it up. When we in the club, we cause a massacre. Tracks will send the beat and then I mash it up. This one off the chart, a higher caliber. Never stressing, never stressing, never stressing, never stressing, never stress, never stressing. Before I count the money, fam, I count my blessings. Tell me where it is, cause time is of the essence. Blessed when I get that win, you know I'm confident. My ego's out of this world, so I need my compliments. Energy's gotta be right, man, then won't spiritual.
Final, the pinnacle of CSGO competition. The Lances echoes with the roar of thousands. Just one more series separates you from glory. But in front of you, your kryptonite, Fnatic. Envious had faced the Swedes a total of 14 times in 2 years prior to this major encounter. How many series had they sealed? A solitary one. This time things had to be different.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Cologne Finals. It is Fnatic versus Envious. The pistol round is underway.
A knife is out. What's happening? Flusher! He's getting stabbed. He goes down. Ricky!
JW, who wasn't taken down, does manage to get himself one. Backs away. He's got the support of Flusher down long as well, but they're going to pressure him. And Kenny S, of all people, comes around with that Tech 9. He manages to make it count. Flusher is well aware, and Kenny lands himself another.
Flashbang out once, buying more time. 30 seconds. Olof gets a kill. Krim spraying down one is a double for Olof. Kenny with a headshot. It's down into a 2v2 as Pronax takes down Kenny. It's all unhappy and he drops. Flusher picks it up. Excellent free fire, and that's a good round for Fnatic.
Oh, Flusher, the follow nade did catch MBK.
Runs through his own Molotov into middle. Headshot on Crims really turns to 180 and Kiyoshima. Gotta be careful here, Fnatic. He's gotta get a chance to get at least a couple of shots off. You can duck down behind. That's the first. Second one. Pronax is down and be killed. Fnatic, they're running into the French wall, and it's gonna be all of Meister gone down.
Peekaboo is all it needs, and Kiyoshima gets himself the initial entry straight away. Olaf Meister and MBK from behind.
10 rounds on the T side, a great start. Almost as quick, they totaled their round count to 14 in the second. Then, one last-ditch effort, a Fnatic timeout.
Called for a pause here, but honestly, it feels like it's a little too late. MBK, he's going full on. He's just ready to pounce on through, and why would they slow down? There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet. Crims around the corner, he finds JW, he finds Flusher, but he doesn't manage to land the clean shot. Now Crims, is he going to come to the rescue once again? It doesn't matter, Flusher's in the corner. This is a speedy little train from Fnatic, and you know what? It's worked the last 2 rounds. Why not try it again? But Apex and Kyoshima are yet to go down. Flusher and JW, they're caught in the corner. Happy gets another. He tries to go through the smoke, and Envy managed to take it to match point without losing a single man.
Very important with these Molotovs if you're going to execute on the A-bomb side to flush out anyone who's there. But look at Kenny pushing through. He goes down to Olaf. How does that work? He gets that shot.
Now the rest of the Fnatic, they're starting to push on, but the rotate, the counter, the fake, it's all working out, and it's Olaf. Crims will cut him out. Pronax and Flusher. Apex is left alone over on B site now, but they're not smoking because Flusher doesn't want to choose to throw it down. He's all the way over in tunnels, but it doesn't matter when they're landing shots like this. Apex is trying to stop them, but it's not going to happen. It will be overtime in the first map of the Grand Finals.
One person, he makes the jump. He's going to try and buy time with his flashbang. It's up once, but they're all coming mid-air shot, and MBK is down, and there's 40 seconds left.
Kenny has looked down long. They knew they really wanted to get an early frag before they managed to get in position, but they're going to be piling around the corner. Happy's going to have to get in position. Kenny manages to find one, but Olaf, Meister, and Flusher will manage to cut them down.
And look at the guns for AWPs. Fnatic, they're ready to shoot some ducks as they cross the middle. It's going to be a challenge, and Apex not in this lifetime. NBK also tagged up a bit, but Kenny with the reply is ridiculous. He hits the headshot on JW, and now we're going to be in a 4v4.
Crims is in a perfect position as well. They have a great little crossfire. MBK gets one, but they don't count for Flusher to still be there. NES just smokes him off, but Flusher's not having any of it. He's going to push on through. He's going to gun down Kenny, and Kyoshima now all alive into the crosshairs of Olaf Meister. Just lines up the shot, gets the support of Flusher, and this will be Fnatic taking map 1.
Wow, that might have been the first time I've seen a really emotional reaction from Fnatic like that. They definitely felt the pressure of playing on this stage in a game where they were so far behind. An absolutely epic comeback here.
He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Wait,
the crazy shot! Hang on! Backstab him from the impact!
He's done it! He's won the round! Frozen knows. There's one. Alistair on the corner, Molotov towards heaven, has to be timed, and Frozen might make something of this. Alistair gonna get caught. 118 repulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye-bye Ings, bye-bye FlyQuest.
For Azaka, edge of the smoke, double kill for him. Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke.
Is perfect from Ings. 10 seconds left. Not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ings with 4. Dominant defense.
in the corner. Into the first, into the second as well. Manessi's put himself into the 1 versus 1. No Starings in rotation as well. And Manesi just, oh, not to mess with the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone.
Oh, the flash is so good. That's Melon, though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral lander by Munisi. He keeps on dragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, gonna move his way in. He spotted Star and gives his position. Wants that to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka finding 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and they Hatchmouths lining up util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but NaV with the ace does not let them in.
Scout remains against 4. Oh my God, this guy! No scope merchant! What is that? What?
Everyone's low. Hooksy can win this on his own. Essential 1v3. And he's got it in the palm of his hand. Hooksy holds strong.
He tries to make this play. He wins that fight. This is the ball rolling for Monesi. A safe plant nets him the bomb to play around. They think they've uprooted Monesi. They couldn't be further from the truth. Monesi runs him down.
And look at this, 2 flashes. Carrigan wants to try and punish top. Skulls safe from the flashes. It's a double from Skulls. Locked and loaded, it's a triple! Ball from Skulls! Good luck out there. Oh, what is that from Skulls?
Making a meet G2 in the top side. Monesi or Hunter rather dead early. Hooksy followed up 1-2. Impact. 3v3 for G2. Hooksy is the man trying to take them there. Hooksy is on for the ace. And it's just Shui left to beat. Door ready to be swung. And he is bad though. Exertion chases down Nico and Monesi's got to do it alone. Agile on the AWP. Brolin dead! Monesi! Rising to the occasion!
Bro spotting this AWP.
YouTube, but doesn't want to penalize his name.
Oh, no one's looking. Oh, Bro will get two. A third is crazy. Bro can come on. Clutch! Outrageous from Bro!
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll is winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's NaVi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The final day of Stage 2 at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. And you know exactly what that means, Jacob. Last chance saloon for our remaining teams.
It's been a lot of preparation, a lot of games so far for a lot of these teams. And as you said, today's elimination day, you lose, you're out, so it would be all for nothing.
For G2, they've taken quite the long route to get to this game versus Pain later on today, right?
Yeah, they've shown 2 different faces this tournament so far. I'd say arguably they played the best Counter-Strike when they play good, and they also played some mediocre Counter-Strike when it's not hitting the stride. So curious to see what version of G2 showing up today.
First game of the day on the A Stream Stream know that is going to be Liquid taking on Complexity. What a banger that's going to be. And potentially for one of the winning teams, it's going to be 2 games today to make it to playoffs.
Oh yeah, you look at Elise taking on his former organization in Team Liquid. You look at Twist versus Elise as well. Almost a domestic matchup between the 2 organizations. I'm curious to see who's going to win, but as you said, it's going to be a marathon day for the winner.
Some super exciting games going down today on the A stream, but I'm curious, Sam, what's going down on the B stream?
Hey, Sam.
Hi, Pimp, and thanks, Freya. The B stream's going to be tons of fun today. We have some of the big names playing, all for placement. Vitality, Mouse, we've got NaVi, and of course the Usurpers Saw. Max is going to be pretty epic.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going to be happening today. We've seen so many upsets here so far through Stage 1 and Stage 2, and who knows what you want to be playing when you make it to the Cathedral. I'm looking at FaZe, I'm looking at Falcons. I just have no idea who's even going to win that one. FaZe looking really good, but Falcons are starting to have their stonks increase, so it could be going either way.
No, it can't. It's definitely going to be a FaZe win. I've seen the way they're playing. Falcons, I don't think that they can do it. We'll have to figure out who's right and who's wrong when those games kick off. But you know what? I actually think Shox is with one of the FaZe players now.
Well, hi, Robs. Hello. I was supposed to talk to Brokey, but he dodged me. So I'm going to ask you, how's the vibe in the team currently?
Good.
Good. Really long day ahead. What do you think about your first opponent, Falcons?
Not much to think. We'll try to win.
Okay. How are you feeling about your personal form? Yesterday was a lot better, even though it was very close versus Vitality.
I don't care.
Good. Have fun.
Short and sweet for Robson. That's exactly how we like it, being absolutely savage. And he's got to deliver the same savagery today. It's going to be quite a long day for FaZe if they hope to make it to the Cathedral. It's been 10 years we've been returning to the Lanxess, 11 here in Cologne. And I'm joined by Maniac and Blair to be breaking down the final pre-show of Stage 2. I'm sad, but I'm also very excited because that means playoffs is very, very close.
Yeah, hella excited. I just want to extend my gratitude for Jacob to coming over from Wimbledon to do this segment with us. Looks great. Absolutely, absolutely nailed it.
I did see him literally run off the streets, just run on in. You know, I was running a marathon in the morning, I think. That's what he does. Also, Robs, man, shout out. Man, a few words. You okay there, Freya?
No, that
you weren't ready with that one.
You're not okay.
No, because we were walking downstairs and Jacob was like, I don't give a damn. That was my worst Danish accent ever. Oh my God.
That is the worst Danish accent ever.
Shout out Jacob one time. I hope he puts a pair of trousers on when he goes to the desk. Anyway, should we recap the brackets? Because we've had quite a long road to get to these final games. Of course, we see NaVi and Saw from the Group A side of things, making it through the playoffs. Saw, big surprise there, Blair.
Yeah, Saw obviously being the standout over here. For NaVi, again, you know, whatever questions we've been having for this team about being the world #1, was it a bit of a fluke run, EWC and all of that? They seem to be answering it one step at a time, looking really, really good right now. But of course, for me, Group A has to be Saw. And looking down there, G2 still alive and kicking. And I did feel a little bit of pain yesterday when the Mongols lost to Pain Gaming, but now they have just one more team to beat. That's G2.
Yeah, such a tired narrative about NaVi and the fluke. Just pay attention to Counter-Strike, goddamn. We have Group B here, of course, Mouse versus Vitality at the very tippy top winner bracket, fighting for a spot in the semifinal.
Do I have to see this again? I'm sorry. Do I have to watch this again? Do I have to go through this heartbreak that I witnessed last night?
The less it's got power over you. But you have to embrace it.
Listen, I've been embracing it for 10 years, man. It's never stopped. It's like a toxic relationship at this point.
Isn't it worse now because you're aware of what they can do? Like, they've given us a taste of the best Counter-Strike they can play.
It's actually worse because I know how good they can be, but, you know, in the end, we'll talk about it later on.
Tell you what is worse, Spirit showing versus G2. My God, did they collapse?
Yeah, I still haven't really come to peace with what happened in the Team Spirit catastrophe. Personally, I've decided I'm going to rewatch all these demos and try to figure out the madness. There seems to be, or seemingly something broke in the second map versus the Mongols. I think this is how the first map was relatively competitive, but not exactly great. And then after that point, it just went downwards. And versus G2, free fall. Absolute free fall.
Yeah, and obviously for Falcon, the VP, listen, this VP, I won't lie, just watching how, not just how they played, but also just the body language and what's really happening. The team, we saw the interview from Electronic as well, you could see disappointment writ on his face. I have to ask questions if this particular 5-man lineup is going to last a long time. I know it's only been a few months, but considering how disastrous it's been, it's looking rough.
And to look at the positives or the more positive aspects of yesterday, Vitality versus FaZe delivered. Yeah. Oh my lord. Go ahead and rewatch that third map. There were so many swing rounds, so many great entries. Rain did Vitality absolutely dirty. We had the 1v1 from Flames. And we have, so far, 5 best players.
Look at these 5 names as well. Shout out Ultimate. I begged the question, you know, at the beginning, is he underrated? Is he overrated? Max said he isn't rated because we don't know anything about him. Look at him now, Blair.
Yeah, like Twist definitely should, once he retires, be a talent scout is what we've kind of figured out here. But also, let's not forget Nico, man. He's back to form. We saw a glimpse of it as well in Riyadh, and he's looking fantastic. m0NESY being m0NESY as well. But yeah, I think a conversation about just this ultimate kid playing like he just has no care in the world. It's a sight to behold.
It's kind of mental that only one out of those 5 players is actually already qualified for the playoffs, right?
That's
All
right.
4 remaining might be going home
You
today.
have 3 G2 players just chilling at the very tippy top, and Payne looking at the pre-show like, wait, what? Three players from G2 in the top 5? No, please no.
That's a little bit scary, yeah. Gentlemen, should we talk about, the red button alarm that we always like to say about teams when, they bomb out of a tournament or maybe they've had a little bit of a shaky showing? We've got a panic index where you were talking about Virtus Pro, Blair. Let's start off with them. Where are you putting them on this
I'm putting that beyond the shock face, all the way to the left, all the way to the left. There we go. That's where I keep them right now, because I won't lie, it is looking disastrous. You have some of the strongest rifles we have in the game right now, and the results, forget the results, the way they're playing, it's broken.
Okay, so now I'm a little bit confused for you because we have the Vitality logo.
Yeah.
Why are they there in the panic index?
Give me a second.
Not at all.
The second emoji has a different meaning to myself, so I'm gonna keep that off the air. We're gonna go towards the smile. The smile. I mean, the second one could be for Vitality in a different way. Let's keep it smiley. Let's keep it family friendly.
It's not
It's a
party
smile.
yeah?
It's like a sigh of relief type smile.
Okay.
Like, we've made it.
Ah.
We've made it past phase. We made it to Lanxess.
If this was a picture of Zywoo, he would have definitely put it in a second emoji. I'll put it there.
Liquid's a difficult
I'll just leave
one.
it hanging. You deal with that.
I think Liquid right now would be alongside Vitality. They're looking good, considering how good his lineup is. Yeah, let's keep it there, next to the Bs.
How much would that change if they don't qualify today? Does qualification even matter?
Not too much. I think it would still be a pretty positive showing, right?
Absolutely.
Even if they weren't to make.
Look at the teams that played against.
We would have to see the game versus complexity. Like if they absolutely get smacked around, we might have to.
Yeah.
Well, just
other way.
Throw it to the left. Throw it to the left. Go ahead. Yeah, exactly. In fact,
outside.
Put it away. Put it away. Make it disappear. Exactly.
I can still see it.
I mean, this was an actual shock. I think I read a very interesting tweet that said from Katowice champion to the next master, which is Cologne, there's never been such a huge drop.
Yes.
From literally winning Katowice to crashing last place. And here they were safe because we had 24 teams and they're 15 16s. They were kind of saved by that. We have to be real.
Saw. That's a party, surely.
Oh, I feel they're party. Yeah, it's a party, man. Look at the major run they had. Look at the fact that they were in Cologne.
Yeah. They were bouncing. You ever been to South Europe?
Yeah.
They definitely have.
They got a vibe.
Yeah, they're vibing out there. So what's the next one?
Pain.
Pain.
I don't really know. Like, it really depends on today, right?
I think it's either a smile or a party, because after the major, we kind of, like, the hype died down just a little bit. Don't tell me you were thinking about Pain every day that Counter-Strike gives you. It was just, okay, the major was interesting, let's see what they can do. Oh, Bigusera could have been in a different place. Now I feel like they've put their name back on the map. The game versus NaVi was a little bit limited, but from that moment on?
My problem is the fact that, they're the only lost South American team left right now, and they're going up against G2, so we're not going to see any South American teams in the playoffs, right? So that's anyway, NaVi.
That's a Blair guarantee.
All the way to the right, all the way to the right, all the way to the right,
You're on the right. You're on the right.
The other right. Otherwise known as left.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You think it's a party right now for NaVi?
I think it's a party right now for NaVi.
They just won EWC.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing around with the emoji, because if I'm NaVi right now, I put my shades on for the haters.
Oh, right. Blocking out the haters.
I put in the middle, I put my shades on.
I think Mouse get the shades on.
Yeah, they've made it to playoffs. Finally, Shue is in playoffs of Cologne.
For the Mouse standard, we're on track.
Yes.
We're on track. We're in group stage here in Cologne. Nobody can mess with us. What you gonna do with the Mongols, my friend? Where are you gonna put them?
Just put the tongue out. Yeah, it's where that is. I'm trying to imagine that as a teardrop. Right?
As
a little
teardrop.
Because they're so good.
And it is pretty warm right now in Cologne. It was like 34 degrees yesterday.
It's pretty warm.
So you're like crying and sweating at the same time?
I am crying and sweating. I was staying up all night in my room just sobbing into my old photo of Tyloo when they made it to the playoffs. And G2.
Really depends what happens today.
I know that Jacob got really sort of traumatized by the Pain game that they lost, or the Soul game rather that they lost.
Yes.
And that left him with a very bad impression. Personally, what I've seen from G2 has been nothing but crazy. So I would probably put them on a smile. At the very least.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah, it's not a party.
No, it's not quite yet the party. They still have to survive in the lower bracket. But I mean, you see how they've dispatched of Spirit, and then the 2 maps out of 3 against Astralis, that was basically nothing to say.
Oh, Furia. Wherefore art thou, Furia?
This is when I would need like an unimpressed impressed kind of emoji.
Yeah.
Like, you know, just like the horizontal line.
Yeah, stop right there. I think I've liked what I've seen from them when they're playing well. But
well,
the
now
problem
that's a
is,
statement.
But the problem is they're not playing well as much as I'd like to see. But it's still a work in progress.
One day out of 5, they play good every day.
Maybe good.
Sometimes maybe
Furia. Where open FaZe?
Oof, that one is actually relatively tough because the game versus Vitality, I think, has risen their credit score just a little bit.
Between Mongols and Mouse.
Yeah, you think so?
I think so. They still need to prove themselves because the run they've had recently has just been miserable.
I see what you mean.
By their standards.
I see where your heart is. We hold them in very high regard. The expectations are very, very high for FaZe. So seeming that they're just now still surviving in the lower bracket. And by the way, they would have to play 2 games today if they want to make it
If they win against Falcons, they have to play against the winner of either Liquid Complexity. Speaking of Falcons, where are they going? Kind of all over the place.
It's kind of funny. No, I feel
they're
like
still in the tournament. They're still in the tournament.
But we're still sweating. I feel like we're still sweating if you're Falcons. I know they've made the statements about, listen, you know, the plane has passed, the stage one has passed, we're cool now. I think we're still sweating. Oh my god, they duplicated.
2 Falcons now.
They duplicated.
I can't take this.
What did you do? Did you clone them?
Yeah, I'd keep them alongside Furia.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a bit lower than I would have put it, but fair enough.
This is a team that was built to win stuff, and look at where they are right now. It's battle to survival.
But the lineup they have now wasn't the one that was the first.
I don't care.
We have to.
I don't care. I don't care at this point. You know, complexity.
Yes, that is the Complexity logo. Yeah, you want to bless us with like estimate? Or?
I'm just going to keep him just around FaZe. I'm going to keep him around FaZe. Yeah.
About FaZe?
And I'll tell you why. The expectations of this Complexity lineup, not so high, honestly, right? For them, it's not making maybe a playoffs run. They're not winning anything. Let's be real about this.
I mean, making playoffs would be huge.
Astralis,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Whoever is holding the mouse right now, we're definitely left-hand side.
Yeah.
It's just 2 of these 3 maps against G2 were really sort of flat in a bad way, you know, as in the game is just passing by, and Stone had one of probably his worst LAN performances in quite a long time, 0-7 something north of that number, which is very, very worrying. For 9Z, would that just be standard? Like, they got a couple of great results. We don't expect immense results from them.
The loss they had to Pain was a bit of a kick in the nuts, if you ask me. I thought they'd be a much better team in that matchup. So a bit of a disappointment for 9Z. Yeah, keep it on Mongols.
I think this is great, gentlemen. I think this is a masterpiece that we've created, and I think I will print it out and pin it up on my wall, actually.
Whoever came up with these emojis, straight to the Museum of Art. Straight to the Museum of Art. I know an aisle that would fit.
You know what?
Perfectly.
Speaking of art, Matthew, some people regard skins as art. I am certainly one of them. And you guys have the opportunity at home to get your hands on some very tasty skins indeed. If you're watching through Face It Watch, today is Eco Cobra Day, so make sure you're checking out all the additional features as well on Face It Watch 2. But we are going to be getting into the games. Of course, on stream A, it's going to be Liquid versus Complexity. On the B stream side of things, Blair, that's where you're going to be heading off. FaZe versus the Falcons. Please send us to break with your best Falcons impression. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Think you've seen it all? With Face It Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Face It points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
For me, it was more of a smooth transition. I played around the top 30 in a few different teams. Yeah. Did make a full-time salary, but if you're not around the top 30, it's tough to make a good living. Yeah. And being in some of the Danish teams, getting a part-time salary, need to make things go around. At some point, I took a job to teach Counter-Strike at a Danish school.
Yeah, I heard about
the ecosystem is very different in Denmark. You
That's crazy.
Actually have Counter-Strike in school and from like 7th grade on if you want. And yeah, I was teaching at one of these schools, and at this time, I was still playing. trying to make it, managing 2 jobs. And I then got an offer to coach Mouse Academy and start that project. I thought about it for some time, and I just committed because my work already back then was kind of related to it. I was always an in-game leader as well.
Yeah.
And half a year later, I was promoted to the main team. I'm here now.
That's nice. So you've had some, like, lessons about it, like,
background
in school. Yeah.
But how does it look like in school? Like, what? Like people just come any age? Like second, like just there's
what age?
1 hour of Counter-Strike, or how does it look?
So in the younger schools, like 7th to 9th grade, it's a voluntary subject, and they maybe have it. Then maybe at some point they choose to go to a boarding school. Boarding schools are fairly big in Denmark. Usually it's for sports, different things, but they figured out that if we have esports on the program, maybe Counter-Strike, we can get more kids to sign up, and they get a fee from the government per kid they have signed up, right? And they all try and get the best kids to their programs.
So 7th grade, what age is it?
Probably like 12, 13, 14, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But mostly at the boarding schools, and if you see any of the Danish teams within the top 5, top 15, there's a few of these teams. Most of them have coached at these schools right now.
That's pretty cool.
What do you teach in those classes? Are you going detailed like with like utility, or are you like teaching bigger concepts?
Anything. It's not just Counter-Strike. It's also being on time, being in a team. All of this, what it adds to you.
Okay.
I think that's way more to offer than just what Counter-Strike is.
Right. Yeah.
Two players that once lifted the Intel Extreme Masters Trophy on the same team together, now battling simply to survive here in Cologne 2024. That is Elige taking on Twists. That is Liquid versus Complexity. I've got Jacob and Maniac to be breaking down this crucial game, which is going to be a marathon for one of these two teams. Sure, they may net the W here. That doesn't mean you're going to playoffs, Jacob.
No, you still need to win another game today, later tonight, if you were to qualify to play inside the Atlantics Arena. But you got to start right here. You got to start eyeing the opponent you have in front of you right now, and I think we have a cool game at our hands. Obviously, Team Liquid, they've been doing so well to begin with for themselves, and I will say the counterpart on the other side, Complexity, horrible start to the season match here, but they're playing themselves up. They're getting better and better game by game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Two teams that are in a very much opposite position. On one hand, you have Liquid far from being ready as a finished product, but they embrace this whole situation. They embrace that we might not be polished, but it's all right. We're going to give it our very best. Twist is doing incredible as a captain. And on the other hand, Complexity, the polar opposite. They know themselves. They know their limitations. You could argue they have a deeper bond between the players because they have been in this together for the longest time. So listen, this might be a little bit off the track.
No, I like it. I like it. I absolutely love it.
If that's the case, then Complexity is out. We can already kick them out.
Well, I also do think they're going to lose this game. However, I think Elige right now is as close as you get to a one-man army. I think what he's been able to do in 2024 for Complexity has been nothing but stellar, and I think you're right in saying that it's not all about Elige. And of course, there's a team behind him. Of course, there's a team setting him up. He also gets an awful lot of freedom, and he gets to dictate whatever he wants to do on the server. But fact of the matter is, Complexity are not going to take down any great teams in a best of 3 unless Elige is playing well. It is what it is.
I know, Jacob. I know you're right. And as a matter of fact, I think our expectations and our dialogue around Complexity have changed because Elige joined. Because let's be real, before Elige, we would just say, participation award. Thank you for being here. You've tried. It's something. A for effort. You made a big team maybe sweat a little bit. Then Elige joined. We changed the conversation. We said, you have a superstar. You have one of the best players in the world. Right there, you need to do better. And I'll guarantee, I have an inkling that Elige is looking through this window glass. He's looking at Twist, and he's thinking, this mother trucker just went into IGL. He's got the superstar positions. He's fragging the hell out of everything. He controls the game, and in the back of his mind, the seed has been planted. I'm going to take over. Twist, I know what you're doing. I'm going to do exactly that. Look, it's right there. He's
Are you saying Elige is going to be in-game leader?
If Elige one day becomes an IGL, I want this broadcast to be recorded and RT quote to myself, because if I'm Elige, and I'm seeing what Twist is doing, I'm like, so you're telling me there's a chance? So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm not gonna lie, I hope it never. I hope it never, ever is going to happen. I know Twist is right now, doing a great job in Team Liquid. There's no doubt about it. And I think Elige is I think Elige thrives best when he can dictate the game without having to be the sole voice within a team.
Look at some of these pictures as well. I love this archival footage. The fact that they lifted the Intel Grand Slam here in Cologne back in 2019 together. And then, there was that conversation. Who's the most decorated player from North America? Twist or Elige? Who, I know this is going off topic. Who is it for you now?
It is a true divide. Like, there is a divide, I think, in the community for people who say Twist is the GOAT of any Counter-Strike, Elige the GOAT of any Counter-Strike. You can attack it multiple angles. Personally, I think I lead with Twist. Just by accomplishment.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of people out there that have his pedigree. You can make the case of the quality of his surroundings in these accomplishments, and I think there you would have a counter argument. Maybe Elige had to do it a bit more on his own, and he had to be the front runner of the moments that were the highlights of his career. But when it comes to trophy cabinet, you're looking at Twist. Like, there's not a lot of people who can hold the candle.
No, you're right on. You're right on. And I love those types of conversations because it depends on how you define it. I'd argue personally, I think Elige is the better player out of the two. I think he has been the better player, arguably the best coming out of North America ever. But as a teammate, the accolades, the trophy cabinet for Twist as well, there's an argument going in his way. I think that's a discussion you can have, and it probably makes for a good podcast. However, we have two of the best players.
I don't know what we're doing right now. Oh, sorry. I missed the memo. I thought we were just waffling.
We do.
We could.
And we do have to hear another person waffle. Of course, it's TC ahead of this series versus Liquid.
Complexity are about to start their run today of what could potentially be 2 games. I've got TC with me here, and yesterday, mate, it was not a great game for Complexity, considering we're going against the top teams, and then you guys start to struggle, despite getting really good starts on both maps. So what went wrong?
I mean, we just lost some rounds that you can't afford to lose in those games. Like, I mean, Nuke, the 13-11 scoreline, we lost 2 ecos, one where they rushed up on our CT side, one where they had like 1 save rifle on their CT side, and we kind of swung through a smoke and gave them the round instead of just playing it out slowly and calmly. So we kind of just put pressure on ourselves, made the situation more tense than it needed to be. We had another round in the lower bomb side that we feel like we should have converted as well, where we just weren't communicating with each other and trusting each other's call. So, I mean, like, those little things that obviously need to be improved when you're going up against these top teams, and that's harder to execute on when you're feeling the pressure, right? Yeah. So that's kind of what it's about, and what we need to work on. What we need to improve on is, like, staying in control in those situations, playing them out calmly still, as if it's just any other team on the other side, right?
Let me ask you this then. Do you notice a difference when you guys face against maybe Eternal Fire compared to like a Mouse yesterday?
I mean,
in the team, your team, not so much the other team.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes. Like, so obviously, I feel like there's always going to be a little bit of a difference, right? Like, when you're going into a match where you feel like you're not the underdog versus going into a match where you're the underdog. Like, you're obviously going to feel like you have less opportunities to give away, right? Like, it's going to be harder to necessarily come back if you give the other team too many opportunities, which is true, right? At the end of the day, if you give a better team more opportunities, they're going to be able to capitalize on it better than a team that's not as strong, right? So, I mean, it is true, and there is more pressure in those matches, but at the end of the day, you need to also grow and be able to deal with it, right?
And now you're going up against Liquid. It'll be the first time you face this version of Liquid, who are certainly on the rise. What do you think about the fact that they obviously ban out Vertigo for you, which has been kind of a good tried and tested pick, and then they have like a kind of new map pool that people are learning about, things are still changing and evolving for them. Is it a hard team to get ready for?
I mean, there's a few teams that ban out Vertigo, right? Or at least one of our maps that we feel are strong for. So, I mean, we've been developing a map pool as well, but it's definitely for sure more looking forward and excited to the matchup, because obviously this is the first time we get to play the new look Liquid. They've looked really strong, like heading into the second season, heading into Blast. So, I mean, I'm just excited for this matchup, and I feel like this whole Cologne has almost been a preview to the Americas RMR with all the domestic Brazilian matchups and Liquid being in that part of the bracket as well, and now we get to play them too, you know. So it's like almost like I said, a preview to the Americas RMR. But yeah, just very excited for the matchup, and yeah.
All right, thank you very much, TC. Good luck going into the game. Let's see what happens between Complexity and Team Liquid.
Yeah, super exciting game to be starting off the day. I want to turn our attention to the map view that we just saw rolling underneath. Ancient pick of Liquid, Anubis, Complexity's pick, Dust 2 if we need it. Does that make sense to you, Matthew?
Yeah, it does. It does. The Anubis one was relatively obvious that would end up in the pool. I wasn't exactly sure whether Liquid would take a different route. They could have had an Inferno, for example, being open, knowing Vertigo would be floated. That would be taken away from Complexity. I was just trying to figure out, we talked about Complexity a little bit at the beginning of this segment, and we basically centered everything around Elige. And the reason why we do that is because if you consider Complexity as a team, it gets uncomfortable. Like, there are truths that are uncomfortable to assess for that team currently. You're looking at Liquid, you talk resilience, you talk vibes, ability to come back into games, sticking together as a squad. And you're looking at Complexity, and that's a polar opposite. I've rewatched the game versus Mouse. There was a 5-0 lead where everything goes in their favor, and they lose 11 rounds off the back of that. And after 3 rounds lost, the quality of the play style, the team play, the trade game is just down the drain. This is a team that comes apart very quickly, and it's uncomfortable to address because I feel like we get to a human level, and it's not just Counter-Strike, but it is right there. You cannot ignore it.
And I think that's one of the biggest differences between these two teams, as we see Ultimate also showcasing on the screen. You know, one side has potential, one side has excitement, one side is new, one side is unknown. We don't really know what the
other side has regrets.
You know, no, but the thing is with Team Liquid, we don't really know where that's going to head. You know, are they a top 3 team in the future? Are they a top 5? We don't know. Is Ultimate the real deal? Is he not? So far, he's been showing up greatly. He's been very assertive, been very aggressive. Whereas I feel when you look towards Complexity, we've seen them play together for a long, long time. We know exactly what we get every single time they join a tournament. So you have excitement versus something else.
Is he referring to you there, Pimp? Were you doubting Ultimate coming into Liquid?
Not at all, actually. I didn't have an opinion, so shout out to everyone who had.
No, you know what? Sometimes it's good to not. You don't always have. No. You don't always have to have an opinion. No. 12 minutes into a player being in Tier 1C. Oh, yes, I've made the calculations. This player is going to be great. No, just come on, just shut up and watch the game a little bit, and then
learn with us.
Figure yourself out. And Ultimate, what he's been doing so far in Cologne, I think he's gained a tremendous amount of fan and credits.
Yeah, look at those ratings. And I know the counter argument. Look at the position. Furia haven't been playing
Hey, there is
well.
a FaZe logo in there.
There's a FaZe logo in there, and I don't give a damn whether you're playing against Furia or Pain. Those numbers right there are mega impressive, especially when you're coming in as a new AWP player together with Twist.
You're absolutely right. I'm just back on the metaphor. Ultimate is like the promise of tomorrow, and Halzerg are the tears of yesterday. Like that's what it is when it comes
Honestly,
to AWPs. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be too harsh, but it is a fact. The excitement factor is straight on the side of Liquid. You cannot ignore it.
Does that mean you're favouring Liquid then? We know the maps now, and obviously they're going to have a marathon if they want to make it to playoffs, but you think they're taking this first one?
Yeah, I was going to go with Liquid, also based on like this whole map situation, where I know Complexity's put a whole lot of work towards Vertigo. I knew that wasn't going to be in the pool here, and I think Liquid have shown that from Copenhagen to here, it's not like they've just had a honeymoon that came to an end. I think they're still very capable to come back into games. We've witnessed them problem solve. That's really, if you tell me, listen, Maniac, Liquid is going to be 0-5 down. Do they have a chance to win? I'll say yes. I've seen it. We've seen it here. We've seen them like craft solutions. We see them win some map control, just standard rounds, and then picking up the pace. If you tell me Complexity is 0-5, I'm telling you, okay, when is lunch? Because I'm not watching that game. Like,
I feel
that's
like
it.
They have that potential to implode in front of our eyes. Yeah, I think you're spot on with that analogy. I will say, you know, Complexity, as bad as they were coming into the Esports World Cup, as bad as they looked in Copenhagen at the Blast Group stage, every single time I've seen Complexity play since the summer break, they've gotten a little bit better. I know against Mouse yesterday, there were a couple of moments in that game where it didn't look too good, but you'd be mistaken to think that this is going to be an easy game for Team Liquid. I think we're going to need all 3 maps. I think it's going to be incredible close, but I also personally have Liquid winning it. However, Complexity, they're starting to look better and better.
And this series simply a question of survival here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. If you win this one, you've still got another series to be seeing inside the Langsess. So it's time to jump into things with Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, Freya. Thank you for setting the scene, as this is an American matchup. Complexity versus Team Liquid. A distinct feeling that Liquid should be taking this one and surviving here in Cologne for the next matchup and getting that last chance. But Jason, we know these matchups can get a little weird.
Yeah, they always do. I liked what TC said in the interview as well. This whole Cologne has felt in some ways like a preview of the Americas RMR. We've had so many of the inter-regional Americas matchups, and another one right here. Both these teams always jockeying for that position of being the best team within the Americas region. And they get to go head-to-head here. Starting out on Ancient. Complexity on the CT side. 2 defenders at this A bomb site, and Liquid is just walking right into it.
Full commitment. Utility being sent in. Halzerg and Floppy tasked with dealing with his Team Liquid attack. Shadows given away. Floppy ripped off the top. JKS charging in, and it's Complexity, leaving Halzerg completely blinded and dumbfounded at the back of the bomb site. It is Team Liquid with 2 entries, and that bomb plant coming in already.
Nice and clean for Team Liquid. Elige behind the smoke. They jump right through. They chase him down, and he's under so much pressure. Oh, no! JKS walks right into it. And actually, this is still kind of doable in a way. Bomb's starting to tick down, starting to run out of time, and Complexity's going to back off.
Yeah, they're not going for it, but a couple of nice shots there on the way out from Elige. Team Liquid going to win the pistol, be 1 round up here on Ancient. It's very interesting to hear, obviously there's a big storyline between these 2 teams in terms of history together. Grim's playing Liquid, but the main one is Elige, obviously with the history he's had with Twist over in that squad and with that organization. Here at one of the biggest events in Counter-Strike, it's always going to be a tense matchup.
And look, a lot of similarities between the two players in the sense that they've both star players, incredibly skilled, incredibly gifted. They're the two in the conversation for the greatest American players of all time, or Canadian as well with Twist, North American players. But at this point in their career, it's Elige coming over to Complexity was like, you're going to have to take a leadership role. You're going to have to be a guy that the rest of the players look up to, that you can help them get better, rise up, teach them lessons, and help train them up into a team that becomes better upon your arrival. And Twist has the same thing going on in Liquid. He comes back and he's all of a sudden like, I want to be the IGL. This isn't going well. I don't know who we can get. I'll do it. And he's having good success in the early going.
There's going to be a force buy push down that B ramp. Ultimate in a position to try and stop it, but Complexity don't commit around that corner. And Ultimate peeking up, spotting the leg of JT. Now, it was very interesting to listen to the Live Legendary documentary with Twist, and he was talking about how he wanted to return to the team that drafted him and bring them back and bring that winning formula back to this organization. Now, very interesting. They find Twist, they draft him as a young player with untapped potential, and now they're trying to do it again with Ultimate, and so far, he's been so impressive here in Cologne.
Yeah, and Twist took a lot of the responsibility in that scout. I can tell you firsthand from when we let Twist go from Team Liquid when I was there, he was more upset about leaving the organization than about the team. He's got a lot of love for the Liquid organization and the people that are there, so I very much understand that he has some pride in terms of bringing them more trophies into the Team Liquid trophy cabinet.
Well, right now it is still doable. In fact, it is now favored for Complexity because these kills from Elige and Holzerk have opened it right back up, and NaV couldn't get that kill on Floppy, so it's all on Twist. 1v3 to defend against this force buy, and Complexity, they get their way back into it. That is crazy. It looked like they were not going to be able to find a chance in this round when the initial kills favored Liquid when they got into the bomb site, but it just kept going.
I think Liquid found themselves in a situation where kind of the extremities of that retake defense were collapsing. JKS goes down inside the bomb site, and all of a sudden you realize no one's in a good position to do anything about it. NaV has to get aggressive because he's got no options. Twist is in the bomb site, doesn't want to crowd the space, and you just get pushed into unfavorable fights. And a nice win from Floppy at the end. Mac 10 through the boards, 1-1.
Two Galils, one for Yekindar, one for Ultimate. Team Liquid come back with a force of their own, and a lot of the forces for Team Liquid outside of B. JT with a more advanced position. Just at that exit of the cave. Good grenade. That lands right on top of Yekindar. Takes half of his health away. 41 left on Yekindar. But it is going to be this B commitment for Team Liquid.
3 defenders here as well. You've gone one out towards long. Grim's right outside the entrance to cave. JT's going to be able to fall back if necessary. Strong defense and not a lot of utility for Team Liquid at the moment, forcing JT back, which just shores up the defense they're going to attack into, although Complexity lining up to get aggressive. This might be horribly timed. It might be beautifully timed.
Well, it's working out for Holzerk. That's a triple on the FAMAS from Longside. There was enough of a distraction that Holzerk was able to just mow down this ramp play. And Team Liquid with 50 seconds left only have JKS and Yekindar still standing. And Yekindar has been out of commission since that grenade landed on his head, but now he realizes getting into the cave it's a necessary move if Team Liquid want to have any sort of chance in this round. It is going to be so difficult, as now Holzerk has a better weapon to play with, an M4, and he's still got Grim within the site itself.
Damage the name of the game. Look for one kill and see if that presents an opportunity. JKS going to molly Grim out of position. Yekindar going to be there for the punish. But the flames, I don't know if they spread.
Yeah, they won't. So Grim has Sanctuary in the corner. And now it is impossible for Team Liquid to pull anything off here. Floppy eats some team damage, but it doesn't bring him down, and JKS falls into the hands of Elige. 2-1 up here for Complexity, and Team Liquid down to an eco. Now, there was a sense on the desk of obviously Team Liquid coming through as favorites in this matchup, but how do you feel about this game, Jason? As someone who's obviously watches these teams very closely, has a lot of stake in the game when it comes to being an American Counter-Strike fan as well as alongside a commentator. Well, how do you feel about this game?
I think it's pretty hard to judge. I think by eye test, Liquid seems like the better team. I think there's a lot more. I think part of it stems from just where they're both at. We've seen extended struggles out of Complexity, some of the issues they haven't been able to overcome, inconsistent individual performances, role swaps now to try and fix things. With Liquid, everything's positive because the bar was set so low. It's a brand new lineup, brand new player, brand new in-game leader. but it does feel like across the board, Liquid probably has stronger individuals. Eye test in terms of how they're playing at the moment underneath Twist looks great. But let's not underestimate complexity. They still have that power, and they just haven't really been able to reach any of the potential. I would agree with the assessment that Liquid's favorites in this matchup. And in my mind, coming into this, I had Liquid winning this series. But I think complexity can still be right there. They can surprise us, and if they come in and show, Alicia's had a great tournament, you get some of those additional performances at Halzerk, Grim, Floppy are going to be the next third guy coming. Complexity's a very dangerous team.
Finally, Team Liquid get back into the buy again. And this is quick in terms of a mid-take from Complexity. Sprinting up onto the ledge. It's Halzerk going for that peek down B lane with the AWP. And Twist is held back behind elbow utility. You can't really help out matters in middle. Halzerk is going to get a free kill. Naf just walks in front of his scope. He goes down. Yukindar not in a position to trade it.
I don't know if that's a miscommunication or perhaps there's a misunderstanding. Maybe Naf didn't get a piece of communication, but the idea that Heaven's open like that and available like that and you walk out nonchalantly, straight up punished. So Naf not understanding some of the danger that was on the map in this round, and Liquid have to play 4v5. And it looked like they were going to be content to just wait out this initial salvo of utility. I mean, Cave was blocked off, just faded. B ramp was blocked off, about to fade. And Yukindar, it's going to back away from Cave. There is a double stack inside there.
Smokes deployed, but that double stacking Cave, as you mentioned, is worked out very well here for Complexity. Yukindar down, Liquid fall to 3 players, and there's really no standing in these T rounds from Team Liquid.
No, not yet. Haven't seen them power up quite yet. Ultimate going to be looking for that flank, but there's not enough manpower to keep at it, so Grim finds a perfect timing to do damage. JKS goes down, Twist with the trade, but 14 seconds on the clock. This round is done.
Yeah, 4-1 start for Complexity. They couldn't have asked for a better start right now. Everybody's firing on all cylinders. Floppy 6-1, Halzerk 6-2, and Elige 6-0. Complexity off to the races here, and Team Liquid not really getting involved in the game just yet. And yeah, there's that Naf step out of those doors. Halzerk is just waiting patiently with no pressure on him.
I touched on some of the, you know, in so much of the conversation about Complexity has been some of their struggles, inconsistency in players, especially guys like Grim and Floppy have had the microscope on them for being great some events, you know, lackluster the next event, up and down. This is one of the maps where you see some of the changes Cole has made to try and kind of fix that problem and alleviate it, try and make Floppy a little bit more comfortable, because he used to play towards the B-bomb site. These days he's shifted over. We see him at the A-bomb site now. He's going to be playing mid. He's going to be playing donut. So he's kind of switched his defensive role here on Ancient.
Oh, the defensive role for JT is no longer in round 6 because he is being removed by the Tech-9. Grim holding on to the B push, and Grim takes 3 lives before he goes to the grave himself. Naf just desperately trying to get into the bomb site, get an upgrade, and he's got an M4 in his hands. A lot of time for Naf to work with. But this world is so difficult that Naf finds himself in, so he'll take a few steps back to safety here. It's 5-1 for Complexity, unless Naf can somehow pull some magic out.
Well, and the lovely thing for Team Liquid is Naf is the kind of player who could make these rounds really, really interesting. He can bring this back, so he's very, very good at calculating and taking risks that he thinks are worth it. Going to sprint over to the A-bomb site. Old teammate Elige reads the play and is going to meet up with him over in Temple. Naf, turn of the corner, Tech-9 in hand, and Elige surprises him.
Yeah, Elige gets that position so quickly out from behind that big box, and Naf sprints right to his demise. 5-1 lead for Complexity. Keeps getting better for them. Team Liquid will have max loss bonus, so now they can start to invest into the AWP for Ultimate. First time we're going to see that, and AK still out despite the loss. Good work from Grim. It got a little scary because they obviously lost the cave defender, JT, instantly.
Well, let's see if Liquid can get going in this gun round. They've only won the pistol. Everything since then has been defeat. Yukindar right around the smoke towards middle. Twist challenges at the same time. Elige can't fall back either. And that's a perfect opening for Team Liquid. JT gets one back.
Yeah, it's important to get at least one there for Complexity. Keeps this within touching distance. Bomb is all the way back for Team Liquid. Oh, and now they've lost one inside of red. It's Twist that goes down. JKS sprinting out of A. Grim, he's ready for this. He knows he's here. Now he's going to peek into JKS, who readies himself for that temple peek. Grim no longer with us, and it's a 3 versus 2. The patience for Ultimate pays off as Halzerk walks right into its crosshair, and they don't need the bomb right now. They can go back and get it.
Yeah, good patience and not panicking with that bomb being dropped at all. Everyone's still maintaining their position and holding their spots. JT is lost a little bit on the map. Liquid does not know entirely where he is. JKS might just figure it out for them. Attention will turn, and he goes to save and misses the shot. It's 5-2, Liquid on the board.
Yeah, good round from JKS, but overall, solid team effort for Team Liquid. Second round collected. Complexity, plenty of money in the bank, so again, another buy coming out. Halzerk will get to the AWP. Everybody will have the rifles they want with plenty of utility.
Good entry from Twists and a good follow-up from Yakinder. The two of them working in tandem to take control of mid. There's that instant red smoke. CT Molotovs towards elbow. Plenty of utility to chunk down Yakinder to 37 HP.
Yeah, he's eating a lot of grenades this game, Yakinder.
That's it's kind of his job on most maps. He's that aggressive space taker that has to go through utility from time to time. Opposite donut though, and that's a dangerous position because Team Liquid moving up middle just past the smoke, and they might avert that danger.
Elige burning a little to the fire inside of Red. And Team Liquid applying pressure towards Elige's position. Again, the bomb is left back outside of A. So Team Liquid know there's going to be some time drawn in this round, and Ultimate with his advanced position in Red catches Grim walking into his crosshair. There's back-to-back rounds now. Ultimate is taking kills and just peeking in towards Red. Yeah, to try and get some space back, and Complexity feeling a little uncomfortable now. They've got a double donut setup.
They want to try and actually split and really isolate these guys and just wrap behind them. Twist is watching for this exact
so
play.
Ready. Yeah, he's so ready here. Twist, they walk right into him, but it's awkward. The peak is awkward. Ultimate goes down, Twist gets pushed, and the sandwich comes in from Complexity. They do a fantastic job at suffocating this Team Liquid attack, and they are pushing into A. They have recovered the bomb, and Team Liquid fighting to try and close this on this side of the map.
Yep, NaV gonna just risk it inside the smoke, throws the flashbang out. So many resources to take care of middle, and even though it works, it gives the plant over to Liquid. It's a 3-on-2 in the retake, and Liquid's got good position.
They've only got 2 flashes, though. That's all the utility they have, so they go for fights instead, and NaV through that smoke gets a follow-up headshot, and NaV sits 3 on their asses.
That's beautiful. Really well done from NaV. Staying aggressive, using that smoke just perfectly, spamming as the retake comes in. And Complexity, they do a good job of working their way out of difficulty, finding Twist, finding Ultimate up in Red Room. That's a really, really nice collapse. And the retake just doesn't work out. NaV puts him in a tough position as a timeout comes out. The first one for Complexity. They're out of money. Well, I say that. Elige's got 5,500, JT has 4,700, Floppy has 3,900. Those 3 can get rifles. If they want to force up here and continue to challenge, the option is available for them.
So the timeout can be very useful for TC on the mic. If extra seconds to figure out what kind of purchase they can put together here. Right now, it is looking like that is going to be an investment coming up.
We haven't had to talk about him too much yet in this game, still early going, but Ultimate has certainly been a revelation for this Team Liquid side from who the hell is this guy? Who the hell did they decide to pick up as their offer to all of a sudden like, oh God, this guy's got game.
He's super exciting to watch, entertaining, he has a cool play style, he's got so much confidence for a player that has as little experience as he's got.
He's very assertive, yeah, for the level of experience he brings to the table. It very much seems like he's not shy about making a decision and going at it full force.
Yakinder, he's up next. He's about to peek off the ledge, and just to his left is JT. Yakinder close to that kill, but now it's a little uncomfortable because you know there's likely more than one player there. Re-peeking over the top would be a death sentence.
Happy to call a stalemate in a round like this because you have to know if your Team Liquid, the economy is a little bit busted for Complexity. You can wait out the util. They've got none left.
That bomb is drifting back over to this B setup for the T side of Team Liquid. Grim and Halzerk doubled up in cave. The majority of the forces a little closer to A. Floppy's just jump spotting in behind Red. Looking to gather info in middle, but he's not seeing anything right now, and that is because the majority of Team Liquid ready to go in towards this B site. We know how good Yakinder can be, opening up in tight angles, working in tight spaces, but just crossfire. If he goes through, It is going to be very difficult to break apart. Floppy rotates over from red. You don't envy Yakindar having to entry through cave here. This is going to be so tough to get away with anything. Grim, he will take one, gets traded out, and Twist gets both kills back. Good work from Twist. Yakindar had to be the bait, and now the bomb can bail out. It can go into middle. It can go elsewhere with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, but Elige is going to be the player at the A bomb site. 15 seconds. There's going to be so little time when they get here. They must clear him out, and Elige is going to hear these footsteps. JKS, the swing. Oh, big kill. And that secures the round. Elige was the only danger point. And Twist gets the double kill and the call to adjust the attack to take the 4th round for Team Liquid.
Their T side is certainly alive now, and that's a round where we got to see JKS just sort of sitting outside of elbow. He had a very boring role in that round where the rest of his teammates are making their play in towards B. He just had to be patient, and he becomes one of the most important pieces at the end of the round when he comes in to clear out Elige.
Really good work. I think Elige is well distracted, probably considering his options with players coming out of Donuts and trying to find his timing to swing on the plants, knowing he's the only chance with the low time on the clock to win the round. JKS just had an advantage in the fight. Liquid's one away from tying this up, and it should be mostly pistols around these 2 saved weapons. Liquid not dissuaded from Complexity's hot start. Yeah, tough entry duty for Yakindar. Twist, though, manages it well, staying tucked in along the wall, and Holzerk sliding out, just eats a bullet to the face.
One round separates them now in Complexity. That money is definitely a big problem at the moment. You've got JT, you got Floppy on rifles, the rest on pistols. At least you got the AK of JT over on this B site. I think Yakindar feel better about this kind of entry path now with the MAC-10. There's no one around those corners, which you'll find out soon.
And the cover of that Molotov to start moving up. Good boost, good opening kill.
That's the AK gone, Jason. That's not what you like to see if you're Complexity, but you love that. Grim on a double with a 5-7, switches out to the AK. And now Team Liquid sending players out of cave into the fight. Grim gets another one before going down to Twists, but he has made this incredibly uncomfortable for Team Liquid.
And once again, the bomb's so far away. This is going to choose so much time off the clock. Floppy and Elige are going to be here. M4 and Deagle. Not going to be easy all of a sudden for Team Liquid. Grim has given Complexity an opportunity.
Massive moment from Grim. Will it turn out to be a round victory as Twist peeks out, takes that fight, but Floppy trades it into the 1v1, and once again it falls onto JKS to try and close this one out for Liquid. He stands on default, Floppy gets peeked, JKS with confidence brings the scoreline back to even numbers.
Yeah, no delay in that, just flashbang out, swing on the peak, Floppy not ready. Beautiful shot from JKS, and as you mentioned, back-to-back rounds now where, yeah, maybe his role on the T side is a little bit more chill. You don't get a whole lot of action, not a whole lot of things called for you, but you do need to step up and deliver when you're put in those moments, and that's twice he's done it here on Ancient. We're all tied up at 5, and a full buy comes back out for Complexity.
No op, and Holzerk's AWP was very influential at the start of this half. Well, he's not getting it here. They've got to finish with rifles. Elige burning at the top of the ledge. Complexity looking to bring the fight to Team Liquid and disrupt Yakindar's entry path, and it is very successful from Elige.
Oh, 2 players go down, not even able to see their opponents. Twist and Yakindar, that duo that's cracked open middle a couple of times. This one, they're taken down with no chance at fighting back. Good opening from Elige, and Complexity can go passive with a 2-man advantage.
Something they've been very good at. Complexity is being a nuisance when climbing up. When they get that mid-control, being able to climb up has stopped a lot of Team Liquid's B plans, and Ultimate's timing to try and clear the side is caught perfectly by JT. It's now just 2 players remaining for Team Liquid, and it doesn't seem like there's any pathway back into this one. Bombs dropped outside those B doors. Both remaining players are low. Complexity are going to take a small lead. It's going to be 6-5 here from the CT side of Complexity. I mean, if you talk about some of the criticism that this squad has got recently, it is the likes of Grim and Floppy, who haven't been getting the most praise, haven't had great performances. They've both had some huge, influential rounds in this first half.
Yeah, they really have. I thought maybe with the bank built up on JKS at 7,800, they might actually try and go for it just to cause damage. just to take some weapons away, see if they can cause Complexity to miss anything into the next round, but they're going to be happy to just save these AKs. They'll replenish in the next one. Rifles will be dropped over for Yakinder and Ultimate. And Liquid's going to be all good.
It's got to be frustrating for Yakinder. We'll see if Team Liquid are able to try and stop that jump up coming into this next round. Last round of the half coming right up. Money is a little worrying on a few players, but fortunately JKS has built up a lot of bank, as you mentioned, so he can drop over, and they'll take their first timeout.
First time out for Liquid to talk over this final round. Liquid beat Complexity at IEM Dallas in a best of 1, 13-6, but Complexity at their most recent series back at the PGL Major in Copenhagen, it was a 2-1 victory for Complexity.
Yeah, but first time playing against this new roster of Team Liquid for Complexity. This new look to the squad.
First time facing off against Twist as an IGL. And he's trying to work out a solution for this round 12 on Ancient.
Twist is on a run trying to just play against all of his ex-teammates at the moment, isn't he? He had FaZe the other day, now he's got Illusion over on the other side of things here in Complexity.
And if he wins this one, he has the opportunity to play FaZe again.
Yeah, later today. That's if they can get that W versus Falcons.
Yeah, winner of this plays the winner of FaZe Falcons, which is going on the other stream at the moment. If you want to keep up to date with the bracket movement, good find from JKS. Elige, first time they tried to be aggressive in towards A main, he tried to catch him sleeping. JKS ain't gonna happen.
And he knew Elige was the player that climbed up previously, so they actually felt comfortable to burst through elbow and burst through ledge together. Team Liquid have mid-control to play with, so a lot of space and the opening kill for Team Liquid into this last round. Now smoke deployed out towards the CT rotation, back to the B bomb site. But Team Liquid set their sights on the A bomb site itself, and Complexity have 3 players on this side of the map, Jason. This looks like a real solid defense for Complexity.
Right, but look at where the stack is. Look at where they're positioned. Floppy and Holzerk are going to be the main challenge. That third player, JT and CT spawn, he's just watching for mid. He's going to be smoked off if they pull the trigger. And actually, they might not even end there. Look how deep Naf is. If he gets this kill, which he won't. Oh, that looked like he had it all day long, and that would have been the sign for Liquid to fall back, and now they're going to push forward.
Floppy peeks out from behind the tall box. It's one for Floppy, second picked up and damage dealt to Ultimate. Team Liquid fall to 2 players with 30 seconds left in this first half. Holzerk has the cross, and it is disappointment on the face of Mithra to close out this half as Yakindar's left in a 1v3.
It's disappointment, but you know what? You did everything right in the round. That's a missed kill, and you cannot control that. Otherwise, tactically, Naf had that fight won. He had the advantage, and Liquid were positioned to capitalize upon it, but not able to. Good round from Floppy with a double kill. 7-5, Complexity underdogs lead at half.
Liquid have a chance to go another step further today as they got 2 games ahead of them potentially, Mifa. And that's the thing I want to start on first of all for you guys, is just when you come into a day like this, does it change much from like a normal day would be if you just have 1 best of 3?
No, not at all. I mean, we're starting the day just like we started out yesterday, and I mean, you cannot really plan for potential having 2 best of 3s. You need to take 1 game at a time.
Now, for Ultimate, obviously second highest rated player of the tournament right now, looking very good, very strong. Are you impressed that he seems to be improving just every single game right now? Is it beating your expectations at this point?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's beating my expectations, but like we feel like very good about it. I know that Roland feels also very free within the team with what he's able to do, and he just needs to continue like that. Like there's not much to it, to be honest.
And you got a smile on your face right now. How confident are you feeling for this game?
We're feeling very good for this game. There's a great vibe within the team. We're feeling very calm and collected. It's all about going in and play some good CS, and it doesn't matter who's in the other booth.
Nice. Thank you very much, Mifa. Let's see what Liquid can do against Complexity in the opening game.
I think looking back, that moment made me realize that my mom was the center of my world. How could I quit my job when my mom quietly earned for both of us alone for my entire childhood? When I was younger, me and my mom grew up in the group home system in Toronto after some immigration problems that sent my dad back to Malaysia.
The final day of the groups is a gauntlet run, and we've got Complexity versus Team Liquid trying to battle their way forward. And this is a matchup that is very, very close indeed. Complexity have a small edge coming into the second half as they now switch to the T side. We'll see what they can do on the attacking side of things, Jason, but I think they'll be very happy with taking the lead.
Yeah, got to be extremely pleased, especially considering, remember, they lost the pistol round. Liquid won the pistol round. They had to return on the second, so the fact that you get a 7-5 lead after losing that is lovely. A great little run at the start. You've got Grim with some good sequences, Floppy with the good sequences, so everyone on Complexity got to be feeling good. B-Rush, baby. Yakinder makes contact. Naf is here in cave as well.
Yeah, Yakinder forced back, and the cover smoke is up, and Naf unleashes bullets for those Julies, but it's not going to end up in a kill. So bomb will go down here for Complexity. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake scenario here.
Yeah, and Liquid's held back very far away. They've got no kit. Grim's going to push up behind the Molotovs. Ooh, ultimate. This is going to be a tough turn to the corner, and he can't win it. There's the peek from long as well.
Halzer comes in. Yeah, it's a follow-up kill for Complexity. Twist can only manage 1, and it's not enough here for Team Liquid. Complexity looking so sharp in this pistol round. Just Yakinder. He's stuck in cave. He'll get 1 kill, and he turns back. Elige will send him to hell. So 8 rounds to 5. It is Complexity with a pistol win. Team Liquid, we'll see what the decision is, whether they go for the 4 or the full eco here.
I think you got to go for the full eco here. I think you got to just kind of save what you can, get to those gun rounds. You don't want to let Complexity all of a sudden get a 10-5 lead and be in control of the money. Get the op out in Ultimate. He's been a hugely impactful and influential player for you across this tournament. Get into that first gun round and have as much money as humanly possible to make sure your players can actually deliver.
I mean, we talked about some of the win conditions for Complexity. What needs to happen if they're going to beat Team Liquid today? There are teams that have been together for far longer, and it is just having Elige show up to this level, having Halzer, Grim, and Floppy. And everybody is having their moments here.
Yeah, you don't see that too often with Complexity lately, but it's lovely to see it now. And you can see how confident it seems like they feel across the board on an individual level. 10 kills on Floppy, 11 on Grim and Halzer. Elige leading with 12. And they've got Team Liquid in a really tough spot at the moment. Should be 9 for Complexity against just these pistols, even though there is a bit of a shift towards this side of the map.
Charge out from Grim. Floppy with him. And that's a good start against the USPs, not falling to any traps laid by Team Liquid. It is 9 rounds to 5. This is Team Liquid's map pick. They have got a lot of work to do here on the CT side of things.
They really, really do. They'll have to start without the AWP on Ultimate.
I'm sure he can't wait to get that in his hands because he hasn't had the strongest start. He's going to have to play with a rifle going into the next here, so yeah, you don't want to go down 10-5 if you're Team Liquid, so investments straight in, gun rounds up. Not a heap of utility. There is a few weaknesses here and there.
They'll be okay, but I think more than anything, you got to see some people in critical positions have really good halves and step up here. Yikinder playing in Cave is going to have a really important job throughout this CT side. He's 4-12. Ultimate obviously had a very quiet first half from what we've seen from him throughout these group stages. He needs to step it up when the guns start coming out later, when the AWP comes out. He's 4-12 as well.
Miss smoke here on elbow. Elise is going to make the most of that. Charging out into the open. Twist standing tall from Donut, but it's only a single kill. And Holzerk, the Norwegian, just annihilates 2 in middle. Yeah, it's Complexity, one player up off the back of those, and the red smoke's fading. Ultimate peaks, had to get to trade and does so.
It's not the utility missing that's worrying, it's that lack of head armor. Those Galils just able to dispatch you. Floppy's going to start cheating his way up the B ramp a little bit before his teammates. He's got good position. Ultimate, turn the corner, spots it. Immediate dink and cleanup, but there's a second player here, and Yikinder's got 5.
Yeah, Yikinder stepping up is massive here, and he goes back again. JT's low. Yikinder runs out of ammo right at the end, but he gets the kill secured. It's a 6th round for Liquid, and it's a 3K out of Yikinder.
Yeah, fight's not done yet, though. Money's still a little bit busted for Team Liquid as they try and build up. Dropped weapons come over to help shore up this kind of a buy, and Complexity is going to go right back to AKs and Galils. Both teams backs against the wall economically in terms of what remains after this next round. So dictates a lot for the rest of this half. If Liquid can win it, they can close this gap in the scoreboard. If Complexity win it, they can create that spread one more time and start marching towards a map 1 victory, a steal of Liquid's pick.
This call for Complexity is very committed towards the A side of the map now. This is going to be a direct hit, and the only defender here to deal with this is JKS. Now, we talked about his few moments in that first half where he was asked to step up, and he did it multiple times. JKS from default, this time cleared out by Grim, and he knows exactly what's happening. Team Liquid making the rotation over, trying to get here quickly, but it's Floppy stepping up with a kill. Nav takes a risk, but it's only 1 kill from his swing, and that's not enough to keep Team Liquid in this fight.
I think you got to test it a little bit, though. Maybe Twist has already backed away from Donut. I thought perhaps they would actually stick around, see if they could find 1 or 2. Yikinder, the smoke's going to clear, and he's going to give it a try. There goes Grim. Didn't expect the position. If Twist can win the battle, he's calling out right now. They have a 2-on-2 at this bomb site.
Yeah, they're coming back into this fight. Holzerk boosted up, though. This is a powerful position if Elise can pull distraction, but Holzerk swings. Elise goes down, and suddenly Team Liquid back into a position of power as they get onto the defuse. The stick is being had, and JT spotted. Yikinder takes him down, and that is a massive round to turn back in your favor if you're Team Liquid.
2v4. That's going to put you on tilt if you're Complexity. The spot of JT's flank lets them know we can push forward. It's an even battle at the bomb site, and Liquid win everything after the fact. And is this the moment of collapse for Complexity? A huge advantage in a post plant that slips away.
That is a heartbreaker round for Complexity, and this is a timeout being taken by Team Liquid. They're going for their second. They're going to make the most of it here, Complexity. That is tough to swallow if you're Cole.
I'll tell you what, we called him out just a couple rounds back. Yikinder at 4-12 going into the 3rd round of this half. He's now 10-12. He's got 6 kills.
Step up.
6 kills in the past 2 rounds. Critical rounds to get Team Liquid some kind of foundation in this second half.
Yeah, great work from Yikinder.
The courage to stick around in what felt like a very, very impossible situation, a disadvantaged situation, to find these kills, to cover the defuse. And the lead is cut into 2.
Yeah, Leash not happy with that one.
Containing it, though.
But he did contain it. But when does that get a little more?
We need to channel our energy in the running rounds to everything that we do, okay?
You're right.
Oh.
Twist talking about channeling the energy of round victories. Something that FaZe Clan did a lot and talked a lot about when he was over there in that squad. And now it's Holzerk just running out into the A bomb side. JKS had a bit of a nightmare here in this CT half. He's down again without a single kill. Elise just pushed all the way through Temple, so just a simple call for Complexity to rush into this A bomb site, and it's dig after dig from Holzerk. This is now rough for Team Liquid all of a sudden. A 4v2, Complexity with weaker weapons. They haven't even recovered any of the better guns yet, but these pistols just dispatch of the defense.
Okay, the question's answered. That's not the moment of collapse for Complexity. They come right back into it, baby. That's some nasty deagle work. And yeah, Complexity these last 2 rounds have abused the fact that JKS has been pretty solo at the A bomb site. Likely some research, likely some analyst work that went into that. And Complexity's like, we should have won the last round, let's do it back, and they win it with pistols.
Oh, that is wild from Holzerk.
And look at the swing. There's no money on Liquid. They have the saved M4 on Twist. and they can buy no other rifles. That's JKS. Just like the last round, they started 3 mid, and he rotated back to the A bomb site through a deep Molotov, and this time they just beat his timing.
Team Liquid throw everything they've got into this, and it's not a lot. 3 MP9s, one single rifle in the hands of NaV, and Elige out elbow. Gets rid of Twist. Ultimate with 157 kill back and damage done to Grim. But Grim will still stand. He'll stay in this fight. Yekindar going for a peek and jumps up, so couldn't quite get that double. And he'll run back into the safety of Cave, leaving NaV there instead. And while Complexity staying focused on the B ramp, it's Floppy and Holes are poking and prodding, see if they can find Yekindar.
Well, they just spotted him in the B bomb site, so they'll be calling that out. The SMG that was fighting us in Jaguar is now in the bomb site, but NaV's position could catch them off guard.
He's got to. He has to be the player that delivers a multi-kill here for Team Liquid if they have a chance at getting into this round. You look at the rest, it's a damaged Yekindar with an MP9 and
JKS needs to make a decision. Is he going to fall back and join up at B, or is he going to push A and join up at B? But him being frozen in this spot leaves him out of the fight for way too long.
Yeah, well, NaV, he's not seeing anything. They're not coming towards his position in the cave, and so he starts to think about maybe getting into a fight himself, pushing forward, and he is starting to clear out that B lane. That means Yakindar's left in an island inside of this site. He does well with 1 kill. Is Grim going to be spotted? NaV turns back, gets that kill in time. Suddenly a 2v2, and JKS is moving through middle. He's trying to get here. Oh, it's close. But it's not going to be close enough to prevent Holzerk from planting that bomb. And now JT goes down the ramp, turns away from the flash, but it connects both on NaV and his opponent. JKS, though, there he is again. JKS removed from the fight and finally comes back. And it's a double to sweep up another round here for Team Liquid.
Oh, damn. That clutch might have made up for just getting railed in the previous round with the Deagle. But I'll tell you what, JKS, this is the 3rd time we've seen him step up late in the rounds to win the situation for Team Liquid. Good game from him with only 10 kills, 12 deaths. But he's delivering when called upon. It's a timeout for Liquid as Twist looks down the line and says, what do we need to do? What do we need to do to settle down this defense, make it feel stronger?
Dude, they just aren't getting the AWP in Ultimate's hands at any point. The economy's not being built into position to have it.
Such a beautiful luxury for Complexity in the rounds they've won. They've kept that AWP away from him. That is a huge advantage that Complexity has at the moment.
Let's fucking go. Let's go, bro. Important fucking round. Let's go, boys. This round was for the game. Let's fucking go.
You hear Yekindar saying this is the most important round for the game. All right, let's see how it goes. 2 MP9s again for Team Liquid's defense. 1 Mac-10 here for Complexity. You can see how battered and bruised both teams are as they progress through the second half. Fighting tooth and nail for the victory in this one. Complexity still with a narrow lead of 2 rounds. NaV unleashed, sent down the ramp. MP9 delivers with a blinded Holzerk line in front of him. It's 1 for 1 though because JT removed Yekindar. 4v4. JT is staying focused in middle. He's got Grim in behind him. And look who's committed. Look who is committed in this cubby. It's Twists. Just waiting. They're going to cross over the top of him. He reacts. He flicks that crosshair up. And he's got Ultimate to defend from red.
Ultimate's got to be careful, though, because he's not even aware of the possibility of Elige peeking.
He's burning.
From mid. There it is. Nice kill from Elige. Good teamwork to molly him out of position. All 3 players from Team Liquid in the middle of the map at the moment. 2 in red room. JKS back in CT spawn. And NaV and Ultimate almost look like they want to get a little frisky.
Yeah, going to be getting frisky. Elige heading back over towards A main. You'll see JKS rotating out of the temple.
He's got to play it passive, I think. I don't know if he wants to...
He's going to go for the peek. He's going in for the swing. And if he can get out behind this big box in time, this could be very effective. But JKS has to look here at the right time. Elige boosted over the top. The tip of his head showing. JKS brings down 1 and knows that the foundations of that boost had to be in position. Couldn't quite get the second. And now Floppy's left alone. Damaged goods as he moves his way into the site. And look who's waiting for him. It's good old NaV to close it. 9 rounds for Team Liquid. 1 round separates them. And the money is broken for Complexity.
That timing on that slide out to big box from JKS is just absolutely perfect. Dodges any chance they have of seeing him, gets the boost, knows there's 2 there. I'll tell you what, he's had some massive rounds. This is the 4th time he's had a huge impact on a round for Team Liquid.
He's often just that lone wolf, right? He's just alone in a lot of these plays, making his own decisions.
On both sides of the map. But again, the experience that he's got, so many years, his career built up to be able to deliver in those moments, and he's doing it spectacularly here. Team Liquid within 1 and up against mostly unarmored pistols.
Well, Complexity making no secret to us where they want to go with this one. It's going to be the B-bomb site. And they're going to try and get past this initial utility that Team Liquid have thrown out and tried to slow them down. Yekindar comes in, MP9 unleashes around that corner, and Yekindar gets a second off the back of that play. It's shut down, the scoreline's tied up, and now money returns for Complexity.
Ultimate can pass Yekindar a rifle, and they can actually pass him over an AWP as well.
For the first time.
This would be the first time we see it, round 21, if they decide to pull out the AWP. And indeed they will. So let's see what he's got. Ultimate been stuck 7 and 16, been stuck without his main primary weapon for most of this map. This is the first time and perfect time to close out the game.
Yeah, what a curveball being thrown into the mix at this point, at this pivotal moment in this match. Team Liquid's AWPer finally has the sniper in play, and Grim charging out. Twist gets back, swings out from Donut. Grim goes down in middle. Unleash, he's in the smoke. Twist burns down to 1 health, a single point. I can't believe that he's got away with that. And Unleash to be revealed from behind the smoke, and Twists will sink his former teammate. That is a wild start to the round.
No cares in the world, Twist. Just stumbling through that Molotov. 99 damage. Floppy and Holzerk are the only 2 left. They've got the first kill into the B-bomb site, but it's JKS.
Oh, here he is again. Justin Savage with 1. Nearly knocks down the second, but that'll be Yekindar's job. It's 11 rounds to 10. Team Liquid have taken the lead. And this will be a heartbreaking defeat on map 1 for Complexity. They've done so well. They've had everything going for them in that first half. They lead with they end the first half of a lead. They come into the second half. They build up what looks to be a very strong scoreline, and Team Liquid's still in the fight.
I think there's a couple factors. Twist in middle is doing an absolutely fantastic job round after round of trading kills, finding openings, getting that first kill, putting back any kind of aggression in that position. Yekindar has stepped up in this second half over towards Cave, and then you've got JKS's impact. All those factors are starting to overwhelm Complexity.
Well, they're saving enough money to get a bye into the next round, but this really will concede 12. Team Liquid about to reach map point. Twist still with star-level performances despite being the in-game leader. And he goes back into middle. It's JT that goes down first to the hands of Twists. And they've moved their way down B ramp. So much control of this map given to Team Liquid. They really cannot lose this round from this point onwards because that's the bomb going down. Complexity, no matter where they go, it's not going to end in a happy ending here.
What do you do now, too? Like, the bomb is all the way back. You have no chance of going back to recover it. You're on the other side. You might as well just press forward. Alish is going to see if he can just grab 1 or 2 kills right at the end of the day. Has Ultimate even fired this yet?
No, it doesn't feel like it.
There we go.
Finally.
1 for 1.
Yeah, he got it.
100% success rate.
Yeah, and he's got plenty of cash as we head into the last 2 rounds of regulation. This could be the last round of this map, though, as Team Liquid reach map point and Complexity purchase up.
Complexity have yet to win a gun round. The only round, they won the pistol in the second round, and then the only round they won after that since Team Liquid got rifles was the round with Deagles where they rushed A and got a knockout punch.
Yes, T-side has been tough for Complexity. Second time I used here for Complexity. They'll have the AWP out for Holzerk. At least this buy round is looking pretty. They've got everything they could want.
I think that's what scares me about this a little bit is you have Holzerk and Alish with 19 kills, Grim and Floppy 16 and 14. You have some of those inconsistent points and up and down points. They're delivering for you in this game, and still Complexity unable to find the round win that just swings the second half in their favor. It's got to be. I mean, it's got to be this one. Last chance. Twist, JKS, and Ultimate in middle. And it's Convincing towards the A bomb site, but this time it's aggressive Yakinder.
Yeah, the disruptor Yakinder into A main. He sees Holzerk, he knows he won't be alone, and so he searches for the rest, and Yakinder nearly breaks apart the entire A pack. It's a 3v3, and Complexity have found themselves in that B bomb site in the middle of all this, but the bomb is trapped, it's alone, it's wounded, and Twist will drop the bomb carrier, leaving Floppy and JT to sprint back and try and recover this.
What a good read from Twist, playing in middle. That's an early push, but 2 kills in A main. You saw Floppy push into the B bomb site to get that frag. They might have even spotted JT, and he just says, there's a massive opening here, I'm taking advantage. And that should, with the position of the bomb, the position of Team Liquid players, this should be a map victory for them. JT and Floppy better have a miracle in their back pocket. Even Molotovs. 3 Molotovs for the Team Liquid side. Yeah.
Oh yeah, JKS fends them off. And this will burn more time off that clock. And as each second goes on, Complexity's chances of staying alive here on Ancient start to dwindle. More utility dumped in towards Elbow. Twist actually falls in that fight. JKS now needs to be careful because they could play for elimination if it comes down to this. Ultimate's forced away from the angle, gets back to it with the AWP, and JKS will close this first map for Team Liquid. It is a journey of staying alive here in Cologne. A battle to try and get into the matchup later to fight for that spot in the Lanxess. 1 spot available, and Team Liquid 1 map up.
Complexity, well, they make this one competitive, but Liquid eventually take their map pick of Ancient. A great recovery with 6 CT rounds in a row, Matthew, to net them 1-0 up in this series of survival.
We have another example of the resilience of Team Liquid. We've talked about it in the previous segment. We said if Liquid is down 0-5, let's say 1-5, exactly the way it happened here, we trust in their ability to come back into the game. We trust in their ability to remain calm, craft a couple of solutions here. They did it the same way they have in the past, which is through map control, couple of good trades, understanding the tendencies of their opponent, and when that's happening, then they allow individuals to take space. You see your JKS taking duels on the A side, you see Ultimate getting on the attack on the prowl, and this is what allows Liquid to come back. time and time again.
And I wonder where that is coming from, right? It's not necessarily a characteristic you'd give to a new team that is trying to figure out their ways. New in-game leader and Twist as well, the first time he's picking up that role, speaking about how sometimes it can be tough to find solutions in the middle of the game. Yet already now, I think what we've seen from Team Liquid the past month is that they are a team that can find solutions. They are a team that can fight back from being down 5-1, 5-3 for that matter. I think we have a round as well that we can jump into straight around round 9, which is a great example of Liquid being in the position you were speaking about, where they're not really, let's put it the way, they're not dictating the game right now. They're not in control. They're down 5-3 against Complexity. They even find themselves in a scenario where Complexity is having a great setup. You see the round right here. We may as well play it out. A double cave setup where Yakinda is basically, he's sold, right? Yes. He can do absolutely nothing by this setup. And then Twist, the man of the hour, comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And which is very problematic here in Stat Death right now. This moment where you have Holzerk falling in to Twist, this is supposed to be a 2-for-1 trade. Complexity had everything they needed. At the same time, you see the rest of the map is kind of undercover. You have JKS who's just making sure there are going to be some exits. With 27 seconds, this would have been a very easy round to lose for Liquid, but they don't panic at this very moment. They still keep their options open.
And I like that, you know, look at the time left as well, 20 seconds left. They're not afraid to make the big rotation over to the A-bomb side. They know Complexity have to react. They know they have to do something in order to try to solve the round. Elise left by himself, and if there's a man who could do it, it is Elise. This time around, not winning the duel against JKS. And sometimes, you know, when you're a new team, when you're not really that gelled together, when your synergy is maybe not on par, it's a little bit stressful to play around down to 5, 3, 4 seconds left before you plant the bomb, but it doesn't seem to face Team Liquid, and to me that's one of the most impressive trademarks about this new version of Liquid.
Absolutely, and if JKS has had a few moments of weakness on the CT side, I still believe that on the T side, whenever he needs to find these extremities duels, he is still good for it. He is definitely good for it here. His kill onto Elige pretty much decides the whole situation. Once Elige has been cleared out of the map, the A side is under control, and that could have been a very much banana peel for Liquid, and then didn't slip on it.
Yes, but for Complexity, right? It wasn't like they rolled over just after this moment and let everything down. The scoreline at the end was 13-10. They win both pistols. They convert off of both pistols. But this is a very cheeky round, which really gets Liquid back in the game, right?
This is a tough one for Complexity to look at. You can see here the entries being found by Grim, who, by the way, had a tremendous start to this game. We maybe did not give him enough credit. Here you see the trades usually going in Complexity's favor. It's a 4 versus 2. This round is supposed to be over. It's 96 scoreline. Yakinder punishes Grim, who stayed in a very vulnerable position with low HP, and you have the lurk from behind from JT. Everything is supposed to be under control for Complexity, but because this wide swing of Holzerk that's not exactly coordinated with Elige, suddenly it falls apart. You have JT in 1 versus 2, the kit has been picked up, and Yakinder cleans out. This, if your Complexity, is a type of round that will give you nightmares. You're going to go back to this game, you're going to see a 9-6 lead, a 4v2, the A side with the lurk CT spawn, and you still lose the round.
I'm going to throw a bone to production. I'm not sure if they can do it, but I would love to see the last 30 seconds of that round once more, because it's absolutely unlosable. You're right on the money right here, where I kind of wanted to narrate it in a way where Complexity, pretty much every single game they play, they find a way to get in the lead, they find a way to be competitive, but they can't solve out the games, they can't close them out, and it comes down to individual mistakes. You see it again right here. They're going into the bomb site, they're getting the trades, it's a nice execute, so the setup, the preparation, the understanding of how to space for each other is great. NaV tries absolute best. It's a 4v2 at this point. Sure, Yakinda, aggressive coming in CT spawn, getting a 1-for-1 trade, that's fair enough. At this point, JT is flanking. Holzerk's only job right now, together with the teammate, is to buy time for JT. All you have to do is wait and wait and wait so JT comes into play. Instead, both of those guys are dying instantly, which means JT now has to rush in from the flank that he's coming into. If I'm JT in this scenario, I would be furious. I would be mad.
100%.
Because you set up the entire team with a perfect call, perfect preparation, perfect execute. You get everything you need to win the round, and then you have two teammates who are just losing their head, fighting for no reason at all, and the perfect flank you set up for yourself doesn't pan out anyway.
Side note, just for some of those numbers that we saw up on screen, first map where we've kind of seen Ultimate get a little bit tested by an opponent, right?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really the point of conversation, I think, for Liquid. I think mostly on the T side, he didn't really have a lot of success. The entries that we usually find for him, it wasn't down to that situation. And on the CT side, didn't really have moments where he could really shine. So it was a quiet one. That is going to happen. We keep an eye on how he reacts on map 2.
Twists, on the other hand, he's having a field day again. Like, all these worries about, okay, if he's taken up the mantle of in-game leader, is his fragging ability going to drop off? So far, absolutely not.
Not at all, and I think it's more so the impact of his frags. I don't think we're going to see Twist perhaps drop a 1.3 rating season ever again, but I think the impact of the way he's playing right now is great. He puts himself in the center of a lot of the situations. As an in-game leader, you can do that if you have the skill to follow it up. I believe it's the very last round where he's also pushing in towards middle. You see it right here, catching the bomb off guard. He's reading the game to perfection. I think Jason said that in the cast as well. Nicely noticed, and that's what I love about Twist. Not necessarily him dropping 25 kills or 30 kills. It's more so the impact of where he positioned himself on the map. And he's finding all the vital kills. He's finding all the vital position. And if anything, even if he were to die, he can make better calls when you're in the center of where it's going on, because your read for the entire thing is so much more transparent.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think he's finding a healthy balance, right? Because sometimes you can have IGLs who kind of call their own numbers and they get exaggerating. They exaggerate in the risks they take. They want to make the difference all the time. They try and read too much into it. I feel like he's just threading the needle. He knows when to be aggressive. The last round is a beautiful example. But when he's got to just close the angles, make sure he stays safe, he guarantees trades, he'll do it as well. So far, so good. Twist, another extremely strong performance. Disregarding whether he's got 1.5 rating or not, that doesn't matter. This is impact.
Anubis is the pick of Complexity. That's going to be coming up next, and hopefully a lifeline for Complexity to be grasping onto. Otherwise, it is elimination for them here in Cologne. Do you see them having the ability to, bounce back after what was an ancient that they could have grasped?
I think so. I think Complexity are playing decent Counter-Strike. As I said, the issue is not, we had the same conversation in Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago, the issue is not the setups, the issue is not the outer spawn calls, it's not the entries, it's more so when you're in a 3v3, in a 4v2, the individual decision making is lackluster within Complexity. And I had the conversation with Bobski as well on one of the desk segments we did. You can't really fix that. It's up to the individual players to showcase that you learn from your mistakes, that you're good enough to make the right decisions, and I guess that's a skill set of a player, and honestly that's where I see the limitations of Complexity. They can definitely win Anubis, they can definitely get in a position where they can win the map. I doubt it for the series, because the limitations of the individual decision making within the team is lackluster for my money.
Yeah, very much so. Unfortunately for them, a lot of win conditions were met on this first map. A lot of win conditions were there. Great starts on both halves. You have players like Grim and Floppy, who usually are under fire. A lot of critics going their way, popping off immediately at the start of the game. Grim, multi-kills and piss round both occasions. Floppy strong on the B side. So all of these are stacking up, and it still amounts to a loss. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I mean, Anubis, it's going to be the last chance saloon for Complexity to be keeping their heads above water here in Cologne. We're going to be jumping into a break, but afterwards it's going to be Anubis going down between Liquid and Complexity.
Hi, it's Bob with FaceIt. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on FaceIt Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and FaceIt points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
This man, 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely from Fallen.
Okay, with Tabsen Centaurus, I would say Tabsen, because Tabsen has been playing in Big for a longer time, and Centaurus used to play for Big for a long time. So I'm gonna assume Tabsen, since he's been playing in Big for a longer time. Oh no, already? Okay, Centaurus are frozen. This is hard, man. Just on FaZe, start of CS2, they won everything basically. But what's on the team then? I'm gonna say higher on Frozen. Okay, thank God. Sush played for Heroic. They did quite well in Heroic for a while. But I think Frozen might edge it there, so I'm gonna say lower on Sush. Oh my God, this is horrible. I'm just gonna go out from the major win, and it's been in VP for a while now, and I say higher. Thank God. Okay. Hunter as well, wow. Hunter has also won quite a few things, quite a few tournaments, some IEMs. Been a G2 for a while now. I mean, it's been higher like 4 times in a row now. So if I'm going by my gambling instincts, I'm gonna say lower. Oh, Kenny S. He hasn't been in the game for a while, but when he was playing at his top, they were good. But back then the prize monies weren't that high as they are now. So for that reason, I'm going lower. Okay, that's higher than I thought though. Stu is higher. I think it's over a mil, I'm pretty sure. And he won the Grand Slam, he won the Major, so I want to go higher here. Yeah, I knew that, over a mil. Shiro is lower. I mean, there's not many people that has over 1 million, so Shiro, I don't think he is reached that number yet. Not far off though. Nothing. I was gonna have to go for the same as Kenny S here. Used to play in the early stages of CS where the prize money weren't that high, so I'm gonna go lower. Yeah. Disha. Oh, is it higher than 270? It's been an answer for a while. They were top 5 team for a while. I'm gonna say higher. Yeah. I'm gonna roll here. A couple of... Ooh. Didn't win that much movie star. So I'm gonna say lower. Again, now I'm gonna roll here. Mike. Oh. How much has Mike won? I know he has more than me, that's for sure. I'm gonna believe in Mike, I'm gonna say higher. Let's go, Mike. 9, not even 10. I'm disappointed. I wanted to get 10.
Team Liquid have taken map 1, and now we take this battle to Anubis. Team Liquid versus Complexity. The last day of the groups here in Cologne, Jason. It's everything you could want.
It absolutely is, and a very close first map. Liquid just edging it out at the end, but these two teams evenly matched. Complexity came in today looking very, very confident, individually looking sharp across the board. Grim and Floppy and Holzerk all had good games next to Elige on the first map. This is going to be contended again. This is going to be a very close affair between these two teams, and this is Complexity's map pick. They came here for a reason. Let's see if they can bring us to a third. Liquid starts on the CT side, Complexity on the offensive side.
It's a sprint down those T-stairs here from Complexity. Into the canal already. NaV. It's not exactly the weapon for the long-range fights here with the Julies, so you just gotta wait till they come to him. And they're getting ever closer to the darkness where NaV is going to thrive. These Joel Berettas ready to pounce upon Elige, about to come in first, and there's so many targets. Elige just instantly assassinates NaV. Now Ultimate, his turn around this corner. He knows they're coming, but will they be able to clear him out? They run right past him. They run right past him, and Floppy's seen him at the last second. That's frustration for Ultimate. He had 3 targets in front of him, could have at least confirmed a kill, but has nothing really to work with here for Team Liquid. JKS is down in dark, and it's just Yakindar.
All those fights were a little awkward. Like NaV spots the shoulder and almost just feels like he gets frozen in position of unsure of whether he wants to kind of fall back and wait for the swing or peek into it. Gives Elige the perfect moment to breathe, step forward and dispatch him with a headshot, and then Ultimate trying to make the round-winning play, gets caught at the very end by Floppy, just barely glances at him out of his edge of his POV. Pistol round for Complexity. Early stages in these halves have not gone well for Liquid. They won the pistol on Ancient and then lost the second round. They lost the next pistol round. Now they lose another one, so a good chance for Complexity to build up a huge early advantage.
Yeah, Floppy's very happy he got that kill back on Ultimate.
I think everyone at Complexity is very happy he got that kill.
Thank you very much, Regine. Thank you for
actually
that one.
straight up might have saved the round.
Well, Team Liquid are down to USPs. They got one flash, and Twist is ready to send his squad into mid.
Ultimate's going to have to bail out away from the Molotov.
Here comes the Leisure on that corner. It's the first kill on Ultimate. Couldn't quite get anything else out of it. And UMP against Pistols at the kind of range actually allows the USPs to get involved in this. Grim's also taking a dink on board, and there's an AK picked up for JKS.
And he was the impact man on the first map. I'd like to see him just step up and see if he can create something. He does it again. Cleans up Grim in middle. 2-on-2. And Liquid's going to challenge for this round. They have the bomb. Do they realize it? Yeah. JKS sees it. 1v2.
Yeah, the bomb being in his possession is the only way he's able to get a win out of
this. This is brilliant. A smoke is going to make them stall out. Is going to make them be really, really concerned about what's on the other side. It gives JKS this time to walk all the way around through T-spawn, and they're not even considering that as a play right now.
Gets him behind them. They aren't even considering this as a possibility until Floppy again.
Damn.
Floppy once more turns at the last second to save the round for Complexity.
He just senses that timing.
Floppy's got some tingles today.
That or, I mean, at the same time, you're waiting out that smoke and you're like, well, I either stare at this smoke or I turn around and check the flank. Those are my only two options.
And it just comes down to a poor timing for JKS. That's how it happened.
He looks over the edge and he's like, oh, he's not playing with the edge, so what if he's going through T-spawn? 2 big saves from Floppy in the first 2 rounds.
Ooh, Team Liquid going for the MP9s. Now, we did see Furia do this a lot
on the
recently.
Second rounds.
Yes, but we've seen them do something similar.
Yeah, we have.
And Team Liquid are going for MP9s, realize they don't have enough to get a real good bite, and they want to actually get Ultimate on the AWP.
I was going to say, think about Ancient. They didn't get the AWP out until round 21. Like, a good 8-9 rounds into that second half. So I think here they're saying, we want that right now. So we'll have a buy that we can win, that can be dangerous, that can cause problems for Complexity, but we're going to prioritize the 4th round is the strongest situation we can put ourselves in.
Yeah, well, NaV, he has now been spotted. Grim has a bullet whiz past his head, and out comes the A play for the side of Team Liquid. They're going to be pushing out A main, and Floppy waiting for it. Actually goes down this time. JKS at range for that MP9 makes it work. And there's under a minute left on this clock. JT goes back to address the problem. But Yakindar once again getting another kill here for Team Liquid. It's a 2v2. And this is so expensive for Complexity if nothing else. And now they're softened up and it falls to the in-game leader. It falls to Twists. And he's making the read that it's going to be an A finish. So he's sprinting over that right now.
Oh, and he was so convinced that it was going to be A this whole time. He's actually got himself in a really good spot to stop this. I don't know if Complexity is going to expect him to have this much space, be this close.
Well, Holzerk is low. He's half health at the moment. Grim is going to place the Molotov and Heaven. Oh, it's an instant kill from Twist. And now it's just Holzerk, and he's got half health left. Twist wins it on the MP9. And what a call to go to the MP9s. The SMG's pulled out. Team Liquid were saving for the next round, and they win it on the little guns.
That's so huge for Team Liquid. Now they get all the rifles out. They have the AK-47 upgraded on Twist. They're going to have the AWP out on Ultimate. Oh man, this gives them such a huge boost in the economy factor. And due to the damage in the previous round, Complexity really don't have a lot to play with. Wonderful 1v2 from Twist. Good read of the situation and shuts Cole down.
He's out frustration for Elise. That's a huge round for Liquid to win.
Look at Mither, he's loving it. Getting the boys hyped up. Yakinder's going to push. JKS is aggressive. If they can stall this out, Yakinder can do so much damage.
Well, rifle ready. JKS with a first lineup. A lot of damage done to 3 players, but it will just be 1 kill. Yakinder with that flank. It's Holzer taken out by it. Now JT goes back to address the problem, thinking he's going up against Yakindar's SMG, but it's NaV's rifle that awaits for that peak. It is 2-2, all tied up, and Team Liquid are fired up.
Sick timing to just collapse on boats where all of Complexity is lined up for that A hit. And yeah, that has you feeling a little bit confused, a little bit dazed on your feet as Liquid has just outplayed you in round 4.
Now money is broken for Complexity. They didn't get close to a bomb plant. So it's going to be Glocks and a couple of P250s. This will be Team Liquid taking the lead on the CT side.
Yeah, this kind of buying pattern from Team Liquid with the 3rd round SMGs with low utility has given them such a boost and an early advantage. Exactly as designed, and they're going to keep up the pressure.
Yakindar just keeps walking down Canal. Another kill. Complexity feel like they have nothing to play with, no space to work with right now. Finally, Floppy will fight back. Yakindar gets stopped by the P250.
A little one-tap with a P250. You always got money for a P250.
You always
That's a beautiful
have
weapon.
For a P250.
Learn to love the
Pound,
P250.
One of the best guns, if not the best, in the game.
Well, Complexity don't really have anything to do.
Yeah, they don't have anything really going for them in this one. Liege will lead the pack. They'll make their way through middle. But it is almost surely going to be their inevitable demise as they reach Twists, who is not going to put himself in a position that is risky. He's just going to hold a small gap.
The only dangerous thing here for Liquid is that there's not really utility on Twist and JKS, but with the rifles and able to double up in this fashion, Complexity's not able to pressure the bomb site and get a plant. 3-2, Liquid take the lead.
Yeah, great work. Now the buyback for Complexity, they're going to have the rifles out on everybody. Holzerk will take a hit to grab a Galil. That means he can get extra utility. But now a challenge for JT to call Complexity's T side. It's their map pick. They're a map down here, facing elimination in Cologne.
Nuke are going to be solo at the B bomb site to open up aggression. Oh man, Alish puts that down like it's no problem at all.
That's huge from Alish, just straight through mid.
And I mean, Liquid's been aggressive to open up this half.
He's holding. He's expecting a chance for another one here. And it's going to work out. Alish just domes ultimate. And that's a taste of what Alish can do. When you throw kills at him, when you throw bodies at him, he's going to rack you up. That's the round. Twists. About to get a fight with Alish if he got past that window, and Kindar makes sure that that fight does not need to happen, and so Complexity now commit into a B-bomb site.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any reason for Liquid to challenge this and pressure it whatsoever. Maybe go for some exits, see if you can both line up to watch for an evacuation towards T-spawn. Or Canals, take your pick. But with the money they have, no reason to let it go to waste. So all tied up at 3, and Complexity don't really find a solution, but they're given they're given that push, and Alish just shuts it down.
Good exit chance here for Twist. First bullet was inaccurate, but he cleans up with a second on Floppy. And Complexity realize they can't save that way, so they're going to run elsewhere to exit this round.
Those are 2 really good finds for Twist and Yukinder at the end of the day. Forcing some rebuys, keeping the money low on the T side, as low as possible. Holzerk 3,600, Floppy 3,500. Those guys will be either have to drop an AK-47 or relegated to Galils.
Would you imagine that's the end of the CT aggression from Team Liquid?
For some time. I think you'll see a couple rounds go without it, especially with the AWP on Ultimate. Again, we didn't really see a chance for him to get involved in Ancient too much. So I think the priority for Liquid is start getting your Opper feel in the game. Start getting him mobile around the mag bones, going for some opening picks. Put him in dark, put him in mid, put him over at the A bomb site. Make Complexity nervous about their first plays.
Ultimate. It's a bold, confident peek towards the lead. Shot will land on him. Hangs around long enough to get a bullet out of the AWP, but it's not enough to bring him down. So he goes for a re-peek. This time, Ultimate won't get a kill, but he's traded instantly by Holzerk.
Well, I was wrong. The aggression continues.
It did involve the AWP, though.
Yeah, the aggressive peek, but also the aggressive stance over in dark to be able to line up with that, and they keep it up. They keep peeking. They keep fighting Team Liquid, and Complexity can never get comfortable. Every move in this round has been challenged.
And Team Liquid currently hold that player advantage as we hit 1 minute 10 seconds in this round. That should tell you how quick this really was. There's still so much time, and NaV takes a risk to walk outside of B, and that's so much information for him. He knows no one is outside of the B bomb site.
You may want to consider grouping up from, for a round or two if you're Complexity. Oh, look at this peek from Twist. He spots the information. Floppy's lucky to be alive, but Twist is saying they're going to the B bomb site. Nobody's home. JKS just now arriving. He's going to be deep.
He's at the cave right now. Complexity have got to worry because NaV is coming back as well through B main. Floppy leaps into the bomb site, commits to that plant. NaV making no secret about his re-engagement from B main. JKS gets the fight and wins it. Now Grim is left alone, and he takes that fight against JKS. Draws the numbers to a doable 1v2, and he looks out to that 1v1 fight against NAF, and it's all against Twist. Grim stands within the sight, and he knows that Twist is likely coming from Dark. Now he knows he's definitely there.
That's
and Grim, he's going to slip out at B main, and this is a perfect position for him. Twist has no utility. Grim will stand strong, off angle, and a 1v3 from Grimithy.
That's a beautiful reposition against Twist as well. That is such a beautiful piece of movement, and a good timing on the smoke towards Dark. That didn't allow Twist to ever engage in the fight. Team Liquid's retake came from 3 separate points. CT, Dark, and B main. And Grim's able to isolate each and every one of the fights, stepping into the fight against JKS and using the smoke to get NAF. And this time the heroics fall on the side of Complexity.
That's a huge round for Grim.
Timeout taken from Liquid there first. This time they'll be light on utility. Another full buy thanks to the strong economy they built up early on, but it's running low. It's running on fumes, and Ultimate's AWP is perhaps the strongest weapon they have. We'll see where they put him. And Complexity now 2 rounds in a row have a chance to break Team Liquid's defense.
Nice fucking round.
Smoke worked out for you.
Yeah,
perfect.
Holy fuck. That's the confident movements.
1,000 IQ. Let's go.
Complementing Grim's confident movements, and now Ultimate making one of his own, but he's stuck behind that smoke and needs to get out of there. Bullets start to pepper him, and he's still fighting. He's still sending shots through that smoke. Liege challenging mid. Tasked with dealing with that threat, but there's about to be a Team Liquid play through A. Yakindar spotted out by Floppy. They dish out damage to both of them, but neither of those players dropping. Plenty of chances for first blood in round A, but neither team able to take it.
Just showing that Liquid still have that kind of really aggressive mindset at the moment. Early peek in A main to do a little bit of damage and make Complexity nervous. But after showing 2 players, they've backed off and left JKS alone. Ultimate with the AWP over towards the B bomb site. Vision going to be blocked and obscured by the smoke. Timing on this shot is everything.
They start to cross in the bomb site. NAF just leaping through. Grim, oh, he's touching NAF close inside of gel, and he locks him up. It's JT and Elige in a 2v4 right now for Complexity, and they'll upgrade what they can. But Elige is flanked. This is the only way Complexity can get into this round. Yakindar jumping back, taken out by Elige. 30 seconds left. JT's got rid of that bomb. He wants to bring it back elsewhere, and he's crossing over the window, but JKS with that will ruin this round for Complexity. They can't get back to it in time, and it is 4 rounds tied up now off the back of that.
A really good awareness from JKS as well. Split away from the action. And I mean, you see JT at the B bomb site. You have Elige wrapping upon it, and he says, well, Elige just push forward to cut off rotations. He's going to try and backstab and make sure they can't switch to the A bomb site, so JT's going to be headed there. Perfect angle, perfect position. And Team Liquid fight back. We're tied at 4.
Oh, that's one of the kills Ultimate gets. Blinded and through the smoke. Obviously the most important one to close the round, once again found by JKS. As he holds that cross back to the window. Complexity now with an AK-47 in the hands of Elige, everybody else on pistols. We know they're capable of winning rounds like this. We've seen it on Ancient. And that's a good start. JT's always good for a dig.
Well, they lost a round like this, Liquid on Ancient. They got to be careful here. Oh, and okay, there's a sequence. Finally, we get to talk about Ultimate. Get his name out there on the cast.
Yeah, it's good to see him. We know his potential. We had a frustrating game where he maybe felt a little bit caged in on Ancient, but unleashed here in this round. He had some 6 shots in the previous 2. Ultimate put under pressure, flashes up. He's going to try and clean up, and it's all 5 for Ultimate. An ace in middle, and that'll fire him up. Sure, against some pistols, but shutting it down regardless.
I got a chance. I asked some of the Team Liquid guys about Ultimate and what it was like playing with him, and everything they talked about was just how calm and stoic he is, and how the situation, the pressure of the moments don't get him whatsoever. And whenever they're in a hard time inside the game, he's the one to kind of just lean forward and just be like, no stress, don't worry, just give me up.
I love the confidence.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of players that have come into Liquid have maybe struggled with the mentality of living up to the name of the Liquid brand and the troubles of playing at that level, whereas he's come in out of nowhere and is really just loving the moment.
Different culture in this Team Liquid than in previous iterations of the team as well, especially when you bring in new leadership like Twist, a new coach as well. That's going to change. This one might be a little bit easier for some of the new guys to find their place, to find their comfort.
Now, Complexity don't have too much to play with here. Team Liquid will extend their scoreline on the CT side of Anubis. With every round they get on defense, it is increasing the likelihood here of victory. JKS up on top of the fountain.
Peek off NAF's contact, you'd imagine.
About to get his feet wet. Actually, he's going to move forward.
Well, they're taking attention towards the B bomb site, making footsteps, and JKS, he gets called back. Now he's prepared. No need for NAF at all.
JKS cleans up. Ultimate gets 2 out of the window. He's up to 10 kills now, 5 deaths. And JKS finds himself at 11. So Complexity finally getting money back for a buy here. They're going to have AKs on the majority of players, a Galil here and there. But they got to start winning some T rounds here. Otherwise, this could be a very short day at the office and disappointment and an exit from Cologne. It's 3 rounds in a row for Team Liquid. They've had 2 patches of 3-round victories. Blessy looked to try and break that pattern. Ooh, the grenade doesn't go deep enough to disperse the smoke completely.
All up more aggression. There's the Molotov, there's the flashbang. Smoke is still up. Yakinder doesn't have the fight he wants, but he's going to stick around a little bit longer.
Oh, takes a few steps back just in time as that grenade rolls to his feet. Flash is going to be followed up. Floppy taking space in towards A-Main, and that forces the Team Liquid players back.
Yeah, the Remolly, though, trading utility to maintain control of A-Main. And Liquid's going to secure it with the smoke and back off. No one's got eyes on mid at the moment for the defense. Elige has just slid into the smoke.
3 players here for Team Liquid on the B bomb site. They're going to take B main control back, but is it going to just be a trade-off? For Complexity to walk into dark, and Twist, he hears some steps now. He's ready. He's poised. Swing onto JT, and that's an easy kill in the end for Twist. Elige trades it instantly in middle. 40 seconds left here for Complexity in that bomb. And it's making a beeline to the A bomb site. NAF pushes out, catches Elige's lurk in mid, and it's all left to the final 3.
Yeah, but JKS doesn't have any nades or utility, so he has to fall back out of the bomb site. Twist is going to come over with only 1 flashbang. There's a chance here for Complexity to get into this site. They've got the kill. They've got the space. They should be able to get the plant as well. Twist grabs 1 more. Doesn't quit, and we're into a 2-on-2.
Now, bomb is going to go down here. Grim and Floppy to close. Ultimate and NAF coming in from the beach. They're going to enter storage now. Floppy falls to the AWPer. It is Ultimate getting rolling. And now Grim with a 1v2 ahead of him. He's had a clutch already, and it might be another big boy play, but he runs out of bullets. And Mither celebrates as Team Liquid take the lead and extend it further into 7. That is so unfortunate for Grim right at the end there because they lined up for him. And those are the tough rounds to have to swallow if you're Complexity.
Liquid CT side in this whole half has been extremely proactive. We saw them open up with the aggressive plays to start rounds, and now we're seeing mid-round, late-round flanks come in. NAF's able to push the B bomb site. Elige's even aware of the possibility, but NAF just hits a blinder of a shot and cleans up Grim at the end to secure the defuse. Liquid's up by 3, and Complexity have 1 more chance in this half.
Ultimate going for that same window peek. Not seeing anybody. Taking a step back to safety now. Complexity do not offer up the opening. NAF about to get the fight against Grim. would have if he stayed on Jill. It looked like Kindar wins an awkward engagement inside of Dark, but that does now leave NaV alone because the trade came in. Twist is over at Temple, trying to slow this attack down of Complexity, decide to commit, and they don't. They take a pause.
Look at all the nades that were just forced out, though. Complexity's got to love how that just played out. NaV got a little bit panicked after Yakinder goes down. I think he missed the smoke that he wanted towards B main. It actually set up a perfect wall for Complexity. They had to use nades to break it open to get information, and they still feel like this B bomb site is under attack. They've shifted away from A entirely, and now they have to...
They're not seeing anything, though.
They have to risk. Twist has to risk middle to get back to the A bomb site.
Yeah, they're taking their time, though, getting in towards this A site Complexity, and Twist is still holding middle. Grim eventually is going to arrive, but is Twist going to be looking there at the right time? He goes back to it. Grim wins that duel, and he stays alive. He doesn't commit back into the fray. NaV charges through camera, and Team Liquid lose members. It is Complexity with a lovely finish to this round.
Yeah, they did a really good job. Finally, they're able to kind of work this defense into a disadvantaged position, but I still think Twist and NaV, they're going to wish they had those fights back. The timings of when they got those fights really awkward and a desperate 2v4 now.
Oh, they're going to come in with this ultimate hash utility, but Elise is going to peek him as he's looking the wrong way, and there's just 3 targets. Great 5th round secured there at the end from Complexity. This matchup keeps going. It's tight, it's close, and it's all decisive here in Cologne.
Battle of the North American teams continues. Complexity in Team Liquid here on map 2. Close as you like, just like map 1. 7-5 in the favor of Team Liquid. Aggressive, in-your-face defense has given them a lead, but Complexity's got some bite to them.
And Complexity are hoping it'll be a little bit of a different result than map 1, though, as they have to do this on the CT side. They want to come back into this game, and they have given themselves quite a hard task of winning the majority of the rounds in the defense of Anubis. And Twist is charging straight through middle, 2 on the right side. Quick start to this pistol round. It's all Liquid as they come flooding through mid, and they're going to go straight into camera, but it's Floppy and Grim missing shots. NaV just descends upon them, and a quick call for Liquid ends in a quick finish.
Yeah, nothing cute, nothing smart. Just brute force with those Glocks, and they swarm. Zerg rush middle. It's just JT. They know where he is, and he gets nothing. 8-5, and for a Liquid team that has struggled to start halves in a positive way, that's a good place to be. Now they want a pistol on Ancient. They lost the second round. They need to avoid that.
Yeah, we'll see if Complexity go for a buy here, though, at this point in the game. Do they want to go and risk a forced buy? Because it could get very quickly out of hand if you lose it. I want to try and just get the guns out as soon as possible, and that should allow Liquid to get 9. And it will be the full eco for the side of Complexity. It's always tough when you don't get that many T rounds on Anubis. 5 feels difficult for Complexity, especially when you lose the pistol round and you're not going for a force here, so you're not going to win this second round in all likelihood. And that's now confirmed by NaV with 3 taken out of the pack.
That had to be a little bit confusing for you, Kinder, getting tagged by a USP before he could see anyone.
Now Holzerk's turn, and he's going to be ripped apart by that Mac-10 of Ultimate.
Yeah, nice and quick for Team Liquid. Very convincing. Bomb going to be planted. They don't take a whole lot of losses. We'll see what they do in the next round. They'll have these 2 Mac-10s. They'll have 2 Galils, likely an AK-47 as the 5th. And they'll get to test Complexity's gun round defense for the first time. See ya. This is for elimination. Team that loses this series is eliminated from IEM Cologne. The team that wins goes on to play later today the winner of Falcons versus FaZe, which is currently being waged on the other stream. A very close first map in that series as well.
That'll be a fun matchup if we get the FaZe Liquid rematch from the opening stage of the tournament, but currently that's what it's looking like at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it would be fun to see that rematch just because, I mean, if you're Liquid, it's like that's a huge test for the lineup very early on. And despite some impressive wins over NaVi in their first event back at Blast, lost to FaZe, dropped a close, hard-fought series against them, and it'd be cool to see, hey, what have you learned in 3 days?
True. Well, Complexity, let's see what they've got on their CT side of Anubis. It has to present life. It has to show us something here. And Ultimate charging through middle, Twist is with him. And OLE, she's stuck just in the open, and Ultimate just wrecks him.
Yeah, he didn't expect that kind of pacing from 2 players, right? He's hoping he's going to get someone kind of walking forward to make contact, walking into control. Instead, it's a Mac-10 and it's an AK-47 just rushing into 2 different points that he has to look at.
Look at the rotation from Complexity. Everybody's on A.
Well, look at all the utility. On the minimap, you could see 3 smokes. 1 just faded. There was 4, plenty of nades. You had mid taken away. You had a Liege dispatched from the map. So, yeah, very stressed and very worried about A bomb site being compromised, but completely out of position. So Twist used a little bit of brain power to out-strategy Complexity and get themselves up to double digits.
In a massive way, right? You get the opening with just pace, taking the Liege out of it, and then all of Complexity are on the other side of the map, and the fake just works out perfectly for Team Liquid. 10 rounds. Ooh, that is real rough for Complexity. And if you've got some money to spare, why not just send these forces in to get rid of whatever Complexity you're trying to save, whatever they're trying to hang on to. Grim will go down first. Now Floppy on the fountain, running out of bullets, and he's drowned. Ultimate even kills his teammate in his bloodlust. And now it's Holzerk and JT desperately trying to hold on, but they have nothing left. Just 1 rifle on the beach. And JT trying to save it, will get that M4 in, but that was 4 players quickly brought down to just 1 surviving.
I love that hunt. I love that hunt from Team Liquid. That's so ruthless, and that's such a message sent to Complexity.
Dude, Elise just looks miserable, man.
Well, he's watching, you know, he goes down first and probably a little bit frustrated, disappointed about that. And then he's watching all of the guns get taken away. And it's not that people are dying or that people aren't winning fights in that situation. It's more he's watching the chances of coming back into this dwindle.
Just falling away,
You have another full buy round here if you're able to keep most of those guns alive. And instead, you kind of have to sit back and hope and pray that these pistols can provide something special.
Ultimate to run towards Floppy, clears him out. Great AK work from Ultimate. And we talked about maybe a quieter, frustrating game on map 1, not by his own fault, but just because of how it played out. And he's started to really open up here on the second map of play.
Yeah, man, the heat-seeking missile.
He's just so confident. 18, 19 kills now for Ultimate.
He had an ace in the map also. He's looking really good.
JKS even cracking a smile. This Team Liquid edge closer to knocking out Complexity from IEM Cologne.
Yeah, they look defeated.
Yeah, they do look defeated.
Just every webcam you switch to, they've looked like they've already lost or that they know the loss is coming. And this is where, I mean, dire situation, 5-11, it's not kind of mince words and say there's a decent chance of a comeback at this moment, but if that's kind of the vibe you get looking down the line as a player, someone has to step up on this team and make a play in this round that gets some energy back. Halzer, get you a triple kill with the AWP. Elige, spray down people, go for a 1v2, go for a 1v3, try and make something happen that is going to get this team fired up and believe that the comeback is possible.
Well, this is their first timeout being used. And there's no better time to call it. Complexity have a strong buy, but if they lose this, their legs will be taken out from beneath them, and their run at IEM Cologne will come to a crashing halt. Team Liquid call a timeout immediately after Complexities.
We've seen throughout Liquid's run here at IEM Cologne, they've actually, in such a short time as a team with a new IGL and a new coach, they've done a very good job of developing both slow tactical styles and the more fast-paced T rounds that we've kind of seen open up this second half that have really wrecked Complexity in the early going. It's got to be tough to read what's coming next because you've just had them bum rush middle on a pistol round. You've had them kind of bum rush on a gun round towards Elige.
Right? It's going so fucking well for us like that. Agreed. Beautiful fucking CS. Now, let's keep that up.
Well, they won't have to keep it up for long if they're able to win this gun round. It does feel like it will end up in defeat for Complexity, victory for Team Liquid, and put them in that final matchup. Last spot in the Lanxess available. Elige has lost his health, but he's got the opening kill. Grenade will search him, and Elige took a steps back enough that he was able to dodge out that final kill.
Yeah, you know the grenades that come in after the fact. Good pathing on the retreat. Liquid for the first time in this half play 4v5. Everyone gives up their position across the map. Looks like they want to reconvene towards JKS outside A main. It'd be Floppy and the low HP Elige to defend against this hit. So if Floppy doesn't deliver, I don't care how good you are, with 12 health, you aren't going to be able to do enough.
Floppy cannot break.
Complexity is still so worried about the entire map during this silence.
The execute's about to come in from Team Liquid. Floppy broken open by JKS. Now Elige desperately calling for help because he is alone, completely alone, and help is not coming. Flashes blind Elige. He is down, and the 4v5 is now a 4v3. Team Liquid taking a huge step forward in this series. It will be 12 rounds. It will be series point. And for Complexity, it spells disaster. It will be elimination point. Oh, it's been such a rough round here for Cole. They got the opening on Elige, but nothing else.
You can see some differences in the two sides, though, of what made Team Liquid on the CT side so dangerous and proactive. Like, all that aggressiveness in the early rounds, let them kind of keep track of where Complexity was or what they were set up for. Aggression in the mid rounds helped them gather information to be able to rotate into the right position. Complexity was static this entire round. None of them wanted to move. None of them wanted to peek anything. And Liquid's allowed to readjust all the way across the map, a full silent walk to the other side and march into the A bomb side. I think Floppy and Elige, Floppy's even expecting there to be some utility for an A main take, but that's the risk Liquid kind of go with in this round, is we're just going to walk in with no utility. And if there's a player here and a setup here, we're going to trade him, we're going to risk it. But they catch Floppy, I think, not ready for the fight, and then Elige just eats about 4 flashbangs.
And Complexity will put together what they can.
And the unfortunate thing now for Complexity, not just in this game, but just in a bigger sense as well, is performance here in Cologne hasn't done enough to change the disappointing conversation that surrounds them. Potential and positive signs at various moments, but not consistent enough.
Twist, so sharp, slices open Floppy, and it's just Grim on the other side of the map. And it's another grim day for Complexity. They will not see the playoffs in Cologne. They will be knocked out by Team Liquid in this American derby. It is Complexity out, Team Liquid forward. They will fight for the Lanxess. They will have their chance later today against the winner of FaZe versus Falcons. And this is a Liquid side that are improving with every single match.
Yeah, continue to look good. Continues to be so impressive the way that Twist has slid into the IGL role. And it's important to kind of temper our excitement about it, because let's give it a longer view. But this first month looks fantastic in the way that they've been able to develop. And we'll see them have another tough test, a barometer of where exactly they're at against FaZe or Falcons later today. But this is a convincing, emphatic victory for Team Liquid.
On the side of Complexity, moving forward into the future, I don't know what it's looking like. It's been a string of pretty disappointing results. Complexity, a squad that have been together for a significant amount of time now, Jason, and it feels like they kind of hit what feels like the ceiling at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like they've hit that for a while, and they're trying to find the solution to break through it. We might get a little bit of information, a little insight on that, because Banks is standing by with Elige.
It's the end of the road here for Complexity. And Elige, I think on the first map, right, you can say there was a good fight in it. Then here on Anubis, your pick, things didn't come alive. Why did it start to go so wrong for you guys, despite being able to fight at the beginning?
Well, on Ancient, I think that we just lost like a lot of really important post plants and like a lot of close rounds. So we could have definitely won on Ancient, but on Anubis, I mean, we started off the game pretty good. I think that they just started to find like a lot of picks like in the first like 30 seconds of the round. So we got picked like 4 or 5 rounds in a row or something like that and couldn't get any trades. And CT side just didn't get any kills on the pistol round, and then we're down like, well, 11-5. Didn't really stick to the game plan for the gun rounds, I think. And yeah, we just lost out.
Where does this put you for looking at Cologne for you guys? Because the playing obviously was so good, but we expect that from you. Then here against Mouse and now taking on Liquid, you get 2-0'd out of this and you're eliminated. Where does this put Complexity?
I mean, just puts us in the not good enough category. I don't really know. I mean, not making playoffs isn't good. I don't know.
Do you feel like you've made some progress?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we definitely made progress. Looked a lot better since blast groups. Not making playoffs obviously sucks since Cologne is such a big tournament, but we have progressed throughout the tournament and throughout the days that we've been here on the road. So there's positives.
Long may that positive continue and the progression happen for Complexity. Freya, back to you.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, Liquid continuing here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne for at least one more best-of-3 series later on today for Complexity, though, Jacob. The end of the line here in 2024's version of Cologne.
Yeah, and I think Elise summarizes it pretty well. They're not enough category. I think that's what we put Complexity in as of right now. I think he's onto something when he's saying that they have improved, they have gotten better. What we saw at the Esports World Cup, followed up by what we saw in Copenhagen, was abysmal. There was a Complexity that we were ready to call out of contention, ready to implode, ready to make roster changes, maybe even before the major. I do, however, feel what we've seen so far here at Cologne and the performance they've been able to give us, there's still something to work with. It's more so the fashion they lose in today that's giving me a sour taste.
I know, but don't you think it just means that we have just adjusted our expectations? I feel like this is what's been happening. At the very beginning of CS2, we didn't expect much from Complexity. They surprised everybody, they put their name in the conversation, and then suddenly you started seeing that improvement kind of stall and then go on a downward trajectory, and now we're standing here in Cologne saying, well, actually, it's a little better. But is it really? Is it really a little better, or are we just being less demanding with what this group of people are doing? And then we have to be clear from now on. Do we just say, this is who Complexity is now, They're not the final boss. They are a boss of Counter-Strike. They're the gatekeeper of, let's just say, 10, 12, top 10, top 12. And you have to go through them if you want to go further in the tournament? Or do we say this isn't acceptable? You have a man like Elige. You have, I think JT is a good IGL personally. I hold him in pretty high regard when it comes to an IGLing. So do we say this isn't acceptable? Changes has to be made. We just have to be clear and in line with sort of how we sit our side.
I think that's a beautiful point, and the way I want to summarize it, and I've said it before, it's not everyone can be a top 10 team, not everyone can be a top 5 team. All these teams are coming into this tournament, they want to go to the playoff, of course. They all want to win the trophy. They all say we come to win, but at the end of the day, not everyone can. And I think with the player material complexity have at hand right now, I think a top 10 team is probably the best they can hope for. So in terms of adjusting those expectations, credit to Complexity for coming into CS2 and giving us something to hope for. They gave the NA fans a good period, where it was very fun to follow them. But for now, I think without Elise playing at his absolute best, it's a mediocre team. And I know the NA fans hate to hear that, but at least celebrate Team Liquid right now because they're looking great.
But surely if you are Elige, right, you want to be having something more to show on the server. I felt his frustrations after EWC. He gave me an exit interview where he couldn't hide that same frustration, right? You look over on the other side of the booth, you put it perfectly, Jacob, and you see your ex-teammate actually achieving something. Surely you want more.
Elise is too good to be, and I hate to say it, wasting his time in Complexity. I think he came into that lineup, he gave them a fresh breath of faith, and I feel like for my money, it's now up to Complexity and the players around him, the staff in Complexity, to value his skill set and value his time well enough, And I think unless you do that, then Elise will probably find somewhere else to be in the future.
No, I know what you mean. I think he's come to the maximum of what he can bring to this group of people. Because the hype and the expectation was that this well of experience, this incredible veteran, one of the greatest to play the Counter-Strike, would spill over to the rest of the lineup and everybody would pick up and everybody would start playing better Counter-Strike. It seems like it isn't the case. He himself gets frustrated because mistakes are being repeated all over and over again. So at some point, you have to just face the truth and say, this might just be our limitations.
Yes.
Where do I go from there?
Limitations of Liquid, though, we're yet to see that. They will get to fight another series later on today. Actually, we don't know who they're going to be facing just yet, but Twist in our Air Force Aim High. I mean, some great numbers coming from him, some great calling as well.
Yeah, I think he was fantastic. Twist is continuing to impress all of us. I think expectations for this guy going into the in-game leader role was, not that high, given that we wanted to give him time to grow into the role, and I think he's already exceeded whatever expectations people may or may not have had. Question remains is how long and how much better can he get with time? That's my issue, because right now he's doing fantastically well, and what if he gets better?
Jacob, you know what's going to happen. We're all going to get hyper hyped on this Twist being an IGL, being a superstar. I'm ready to jump on that train, and then eventually our heart's going to get broken. Is this going to be like a device biz in Astralis where the first few weeks are incredible, and then suddenly you start struggling? Or is he actually just meant for that? Is he actually meant for it? Is he capable of calling his own numbers, continuing with that input? Because if he does, then holy hell, yes, that's a win-win-win-win.
Canadian was gassing up another Canadian.
Who's talking about Twist?
Launders, we have got you on here for a reason, though, right? Yesterday we saw Twist the Legendary profile airing. I want to give you the honor of introducing episode 2. There's your camera right there.
Yeah. Hey, so during the player break a month ago, Tom, Becky, and Jake came to Toronto to shoot a profile on my upbringing in Toronto as a young, sort of rambunctious kid and how I got into commentary. And it's very personal to me. I think I'm very uncomfortable with everyone watching this right now, so I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. But I got almost everybody that I love in it, and over the course of 2 days. And most importantly, got to show everyone all the pizza that I always post on Twitter. So I hope you enjoy.
I'm not in this.
Hi, my name is Mohan Govindasamy, aka Launders. I'm a professional Counter-Strike commentator, YouTuber, and owner of the Best Dressed movement community. Gaming is something I've been addicted to since my earliest memories. I was literally Ferris Bueller. I set a record in grade 8 for skipping the most days in school. Skipped almost half the year pretending to be sick because I was so addicted to StarCraft Brood War. I remember I was like always sick in 8th grade.
Yeah.
But I was just pretending sometimes.
Yeah, you just burp chocolate milk or something and you wouldn't go to school.
But you always let me stay home.
Yeah.
I remember I asked you, why are you so nice to me when I was a kid? And you said, because you didn't have a childhood when you were growing up. You know? So you're always super nice to me. My grandmother was an orphan who had 5 sons and 3 girls, including my mom. My mom was born in India in Madras, now known as Chennai. She migrated to Malaysia when she was very young and was raised there until well into her early adult life. Growing up in Malaysia?
Yeah.
Mom was an orphan?
Yeah, she was
My
orphan. She
grandma.
always cried.
She always cried?
Yeah,
but she
because she doesn't have any brothers or sisters.
Oh, yeah.
She was the only child.
I remember when she died, you didn't even tell me.
Really?
Yeah. It was like a week where you looked sad.
Yeah, I didn't even go for funeral because I want to remember her, how happy she was.
Yeah, you always said good things about your mom.
Yeah, she really she took care of 8 kids.
Yeah, no, it's hard.
Yeah.
You guys are brushing your
And
teeth with
she-
charcoal, right?
Yeah, and like tree sticks and all that. We had bad teeth.
Yeah.
All of us had, we couldn't afford a dentist.
Yeah.
We had bad teeth.
Being born first of 8 siblings meant that, well, you became the sous chef, dry cleaner, and maid of honor to all the siblings who were younger than you. Dating and marriage in your own life became a second priority to the duties to the tirelessly working mother of 8, who knows exactly how to help make dinner so that the chapatis aren't served cold. You had to cook for everyone.
Right.
You had to take care of everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah,
Right.
and then you also couldn't get married until everyone else got married, right?
Right.
So then how'd you meet Dad?
I used to buy this special movie magazine, and at the end of the magazine, there would be like pen pals.
Yeah.
And I had many of them, like 3 or 4. And then I enjoy when I come back from work. There's a letter waiting for me.
Yeah.
And that's how we connected.
And then you
Went to 7-Eleven every day.
went to 7-Eleven? What, to get a hot dog or?
Yeah, I had a drink
And then you got married?
and then we got married.
You got married and then you chose to come to Canada.
Yes, he chose. No, he wanted to go to Switzerland.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
I was almost Swiss.
He wanted to go to Switzerland, but then his friend in Montreal wrote a letter to him to come over.
And then I was born in Montreal.
Yes, you were.
Yeah. It was cold there.
Yes, it's really cool.
Yeah, but do you like Canada?
I like Canada. I love Canada.
Yeah.
I love Canada.
We love Canada in this household.
Yeah.
You always say good things about Canada.
Yeah. It gave me everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing up in Toronto, internet cafe culture was massive. Every internet cafe had the same 2 posters on the windows. One for Counter-Strike and one for StarCraft.
1.6, baby, 1.6. Yeah, it feels like it was always like present.
After school, you'd go home, get a toonie from your parents, buy an hour at Cybernet, and run offline games at 1.3. Literally the best days of our lives.
He wasn't the best gamer. We kicked his ass a lot. Yeah. Like there were a few games where he was Third Strike, untouchable. I could not touch you with Third Strike. But for the most part, like Dota, you were probably bottom half.
I used to tell my mom that I had to print out my homework because I didn't have a computer until I was 12.
Because I remember you would play a bunch of stuff that we wouldn't at the internet cafe. Like you were huge into StarCraft. None of us ever played StarCraft, right?
It was StarCraft.
Yeah.
I only played that like by myself.
I remember we used to share a story about how you had to break your StarCraft CD because you were just playing way too much.
Yeah, we're all gaming addicts at the end of the day.
Yeah. It was probably single-handedly the reason I didn't graduate.
In high school, I was a total degenerate. Failed half my classes, went to a bottom 4% high school in Toronto, stayed 2 extra years, and then I flunked out again. When did we meet each other?
High school?
High school, yeah.
We were in McDonald's.
Yeah, we were smoking cigarettes outside McDonald's. And I remember like the first year I got there, the math teacher on the 3rd floor got chased around the top floor with a machete.
Oh.
Yeah. And that was like my introduction. You know, it was like the classic. You pick a beef in the middle of the school day, then you go out to the alleyway, and then there would just be an enormous fight. It is what it is. Like when you grow up in that environment, you gotta basically pick. You wanna be a nerd and get picked on, or do you wanna like survive? So that's when I put on the 2XLTs. I had been working every job imaginable since I was 16. McDonald's, selling furniture, telemarketing, construction cleanup, butcher shop. At one point, I was cold calling people and selling meat in a freezer, and you had to sell the freezer too. Yeah, we were basically like in our friends' apartments, like cutting hair.
Cutting hair, playing poker, trying to take money from my friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were basically just hustling all the time. Like that's it. Like anywhere we could make a few bucks or like save money, like cutting our friends' hair. Like that's how we grew up. I remember they removed a bench on my block. Like the city removed a cement bench from the sidewalk because I was selling weed there. But I didn't do anything too bad. And weed's legal now, so it's all good, right?
Yeah, it's good.
I had a whole career of stealing. I don't know how to get into that. There was one day I vividly remember when I was working as a butcher at St. Lawrence Market, getting up at 4 a.m., getting into a truck with my Korean friend Ken and his dad, grabbing frozen stock from the walk-in meat freezer in the basement, hands chilled solid, getting followed home by dogs because I walked out smelling like raw chicken every weekend. I had a moment that I never had before. I asked my mom if it was okay that I quit my job. But I remember I was scared to tell you that I wanted to quit.
Yeah.
Because you always worked,
Yeah.
2 jobs, 3 jobs. So I felt like a bum. But then I came home, I asked you if I could quit.
Yeah.
And then you said, yeah, just quit if you're
Yeah.
unhappy.
Yeah, I know. I don't like you to be unhappy.
Yeah. I think looking back, that moment made me realize that my mom was the center of my world. How could I quit my job when my mom quietly earned for both of us alone for my entire childhood? When I was younger, me and my mom grew up in the group home system in Toronto after some immigration problems that sent my dad back to Malaysia. Before I filmed this, I asked her what I could say about it, and she said, "Don't say anything bad about the people who help take care of us." So Nellie's was the name of the group home that we grew up in.
Yes.
Yeah. People used to call it a halfway home, right?
Yeah, like if you have nowhere to go, where would you go? I have no family, no money, no whatever. So I lived in Nellie's for 4 years.
Yeah, we lived there for 4 years.
Yeah, and they really took care of us.
Yeah, they did. They did a good job.
Yeah.
After we lived in Nellie's, we went to Havelock. We went to, and that was a women's shelter. I was only allowed to live there because I was just a kid. And
they were so good to you, right?
Yeah, I remember I learned how to ride a bike there. I always celebrate my birthday there. I remember I got a Game Boy. Someone had donated it.
Yeah, like you had all the toys in the world.
Yeah, like I always think about us as an example of the system working well, And I think a lot of those group homes and stuff, they get a bad reputation.
Right.
But we had a good time.
We had a good time.
Yeah, we had a good time. We got lucky. I would say that's my memory too. I had lots of friends, and even when we left when I was 11, I had nothing but great things to say about that part of my life.
This is home for me. Behind me is the women's shelter that I lived in from when I was 6 years old till I was like 11. And me and my mom came here because we overstayed our welcome at the group home. Because most people don't live there for 4 or more years. And I remember like all the kids that would come back from school, everyone would come back from Deucin and walk into the park, and I would just be like lying there sunbathing on the roof, and all their parents would be yelling at me like, "I'm gonna tell your mom if you don't get off that roof." And I didn't care. I was having the best time. And yeah, it's just a beautiful place. We were poor, but I don't remember a single time that my mom ever even brought up money. I used to go to work with her to her cash jobs at secondhand clothing stores, and I loved it. Yeah, in the Havelock, that was when I started going to 2-for-1 pizza. This pizza slice is like, it's so weird because it's just a pizza slice, but it's such a big part of growing up.
Yeah.
Like this is one of my birthday parties, right?
I thought you might get a heart attack or something, like eating cheese every day,
Yeah, well, we just grew up in this area, but this is like the best pizza in the whole city.
Yeah.
And it's the same guys are still living there.
Yeah, still there.
I remember he got a little older.
Yeah.
He couldn't count the change properly. Yeah, and there's Michael.
Yeah, that's Michael, yeah.
You remember why we did Big Brothers in the first place?
I wanted a male figure in your life. Mm-hmm.
So there's this program in Toronto called Big Brothers, and that's how I met Michael. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and I miss him. And it was basically like for people who were like in their late 20s, early 30s, didn't have kids, to take care of somebody who either didn't have their father around, or for big sisters, maybe didn't have a mother or didn't have any parents.
Exactly.
And on the weekends, basically Michael would watch me while you were going to work.
Right.
Yeah. And I remember when I walked into Big Brothers and he was like lying there on the couch sideways, drinking a Diet Coke. Remember that? And I was like, this is my brother now.
Yeah.
But he always kept my mind in the right place, you know?
Yeah,
So
you
it didn't
learned
get
a
too
lot
bad.
from him.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you met him.
So Michael, my big brother, he came here to this park. We would hang out. I have that photo inside the kitchen of the house behind us where he was there for my birthdays. So yeah, he really helped. He kind of helped take the walls down for me a little bit, you know, make the world feel like something that I could go explore safely, like that it was meant for me. And like, I mean, I used to walk down these streets when I got a little older, and I thought, like, I'll never live in a house like that, you know, like I'll never be able to afford a house, because my brother had, you know, he was at the highest level of education and he was taking care of me and he was going on to be a professor. I think he gave me a lot of confidence to say that, like, I could achieve something like that in my life too. It's really weird thinking about Michael, because he was, you know, he was 28 when he started taking care of me. Like, when I was 28, I was like playing video games, and like he was coming over to the women's shelter and like hosting pizza parties with all these kids and taking care of all of us. And it's just like, I don't know, one in a million, honestly. You know, he kind of did Big Brothers because he was kind of learning how to be a dad for himself, because he wanted to have his own kids. And so he had me as a little brother. He had another one, Artie, in America when he lived in California when he was at Berkeley. And he used those two experiences to help him become a better father. Now he's raised two sons up who are traveling around the world in university and everything like that now too. And he was, you know, very much a father figure for me, because no fucking way. Are you serious? No way, man.
See that? Are you fucking real? Holy shit. You drove here?
I walked.
Oh. How are you?
I'm good. You look good. I like your hair like that.
Yeah, there's no way.
Great to see you, man.
Fuck you, Tom.
Like it's Toronto, so you gotta have that area.
Hi, it's Bob with FaceIt. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on FaceIt Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and FaceIt points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
He's been a bit of a lame duck in this, man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely falling.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me. I never thought it could be. I never thought it could be. You. I never thought it could be. Don't know what there's left to say. Nothing left to stand in your way. You shook me right into my core. There's nothing left of me anymore. Another moment of clarity. I see the one.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters, the final day of the groups
Wait,
here.
start that again. Give me some fucking energy, Dinku.
How was it?
Give me some excitement.
Last day of the groups here at the Intel Extreme Masters. I'm sitting beside Jason here at the casting desk. We've just been hanging out all week, Jason. How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. You can see the casting setup, obviously. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. Plenty of monitors. We get to see everything in the world, so we know everything that's happening. Complexity Liquid today. A nice little American derby, head-to-head, these two teams. It feels like they clash frequently, and obviously always jockeying for that best position in the region.
Yeah, you were saying yesterday, it feels like the Americas teams are always playing each other in these qualification moments and big tournaments. And we also have FaZe versus Falcons. You know, there's so much history on the server, but one team is definitely better than the other, Jason.
Yeah, certainly. That matchup, I think, is going to be very one-sided. FaZe looking like they're powering up into this event. Liquid Complexity is really interesting. Complexity on paper probably would be considered the best team with Liquid's new lineup, but I test Liquid's sick.
Yeah, Liquid looking fantastic. Last day of the groups here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. We'll be on the A stream covering Liquid versus Complexity. We'll see how that one goes.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Well, we've arrived yet again at the last day of the Intel Extreme Masters. This is just the last day of the groups. Now, I say the groups, I'm talking about Stage 2 specifically. And moreover, the last time you're going to be seeing some of these teams situated in front of monitors going in a little bit further into the year. And by that, we're talking about G2 arriving as well. The results up to this point, yes, Saul might have smashed them around a little bit, but they're back on their feet. They've sent Spirit home. They told Astralis to kick rocks. And now the Danes, I got one of them here. He's going to be representing that side. And then obviously we brought the Serbian equivalent over there in YNK. So guys, now that we actually do have like a full house right there, how we doing? How we feeling on this very warm German day?
I'm feeling thank you.
Okay.
Just, you know, to be here, Trace, it's a privilege always to attend Cologne. But yeah, I think this game might not be as exciting as some of the other ones. I think a lot of it is in G2's hands. I think this is a true David versus Goliath matchup.
Who would have saw that coming? Tell me about David and Goliath.
I don't know who they are, to be completely honest, but I think I get what he's saying, and I think we have one clear favorite, and we have one team who are, on paper, not really made for a match. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, let's put it that way.
I think for G2, here's the thing, right? They are obviously in this position because they lost to Saw on day one. And contrary to what people are saying or thinking, I mean, that was just G2 being outplayed by Saw, right? Like Saw played extremely well. Sure, you can always argue that you play up to the level, your opponent plays up to the level you allowed them, and could G2 have played better? Sure, with more intensity, yeah, that's why they've been out with a vengeance ever since that game happened, and we saw a lot of just flawless maps from them. Really, they've been bullying people in that lower bracket.
And I think that's my issue with G2 in a sense. I think when they play well, and what we saw against Team Spirit and what we saw 2 out of 3 maps against Astralis yesterday, that's probably the highest level Counter-Strike any team have played at this tournament so far, and that's a level where G2 realistically, should they win today, can aim for that trophy. However, they also do have fallouts. One against Saw, as you said right here. Sure, Saw did play well, but also that CT side versus Astralis or Mirage yesterday, where all of a sudden nothing clicks for them whatsoever.
That wasn't there. That was just Astralis playing well, them screwing up a couple of rounds, Nico one, Monacy the other.
Yeah,
right?
but what you're saying is that
they're trying to fight for mid, they're going out A. That's just like Unlucky and Astralis playing well. They didn't throw away rounds. They didn't do some stuff that doesn't make sense. You know, sometimes the opponent is just better.
That's true, but then what you're saying is that whenever they're facing someone who are playing well, Saw and now Astralis and Mirage, they lose, right? So there gotta be some sort of like...
So Astralis played only well that one half, and everything else,
Yeah, they were horrible.
But everybody seems to be playing well at some point, especially that Nico guy. You ever heard of him, Yanko?
I think so, yeah. I think he's the defending MVP of this tournament, Trace, and a returning champion. And you can just see, you know, in the statistics department, the dominance from the G2 players. And ever since that Saw game, right, take your pick. I mean, Hunter with that 20-kill CT side right against Spirit on Nuke. You had Nico with great performances throughout. You had the Malbs on Ancient yesterday as well against Astralis on that T side be absolutely amazing. And yeah, that's the problem going up against G2. So many different guys can show up and deliver.
It does feel unfair in a way where you're almost coming into the game thinking if G2 wants to win, if they're playing well, there's absolutely nothing Pain can do. I think Pain playing the best brand of Counter-Strike they ever played is not going to be enough to stop Monacy, Nico, Malt for that matter, if G2 is playing well. So it's one of those few scenarios where I'm almost willing to say G2 determines whether or not they're winning the game and no one else.
And I can't fault you there. You've actually got some sound logic. Not for a change. You are a pretty smart fella no matter what the internet says about you, Jacob. Let's go ahead and hear from the G2 side. It's Nico.
One game to do what they were supposed to do, or at least what everyone thought they could do. And I want to touch on just where you're at right now, Nico, because yesterday's series against Astralis, the maps you won, you absolutely dominated them. You got a bit close on your map pick of Mirage. What did it come down to in that series? What was going on inside the team?
I think we are on fire right now individually. I think we just have now this capability of shutting down the opponents and just smashing them because we are all very good individually, and if everything is going our way, I think it's pretty hard to stop us. Obviously, as you mentioned, Mirage, as long as they show some resistance, I still think we had a good chance of winning it on City side, but they played very good. So yeah, I mean, we are pretty confident right now, especially after the Saw loss. We had a very good talk. Victor did a very good job of like rebounding us together and holding us accountable. So yeah, I mean, very important talk, and I'm pretty certain that this loss was very important for us, and it was good that we had a second chance after. So yeah, everything is fine for now.
A loss that woke you back up and you've all become beasts while doing it seems. But going against Pain today, it's very different from any other team you play, right, stylistically when it comes to it. Is it a team you're still going to try and challenge in this way, just roll over and dominate? Or do you have to make some adjustments and be a bit more careful?
I mean, we will definitely try to dominate them for sure. We will treat them like we treat the Spirit and Astralis. We don't really care that maybe people think that maybe they're a bit worse team than those two, but for us, we're going to approach the same way we did against those two teams previously. So obviously they're hungry. I think they already maybe exceeded the expectations a bit. So you never know how they will react. But for us, it's very important that we treat them like we treated the last opponents.
I like it, a smart thing to do. Let's see if that's going to be enough for G2 to take this over line and get inside the arena.
Very important, somewhat of an understatement, but obviously the sentiment is there. Jacob, we're running a little quick on time here, but we do know it's Nuke, we know it's Mirage, Dust 2, should we need it. Let's talk about your opinions on the series.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna need Dust 2, to be completely honest. I respect what Pain have done so far in this tournament. They've played the most maps, played the most games out of any team so far in the tournament. I think this is the 7th series of them playing here in Cologne, and they've really been loud. They've been screaming a lot, but I think the screaming will end in a couple of hours.
Yeah, G2 hasn't allowed any space for their opponents. I think for Pain, considering they start on T side, Nuke, the way to go is probably try to fake out you're doing stuff on Yard and try to hit A. That's where Saw has had success as well in that game. Hunter and Snacks, yeah, Hunter had that amazing half against Spirit, but if you're going to look for a weakness in their CT side, it's that and forcing them to play slow and bait out their rotations.
Yeah, and the ultimate thing here is, and no, I'm not talking about any other teams, I'm talking about that of G2 staying alive or Pain staying alive. This series dictates both, and that is what we are ready to do with the Group A lower bracket final. It's G2 versus Pain. Nuke, Mirage, Dust 2. It's do or die. Let's see what happens.
Yes, a loss to Saw on day one has left the incumbent Cologne champions fighting on the last day of groups for that spot in the playoffs. It's time to see if G2 can make it to the Lanxess, or will the Brazilians find their pain point?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting question. I mean, the big thing for Pain Gaming is Big Uzera. Obviously, that's the massive name on this squad that needs to have an incredible game if they want to cause an upset. Opening up on Pain's map pick, so G2 gets to start on the CT side. G2, when they hit their peaks, when they play their best game, look like the best team in the world, in my mind. And we've seen that a couple of times in this tournament already. iTest is incredible with this squad. Malbs is looking more and more comfortable, better in this team as he builds into it.
And Hunter has had a great event so far, looking crisp in this pistol round. It's the second kill locked in from Hunter. He now looks outside. Next victim will be NQZ or Lux, depending on who steps into the crosshair first, but it's the same result regardless. Nico stepping up, and Nico closes. What a pistol from the Cousins. It's 1-0, G2 up.
Man, this G2 lineup is in such a good position with how they've been playing to just dominate Counter-Strike at the moment. You have Nico back to playing his beautiful game. Historically the best rifler we've ever had, and he's got his game back beneath him after a slow start to CS2. Hunter's picked up, as you said, had a great event. Monacy, obviously, what more needs to be said about him? And the fact that Malbs is contributing in the fashion that he is. This team is so dangerous, so many tools, so many weapons. And as much as you might like to root for that underdog story, and I enjoy watching Pain. I think Pain is a very cool team. I think G2's way too much for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were too much for the likes of Spirit. They beat Spirit 13-3, 13-1. They went on to play Astralis. They had a tough road to get to this last day of groups, and they beat Astralis 13-3 on Ancient, 13-1 on Dust 2. They lost the map to them, but this has been a tough journey for G2 to get to this point of the group stage, whereas other teams that maybe had an easier pathway, G2 certainly haven't.
You can look at it as tough, and then you can listen to those words of Nico of saying, like not even like really acknowledging that it was tough in the sense of that's the wake-up call we needed. That gave us some tough conversations that made us kind of really focus up, and ever since then, they've looked rock solid. Yeah. Even better. I mean, you put out those score lines, and it's crazy to think, and okay.
You would be forgiven to think this is a pistol round still, but Monacy knows he's going up against Glocks here, so sends that USP out for an easy headshot. He'll get his AWP out as early as possible in this map, and that's a scary sight.
I mean, Monacy, in my mind, is the best player in the world, but with the way Nico's playing, at the moment, he might be up there in the top 4 or 5 players in the world as well.
Yeah, on current form, absolutely. Maybe had a bit
might even be number 2 at this point.
He's just he's so good at the moment. It's kind of crazy to think about. And I mean, I was listening to we have a listen in here.
Do you remember what we said yesterday, guys, to treat them like we play against Spirit in Astralis again?
So yeah, I mean, they're just talking over there. It's saying that, we need to make sure that we just keep reminding ourselves, guys, that we're going to treat them with respect that we give Spirit and Astralis. But, back at EWC, they were just the highlight team of that event, man. Even though they didn't get the win, they just had so many sick moments just because they have so many unbelievably skilled individuals on the roster.
And that was only their first form. Now we've got to see a little bit of an evolution between then and now as they've gotten used to playing with each other. And remember, the 2 trophies G2 won last year, Katowice and Cologne, the recipe was Nico, Monacy, Hunter. All 3 of those players having good events at the moment, and I just jinxed them.
Yeah, Monacy down first. It's a good opener here for Pain. Lux off the top of the silo, but the AWP, well, it's picked up. It's put in the grip of Nico. He's looking to clear outside with it. Oh, misses that first shot. Now takes a bullet to the chest. Doesn't want to re-peek. It would be ill-advised to do so. And the leader of Pain, Big Uzera, getting himself in behind Credit Card, and he looks to swipe away. Mobs and Hunter, they line up for him. It's one, not the second. Nico able to pull that pistol. Hunter goes down to Lux instead, and now they run right into Snacks, and the pole gets in their way. That is a bit wild from Pain to charge through that smoke, perhaps anticipating with the amount of players they've seen outside that would be a gap. Cal is climbing up, and oh, no scope for Nico.
Oh, and even Snacks gets away. Nico has actually abandoned his teammate. Not up in heaven any longer. Snacks can't win that fight. We've got a one-on-one, and Nico's got the op. He's got to swap out Shirley to an AK. Meanwhile, NQZ drops down to lower, and I don't know if Nico realizes this just yet.
Nico's off to an absolute heater, 6-0. Now a 1v1 required of Nico to keep this flawless start for G2. Pain looking to get on the board. NQZ silently climbs up onto the rafters. Nico's anticipating an aggressive play, but the longer he waits here, the less time he is going to have to clear the actual positions within the bomb site. And if he comes out of decon, that's exactly what NQZ is waiting for. He is hoping that Nico walks right into him. And it comes down to a timing, and now he knows Nico's there. Utility comes out, a strong position, so difficult to deal with, and NQZ will pull this clutch off and give Pain their first round.
Man, Nico with the op really thought that NQZ was going to back away and try and cross towards Secret. Never came back up towards Heaven. Snacks got left on an island all on his own after his double kill in main. That could have been easily traded if Nico's up in heaven, or even just posted up with the AWP. Maybe Snacks didn't even get into the engagement, but a good win. And you can see some of the strengths of Pain in that round. The outside pressure, Big Uzera finding a seam, creating some chaos, and then also the player over in ramp room lurking. I think that was Cowez who goes up heaven, and unfortunately, timing of it, Nico spots it out, able to get the op shot. But you can see that Pain is very good. Their players are very good individually of taking opportunities when they present themselves on the map, when they sense them.
Well, G2 have stubbed their toe early on here, and they've gone for a timeout. You invested in the op from Monacy, it got nothing. It got destroyed instantly.
You can have it again. Snacks drops one over to him.
And you'll get it back. You'll get a second attempt. Malves yesterday with the statement after the game. Also had the statement performance. He was really impressive yesterday against Astralis.
Seems to be very good specifically on Ancient. He seems to have found a nice little happy place on that T side.
He's got an MP9 to fight with in this round. Snacks has to go to the 5-7, and you get the rifles in the hands of Nico and Hunter, and the AWP out from Monacy.
Awkward smoke outside for Nico to deal with. He's going to tell his teammates they can cross the secret, and they can also get into Mini. I cannot secure Mini 100%. So G2 on high alert right now. Hunter's dropped down in towards lower. He's got a Molotov to delay when he sees anyone. It's Big Uzera first with the MAC-10.
Hunter laser focused on that gap. Deploys utility to slow them down. They try and chase after him before Hunter can get away, but they can't stop him. His retreat was swift, and now Monacy going forward. Clearing out close angles at Squeaky Door, but walking through this threshold with the AWP is tough. It's risky, and so he posts up, and he waits patiently for Cowboys to come into his crossout. And now Monacy takes a step forward, right into that kill. So that's one for Monacy. First blood drawn for G2 as we hit the 50-second mark in this round. Hunter down lower, dinks immediately onto Big Uzera, but he's now getting thrust down low on health himself. He needs to get out of there. So swings open that decon door, gets back to safety, and Pain still charging.
Never reloaded, 7 bullets, but Snacks 5-7, shuts down 1, and Snow can't handle it either. And G2 have gotten right back into this. Monacy's AWP, Hunter's M4, and positioning bring them to a third victory.
And that's got to feel like a missed opportunity for Pain, right? You get off to a decent start. You win that first gun round. You force G2 into a couple of compromised positions in terms of their buy. And unfortunately for Pain, unable to double up, and they're back down to weak money. This is giving G2 the start they desire now. 4-1 is guaranteed. It's just Glocks for Pain. Nico into the vent early on. Hunter feels emboldened, freed up. with that MP9 to start testing the waters around that smoke, see if Payne have got into the smoke itself outside the doorway.
Yeah, as he should be. You know you have unarmored opponents with just pistols. Be a little bit aggressive with his money-making machine. Monacy takes a shot outside. First kill went towards ramp room. That's Mulbs. But yeah, there's really nothing to do for Payne except chit-chat about the next gun round coming in. I like that last round from G2 because, again, I mentioned they have so many weapons in terms of the players on their roster, but it's so good seeing them allow the players in the right position to make a play, not trying to get over-eager with just the pistols. Let your AWP be a player who makes the aggressive play in towards Squeak Door. Hunter's so smart down in secret. And now they can't even get out in ramp room. Mulbs is going to clean it up. Quad kill, no, excuse me, 3 kills for Mulbs. Monacy takes 2. And it's a 3-round lead.
Payne Gaming getting their AKs out again. Khalil for Kalas, everybody else going to be on an AK. We talked about Big Azara's in-game leadership over the years. He's been one of the most interesting players to talk about from the region. He's decided to stay with Payne. He feels like his lifestyle favors this project, and he's got some new talent to play with, but this is a big beast in front of him, and it's Snacks. Just ripping them to shreds at the squeaky door. Callaway's and Lux both go down. 3 players left for Payne. And Snacks is receiving damage to that CT vent, but the Juggernaut will stand. He'll stay alive for a little bit longer, and now he can cross out with that smoke up in his face and rejoin the rest of the defense inside of the site. Payne going nowhere at the moment.
No, not at all. Completely locked out. And plan A, plan B's been taken away from them, and now they've just got to figure out what to do in a 3v5. You know, you got to have a little bit of empathy for Payne. If you want to look at some of the biggest events we've had this year, Cologne right now in a match for the playoffs or elimination, going up against a very, very hot G2. You go back to the major in Copenhagen earlier this year as well. Their 2-2 match to qualify for either the playoffs or elimination was against NaVi, who would go on to win it. So this is a team that's doing a good job challenging against the best teams in the world, making runs so close to playoffs, and every single time they just get a behemoth on the other side of the server.
No different this year. Snow is about to come out of that squeaky door. Snacks is back at the CT vent. He patiently waits for his time to strike out, and that headshot will connect. It leaves Snow alone. And finally gets off the goose egg. He gets himself his first kill of this game. But going anywhere else with this would be impossible with limited time, so he climbs up to the roof. He will save his AK-47. And this gives a scoreline of 5-1 for G2.
Yeah, and Hunter should be able to get a free upgrade as well. And for AK-47 there on Snacks, who's 8-2 to start this map, leading the server for G2 in the first 6 rounds of play. And they're playing so composed and disciplined. You could, in that 5v3, nobody peeking, yeah. Nobody pushing anything, just saying, we know you guys have to commit, we'll just wait.
I mean, when you look back in the history of G2, they've had some crazy upsets go against them in the past, right? They missed out, they've had heartbreaking RMRs. They don't make it to majors because they lose to a team they really should never lose to. And so they've gained experience over these years and over these big tournaments, losing to underdogs to learn that you must respect everyone, right? And you can hear that just being reiterated at the start of this game multiple times. Nico in the interview, then in the first few rounds we had to listen, and it's all about treating Payne with the respect that you give to Spirit and that you give to Astralis.
Oh, and also think about this too, like you get to the finals of EWC and you lose it in the finals, but you come here, you take that loss, but everything else has just been an incredible performance. You delete Spirit out of the tournament, you delete Astralis out of the tournament. There's got to be a real sense within this G2 lineup that they're building to a championship level of performance, that this trophy is within their reach the more they go on. And when you have that kind of a focus that's on the trophy and feel like it's within your hands, every match you come into is going to be, you're going to be at the top of your game, the top of your focus. Nothing's going to knock you off.
It would be back-to-back Cologne championships for G2 if they were able to do it here. Payne attempting to get out and towards this upper bomb site. Snacks just putting it at the back. It's an easy kill for him. Hunter able to step up with him, and we're not seeing Payne get anywhere with this one. It's controlled by G2 until 2 kills come in, and oh, Hunter runs out of bullets. That's an AK that had no ammo left regardless, and Monacy comes in from heaven. 6 rounds now for G2. Money returns to the economy here of Pain. They can buy into the full buy, get NQZ on the sniper. And let's see what their T-side's got.
Yeah, let's see if they can cause some damage. They've been shut down really early a number of times to where it feels like they couldn't even play the mid-rounds a whole lot. A few times we have seen them get to like the mid-round stage. They've been able to find some things that worked. The aggression from Big Uzera credit earlier in the half, the little lurk in ramp room, but they need to have kills, they need to create chaos for those opportunities to open up. Snacks listening for information, and Nico through the smoke is just straight up gonna shut down Big Uzera. No good rhyme or reason.
Tough one to have to deal with there, Big Uzera. Chance to claim it back on a Hunter.
His teammate got one right back, but still no progress able to be made, and now Nico's gonna get frisky.
Kawes gets in behind that vent, swings out. Hunter loses the duel by 1 health.
Yeah, but the bombs dropped at the back of lobby, so this push is perfect to split things. Yeah, Kawes is looking for it.
Monacy's got it locked in though. Kawes goes down, and it is now just 2 players for Pain. Under a minute left. Snow will look to join his teammate, but it's NQZ's all the way at garage. He's got an AWP, and he doesn't feel comfortable making the play with that sniper in hand.
Mobs is already downstairs as well in secret.
So it's a tough position to find yourself in here as Monacy clears outside. He doesn't see NQZ. He was actually able to slip his way underneath the scope, but Mob surely will look up and spot him. He didn't see him on his crosshair. Finally goes up, and that's one way to deal with it.
He didn't see him, but I heard the call from G2 shouting in the studio.
Dude,
you saw him, Heaven, you saw him, Heaven.
And then he calmly goes and takes the 1-tap, so good work from Mario. And now Snow is left in a 1v3. He'll tap and try to draw Monacy into the open. It won't work. It will not be successful. Snow is taken down through the smoke by Nico. And it's very clean from G2 at the moment.
Yeah, round opens with a smoke kill by Nico, and it closes with a smoke kill by Nico. It's great symmetry. It all comes full circle. LG2 looks like they haven't lost a step from some of the wins earlier in this tournament. Coming into this qualification game, firing on all cylinders.
The frantic calls. Big Uzera outside, dodging the barrage utility to break apart those smokes. Nico feeling confident to fight. He's going to walk into the ramper and Mobs to be under pressure.
And Monacy. Monacy's here as well. And through the smoke, they can't make it. Eventually a kill comes in, a trade. Monacy's not going to be shy about re-peeking. And that's beautiful. Something for the highlight reel, something for the frag movie. It's just Big Uzera.
And he'll climb up that vent. But there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. G2 are finding them out right now. 8-1. CT side continues to build here for G2, and for Pain, you just gotta feel pretty deflated at the moment.
It feels very obvious at the moment that Pain is incredibly outclassed. And part of, I mentioned some of the strengths of Pain that we saw, I think in like the first gun round again, where that lurk came from ramp, where everyone kind of got lured outside, openings were created, Big Uzera found a seam. To pull that off, you need some kills. And at the moment, it's not happening, especially in the early going. You need to be able to take someone off the map to create the opening. And G2 is just winning all these engagements that come in the first 20 seconds or so.
A little bit of speed thrown into the mix here for Pain, and it's a luxury to have him in main. It's Hunter and Snacks both go down because Zara sends one bullet right through Nico. And this is Pain looking better than we've seen before in a gun round. 4v2. Mobs and Monacy not really in a position to stop anything from happening here either.
Nice pick of the pace. Changing it up. Lux getting involved outside really, really quickly while Big Uzera's dueling around a smoke turns in towards Mini. And G2, that's one part of the map they didn't have eyes on. They missed the timing of it. And those upper bomb site defenders got sold down the river.
Now, there's so much money and so many rounds to play with that this star duo are going to try and go for it, but stopped by Kawes as he just swings around with that Khalil. And Pain have something to be happy about, something to celebrate as the second round picked up.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that's a round that normally no one would go for, but there's so much money on G2 that even with taking those losses, they can just straight up buy for the last 2 rounds as well. It's all good. Pain trying to carve themselves out an opening to play with, enough rounds to play with in the second half. A little bit of frustration.
Guys, let's just chill. That silo? Nice, watch it now. Is everyone fine, guys? Yes, I'm fine in B.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration, you were saying that from Hunter, perhaps, but I mean, it's just getting that negative energy out, you know? Focus up for this next one. Pain hoping they can get 4 rounds on this T side. Two to collect left in this half. m0NESY trying to connect up Big Azera. He's got himself red. Pain had a speedy round in the previous, this time slowing it right down again. Lux forced off the top of main. It's not going to be an easy round here for Pain as they try and get it outside. m0NESY still waiting for that cross. Playing from Unbreakable this time, and that's a combination of Nico and m0NESY outside to try and deal with, and here they come right towards m0NESY. Missed shot. They get down with one. Second missed shot. m0NESY's repeat punish this time, and Pain have members down lower.
Yeah, they do. m0NESY's going to be real frustrated about those opportunities that go to waste. Thankfully, Snacks is there, but Big User, I think he spotted Hunter? No, and all the sound cues, Hunter knows exactly what's happening, and Snacks just sidesteps, blindly dodges. And they could never locate Big Uzera. He somehow found a kill, and all of a sudden, Pain has created the chaos they need. And they're in the upper bomb site.
Gonna molly out main. Snow to put the bomb down inside of the site. Nico, Mobs, and Snacks. Not close to the bomb site just yet, but they've got time to play with.
They got money to play with, importantly. They go for this.
They don't have utility, really. Got one smoke on Nico.
That'll cordon off Big Uzera. Won't be able to get involved in their entrance on the way they work themselves into the bomb site. He'll have to find a new position.
Here they come. Snacks at the front. He's the low HP player being forced in. That smoke dispersed with a grenade. Kawa is down to 10 HP, and it's all Nico. He's going to try and get towards the side here. Flash into the peak from Hut. Kawa gives him the chance. Now knows Nico's off, but Big Uzera took a step out, but time is ticking here for Nico. He needs a kill now, and he needs it right now. Big Azera falls, but the time, it eludes Nico. He can't get back to that defuse, and that's Pain with their 3rd round picked up. They're making a half out of this if they can grab this last one.
Yeah, right at the end, they're grabbing what hope they can. Really well done in that round. Finally, they get to play an extended mid-round and move around the map and use some of those advanced positions to confuse G2. I think Nico might even win this if he gets the spam on this first salvo.
He runs out of bullets, too.
Yeah, Big Uzera was just a little bit wide, but if he gets it with the M4, I think that's actually a 1 defuse. Nice attempt at the clutch. An NT from m0NESY, a fist bump, and here we go. Round 12, final of the first half.
Yeah, m0NESY still has that op. Yeah, gives away his life in the previous of the repeat, missing a couple of shots that creates that opening for Pain. But G2 want to leave this half with 9-3. The Brazilians battling for 4. Outside execute deployed from Pain. They'll put the smokes down early this time. m0NESY trying to stop anybody from getting down secret with utility. A different look this time from Big Azera, and Nico, taking damage through the smoke. Snow will finish him off. Nico out of there.
Frustrating end of the half for Nico. Hopefully he's able, frustrating end of the half for G2. Big Uzera now able to have some success. 3v5. And Pain's already got a foothold in this upper bomb site. Kawa is out at the vent. Can be very deadly when he decides to peek, and there it is, just perfect.
m0NESY is still here, though. m0NESY is still at the back of the site, and he can make something out of nothing, rather, because he is blinded and held back, and the step's still coming towards him. m0NESY goes into the hut, and he hasn't seen anybody. Pain have got out of there. Jumping around the T-roof, that's sound cues from m0NESY. The AWPer on the other side. Oh, the timing. NQZ was ready for m0NESY to be in the lobby somehow and had his scope out ready to go.
Really, really hard for m0NESY to do anything in that situation. Had to take that massive risk of pushing in towards Hut scoped up, but even at the end, even when he hears that drop and knows the potential is there, if he scopes the players over towards Squeak, will hear him. So he's trying to just hit the timing to get behind them before Snow works his way all the way around.
Well, Mobs will march into this fight. It is the last round of this half, but it is not going to end up in a 9-3 scoreline for G2.
Pain do well to stabilize right at the end here. They now know where Mobs is. They'll send the grenade towards him. He'll fly up that ladder, but for Pain, it is 3 rounds in a row to round out this half. 8-4 G2 lead, but Pain still very much in this fight.
Swinging, head on C. Head on C head, city event clear. Tetris.
Hot.
Hot.
Cut the door. After door. You're solo.
Nice try.
Echo, блядь.
NC, bro.
NC. More bullets, he'll kill him, no?
Quarterfinals or elimination on the line for one of these two teams. Map 1, it's 8-4. Pain Gaming locked out of most of that first half, but they clawed 3 rounds back right at the end, giving them a chance as they switch over to the CT side. But can they hold back this G2 onslaught?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. It's going to be a very tough task. This pistol underway. Nico fighting outside. P250 at range, just straight through the skull of NQZ. Kawaz also falls at the hand of Hunter. And this was the duo that destroyed the piss around in the first half, and Monasty's already at heaven.
Yeah, this sucks for Pain. 3v5, they have control of outside, have control of heaven, already wrapping in a minute and 20 seconds. Oh, baby. Yeah, you push lobby, you get some safety, but you find nothing. And G2's quiet on the map. They're going to let you move around before they make their final play.
They're very quiet right now. Nico's at secret.
I think they want to investigate a little bit more. I think they might want Nico to make contact with somebody before they commit, but this is giving a lot of time for Pain to move and figure out what's happening and creating some odd timings. Oh, m0NESY's on top of it though.
Yeah, m0NESY having a look down below, sees his opponent in front of him.
No bomb spotted just yet.
Yeah, it was very quick start to the round, very slow finish here for G2, but regardless, they are going into this A-bomb site. m0NESY descends down, snaps his ankles as he goes, and BiggerZera knows exactly what's coming at them. They're in the site. The bomb plant coming in for G2. And it hasn't looked like it's got much better here for the side of Pain in this pistol. Nico's still looking for these lower players, and Snow's actually managed to get into the vent.
I was going to say, if they actually go for the retake and he goes up the vent, that's a gap that he might be able to get 1 or 2 kills on if they aren't looking, because Nico's down there, so they might expect it to be covered, but Pain decides to back away. Yeah. Save the armor, save the pistols, and try again.
Exits. And that was almost like the sucker punch came in instantly at the start of the round that sort of forced this outcome out of Pain. No one from G2 making any mistakes, and Pain with the lack of killer instinct wanting to go for any of those plays to get back into the pistol round, and it's 9 rounds to G2.
It's fun when you watch G2 on like that pistol round, like you can just see they're letting their individuals just bully Pain. Like Nico there's no cares in the world, very fast towards red, peeking out towards heaven, spots him at a weird fight. Same with the garage guy. But like, look at the way he just slides into it. Like someone else might hide a little bit first and take their time, and Nico's like, oh, good.
I wanted you to fight me.
I wanted to target.
Yeah, I want to fight. And it works out very well. So Pain Gaming going for an investment here into the second round. They've got MP9 on Lux, 2 for Mass, dual Berettas, 5-7. That's what Pain have to work with here. If they concede this, G2 will be up to 10. Their money will be broken. It's likely 11 rounds here for G2, so a lot thrown into this for Pain.
Good setup, though, from Pain. BiggerZera in the garage with the FAMAS.
And QZ, if he sends his head up to the top of those stairs, Hunter is waiting for it.
Ready to deploy smokes. Wall is going to come out right now, so NQZ is going to get some action. He's got a teammate, Snow, joining up with him just behind, a different timing, a little bit of space.
Joe Beretta is not exactly the greatest weapon for this, but if he can sell out the position of his teammate with a FAMAS, but Nico hard clears it, hard checks it, and that's G2 just crushing this defense on the lower side. BiggerZera's got a flank on, though.
That's a really nice timing as well. Nobody's looking for it. Oh, he can change this round.
He can absolutely change this round. Hunter in front of him. First kill is good. He couldn't get towards decon, but his teammate Kawaz, as long as he can delay and keep G2 pinned behind that decon door, this round is still on for Pain Gaming. 5-7 with a headshot. And BiggerZera gets himself into the vent. Lux has got the right read to stick around because m0NESY's about to fight him. And m0NESY wins that fight with a Galil, which really does assist G2 in collecting their 10th round. It's double figures for the T side.
Good patience from G2 as well.
Yeah.
Not even thinking about the plant, despite the fact that they probably know they have the bomb site and just saying, we know there's one more round here. Who cares about the plant? There's 40 seconds. Let's focus on the kill and make sure that we don't have any danger. Great clear from Nico as well. Because everyone else is speeding up and escalating, and Nico's like, I'm checking everything.
I'm going to clear everything. I don't trust you.
I'm leaving anything to chance today.
Yeah.
Clean, boys, clean. Let's go, let's go. Very good. Sick round, boys.
Clean, indeed. Now a chance to extend that lead to 11. As Pain Gaming have basically nothing here. They run into the vending machines. And they get dispatched. It is now G2 looking for 11 with ease. Currently going on the other stream, and it's getting loud over there. It's NaVi versus SAW. That is both of those teams into the playoffs already, but that's a fight for who's going to the semis, who's going to the quarterfinals. SAW could be in a semifinal if they beat NaVi, but NaVi looking really strong in this tournament.
Yeah, they absolutely are. A lot of the big dogs looking strong in this tournament. Vitality and ZywOo are looking good.
Yeah, that's true.
G2's looking good. NaVi's looking good. It's going to be a battle in those playoffs. G2 heading towards ramp room. 5v3, taking it slow, being quiet, checking everything, and m0NESY's going to grab the head of NQZ, brought down to 6 health. It's going to be 11-4. And that's kind of, I think, you know, you talk about the team when you see them win a round clean, good round, boys. Look, we all know how sketchy the T side of Nuke can get if you let it. And they're saying we have such an advantage right now. Don't let anything slip away. Don't let them get back into this. Don't give up the advantage we have in terms of weaponry, in terms of economy. And Pain have really never really been able to get going in this game. They gave themselves a chance by winning the last 3 rounds of the first half, but unable to build upon that late success.
And it will very quickly prove to not be enough. They're even hunting Kevlar. Merciless from G2. Having a good time in the G2 camp.
Not in the Pain camp.
No, it is Pain.
No jokes. No jokes being told. No giggles.
Nope. I don't think there really is room for that at the moment.
Okay, double behind red, wait for them to blow the smokes, and then cross the secret. Let's see how it plays out.
This is it for Pain.
Well, there's no nades to blow the smoke.
Yeah.
So how long does G2 wait before they just say, oh?
Just keep waiting for the smokes. Snack said wait. Gotta listen to the big man.
Trying to throw a little bit of a fake towards the upper bomb site, trying to show a little bit of pressure there. Molotov top hut. And G2 all sneaks down across the smokes. They disappear before Mobs makes it, but nobody there to spot him. Snack's ready to make his dive down vents.
And Snow looks to try and stop that from happening, but Snacks will make it down and silently does so.
It's one of the OG pioneers of this kind of a play.
Snacks, the sneaky player. And the rest of his teammates coming through Secret.
And will Pain have the discipline when they realize that Secret has been taken to not rotate through vents? Because Lux is so passive that they have to assume vents is lost.
And will he lose his life in this fight versus Nico? No. Lux holds on. And that sucks for Nico. Now they know how deep G2 are inside of the site. Lux makes a leap forward. The jump will cost him. Bigazera doubling up, keeping his team in this fight. In fact, putting them ahead because Snacks is on 3 HP. Bomb plan coming in from Monacy. He's out of commission as Snacks bodyguards him back to safety. Monacy only has a Galil at the moment, but he altered it into the M4. He's just like, you stay out there, Snacks. You stay out there and fight, buddy. I got this. But Monacy's in the vent now. M4. And he snuck all the way to those double doors. It's wide open. Tap on that defuse. That'll start to cause a few problems here for G2. A little bit of panic. Monacy's forced into the open, and Pain able to recover it. Big Gazera, you got to say, that multi-kill at control room, that's the moment that makes the big difference for Pain.
Yeah, really solid. And I mean, the kill on Nico kind of telegraphs the play. There's nothing else on the map. It'd been quiet for so long, and you get Nico creeping down solo towards Decon. And that made Pain kind of scratch their heads and say, something fishy's happening. Cowes shifted down as well. So good kill from Lux to start things off. And G2 could never work themselves back into the round. A plant though, and they've got plenty of money. So they come right back into it with the full buy. 5 AKs, full of utility. There we go.
The little guy makes a lot of noise.
Yeah, there we go. Get hyped up.
Impressive. It's very impressive.
Let's see if that's the moment that Pain start coming back into this. Down by 6.
There's the nade. Doesn't actually break them that much though outside. G2 once again crossing with a pack of 4 players. Ooh, Bigazera. It was perfect. Just not enough bullets to drop Monacy.
Again, they don't spot anything.
Oh, yeah.
Unconfirmed cross, but Bigazera's going to drop down vents regardless.
Bigazera taking a few steps forward. Oh, timing. Will he be ready for this? G2 about to peek in towards him. Nico, the front of the attack, sees Bigazera inside of the vent, and now he goes into the re-peek. You once seen Nico, now Monacy. Not much easier whatsoever, so that headshot locked in. 4v4, bomb going down this time for G2. And there's no multi-kill to keep Pain in this fight. In fact, Kawa is nearly losing his life. This is a tough retake now for Pain.
They're going to test it. I mean, 5-11, you have to take a risk somewhere, and I think this is the one they've called over towards Secret. Mulbs could shut this down right now.
Yep, well, he's blasted out of there. Kawaz also took a grenade to the face, and limited time will start to tick on, and I think Pain are starting to realize their chances are thinning out. They're not getting closer to the bomb site, and they're going to start backing away. This will concede 12 rounds to G2. Map point against Pain.
They've got the dreams of overtime, but realistically, this is G2 just taking a step closer to victory on Nuke.
I wonder if there was some kind of communication or something happened on the map to make Big Uzera fall back to vents like that, because that's a really tough way to defend that part of the map, especially when you don't have a teammate with you. He could have played that like slight angle and dropped that smoke. But falling back towards vents, once you see them, you don't have a chance to deploy the smoke, and you're boxed in once they've crossed. Your only peek is from that same spot, and m0NESY was just holding it. A 7-round lead now, and a timeout for Pain. A strong buy to try and continue fighting here on Nuke. Up in the hands of NQZ, M4s and AKs across the board otherwise. But they might want to think about adapting the defense to provide a little bit more resistance. 2 rounds in a row, G2 is able to cross all the way to Secret with nobody slow them, nobody to stop them.
How likely do you think it is we see G2 go for that heavy outside presence again, though? Because surely you're expecting an adaptation from Pain out of that timeout.
I think we'll just see him take maybe a slower pace. Actually, nope, I'm wrong. They're going for an upper hit.
I want to go into this top site.
I'm wrong again. They're going to double pump it.
Flash ready for Nico. Here comes that second pump. Will it be the effective one to knock Pain down on their map pick? It's Lux to hold on. Snow does well. Won't melt away in that fire. And G2's A-side attack has not really worked out for them. Nico goes for the swing out squeaky. m0NESY the only one getting a kill here for G2, and this round goes nowhere.
Yeah.
So that's a 6th round for Pain.
Yeah, that initial thrust is just stalled out completely. Couldn't find the targets around the smokes inside the bomb site. Defenders do a really good job. Kills are important. They matter a lot for G2. Hunters try to keep as much attention towards Hut and Squeak Door as possible while m0NESY works his way outside. I think Cowez does have eyes on it from the Hut boxes.
You can never feel comfortable calling a round over when it's G2. Hunter and m0NESY looking to create some space. 35 seconds to try and pull this one back.
m0NESY might be going for the long heaven play, but really running low on time for it. And now that Hunter's gone down, it's going to be a save from m0NESY. So back away into CT spawn, and a really good victory for Pain with 4 players surviving, so they get to keep weapons, they get to keep money and build that up. But they have no more mistakes to give. Oh, is he just going to come try and get kills?
Well,
interesting.
Definitely looks like it, and Lux has eyes on heaven. Nothing saved for G2, and no damage inflicted by Hunter or m0NESY. Money is in a weird spot on a couple of players here for G2. So we'll be intrigued to see what kind of purchase they're able to put together here. So they've got a timeout, just get that extra few seconds to work with and figure that out as well.
If they buy, it'd be 3 AK-47s, probably 2 upgraded pistols, maybe a MAC-10, so that Snacks and Malbs can have utility. Taz and Snacks, old teammates, major winners together on the old Polish Virtus Pro roster back at IEM Katowice.
Must be funny for Snacks, Taz to stand behind Snacks while he plays and he's the coach this many years on. 10 years after their major win in Katowice.
I believe it was called EMS1 Katowice back then.
Yeah, that's old. I just said Katowice though. I saved myself from all the branding.
I should have done that, yeah. that's the experience that you have.
It's all these years I got on you, Jason.
Okay, the vent drop, and m0NESY finds a kill through the ramp smoke. All of a sudden, G2 have the avenue they need to split the slower bomb site, and it's oddly enough so quickly Pain who's locked out. NQZ has something to say about it though. Molotov's in, he goes for the peak regardless, and he's not getting away. A utility barrage as he goes 1 for 1. And another retake scenario, but again, you've got Snacks with the MAC-10 able to harass and vents.
And he operates very well in these tight areas, so he comes out of the vent, although he's focused on that first player instead of thinking about a second coming in behind. So Snacks gets taken out. G2 now with a 3v3 post plan to take map 1. Pain have thrown everything into their map pick. To prolong this fight on Nuke, they must win this retake scenario. Mobs loses half of his health by utility. Monacy off the top, but it leaves it all on Mobs, and he just shuts it out. G2 take map 1 versus Pain Gaming. The Brazilians lose their map pick, and this battle gets much, much harder for the Brazilians as we move into the second. G2 looking for the Lanxess.
With the first map concluded, it is that of G2 in the driver's seat so far over Pain Gaming. As you can tell, the scoreline indicates just how close this one got, or rather didn't. And that is what happened over here on Nuke. We're going to break it all down for you here at the desk. I'm not alone. We got Pimp in the middle, Y and K on the end. My name is Trace, and we're ready to talk about what is G2 Pain in a do-or-die situation. That's right. If you lose this series, it is OV. It's over.
It's over. Unfortunately for Pain, I think Janko said it in the segment leading into the first map. Nuke T-side can be a little bit tough, especially if you're Pain, especially if you're playing against G2, who have shown so far that ever since they played Saw, that Nuke is actually quite strong. I think they started off well on the CT side. Again, a decent amount of aggression. It wasn't as aggressive as what we saw against Spirit, where they were just straight up rushing them every round, but, you know, a tempered aggression coming in from G2, and Pain couldn't really figure it out. I know they won a couple of rounds at the later stages of the first half, which kept the game alive, or at least the idea of the game being alive, but it was never really close.
Yeah, we presented it as G2 is the one in control, right? If they play up to the level we've seen, or even close to the level we've seen the last couple of days, it shouldn't really be close, but we did give some avenues, potentially, for Pain, how they could get into this series, Trace, and I would like to get into this example right away, right? Because we saw a little bit of that of Pain, or maybe even a lot of that over the course of the half, right? So G2 started off winning the pistol, winning the second round. Pain wins the first gun round. So this is the reset round, all important, right? You can see the money is tapped out for the side of G2. Pretty much the same on the side of Pain Gaming. So a really important round to see who's going to wrestle control of this first part of the game. Smokes come outside. Nico is playing this more defensive position in yard. You can see that Hunter is the guy who rotates down to B. from A bomb side. You can see there's 4 players here from the side of Pain. So this is where they want to attack. This is where the C4 is. It's just the lone lurker Kawes towards lobby. And now we were talking about sometimes the rotations aren't on point from G2. They struggle sometimes in these situations. But here, we're not going to see that. We see great reaction from Monesi, finding a kill. Hunter bought some time, right? He's getting more information here now as he starts fighting. He finds one more kill, 5v3. G2 is piecing it all together. You're going to start seeing movement soon enough from the 2 players on the A bomb side. Right, it's going to be Snags who's going to come and help out first. Finds great timing here on the 5-7, gets 2 kills, and it's pretty much a done deal from this point on. Lux gets traded, and G2 wins the all-important reset round.
That was a beautiful round from G2. Again, this tempered aggression. Monesi is aware that, okay, 4 players have been spotted towards down secret. A reaction needs to happen somewhere on the map, and he's pushing in door with the AWP. It's a relatively safe thing to do, unless he was standing on the opposite side of the door and hiding. At that point, you're taking away map space, you're taking away map control, and you allow your teammates to go down the vents as well. So when Monesi's controlling the door area, the avenue to back Hunter up on the lower bomb side is completely open, and that's where I feel Pain fell a little bit flat. When you have 4 guys in secret, you gotta do something to contest that rotation down the vents, and they didn't.
Well, let's check in. Let's check in a little bit on those team comp side of things, especially for G2. Listen to this.
Up secret, guys, up secret. They wanna take main. They wanna take main garage. I'm gonna copy door, yes.
One more secret. I'm
gonna push radio, okay, guys? Wait, he like if they go up secret. I have main, yes. 2 more. Nothing radio yet. Over rotate to get down, guys. Over rotate down. Just go for money, guys.
Chasing Deacon. Deacon, 2 Deacon. Open. One more Deacon. Dead
The
bomb,
ramp
Deacon.
last.
Tight.
Outside.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Process of elimination, but also because Snacks remains hungry.
Well, yeah, a little bit of bad info from Nico at the beginning. He thought they were coming up. Secret that they wanted to split A through main, right? But then course correction. Hunter gives some good info. You can hear, you know, the calls. Let's over rotate down. Let's over rotate down. And a pretty clean round. Snags, those 2 kills were really important, and we talked about the second thing for Pain might be, okay, maybe they try to hit that A bomb side. That's where some other teams have been finding success, but I think for Snags, he had an incredible CT side. He had an incredible game, right? A lot of rounds where he had a lot of impact. He was killing a lot of Pain players when they were trying to do something fast on A, right? He was really on point. He ruined some of the executes before they could even happen. Here, this is after the reset round, the next gun round. He immediately finds 2 kills. It's a 3v5, and the round is over.
And I feel that kind of is the narrative, right? You set it up pretty well, saying that Pain have a couple of avenues they can try to test out, but at the end of the day, it's up to G2 whether or not they want to win the game. When Snax is playing a good CT side like this one, last time around, it was Hunter against Spirit on the CT side. It's very hard to break open this defense. You know what Monesi is going to give you. You know what Nico's going to give you, and let's be completely honest, for Pain to even be in this game, to be 1 game away from qualifying to the Lanxess Arena, in itself, relatively impressive, but no one really expects him to take down G2, and I think with the G2 we're seeing here in Nuke and the level they've been able to showcase the last couple of days, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it almost seems somewhat of a formality here, right? I mean, you see G2 going through these motions, and we heard him talking about it prior to getting into this game, how important it was to start just like they did versus Spirit. And it seems as though they've done that.
No, and I think something that's flying a little bit under the radar is how many pistols G2 is winning and converting. I think it was 5 out of 6 against Astralis. I think all 4 or at least 3 out of 4 against Spirit, and that obviously helps with gaining momentum for players to play with more confidence. You have economy in the bank, right? So that gives you more room to go for risky plays and aggressive plays. So the name of the game for Pain just has to be, unfortunately, or the underdog storylines. Win both pistols, win a couple of reset rounds, similar to what Saw did to G2 on Nuke, but now they'll have to do it on G2's map pick.
So check it out. We got a quick B-stream look in here. Obviously, there's an important game going over there as well, but not nearly one where in which we're getting rid of a team. I'm talking about that of Saw and NaVi. Saw well up so far in map 1. It would appear as though they are teetering that line of hitting GG first on map 1.
Also Nuke, Trace, right?
Also.
It seems to be their playground, very dominant so far in this tournament. Had a strong T side without winning pistol against NaVi. So yeah, just perhaps they can get it done and book a spot straight in the semis.
Oh, that'd be crazy, yeah.
That's ideal. But also ideal would be going to Mirage if you're G2, right? Because you did pick it.
Sure.
And right now you look like you're running the server, so
I mean, they got a loss against Astralis yesterday, you know, and I think that loss is one that's gonna not hurt them, but it's gonna make them want to prove a point now. You know, they want to come in, especially on the CT side, and show that what they were doing yesterday against Astralis, that's not gonna happen twice again. I agree with you. Astralis played a picture-perfect T side, especially the fast mid control taken by Stown and Device and those boys over and over again. Yabi on catwalk, you know, 15 seconds into the round, it felt like G2 were overwhelmed by the pace. So if I'm Pain, will I try to replicate that, you know? Will I try to play fast, or will G2 just be able to shut it down this time around?
And they probably got a little bit relaxed. I mean, after dominating on the first map and the first half of the second map. So
Spirit game as well, you know?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to repeat today. Malbs didn't have a great time anchoring the A bomb site, right? He's still getting the hang of it and the new role. So, yeah, we'll have to see. If anything, for Pain, you know, it's one of the most played maps ever. The Brazilians have always loved it. It's a little bit puggy, so you can maybe make it a little bit dirty, you know, a little bit grimy, a little bit brawly, and throw G2 off their step.
Yeah, let's talk about dirty grimy. Just kidding, you freaks. Look, we're going to go to a break. That way that we can come back and get this series back underway. These guys unhinged. They use hashtag IEM. If you want to say anything about anybody or anything going on around here in Cologne, Germany, that's how you do it. Hashtag IEM. Nonetheless, we go to this quick break. We come back. We see if G2 can close it out in 2 and eliminate Pain Gaming. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. Be right back.
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
Nico, okay, aim 5, maybe 6 even. Incredible aimer, not much to say, he can do everything in the game. I'm very jealous of him, to be honest.
I think he's up there with like the best, so 5 for sure for Nico as well.
Yeah, let's say like 4. Lately almost 4.5. My man's been popping out.
Impact-wise, 4 maybe? 5 at times. I think he used to have more impact.
He's in really good shape right now, so yeah, for now, impact 5.
The thing is, like, people say he's in a slump, but you look at his rating, he's 118, and you're telling me he's in a slump, you know?
This guy had games where he's just finishing 2.5 rating and his team is winning because of him. I think that definitely is one of the most impactful players in the world right now.
4.5, because if it was Monacy, I put it like it as 5.
Game sense, I'll put 5 as well.
Yeah, game sense 5.
I think he's very smart. I mean, he's also always been this like second voice on all teams, you know.
He has played long enough to know exactly what needs to be done in the game, and I think that he's very smart.
He's good at positioning and taking the best spots.
It's a very hard question about mental. I don't know how it's like effect on him when he's like smashing table.
Gonna give him a solid 2. Usually you see him slam his disc a lot and tilt, so I don't think he has the best mental.
I don't know, I feel like lots of times also I see him get maybe frustrated. He's still playing the game, it feels like he's still in the moment.
There's definitely like the passion factor to it when people tilt. I think that if you're not angry or sad that you lost, then you're not really competing in a way. Yeah, I think I will give him a 3 because I think he's a good teammate.
Only in team you can understand basically. So let's put 4. Let's put 4.
I feel like he become better as a mental, you know. 4.5, 5, let's say this.
Setup, very clean, 5.
He doesn't look too close to the monitor, but still like decent. Looks just nice aesthetically as well.
His healthy eyes, because he's sitting far. This is good. I'll put 4.5, I like it. I'll put setup 5 actually, yeah.
He has some different VF model, different crosshair. So I don't like it at all.
Movement 4. Give him 4 on the movement.
He has like really low sensitivity. That's why, you know, it's kind of hard to move really good when you got that low sensitivity. So yeah, 4.
He is special at how he clears the corners, how he clears the angles.
He basically created Counter-Strike for me. I don't know, like he's incredible at it. I think he's one of the best, if not the best. So I think that he deserves a 5 with how good he is at moving around the keyboard.
The reigning champs of G2 Esports here in Cologne have their eyes set once again on the Lanxess Arena. If they can win this second map versus Pain Gaming, that's exactly where they're going. A quarterfinal lies in wait. And Mirage is up next, Jason. They've got 13-6 win on Nuke already under their belt, and G2 are looking hot to trot heading into the second map of this.
Absolutely they are, and in a map like this, G2, we've always known that this would be a dangerous map for them. Now that they've re-added it into their pool, we've seen just the brilliance of some of the individual players on this team. So many open spaces, fights that Nico loves, fights that m0NESY loves, gaps that Hunter will exploit. This is going to be a tough task for Pain Gaming, who got ran over on their own map pick, and we'll see if the little bit of a break did them any justice. Can Pain mount defense? They're starting on the CT side, and G2's going to come at him on Mirage.
And pistol rounds have been so good for G2 today. Nico and Hunter in particular looking very, very sharp, and that's what they're going to have to deal with here, Pain Gaming on that defense early on. It's a simple call for G2. They're gathering up all their forces outside of B to start.
The Cathedral of Counter-Strike is one map away for G2. If they close this out, they make it into the playoffs, into the quarterfinals. Lux looking for an early spot. Smoke to drop, but G2's going to ignore it on their path. This is all forward from here on out.
m0NESY descends out of the window into the site, flashes up, making it uncomfortable for Lux. He'll take a few steps back, and now he's pressured and finally cleared out by m0NESY, who doesn't stop. He begins to fire up. It's Bugazera, the second player down for Pain. Bomb is planted, and Pain thinking about a retake, but they're locked out for now. There's no one coming in from apartments. There's no one coming in from short. They're all stuck inside of market.
And this smoke that locks them out is so painful. They have no kit to use. Once this clears, if they go for this, so little time, and m0NESY's position creates multiple different crossfires.
Yeah, and there's just so many obstacles you've got to get past. First is m0NESY. They deal with him eventually, and a follow-up kill too. But the time, again, is the limiting factor, and so are those bullets from Snacks.
Everyone peeks off m0NESY's contact. Look how much space G2 creates when they get that bomb site. They just push all the way forward. m0NESY taking market as well. Malbs jumping through the smoke to make sure Lux can never be comfortable. And that is a very fast swarm of the site. 1-0 for G2. Scout on NQZ for this round. MP9 on Kawez, upgraded pistols, the other 3. Pain is full bought into this second round as Malbs works his way up catwalk again with pace. It's fast.
Bullets whiz past Malbs. He's already passed it though. He's already up short. And he's going to try and just jump around this corner, make it uncomfortable and uneasy for Lux to make something happen. But Snow straight through that smoke. Nips one back here for the side of Pain. It's chaos, but it's all G2.
Round looks like matchmaking almost. Like Malbs is just jumping around in the open like, these guys can't hit me. I'll be fine. It's all good.
Someone's pushing smoke. Yeah. Someone's here. It's chaos, but G2 happy with the fact they only lost one player, and that's Snacks. Kawaz is coming in from the apartments. Nico has the right read, and he's got m0NESY with him. And
that's why the players gave him a score of 5 on the aim.
Yeah, definitely. I look at kind of the overall stats of Nico, and everything was kind of maxed out. So that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it is. Very reasonable.
He's like max level. For Pain Gaming, not a lot of money, not a lot of anything. It's about to be a 3-0 start here for G2 and Mirage.
Yeah, it really is. A couple of MAC-10s also. I expect we'll see another pretty aggressive, faster-paced round with Snax and Hunter leading the way. They know it'll be unarmored USPs and unarmored pistols. Stack at the B bomb site for Pain. All 5 members here. G2 gonna walk up quietly, not fast-paced, making sure they don't get caught out by any push. The question is, will they investigate the stack? If things start going south or they get stalled out or slowed down, it'll be Hunter's job over in Connector to give them an escape route.
Malbs looks to heat things up for Lux. It's an easy kill for Malbs. They're gonna start limiting the positions these CTs can play. Snax is pushing up short now as well to join the rest of his squad through those apartments.
And Hunter's already calling, I'm already in jungle, I've seen nothing. So don't be afraid to fall back, don't be afraid to not end here. Snax is fight till you die, and the boost up is gonna catch him. But G2's already bailing out to the other side of the map because Hunter's got position.
They play this perfectly against the Eco. They know how to dodge those stacks. And G2 will march their way into the A bomb site. Bomb ready to go down off the back of m0NESY. And they're just making sure they aren't getting caught by anybody. They'll go through those details, and m0NESY eventually puts that bomb down, and we're now looking at 3-0 for G2.
I assume Hunter will go on a little bit of a hunt with this MAC-10. He's going to want to upgrade in the next round, maybe go get yourself some extra bonus money. And that might be the only excitement. That will be the only excitement we have left in this round is the hunt.
Yeah, well, the Bloodhound smells his first victim. Cow is taken out by that MAC-10.
So Pain better get started quick. I think you get wiped out of Nuke like that, and again, like they really struggled to get anything positive going consistently on that map. They didn't have a whole lot to celebrate. Here on Mirage, you need a bit of a hot start on this CT side.
When you put it this way, you have one map left in Cologne. If you lose a map, you're out of Cologne, and you've got to play G2 on Mirage. Like it's pretty rough.
It's a tough prospect. That's kind of why I mentioned, you know, they've had some good runs in tournaments, and they always get to this point, you know, it's some of the bigger ones where it's like, got to play one of the top dogs to cross over into the playoffs.
And that's how it should be.
And they haven't been able to break through that barrier yet. AWP out on NQZ. Big Uzera is going to be joined with him and jump out window. m0NESY's got an AWP of his own. Heavy mid-emphasis for Pain to start this round. 4 players focus here.
Oh, good start here for the side of Pain. It's Big Azera to drop Nico. But look at Malbs accelerating through this A side. He's got Hunter in behind him. Snow inside a connector. He acts as a distraction to set up Cowes from the back of Triple, and he'll eventually get traded out by the sniper of m0NESY. 3v4. As Pain hold the player advantage for the time being, and the bomb isn't down, and there's a huge opening. A CT that m0NESY didn't seem to be ready for. He just walked into the open and went down. So, stalled out our G2, and
Malbs almost hit that perfect timing, wrapping around Khan. Oh, good jump from Lux. Snax realizes he's spotted. The play is no longer available to him unless he can find this kill. Khan is attacking into him. He's got 2 players focused in his direction. Meanwhile, Hunter has picked up the bomb. He's wrapping around, going to head towards the B bomb site. Snax needs to just stay alive and be a nuisance. No smoke for Khan to cross up Catwalk. But a little bit of firepower forces Big Uzera off the angle. NQZ gets it a little late. So it's on Lux, who's been
got
caught.
that kill. Yeah, that's a huge opener now. The bomb can go and plant for short. Snax can play this post-plant position if he can get up into shorts. Hunter, though, can't go down instantly. He gets that plant down, and he stays alive, and he knows he wants to fight, but he can't win them. He can't win that duel, and now Snax is left alone in short side. This becomes incredibly difficult for Snax. He needs that kill quickly, and now that he doesn't have it, the peek from the AWP comes in, secures the round for Pain. And eventually it is secured. It was a couple of moments there where you start to wonder, are Hunter and Snax going to be able to pull this one away from them?
I think they actually gave themselves a really good chance getting into that B bomb site with the plants. I mean, I think, you know, at that stage, you're kind of throwing out, you're given a lot of individual freedom to make plays. Hunter could have played that a little bit more passively and waited for Snax to come up Catwalk to set a crossfire, but felt like he was in a position where he could get one more kill. Was always going to be a tough round for G2. They tried to take advantage of the fact that when Nico goes down in middle, he sees 3 people fighting. And that quick reaction up A ramp was just a little chaotic and a little disorganized. Similar setup again.
Cowis for the peek out into Monacy. Off the top of the stairs, he's now gone. Snow breaking that vent. Snacks had eyes on it, couldn't quite get rid of him. When G2 stay focused on this A-side attack, Mob's just catching Big Observer on the start of that smoke. It's not the start that Pain would have hoped for, and now they're completely locked out. They can't get back into this.
They just basically ran the exact same round again. This time it's Monacy to get the pick on stairs. And then the entire defense has nowhere to go except TopCon and jungle. Ruthless when they sense weakness, G2. And now up 4-1. Safe call came out so quick, though, they won't be very motivated to hunt. They know there's going to be a very strong setup to prevent the guns going down. So Pain with these 3 weapon saves. Snow will be able to drop a rifle over to a teammate. Another good buy for Pain in the next round. That would be their last rifle buy if they get eliminated. But this half feels very much like it's just teetering on the edge, much like Nuke, of an overwhelming run to start the map. Taz getting the boys hyped up.
Yeah, he's doing he's doing a lot there.
That's all you need to do as a coach.
Just scream?
Yeah.
Is that what you...
Just like that.
Sure.
So if you want to be a Counter-Strike coach...
That'd be beautiful and bold. That's what it is, Jason.
There is something special about that, isn't there?
There really is. A lot of authority.
Taz digging deep back to his player days. Now he's having the real conversation. Hype them up and then keep them focused.
Also let Pain hear that one.
Playing right in front of the trophy they're all chasing.
That trophy will make its way to the Lanxess Arena. Probably tonight. And we'll know everybody who is heading to play there and challenge for it. Currently ongoing is Saw versus NaVi. That'll be a challenge to the semi-finals. Winner goes to semis, loser to quarters, and in this game, only the quarterfinals or bust available.
Back to the A-bomb site again.
And
Snacks the lone middle player.
It's a quick jump up from Snow out of that window. NQZ is going to bring that AWP over to watch in towards his ramp play, and Mobs just walks right through Kawa's. Nico cut off the top of the stairs.
1 for 1, but if they know it's an op, once the smoke wall comes up, they're going to feel very, very safe. Blocking off vision. Molotoving to make sure nobody can run through, and Pain is scrambling to get this defense in the correct position. This half is going exactly how Snacks want it. Abuse this A bomb site a couple of times. We've seen Snacks love to do that over and over again. You prove you can take it with impunity, and then you can start getting creative.
Yeah, but that kill from Snow evens out these numbers at
Hunter's
3-3, and that grenade is going to land right on Hunter, takes him out, but they won't know about the second player, Snacks, here at the firebox. Because of that kill, will this go unlooked? Will this go unchecked? Monacy trying to defend the pathway forward, and Snack just stays pinned down. Time will start to tick on this defuse for Pain. If they want to get back into this, they need that kill, and Monacy with a flick up, he goes for the repeak. That repeak is punished, but remember Snacks, he pulls the knife out. Little slices from Snacks, and that's enough for 5 rounds for G2.
Look at Monacy clutching his chest as well, just happy to get the W. Snacks with a knife. A nod of the head, just another day in the office. And you're exactly right. That nade kill on Hunter set Snacks up to win the round the whole way. But my God, that flick from Monacy up is so fast.
We'll get to see it again, but here's Hunter going down, and then Snacks realizes what that would mean to him, so he gets his knife out and uses that for the defuse. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's from Monacy's perspective.
I don't know if he's relieved about the round being won or relieved about that shot that he hit.
Yeah, probably a little bit of both, you would imagine.
He was like, ooh, that guy scared me.
Yeah. And QZ, he's got the AWP still for his side. The Pain aren't really showing enough of a fight here, unfortunately, and that boost, it's a great piece of ingenuity to get the kill on Snacks.
Up the A ramp again, one more time. G2 just setting this up, letting Pain feel like this A bomb site just can't be defended. Nico's got the ult down. Killed from Catwalk. He'll call that out. Big Uzera has no safety, but all of a sudden, Snow and Pain are in this.
Oh, but grenade goes in. Big Uzera down and out. And yep, well, it's Snow and Lux left in this 2v2, but that flank through the T-spawn, that's the move that could win the round, but they seem to be aware.
Yeah, they're going to have eyes on it because there's no danger coming elsewhere.
And Lux is just around that corner waiting for Hunter to come towards him. Lux doesn't win it. Can't pick up that fight versus Hunter. Great clearance. And now Snow comes off the top of the stairs. He's got a flash left right into the waiting arms of Monacy. He will smite him down with the AWP. It is 6-1. G2 just racking up T-round wins, making it look quite comfortable.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the moment that they switch things up, G2. Like, how many times do you feel like you need to condition A before you abuse elsewhere? How many, like, where do you read that Pain is going to finally make the adjustment to maybe add a third player there?
Understands one. Last stopper. Nice!
Nice, John. We'll be team who knifed the most on one event.
Happy about that one, and straight into the fight straight away. Monacy misses that one, but Mob's unleashed.
Yeah, good calms. Monacy saying he's out in the open. He's out in the open. Mob's ready for the peek.
Shadow of Big Azera might just give him away, and Mario doesn't stop. He jumps over the top. Goomba stomps NQZ, and he wants a little bit more from this. Dude. Smoke goes up to the connector. That locks out Pain, and once again, it's A after A hit after A hit. Snacks on the lurk. He's pressuring them at B. He's caught by Lux, but this round's over.
Dude, all they have to do is walk up ramp. With the cover of Monacy's up, Mulbs on the entry, there's just no fear.
It's starting to get unfair, isn't it?
I'm starting to feel bad.
I mean, this is something that we got to see at EWC. The first taste of Snacks' in-game leadership. We got to see that he's stubborn with his calling.
Like, well, I don't think stubborn would be the way I'd put it. Although I understand why you say that. Like, what you're referring to is the Ancient game where they went to the A-bomb site like 4 or 5 rounds
Perhaps
straight.
Persistent.
Well, it's part of the mind game, right? Like, are we really going to call that tactic 3 times in a row? Are we going to do it 4 times in a row? And you start setting up like the second guesses. And all this time, by the way, Big Uzera is thinking, like, we kind of need to put an extra player here. We need to shore up this defense, but I know there's going to be some point where G2 call mid-control, and then we won't have the players there to stop that, and then we're in a different kind of trouble.
My favorite part about all of this is when I was younger, just lying, watching that old VB team at home, you know, just watching how they would play. They would get into this momentum where they would just keep calling the same thing over and over again until you stop them. And that was, you know, when you look back, it was the Snacks, the Taz combo that were doing that, and it's good to see it here in 2024 in G2.
And at the same time, maybe we're thinking too deep on it. Maybe, you know, Snacks and the rest of G2 are just like, they can't handle us. Like, it's not that we need to play mind games. We don't need to play mind games. We're that much better. Let's just keep destroying them until they prove that they can handle it. And at this point, 7 rounds in, when G2's done that same thing like 5 times, 6 times in 9 rounds, I don't think there's any victory that Pain could have that would dissuade them. Here's that mid-control change. No one at A ramp this time. No challenges. One boosted up into the vent for ladder room. Can a brother get a flash?
Yeah, sure. Here goes Malms. He'll flash him in. Up you go, Snacks. There's a perfect flashbang. What else do you want from Malms?
And Pain just got to feel like they're being pulled in every different direction. Smoke towards market window is going to pull NQZ over, but there's no commitment behind them. G2 just forcing out whatever counter utility remains. Applying pressure so that Pain think that there's 2 or 3 points on the map under attack. And once again, they found the weak points.
It's A again.
This time through Khan, and it's only Kawa's defending. Big Uzera is slowly creeping back.
Kawa's place him underneath wood. There's going to be limited time when G2 eventually go for this. 35 seconds on the clock.
All the rotations coming over now. Pain have put it together, or at least made a gamble, the correct gamble.
Yep, Big Azera. He's arrived. He's at the ticket box, and oh no. The defender under the wood leaves his position at the wrong time. Biggest error cleared out. NQZ, the relentless force of G2 players running right at him. It's another round as G2 just keep piling on the pressure.
Yeah, there's nothing Pain can do. This is good, patient calling. This is a skill gap individually. Beautiful trading from G2. Beautiful team cohesion. Nice flashbang from Malbs. And at this point, I think because they've just won so overwhelmingly and convincingly, I don't think Pain players who have just been getting battered are willing to contest.
Well, they're going to run up mid. Will they be able to get past m0NESY? Oh, well, maybe if a teammate stands in front of m0NESY, that might help, certainly will. And not much at all. Yeah, Hunter gets traded and it's shut down in mid. So Pain throw another different look into the CT side. It's handled by G2.
At least they lost this one on their own terms, you know?
True. It wasn't like just sitting back and G2 just pummeling them. You met them in battle.
They made the decision.
Yeah.
That's how we wanted to go out. Swinging in mid.
There's a bit of honor in that.
Nico's just waiting up in Palace. Small sliver gap, fraps.
Dude, based on how Saw are playing in this competition, that opening game doesn't really look that bad anymore from G2. And from that point onwards, it's looking pretty sick from G2. Like, they have just destroyed Team Spirit, destroyed Astralis, and now doing the same to Pain. This is scary G2. This is a very exciting G2.
I mean, all the conversation at events, you know, whether it's the overall big picture of the Counter-Strike circuit or even these biggest events, the majors, the Colognes, the Katowices, it's about for these teams talking about peaking at the right moment. You can go through your struggles in the group stage, but certainly G2 has powered up to a point where heading into the playoffs, who would you predict to beat them? And if you're the rest of the teams in the playoffs, you're like, well, we get a day or two off. Like, hopefully they cool down.
Yeah, the thing is, they get better in the arena quite often.
Oh, they don't think NQZ is here.
They're not looking for him.
He could stop this plant.
Well, he's going to try, but that bomb plant is already through. m0NESY will leave the smoke. Now NQZ's position given away. In the meantime, NQZ has lost his only teammate, his only friend in this world, but both remaining G2 players are at least damaged. 26 health left on Nico.
That's actually a really smart smoke to give Snacks cover.
Oh yeah, it makes it uncomfortable because now NQZ, oh, Snacks looks at the little gap under the wood, and then Nico made that quick rotation around CT, so they outplay them, and they win the 9th round.
Taz having the time of his life right now.
Just sitting there having a great time as the coach. He's
stress-free,
like getting ready for picking out which outfit he's going to wear for the line set. Oh wait,
we all show up to work every day hoping it's a stress-free day. Taz has been getting that this afternoon. He's been getting that the past few days.
Yeah, true.
I'm mostly joking. There's obviously a lot of stress that goes into the preparation and the lead-up, but once the game begins, it's nice to get to laugh.
Yeah, you get to walk around just looking at some of the talent you've got on display in front of you like that. You know, m0NESY just getting into the early B position with the spawn. Lux gets boosted up. m0NESY is already there. There's got to be just a feeling of like, what can we do if we're Pain?
This is the definition of like a throw in the towel kind of a match.
Yeah, it's like they're just getting pummeled against the ropes over and over again.
I'm not even trying to bash on Pain. Just the G2 is hitting a peak right now that they are not prepared for, not geared up for.
Once again, G2 search for an A finish. The setup here designed to deal with this attack is Kawez. They've also got NQZ out towards Ticket Box with his AWP. Nico is going to leave Palace in a moment. Kawez, he's been unfortunate at times in terms of when he decides to leave Underwood and quite often getting caught in the open by G2 players. Here comes Nico. Once again, that timing does not work for NQZ, and then also Kawez gets caught in the open. So 2 clean entries from G2, no trade potential from Pain. They're on B, and they're going to save for the last round. There's 2 rifles, so...
It's impossible to play against this G2 right now if you're Pain, if you lose that first kill in like the first 20 seconds, the way that m0NESY got that pick. Like, you're already struggling enough as it is, but playing 4v5 for a minute and a half is like... G2 just goes quiet, moves around the map. You no longer know where they are. Every time you've tried to push in this half, you've been punished, you've been killed, so you don't really want to do that. Every time you've waited in a setup and engaged against a G2 attacker, you've been eliminated, so you don't want to do that.
What I love about G2 at the moment is just like how dialed in and disciplined they feel right now. You know, they're mauling their opponent, they're hunting the save down, and they're going for every percentage. And they started this map talking about it in the pregame interview, then we got the team comms in the first 2 rounds. Let's treat this game with the most amount of respect as possible. Let's win this as dominantly as we can.
I think the words was, let's treat this the same way we treated the Spirit game.
Yeah, exactly. So, and there wasn't many rounds won against him in the Spirit game. So they're doing the same treatment against Pain Gaming at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, if it's that easy, why don't they just do that every match?
Yeah, it's true. Why, yeah. They might be onto something here.
Look, the way this game started with all those A hits from G2 just walking up ramp and getting kills, Malbs and Modesty combined are 6 and 1 in opening kills, and those were the two players primarily attacking that A ramp. They set the tone for this half.
Nico went to try and open up on the A bomb set with a secondary sniper. He's now got an AK. He's coming back to track that big Azera lurk, but G2 are challenging in towards the B bomb site. They've charged their way into this. The two first kills that are picked up are Pain kills. Nico got killed on the flank, so they've got to be aware that big Azera eventually will want to come either from middle or the apartments, but they've got themselves into the bomb site.
Well, it's good they got those 2 kills because this is especially cruel. Finally, the switch up in the tactics, that conditioning towards the A bomb site comes out in round 12, and there's only 1 defender there. Why the hell would Pain expect that?
Yeah, it's true. And now they got to close it. 3 versus 4, the best chance that Pain have had here in a long time. They have no kits for this retake. And Malb stands and fights. He plants his feet. Utility comes in just as they were gearing up to go around that corner. And Malbs just takes that first kill on Koalas, and now it's all falling apart completely. G2 with a 2v2, time ticking. They sprint into the final fights here. Pain have only got Big Azera left, and the only thing they experience in this first half is absolute pain. As Big Azera runs out of time, it is G2 with 11 rounds, and they are staring at those open doors. The cathedral awaits for G2. It's just a matter of time.
Molly and the nade. Let me nade and Molly on the left.
One speaking. Bomber
Yeah.
to the right.
1 HP rush, I think. To the right.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Perfect, boys. Keep it going.
The reigning champions will not be denied. That is a brutal first half that they inflicted upon Pain. 11-1, showing no weakness. They will march into the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, a well-oiled machine ready to contend. It's just a matter of mopping up these last few rounds.
Nico jumps out of the window, just missed his opponent who got into the connector. And that's going to be his death sentence as Big Azera comes in to close out that kill on Nico. First kill in the pistol is Pain's, and that bomb is canceling its initial attack. It's coming back, and Mobs in jungle. Oh, he did. I thought he was going to be required, but not even needed.
And now they're coming back to the B bomb.
Yeah, and they're like, okay, well, that didn't go so well.
Oh, we no longer have our anchor point to rotate around to hold on to the bomb site, and G2's like, great.
Yeah, and universes that lose their anchor person do get destroyed. Now we have got the attack in towards this site. It's Snacks looking to defend from the bomb site itself. Hunter with that first. Hunter with the follow-up. And it's all falling apart here for Pain. Even though they got the first kill, that's kind of it.
Knife?
That's all they have.
It's me.
And now they're trying to knife them. Monacy just embarrassing them now. It's 12-1. It is brutal. It is savage.
It is wrecked. You have to complete it if you go that far. If you go 2 out of 3, Dico, you can't just leave us there hanging.
Exactly. I was trying to get involved with you, Jason. I was just trying to be interactive. I thought you would be excited to jump on such a famous statement.
But look, that's the attitude that G2's come into all these games with, and I absolutely love it. Just be as ruthless as possible. Who cares?
Tech 9s for Pain. Nico's just laughing that Monacy went for the knife.
He's doing that. He's doing that thing as like the old boomer of the team. Is just like, man, we're up 11-1. You don't got to do him like that. But it's also a little bit funny at the same time, and you can't fault the kid. He's having fun. He's destroying everything. Let him have a good time.
I'm just so much better than them. And now Pain begin to go to the B-bomb site. They begin to end. That's what it is. The beginning of the end for Pain in Cologne. And the beginning of G2's hunt for a back-to-back Cologne title. 3 players left here for Pain. Will do their best as they fight out towards the site. Monacy tracking them. He's running out of ammo. Might get a little awkward now as he goes to the sidearm instead, but not really. He's pretty comfortable with that even. And just Big Azera. For Pain, it is the end here in Cologne. And for G2, I am excited to see what they're going to do as they head into the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. The incumbent champions return to the playoffs, and they could be finding themselves back-to-back trophies because this team are looking very deadly.
Yeah, give me this level on the Lanxess stage. Man, is this team fun to watch. They've got so many dangerous pieces, and boy, has it come together so quickly. Malves was a no-brainer when they picked him up. Snacks, a lot of questions, but they weren't looking for the best IGL. They're looking for the right one. And at the moment, Snacks is helping them play at the top of their game. Monacy, Malves, Hunter, and Nico, all at peak level.
For Pain, it was an impressive tournament at points, definitely making progress with this squad. They brought in young Brazilians in the form of Snow that have a bright future ahead of them, and Big Azera with this Pain squad once again get to the brink, but can't quite take that next step. But there's a future for this squad, and it's bright.
It's another learning experience, right? And as much as that's unfortunate to just kind of boil it down to, that's what they've got to look forward to. We've got Banks down on the floor, ready to go with an interview.
G2 have done it. They've competed in this lower bracket run and managed to make it work with relative ease, right? This felt maybe a bit too easy.
We were really prepared for it. Like, we all wanted to be on the stage. We were all super ready for this, and like we were super excited. So we actually did our best. And as we said before, like the saw lose was like a wake-up call for us. So we actually woke up and we're back.
What actually happened during that wake-up call then? What kind of team talk did you guys have in order to spur on this great progression now to the event?
We did some changes on like the schedule and how we were preparing and everything, and also how we were like looking at our game. So we actually changed a lot of stuff that actually helped us a lot.
And it definitely did work out. For you, though, this is your second clone. You were in 2021 in the play-in stage. You went out in last place. Now you're through to the arena. How good does that feel?
I'm super happy. Like, I cannot even express it. Like, I'm super proud. I'm the first Guatemalan and probably Latin American to like, without counting Brazil, obviously, but I'm the one making it to playoffs. And like, I just want to see my messages from my dad and see what he says because I'm gonna play on the stage. So yeah, I'm super excited.
You want to say anything to your dad now?
Papá, pues sabes que esto es para vos. Te quiero un montón. Gracias por todo tu apoyo y gracias.
I love it. G2, they've made it to the arena. Stunner, back to you.
Unbelievable scenes, and that's because you all discounted G2. You forgot the one simple thing about these guys, and that's that they like to put on a show. They do this for the ratings, they do this for the viewership, and also probably a little bit for themselves, because now they put pain out, they found their way into that Lanxess, and it's for Nico and company. That's what they wanted.
I'm not so sure, Trace, because they are the content team, right? As much content as possible. I don't think the org will be happy. There's not much content. They've been speed running the last couple of games.
Very true. What do you think? You think the org will be happy?
I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, absolutely that. So getting back in front of this crowd, getting back in front of what is one of the most iconic venues that Counter-Strike has ever seen. Nico, tell me about that.
It feels good. I mean, I don't really care too much about the playoffs right now. I'm just really happy how we bounced back after the Seoul game. Honestly, we have showcased amazing CS throughout those 3 games. We had like one bad half out of I don't know how many, so really proud of everyone on the team, and we did an amazing job preparing. Just everything clicked, and that is a super good sign for the playoffs run, and really excited to get back there.
Are you surprised that everything clicked in the way it did? It seemingly from the outside seemed almost too easy.
Well, we knew what went wrong against so we knew that that's not gonna happen again, but obviously we didn't expect to smash opponents pretty much. I mean, you never expect, especially nowadays with everyone playing so well. Sure. So but I think it's due to people maybe being a bit more scared versus us. I think we are the one setting the tempo, we are the one going for plays. I mean, most important thing is we are actually killing it, like when we go for it. So some things are probably scared, but yeah, just amazing CS overall, not just by killing, but comms, composure, and everything is going well.
All right. I know you said you don't really believe in these honeymoon phases, but it does seem from the outside that Malbs and Snacks are a really good fit also for you guys personality-wise, that you all get along great, and when you play, it seems like everyone is able to hit this flow state, and you just take turns in who's making plays, who's taking the space. How does it feel from inside the team?
Yeah, I mean, it's map dependent, as you can see, Malbs is shining on Mirage, for example, on T side, because he's more aggressive on mid. On Ancient, same goes for him, and then on some other maps it's me sometimes Hunter. Obviously Ilya is always there, and then Snacks always has his cheeky plays as well. So we all sacrifice in order for someone to shine, and we obviously cannot all go in same time for aggressive play, but we are very good playing around it.
Sacrifice, compromise, and a little less trolling every now and then. Check this out, Nico. We're going to listen to some team comms. I know that you came up here, you're not necessarily ready to be vulnerable, but perhaps that you're about to be. Let's find out.
Nice car. No, don't troll. Yeah, troll! Fucking troll!
Don't troll, knife out, completely committed.
It's good. I mean, don't troll.
I mean, the reason is like we know what happened yesterday on Mirage on City side, so I think that's why Mario is saying, don't troll, like let's just close this out. So I think everyone is having this in back of their heads that we don't want people to come back into the game. I mean, obviously, we should be able to still close out the games, but if we can smash them, why not?
Speaking of confidence, and shining, you individually are starting to play some pretty goddamn good Counter-Strike. It's not a secret you were struggling a little bit in the beginning. Has anything changed for you, or is it just, finally coming into fruition, all your hard work?
I mean, I noticed, man, everything started to click. That was during the Malta EPL. I think from that event on, I started to play better and better. And one of the reasons why I didn't take over IGL, for example, when we were making changes, was because I believed in myself that I can still be one of the best players in the world, and I saw a clear progress, and I'm happy that I made this decision in the end.
Me too.
Hopefully, I mean, it's pretty hard to maybe keep up this level, but as long as I see progress in myself, that's very important for me. But I hope that people now understand why I didn't take over the IGL.
And you also see progress in the forms of evidence through your teammates. That's why your United States Air Force Aim High player of the match is Malbs. Yesterday, he came up, talked to us. Today, I think he even just gave the winning interview over there. And all he could tell us was, for Swish. Respect.
Yeah, I think he's been absolutely incredible. You know, Nico, you played with a lot of great players. Rain, one of the guys who also has really good aim, but Malbs just feels, you know, so snappy, so crisp with his aim.
I don't think I've ever seen a guy with such aim. But so, I mean, Rain, as you mentioned, he was also very calm in the way he moved. But this guy is just, I feel like, way faster. Like I mean, if you give him straight up duel, you're not gonna win 80% of the time. So that's his biggest strength. And but overall, he's a super cool guy and very funny to be around. And he has a lot of positive aspects, not just by killing, but also around him.
You spend a lot of time practicing with him as well, and some players are good in practice and then maybe struggle a little bit to showcase in the games themselves. Is Malbs even better in practice, and have we seen the best from him yet? Like, is there more coming for us?
I'm pretty certain that this is the best we have seen from Malbs these past 2-3 games. On practice, obviously he has been good, but he was adjusting to his roles, and it was not too hard, but not too easy either for him. But I think the way he's playing right now, the past 3 games, is pretty incredible for the positions he has, and yeah, super proud of him, and yeah.
Yeah, I think for the last couple of games for you have been pretty straightforward. Outside that Saw game, going into the playoffs now, right, with not being tested maybe by some of the opponents, what is, you feel like a biggest threat for you guys once you get to the arena?
I don't feel like we have threats in that sense, I would say. I think we, as I already said, we are very careful that we don't let happen what happened yesterday against Astralis. We keep mentioning it, and it's not like we just straight up played bad yesterday against Astralis on the Mirage City side. It's just they had a couple of good calls and we just misplayed a couple of good situations. But honestly, this was probably the only game where we could actually take away a lot, and we learned a lot, and that's why we also picked Mirage today, because we knew that it cannot happen again. So it was a very, very productive loss, I would say, to Astralis, and yeah, just I'm gonna mention again how we bounced back is super important.
And since we've got you up here and we've got all this extra time, says not 79 minutes up there, let's start with a short synopsis of your life. No, I'm kidding, we're not doing this. Is there anything you want to say to the G2 fans who are like, you know what, maybe Saul had our number, but oh my God, we're still in it?
I mean, I don't want to go, the casual. Thank you, guys. I just hope to see as many of you in arena cheering for us, and hopefully we're gonna bring you a good show like we did during the group stage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico, and again, congratulations to G2. And for us, let's go ahead and start to learn about part 2 of some of those storytellers. It's Launders.
I don't know when they closed this down. I mean, we almost said it was actually recently.
I believe it, actually.
Yeah.
Looking at it, and then you're up somewhere around here.
Yeah, I had the best view of the whole place on that balcony.
Because I just remember like the art in your room.
Yeah.
And that was like my big thing that I noticed.
I was just seeing this earlier. Obviously, there's a lot of like mental health issues at the women's shelter. You can just see all these crosswords that are just posted on the fence.
So this is where you snuck out?
Yes, this is the back of the backyard, and there was one fence post that was missing, and my 4-foot-tall, 60-pound ass could just squeeze through sideways. And like I could fully, I could hop this fence, I could take the front door and still be in the park within 2 seconds, but like in my imagination that this was like entering Narnia. I mean, you couldn't do that anywhere else.
I loved everything about it, actually. When I came in, Mohan's mom is so sweet. She's fantastic. And like, it was like...
You were the whitest guy that could eat the hottest curry. I remember you'd always come back with your Tupperware and ask for more.
That sounds right. That sounds exactly right, yeah. Yeah.
So the same day I quit the butcher shop, I started my YouTube channel. I don't know what I was doing,
but I knew I loved every minute I was on the computer playing. And that's when CSGO came out. Got completely hooked again. Yeah, for like 2 years I was just making YouTube videos. Then I started
you're super busy.
Super busy, yeah.
You don't eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you wake up, you're from the bed to the chair, to the chair to the bed.
Yeah. For the first couple thousand hours, I did not play anything but KZ. KZ is a movement game mode where you start on a typical timer, try to get to the top as fast as you can. That's not gonna work. What you need to do is crouch and then jump. That's the only thing I cared about. I didn't have a girlfriend for years. I stopped hanging out with my friends. I played KZ every single day. And then I started making movement tutorials. Hi, I'm Launders, and my original plan for this video was to show you guys how to... I made the first B-hop tutorial on YouTube for CSGO. And then for every single mechanic, every skill jump in the game, I made a video. It became my brand entirely, the movement guy.
To be honest, we didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't know what you did.
Besides YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't play Counter-Strike, right? So.
And then one of my viewers said, why don't you try doing interviews? So I was like, okay. I had never been to an esports event. I had never done anything outside of YouTube. We drove to ESWC. I got a press badge. And I did this interview with Sempis where he basically said, we were all on Adderall at this event.
I don't even care. We were all on Adderall. Like, I don't even give a fuck.
And this became like national headlines. And New York Times didn't even reach out for permission to put it in there, but I would have said yes. Then I got a job offer at Yahoo.
A special announcement today. Joining us on the Yahoo esports team now is Launders. How's it going, Launders?
You're like, hey man, Yahoo's flying me out to LA. I'm gonna live there for a bit. We're like, we're like, that's awesome, because none of us had jobs or could think of having jobs that would take us out of this country.
And then my friend told me you should try casting. Why not do more things? I literally hated the thought. I hated being called a commentator because we used to play games so much.
Yeah.
And I thought commentators shit at the game. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know that reputation they have?
Yeah.
So I hated being associated with that.
Yeah,
For like 8 years, I never let anyone call me commentator. Only a YouTuber.
I see.
I couldn't stand it. But like I do every chance I get, for some reason, I tried it. The first event I ever did was with Matt, or Sadokist, at LAN ETS. Hi, I'm Launders, and this is Sadokist, and we're gonna... That was the biggest Canadian local LAN held in Montreal, and Matt had made a post on ESCA looking for someone to co-cast with him if they were able to make it there and were willing to work for free. I made a private YouTube video of me casting one half of a demo by myself and DM'd it to him. I really liked Max's, he replied, you're a terrible commentator, but you have a good voice. If you can get here, you can cast. I got on a megabus to Montreal. We were given 2 tickets for hot dogs each day.
Are we ready to go?
Casted from 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. and slept in the classrooms on the floor. No shower. I had to lend Matt my spare panties as a pillow because I packed one and he didn't.
I guess, yeah, I can give a few shout outs to Launders, who's actually my co-caster. It's his first event ever, but he's really good.
Okay.
So,
he knows a lot about his game, but
he knows a ton. I mean, I was really impressed. I don't know where he came out of the woodwork. I've never seen him before, but he's really good.
After that, I got noticed by Sivo, then I got noticed by DreamHack, did DreamHack Austin, and opportunities kept coming in from there.
But like, did we know what you were doing? Not really. I think it took me 4 years to realize what casting was.
Yeah. You became a little enigmatic in the sense that like where are you now? Oh, I'm in Copenhagen. Well, how about, like, you want to chill next week? Yeah, but I got to drop through London, France, and then I'm like, oh, okay, like, and then we just kind of, I was like, wow, YouTube like really takes you out everywhere.
Maybe we should try YouTube.
And what did you think about that? Like I wasn't making any money at first, and I was just staying home.
I know that's how it is.
Yeah.
You start off not making money, you learn, and you put yourself out there.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
But you just trusted me, like.
Yeah.
You don't understand.
How it works.
Yeah. You still tell your friends I do IT.
Yeah. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. Still to this day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But does it make sense now?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you did all that. It paid off.
It paid off. Yeah.
On a long run.
10 years later, we go to Paris, as Connor says, for CSGO's final farewell. And I have the highest honor you can have as a commentary duo, casting a major grand final. But not just any, the final CSGO major grand final. Yeah, I mean it's been a long road. obviously, you know, me and Connor are that duo, and we really have like gone through everything together, you know. This is the highest honor that you can get as a commentator, to do a major final. There's no bigger game than that, right? It's a Super Bowl. For everybody watching, this is the last Counter-Strike major final, so we just want to do it justice, you know. As commentators, all we can do is enhance the moment, you know, make it better or worse, but don't ruin it. That's our only job, you know, don't ruin that moment. And that was the responsibility that we had, and I just remember feeling it afterwards.
It was special beyond words, and I remember not even realizing how stressed out I was until after the game happened.
I remember when we first met and you told me you were an esports broadcaster for Counter-Strike. And I was like, what the fuck is Counter-Strike? And then he invited me.
That's how you know I got game, because I still survived that.
I was like, all right then. And then I went to Paris, and that was the major finals. The first time I actually saw him cast in front of a crowd, and I was like, standing in the crowd of like 15,000 people, and I was like, oh, like this is what you do. This is Counter-Strike, and it was really amazing to see you.
Commentary is something that I wasn't made to do. You know, I think when I was younger, I was a very closed off, reserved person. But I'm glad I got the privilege of being able to do it. Because I don't know how I would have been able to learn this kind of thing about myself.
I was a fucking awful commentator, but I'm pretty good now, and I'm proud of myself for that. It took a ton of work inside the job and outside to become the person I am today. But as stupid as it sounds, I always thought I was cool, even though I definitely wasn't.
Yeah, I'm so proud of him. Yeah. Every birthday, Mother's Day, I get a gift from him. Christmas Day. Other than that, he sent me to trips to all over the world. Like, what more can a mother ask? You know, he's the best son.
But I don't know. Everyone says they got the best mom in the world, but it's actually me. I had the best mom in the world.
I remember very distinctly, I was walking at Young and Dundas, and I was wearing the sweater you gave me. Some guy...
Boxer?
Some guy stopped me, he's like, Boxer? You know him? Oh my, I love his stuff. And he was talking to me like pure fan, and I didn't actually know what you were... I'm like, that's my friend. I love Mohan. Like, I didn't know where else to take that.
Yeah, and that must be awkward for you guys. I remember I brought Daniel to Launders Land, and I introduced him as my IRL best friend. Yes. And he's like, what the fuck do you mean IRL, bro? But I need you to know right now, this is my best friend. We are not the same.
I didn't know what IRL meant. It's like URL.
I still today have the attitude that we were unbelievably lucky to do what we're doing, and I just can't relate to some of the conversations I'm in with esports friends, because all I can think is I never want to go back to the meat freezer.
The tattoo I'm getting today is to remember a moment when I worked at the St. Lawrence Market. So I'm getting this butcher knife to commemorate my time at that last sort of real job that I had before I became a YouTuber.
So that's why I do so many things, because it's really fun and it's just an unreal job to have. So why not push it to my imagination's limit? Starting Boxer, doing the Launders show, hosting watch parties and the Launders Land, to pump up the Toronto scene that I grew up in are equally as important to me as the commentary I do, and I'm genuinely just really proud to make anything for Counter-Strike. It's the best game ever made.
She actually memorized one of my intros.
Yeah, I did. Are you gonna make me do it?
I'm gonna make you try.
It goes, some say they don't feel the pressure. Others do, and we see it. But tonight, under the bright lights of the Royal Arena, we will find out. So Copenhagen, brace the pressure!
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
And we see it. But under the bright lights in the Royal Arena, we will find out. So Copenhagen, raise that pressure!
you. Oh, thank you, you too. Nice to see you.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
He's been a bit of a lame duck in this, man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely from Fallen.
Sadly, Pain won't be making it inside the arena, but they put up one hell of a fight across the whole event. And certainly, I would say, Big Zell, you guys can be proud of what you've done as a team. But what does it feel like, sadly, after this, where you just, it didn't seem like you could do anything, like you couldn't execute anything?
I think the first map was tough for us, especially the beginning. I think in the final half, I understood what they were doing, right? Yeah. And we could adapt really well. But on Mirage, we were just smashed by them. So.
Looking at your whole Cologne experience, are you still proud? Because you've gone further than any South American team. Again, you've shown that you guys can fight, but it's just the struggles against the European teams.
Yeah, for sure. We are very proud for all that we showed here. But we want more. So at the same time that we're proud, we are sad because this is not our CS as well. But I think there in Copenhagen, we lost for the major champion, and here can be them the champion. So let's see.
That softens the blow, right? It's not a bad loss if you lose to the potential champions for the future. I want to ask you though, you told me on interviews before, you guys haven't been to Europe, right, to boot camp before an event. Do you think that could be the next step for you guys to level up further and have more success at international events?
Yeah, for sure. I think especially on our map pick, because when we are playing Brazil, it's different because they play style, and we start mostly in the bad side, and we cannot adapt for the European style, you know. So sometimes it's so difficult to play against these kind of things, and we were punished for them.
So boot camp in Europe next time?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. That's it for now for Pain. But they put up one hell of a fight. They showed up some great CS. Let's see how they get on at future events.
middle. It's a one and done for Imma down here in the boiler, but Bit takes up position. Bit was the guy that ruined Ancient for Saw. And he tries to start Inferno the same way.
Got to take positions quickly, back up in the apps. These are a high risk, high reward play, but Arostos does it. You can really tuck in now. There's currently no kit for NaVi, no smoke to block positions. They've got to win this on duels and they've got to win it quick. Roman forcing a kill, but he will fall immediately. And Arostos, there's only so many positions he can be in. NaVi have pieced it together, trying to keep the pressure on. They need to get on that defuse right here, right now. No one's even tapped yet, let alone the stick. And it comes in, Arostos trying to get him off, and he can't stop the inevitable. NaVi take pistol. The first of many steps in the right direction. Saw may have come storming into Nuke, but they learned their lesson on Ancient. There's still questions to be answered though, right? Tape for Saw is plentiful on a map like Inferno. For NaVi, sure, they won a major on this map, but since that point, they've barely played it. And recent results were not good against Liquid.
I think if anything, Inferno as the third map is super interesting because, as we say, for Saw, it was like what kind of started this whole journey to be in this position. For NaVi, it's become a bit of a point of contention after what we saw back in the Blast groups, falling both times to Liquid there.
That being said, I feel like that almost gives NaVi a benefit because it immediately gave them something to work on and focus on at the start of the season. Like, okay, if one of these classic maps that we are happy to play is poor for us, we need to fix that now, and they certainly do. Saw exploding Liquid-esque, just quick out apps in that second round. We've seen that before. And so they're going to get a bump on and a healthy chance at this second round force buy.
They don't give anything up. They stand to win this round on the force. If they just don't give NaVi a reason to go for this. And look, you can see Alexi was hanging around for a moment. Nothing was offered. So rather disgruntled as he goes, it looks like he's called for the save.
Yeah, JL's pretty stubborn.
He made noise running away, like fired the MP9 over towards B.
This only works.
Still looking in.
Yeah, this only works if they leave really early, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, this is done. He gave it a cursory glance. But Saw are going to take that force in their stride. But that's the thing, you know, the recent results were, sure, not perfect for NaVi. They learned their lesson against Liquid, but historically this has still been a map strong for Alexi, even in his former rosters. Even with this team, NaVi have taken down plenty of top opposition.
Still, don't underestimate what a bit of momentum and a strong start can do, right? Absolutely. And that's what Saw are kind of staring down the face of right now. If they stick the landing here, which is still a big if.
Yeah, Bubsky was talking about this on the desk about how you know, the T-mollies taking Banana very easy. Oh my. Saw's util on this map is something to be marveled at, right? They were blowing G2 to smithereens with HEs up Banana the other day. So we'll keep our eye on that without a doubt. JL tucked in, needs to be hard cleared here, and Story is just sneaking through, but he still gets the kill. Could be split, bombs in apps. And if it goes any further, Imma might be able to drop it. So wrapping round the world, and this bomb's still very far away, but they're 2v1ing Alexi B.
He hears the footsteps, though. When you hear someone pushing up through spawn like that, you're going to be able to call the rotates. The big question is, does Mutiras get there in time?
Just a run.
He's still keeping it pretty low and slow, trying to get up through Banana now as NaVi give chase. But it does look like he's dodged this dangerous timing.
Nice deep smoke as well. That smoke essentially ends around. NaVi don't realize like how close they were to the bomb, how late it was. So it gets decided for them. Couple of guns to take home. But Saw somehow getting Story all the way in through spawn. And Ujux finds the entry that wins the round, so...
There's already a couple of promising signs here. They're, not only have they taken control of the money early on, bit multi-kills in
Both rounds.
Both rounds. And both times they've been able to trade it, and then in those 3v3 moments come together in a way where they actually play the round very, very safe. And those were essentially like what ended up making Ancient feel so cursed, right? You lost the swing clutch moments at the hands of Bit, the guy who is still offering up these sort of multi-kill moments, only this time you're able to deal with it. This time you're able to meet NaVi halfway and offer up resistance there. And so that's confidence boosting for Saw, and they needed a confidence booster after how Ancient went. Wonderful with a very audacious peek to open up this round. Just swings the bottom of mid dry with the AK. Doesn't see anything.
Kind of got to make those plays, right? Because if Saw figure out where the rifles are, if they burn util correctly, NaVi are going to have very little chance to win this round. So Molly comes up banana, 2 of them in fact. And Ema, oh, he tries to escape, look for the fight. Molly, nade, another Molly, another nade. He's not safe. And so that gun gets removed. Wonderful trying to put his to use. Arastos in a punishing position. Oh, he goes round the corner. And there's the trade out. Gun dropped, but no one to retrieve it. Saw set up to hit B.
You've learned where the AK is, so that's very much going to influence where Saw look to go. That AK could still get removed, and with Roman picking that up, they are currently walking in to this NaVi 2-man stack, but with just the Deagle on JL. Alexi!
Careful.
Hang on! His USP is roared to life. Mutiris is here alone. Roman's trying to wrap through the spawn. And Mutiris will land the spam to find him. Alexi makes it interesting there for a moment. But Saw do well to remove that last man.
Good try for NaVi. But we've already seen just in 4 rounds the util up banana and how efficiently placed it is for Saw. Making sure that neither of these hero rifles win the round for NaVi. But now everyone has one. Wonderful's AWP. Let's see if he's going to be making plays in this game. Or if he will just be relegated to his traditional passive style. Storage put his to use. Tries to get that instant B pick to send Saw slamming into this site. But Alexi lives to tell the tale.
Wonderful actually moves on over. Might be a clash of the orbs here.
This is crazy.
Looks like NaVi want to try and move back in, retake some of this control outside of B. The orbs clash and Wonderful comes out ahead.
Headshot. Quick
flick on a story, no easy feat. It's a bomb retrieved for Saw. Oh, but Roman, he now recognizes the strength of this position. Going to try and come in with the backstab, and Bit's ready for him.
Oh,
that's awkward. The info's here for NaVi. They know where both players are. Arastos, what can you expect him to do here? Tries his hand at the spam, spots that other player in rotation. But Arastos is boxed in, and with the bomb down up in the apartments, this should be an unlosable round for NaVi. And an unwinnable one for Arastos. As he moves back over to Ward Short, Wonderful owns this angle. So it's a shutdown. The first time that orb comes out for NaVi, its effect is felt right away.
Good hype for Alexi. Very important round for NaVi to just land cleanly, to get their gun rounds going early after Saw win a force buy and throw this whole game into disarray very early in the map. Some nice shots connecting for Wonderful. And I love that Bit runs away, but still considers that he could be getting tracked by Saw, who will just sneak around the corner in anticipation that he wouldn't be ready. Why would he give me so much info? But it's all by design, baited in by Bit. Plenty of experience for NaVi to fall back on. In a game where now Saw should certainly be feeling the pressure this far deep.
Wonderful with a very aggro start. Takes that orb down into alt mid. JL in the meantime is getting pressured over at top banana, so all across the map there's fights breaking out, and Wonderful nearly misses the timing on his one. JL with a bit of help from Alexi B, looks to withstand the B play, but he can't. Roman deals with both those players taking the aggro B line. Imma gets here quickly, while Bit tries to launch the backstab. Dos with the turn.
Ouch.
This was a low buy round for Saw. If they can get past Imma, they're on their way to a winner. But there's the lineup. Imma knocks them down. And it's that Deagle on Dos that's gonna need to stick the landing in recovery here. Bomb away from him. Imma not giving him the fight. He's waiting for Wonderful. He's waiting to group. Arostas might have hit one blinder of a shot, but now he's going to offer up two more in pursuit of this round. And there's that backstab. Wonderful. And the patience from Imma after getting that Mo down set NaVi up for the equalizer.
That's an unfortunate, even clutch attempt for Arostas. He doesn't actually get a chance to even play it. His routing, he's staring at his crosshair. He can't figure out where the bomb is. It's in the water. He doesn't get a gun, even though there's two on the site. By the time he picks up an AK, has 4 bullets, and they both just flank and peek. So doesn't even get a chance to get started there.
Important round for NaVi as well, all things considered, right? I know Saw come into it with not much to their name. It's those 4-sport guns and a collection of pistols. And if it wasn't for Imma's heroics, that could have very well been a Saw round. Instead, NaVi about to take pole position here on their CT side.
Oh, yeah.
Freebie for JL on the boost up.
He should start streaking a little bit here. Just facing Saw with the confidence that an anti-eco provides. It's quite a spot. But even NaVi have limits.
Just crickets for Story. No one down to take the big risk in hunting. And right as he makes his move, they'll spot him out. So cleanly done. They let Bit go get it on the MP9. Flawless round there for NaVi. So we're going to try and break through here with their proper buy. Had a bit of time at the end of that round to plan this one out, thanks to Story taking it slow. They learnt back on Ancient, you don't want NaVi in these positions to start streaking rounds together. They are a relentless team, much like Saw were when this series opened.
Oh, that's one play. Oh, Ujux is burned 100 to 10. He eats the molly, only to swing out last second. It's going to get him a kill, but nades will come flying through, and NaVi have 3 strong in banana, or at least they did. Obliterating Saw, despite the dangerous start that Ujux provides, and that smoke is perfectly timed. Wonderful's going to have to back up.
They attempted to react quickly to the info, right, that there were 3 starting B, but the pace has been taken out of the round masterfully by NaVi.
Oh, dear.
They looked ready for this reaction, but the best Bit could hope for, well, he actually got the other with the nades, so just Arostas, and not prepared for Imma. Starts his round over at the B site, ends it, killing them in mid. Make no mistake about it, Imma has been instrumental to this CT side already.
Imma's glow up needs to be studied. I mean, there was a period even post major where it felt like he was going to be the first to go on this team. You know, couldn't repeat what he showed at Paris. He's gotten more and more comfortable inside of this squad. He's putting on higher impact every time. His T sides, his lurks, getting very impactful on maps like Mirage. Especially capable alone on Nuke outside to go down secret. We saw that in the first map, even though it didn't fall in NaVi's favor.
Yeah, I think, you know, NaVi, we spoke about this in some of their earlier games, but the fact that Bit and EMA were like two of the front runners in and around the major in the midpoint of the year that you would say, okay, if they were going to make changes, these would be the guys that you want gone. Well, Bit's gone on to be a terrifyingly consistent face within this team. Ima has really come into his own within his roles. And those two are able to take charge of games almost single-handedly now for NaVi. There's something to be said. Taking a look at Blade and his faith in this team. He trusted in Alexi when Alexi's stock was low, and he stuck by Bit and Ima in their positions, believing that they have what it takes. And that comes after, you know, before NaVi even went international, when you kind of look at what was happening there with the MPL edition, some Young in the squad for a bit. There were questions around it, but they've done a very good job of putting this roster together and then keeping up those performances. This whole thing feels like they're battling to earn the right to say they are the best team in the world. They want to dodge the fluke accusations from that major win and turn it into something special for NaVi.
Oh, Wonderful doesn't know, but he's going to hear the steps. He was fully blinded off that angle as Ima comes into spawn with a statement. We'll get repeaked by U-Jerks, but winning this round is a far cry for Saw. 2v4. Bit, oh, he's got that spot as well. Bomb noted on short side. And just, you know, unrelenting repeaks from NaVi in this game right now. 6-3. That early start from Saw off of winning the force buy, but NaVi have had no problem now. 5 rounds in a row. We need to see if Saw can hang on this T side. This round would be one to do it because they're running out of track.
Yeah, you need Arastos and U-Jerks to try and match the output of Ima and Bit. And that's easier said than done. Even though those two have been like the real driving force behind Saw, expecting them to keep it going is a tall order. NaVi, this next round gets to decide how crushing this first half is.
Yeah.
If they win this out, Saw are really down in the dumps. So this one is weighted heavily in Saw's hope in this series.
The WAP setup is so powerful as well. Arastos is going to be lurking on his T side. He's playing very slow at least, but NaVi have no reason to move with Ima having control of middle and checking it on frequent timings. Wonderful. Oh, he actually gets the leg shot, aiming very low. And they see the app setup is in place, so that might just speed Saw up on this B bomb side. They've got nothing else to work with. 5-on-4. Ima hanging around, considering this could be a B hit. And Alexi's about to confirm it.
I mean, the fact that Arastos never made himself available to trade is such a big deal. Look at all the attention it's kept for NaVi over on that A side of the map. Right now, he's left this B site wanting for reinforcements, wanting for guns and crossfires, but the smokes have shut them out of the round. Saw cross on in, they're going to get that bomb planted.
Lovely.
Trying to nade the smoke open, but Alexi can't see a thing. Instead, it is Ima on the smoke spam to give them a reason to look into this round.
And now Bit rotates.
Only just now getting activated on this lurk. The one that got away looks to be the one to win this round for Saw. It just comes down to if they can buy him the time. And that's not a bad way to start. Story Zorp slows the roll, and there's the backstab from Arastos.
Yeah, Bit's kicking himself. He hung around so late on long side to wait for the lurker. He knew it was coming because Saw had a 5v4. Arastos is the apps player. There was no reason necessarily for them to play 5 banana in that round, so the second Bit leaves is when Arastos comes around the corner. Very awkward timing. And the nicely pieced together execute from Saw.
I mean, that round there is one of the swing rounds of this first half.
They can absolutely make this an interesting game. You win a follow-up buy, suddenly NaVi have relatively lower money. AWP will certainly be under question. So, a chance for a 6-6 presented. A slow and tactical map akin to Nuke, where NaVi will really need to think this one through. Every rotation matters. Every micro move on the map has implications 30, 40 seconds down the line. if you're caught in the wrong place, that could be the end of a round. Wonderful's got a spawn. He's going to put it to use. Just nades on B.
No one's won this banana fight yet. Wonderful. Looks to try and stake NaVi's claim to this part of the map. First shot, but no further as he goes back in for even more. That's when Story gets the better of him. A key trade, a big voice to have removed here. That wonderful AWP now knocked out of the round. 4v4 gives way to this mid-control for Saw. They're holding for this re-aggro, but Ima is not missing a beat. Saw's roll gets slowed here. They get out top mid, sure. But now what are they going to do with it?
Brutal headshot, and Ima just tucks in to the back of the site. Him and Bit both tucked. And Alexi smoked off, can potentially break this when he feels free to do so. Long is clear. He's about to learn that. Bit. Oh, great grenade thrown from the long side. Ima swings out for a double. They don't even know about Bit. They're going to find out the hard way. Story in a 1v3 just comes sneaking in. And NaVi, a very nice hold, an even better setup. A big 3K from Ima. 15 and 5. And that's with Wonderful just re-swinging into the AWP before the flash even pops. What that did do is free up JL to just send his team back to that A stack.
I mean, if Ima keeps up performances like this, if this becomes the story of NaVi, you could be seeing him in MVP level form. Third highest rated player at Cologne right now.
That'd be exciting.
And that's after a dip in performance in the midpoint of the year, having to kind of rediscover himself, get comfortable with his spot in this NaVi squad. He is now one of the driving forces behind their success. El Agro will get punished. Story once more good for the opener on this B-site aggression. But look at him, he's always in the right place. Ima's already around towards that B side of the map, and that is where Saw set their sights right now. Maybe they lend Arostos a little bit of time just to keep these two players present over towards A, and now they look to make their move. Alexi dead. Ima blows the smoke open, playing his hand soon. They'll manage to get across here relatively unscathed in the 5v3.
Oh, again a break. Oh, it's a great flash before it as well, but they're going to be quick to trade. Saw on letting this one slip by the wayside. 1v4, they close and they find 5. It might just be enough on the T side to decide who's going to those semi-finals.
stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles, try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job.
Mustered up by the SOAR T side as NaVi is spearheaded by Ema and Bit, both in championship form, with semi-finals on the line and everything to play for. NaVi with a point to prove after taking a beating on Nuke. They swiftly responded on their map pick of Ancient, and now here on Inferno they hold a narrow lead.
Yeah, it's just enough for NaVi to feel comfortable, to feel safe, to feel like the better team. SOAR is still impressed and surprised in this series. But it's time to see if they can come back against the odds. NaVi make it all the way up Banana. They don't even need to use this util. That can be saved for later for what feels to be a B execute. Wonderful and Alexi with the full kit. Bit lurking apps. Beast in this position. U-Jerks has all the nades, but doesn't realize there's two players real close. They try and punish him, falling back, and he's not going to get to use a single droplet of it. Roman on top of the boost falls after nothing, and NaVi secure, surely, a pistol.
It was those T-sides that did SOAR so well in the matchup versus G2, where they took them down here on Inferno, so they're going to have to do it on the tougher side now versus an informed NaVi, and with a NaVi that have picked up the pistol to open this second half. Bit by bit, that margin grows between these teams. NaVi came into this as the favorites. SOAR were on that Cinderella story.
Ooh. No saves either.
Oh!
Oh! NaVi clean with it right now.
Pistol round secured.
You mentioned Ema in MVP form. You mentioned Bit right behind him. I mean, coming into this game, NaVi and the top 7 highest rated players of this event, they have all 3, including JL. So it's certainly a good sign, especially skipping to a semi-finals. NaVi just 5 rounds away from the top 4.
Force buy up for SOAR. They want to try and get back to that sort of tense back and forth we've had at the beginning of both maps 2 and 3. Hoping they can cook something up on the force buy, but if it falls short, you only give NaVi a bigger leg up here in this head-to-head, and that's not the start you wanted. Roman knocked out immediately. Now Gamble's being called as they try to rotate heavy over towards this A site, and Bit tears through them, plays the timing on that smoke drop in the apartments.
No respect.
SOAR head out of this round deflated. Risked it all on a force buy, and they find nothing from it.
Love that walk for Bit. He realizes the smoke came from a top balcony, so he can just catch a player who hasn't pulled their gun out yet. And at that point, with the game NaVi are having running through the smoke, just a display of confidence for NaVi, and they just want to take the guns away, and any hope and weaponry SOAR have is gone. Full eco as NaVi find 9. We all got caught up on Nuke, and can you blame us? But fact of the matter is NaVi are.
So Frozen, aim-wise, I would give him a 4.
Probably the best aimer I ever played with.
He can easy one-tap from Deagle, one-tap from AK, do some highlight.
I don't think he has as much impact as he has had before, so maybe I'll put him on a 3 for now.
I mean, he's type of player like me, like he's always going for like opening kills. I see him impactful, so I'll just say 4.
They changed Frozen for Twist, so they're kind of different style of player. Yeah, I would say like Frozen more passive player.
Game sense for Frozen, I would say pretty high.
I would assume that he's a pretty smart player. He also came from kind of Kerrigan school as well. I would say probably like 4 or something.
I think game sense is also like 4. He's good in closing the rounds, which I think requires more like where do you go and the rotations in the same rounds, and I think they're pretty good at that.
I think that alongside with being the best aimer is the smartest player I played with as well in my time, so yeah.
A 5 for mental maybe, seems very composed.
I think he's pretty chill dude outside of the game when I talk to him. So yeah, I don't think he's a tilter.
I'm remembering only one moment that I killed him on overpass through smoke, and he was like smiling. So I think he's strong mentally.
I think that he's very strong mentally, but I think that he obviously, just like everyone, has some frustrations also at himself when he's not playing well sometimes, but he understands what needs to be done there, so I would give him 4.
4, I'll put 4 because it's good mark, so because I don't know him.
He doesn't look like he's tilted or tilting teammates and stuff like that. He looks very chill actually.
Setup looks very clean for Frozen, like normal setup, so I'll give him a 5 for the setup as well.
I guess 5 as well. Like simple things, you know, nothing special.
I know that he always like used large crosshairs. I never been a big fan of it.
I would put a 1. Like I tried to copy him one bootcamp or something, I remember, and I was like, how do you even play like this? So
I know how he's sitting basically. He's like putting like this his hand, like keyboard here and like. Yeah, so basically I'll put 4 because it's the same, good to everyone, you know.
Would you play with this?
Oh, no, I would not play with this setup.
But I think your hand is pretty good like that, right? Like when you stretch it fully, but it's not like a... Yeah, I would say 5, if it's comfortable for... Oh wait, he's really close to the monitor. Fuck it, 2. His eyes are fucked.
Movement, just give him 5.
I'll put him a 3 because I cannot remember something special.
I will give him a 4. I think that he has really good movement and counter strafe and all of that. I think 5 for me is for a very special player, so I will give him a 4.
Like Rob's 5 movement. He's not quite there maybe.
Sick calls, people. Sick reads. Don't overcomplicate. They have no fucking answers for you. Just read them during the game.
Oh, this could be big. If he catches Carrigan around that corner, Hunter.
First channels, on lower, 1B. Can we do double wings? I'll do one flash. Give another smoke breaking. I'm working close with Holly already. I'm all in. Cross, one guy. Next, can you boost me? Good. One more. I'm the smoke, guys.
Nice!
You're so fucking good, guys.
Broki's gonna try and give him an opening.
Tunnel close. 1B, 2B.
So what's the response for FaZe? You lose your risky on-peak towards the B-bomb site. And Carrigan goes through a middle. Hunter brings him down with ease. FaZe are not getting into this round.
Nice. 5v2, guys. 5v2. Get up. I'm leaving. Long. CT 1 time. One more this side, last.
G2 completely destroyed FaZe off the back of m0NESY popping off inside the server. Right to the chest of Carrigan. Second shot is so damn fast for m0NESY. Nico overcame his old in-game leader incredibly. They just run right through and they run all the way. And at this point, you could feel there was some momentum building behind this G2 squad that they were carrying directly into the semifinals.
Aggressive setup like this, it might be disruptive. Spam from Nico, that's ridiculous. God, he gets a second, that is nonsense.
Cool ball. Nice.
Oh, it's up to Nico, a triple kill. Oh, and it's a quad.
Fucking nice. The king is here, bro. Pressure, kill out. Nice!
The heart rate for G2 has to be through the roof.
Nico, this is the element of surprise, and he's going to provide. It's 3 out of Nico. The multi-kills keep on coming, and G2 taking it regulation.
Nico managed to lead his team through a very dangerous 9Z. And at this point in the tournament, it started to feel like they were actually figuring it out and firing on all cylinders.
That top is lower. Top hit one, top hit one. Nice, one more, top hit them up. And lower. Nice, they're so fucking annoying, let's block them, guys.
At this point, it's already been an incredible story to watch G2 accomplish all this, and they only had one test left, and that's Vitality.
It's actually interesting because first of all, I thought like Yabi, Heroic won a lot, and they've been on top tier tournaments every time in playoffs and every time doing good. But Yabi joined the team not so long ago, so I'm a little bit concerned. But I think Yabi is lower than Queserado. Oh, that was close. That was close. Let's go. Yabi and Madden. The thing is, ends with Madden. I think they had Madden on the team when they won Dallas. I'm not sure, but I would go lower. Oh, so close! No. Brolin now with Mouse winning EPL twice. Let's go higher. Ooh, 500k, Brolin, my boy. Nice. Monacy higher. Let's go. Oh, so okay. I like CB higher. Nice. Cadian. Casper's career has been a long one as well, but I would go probably lower than LXCB because of the recency, because of the Esports World Cup, and because of Copenhagen Major. Ooh, close one. That's actually really close. Snappy, for like the two years or 3 years that Heroic was really good, I think Cadian kind of got a little bit more, so I would put Cadian higher. Nice. They won Kato, they won Blast. A lot of money comes from that as well. I think Chopper is higher because of it. Nice. Chopper and Samdayang, that's actually interesting. Samdayang won Portugal with NaVi. Also Samdayang was playing in Spirit. When they were playing together, they won a couple of tier 2 events as well. So I think Chopper would be a little bit higher. Nice. I'm good at this game. Donk. The thing is, this is a trick question. Samdayang's career is a lot of kind of more experienced and older than Donk's career, but at the same time, Spirit has won a lot of online tournaments with Donk. They won Bedboom Dacha, they won Katowice, they won Blast. It's actually close. I don't know. I'm actually a little bit concerned, but I think a little bit lower than Samdayang. Thank you. Thank you. Halzerk. A little bit lower than Donk, I think, but 126k, that's surprising, actually. Halzerk has been in the scene for a long time. Crimbo, I saw Halzerk's nickname more often throughout the years rather than Crimbo, so I would put Crimbo lower than Halzerk. Oh no, this is my second loss. Oh no. Safe, I'm not sure, maybe some Brazilian events that I don't know about, which are gonna get me onto the loss here, but I'll go Crimbo higher than Safe. Close. It is close. 10 correct, 3 wrong. Did somebody do better than me? Nobody yet. Was I the first one? Okay, that's good. That's good.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and Nor.
The final game of the day is Liquid taking on FaZe, a rematch to be had for that final spot inside the arena. I've got 2 fantastic analysts with me who are covering the teams on their way through 2 best of 3s these teams have to face their way through. And the first one, right, looking at FaZe Clan going up against Falcons, Did they struggle maybe a bit more than they should have, or how did you view it?
It looked like FaZe were just coming in, trying to be disrespectful, letting them know who was boss, you know, a bit of that, a lot of firepower. But then Falcons fended them off, managed to take D2 to overtime. Unfortunately, couldn't win it in overtime, so it was all for nothing. And then on Ancient, there was a lot of 1v1 situations which could have gone to Falcons' favor, but today they just didn't edge out FaZe.
Are FaZe looking like they're back at this stage?
I think so. I think FaZe are back. I think they are looking like the hot favorites here in the lower bracket, but if it's going to be this Liquid FaZe matchup later today, oof, I'm going to be watching.
I'm definitely going to be watching as well. We're going to see all the action go down very shortly. Where you got to see Liquid take on Complexity. Complexity still not maybe living up to expectations in this, and Liquid able to run away with it. So what actually went down, and how good are Liquid looking?
Liquid are looking great. You know, I think the resilience that we've seen from Team Liquid right now, and the early stages of a team, you know, forming itself is super, super cool to witness. They won 2-0 against Complexity. They had to fight a lot for it on the first map, but second map was a clean sweep. Twist in particular, individually speaking right now, hitting all the strides, in-game leading, calling. He's in the center of the maps all the time. I love what I'm seeing from Team Liquid. And one little, you know, tidbit from that game, Ultimate had a rough first map, and you think to yourself, okay, young kid, pressure's on. Second map, best player on the server.
Oh, okay, so he turned it around, he made it look good. Who do you think's taking this game, though? Because they had this fight before, right? Liquid weren't able to do it.
I'm gonna go with FaZe in a close fight. I think Liquid, it's a little bit too early for them to book a spot into the Lanxess, but I think it's gonna be a good game.
3 maps?
3 maps.
Mac, who's winning?
NA, baby. Let's go JKS. Let's do it for the boys.
Let's see how it goes down. It's coming up very shortly.
A lot of things about that statement there from Mac. We'll jump into that shortly, but for the time being, let me tell you exactly where you find yourself. It is the very last qualifying game to put a team into these playoffs, into that arena just down the street known as the Lanxess. Also, for short, might be Stage 3, but again, that's neither here nor there. Both these teams have already faced up today in the server, and they're looking to do it just one more time. This time, though, your opposition really can't get much tougher.
Yeah, I think you could see in the recent results for both teams, for Liquid, a lot of quote-unquote domestic matchups, playing teams from the Americas and being able to take them down. The one showing against FaZe, obviously, earlier in Stage 2 was their one loss so far, and for FaZe Clan, it's been mostly Europeans, right? Losing to Vitality after the Liquid game and then taking care of Falcons earlier today.
So, yeah, let's talk a little bit about those games from earlier in today. I know we got some real good words from you there just a minute ago, Jacob, but just say it all again.
I mean, Liquid looked great against Complexity. They were struggling a little bit on map 1, but map 2 was a walk in the park. Complexity's map pick even on Ancient. And as I said, Ultimate had a rough showing on Anubis, couldn't really get it going. Second map, Ancient, he was the best player on the server. So once again, we're seeing Ultimate, you know, against, dare I say, lower tier opposition in the form of Complexity and Furia. He's really hitting his strides, but now he has to do it against FaZe one more time.
Yeah, and a rematch, Yanko. Like, we've seen this game already before, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Liquid, you know, they've had some issues on their map picks when things get close, right? But it was a lot of times, you know, they are city side in the second half and they managed to get some momentum at the very end, right? They rally to close out games. Didn't happen against FaZe Clan, obviously, but I think one of the reasons for that is that the teams that they were playing against, you know, whether it's Complexity or Furia or whoever, they lacked some of that killer instinct, you know, at the very end to close out the game on the T side. Funnily enough, that's what Kerrigan has been talking about, that FaZe has been lacking in the last couple of months, you know, and that they've been working on it, trying to find their way back to being the FaZe Clan of old.
And I think that's the most impressive thing about Liquid so far for me. It's the problem solving in the middle of the game. We've seen a lot of teams, you know, they form and they come in and they have good game plans, they have good initial setups, but once you get into the 3v3s or once you get deep into a game when it's 10-10, you're running out of steam, you're running out of solutions. But it does feel like Twist so far has been able to find solutions, find solutions to the problems they've been presented. And I think for a team that is so early in their growth, it's very impressive.
Yeah, it is. And I think we're on a good trajectory there when it comes to Kerrigan. I think just hearing from Kerrigan, talking to Kerrigan, maybe even Kerrigan, who's right over there smiling his head off, will be able to give us some insight before we jump into this game.
FaZe Clan now fighting up against Liquid once again. I've got Kerrigan with me. And the first thing I want to come back to is, you remember on Media Day with me, we spoke about how you were going to try and change some things here that might affect you with adding to FaZe and getting FaZe back to where it needs to be. How do you feel that has gone? Have you had the desired effect?
I think our T-size has improved this event. That's been the main focus, right? A lot of responsibility to correct some of that things and make a new foundation. Here and there, we are falling back to some of the old habits. But it's just part of the game, right? When we play off intuition and sometimes we need to calm down a bit. I think we have great aimers and sometimes we don't utilize it 100%. And if I think we play the fundamentals good, which is we are focusing on and building on top of that, I think we can be a dangerous team. But this game is going to be a fire, I think.
And that's what a lot of us are thinking because, okay, the first time it did get close right on the Nuke, but obviously you won the game 2-0 in that one. How much do you think things are going to change up and how more fired up do you think this Liquid's going to be?
I think it's the same for both teams, right? First of all, it's the same matchup, but this time it's the last spot in the Lancers Arena, right? We're all playing for, so definitely a lot of emotions and also a lot of focus from both teams, right? Both teams won 2-0 earlier today, so I think energy-wise, everybody's just going to do everything they can to win. It's always hard to play the same enemies twice, especially when you're winning, but let's see what they're coming up with. And I think I said the first time playing them, whoever is adapting fast is going to win the game.
Do you think you have a good read on Twist and his way of calling?
I mean, I still live in the history, right? I don't know how he is going to call again against the same team within a few days. We saw how to play against NaVi, what they would have adapted to. But in the end, focus on ourselves. That's the main thing of this tournament. I'm sorry to give a boring answer, but we are here to make sure we can play great again. And it doesn't matter who's in front of us. I think we play great against Vitality, but it doesn't always equal wins. So yeah, we just have to play great, and if not, we can win the bullshit way. That's also works for FaZe.
Let's see which way they are going to win when they go into the server.
Like boring answers. What, Yanko?
Make FaZe play great again.
Yes. Yes.
Kerrigan 2024.
That's
right?
not bad. We'll put that on a T-shirt. But yeah, you know, he's right. This is a long day for these guys. And obviously, when you think about some of the tools in the shed of FaZe, I'm talking about one of them being Rain.
Yeah, he's played much better this tournament. He's their highest rated player, right? And I think it's the resurgence of him and Robs that are the reason that FaZe is even one game away from being back in the playoffs, right? So obviously super important for FaZe clan and something that's been lacking in the last couple of tournaments.
Yeah, it's good to see Rain play well again. I think Robs as well, as you said, he's kind of the talisman for this lineup. It's Rain and Robs, when they're doing well together, it usually correlates with FaZe playing well. And that's the thing with this lineup, you know, they cannot really afford having either Rain or Robs not having a great game, because right now it's not that diamond house of firepower that we were used to see back in the days for FaZe. There's a lot of different teams who can match that firepower on the server. I think Liquid are one of the teams who have almost the equal amount of skill to possess, so you can't really afford to have one of those guys set up.
And I think we just had Nico here talk about, you know, how depending on the map, a different player gets to get more space and have more plays on a certain map. For Rain, it's definitely Dust 2. Like, when he's on point on Dust 2, he is the difference maker. Robs does a lot of his best work on Nuke historically, right? And that's been the map that FaZe has been picking lately. So for them to step up, it really means a lot considering their map pool and what they play the most.
Yeah, and then yesterday, you know, we got glimpses of Rain getting a 3K in the pistol, and you're like, okay, someone once upon a time told me it was a surefire lock-in if that was the case. Didn't necessarily transpire that way for Vitality and FaZe. However, for today, they get to jump up right in the same direction.
Yeah, and I think it's also important, like, for Team Liquid, this is probably the first time they might actually feel some real pressure, because the Blast games, it's like, cool, you know, when you go up against NaVi, you obviously want to play well. They're the best team in the world and all of that, but there's not too much on the line. Even here, some of the initial games, stage 1, you get to stage 2. Now this is the game that can take you into the playoffs, right? And even though you're a new team and all of that, you still obviously want to win this series. So we praise them for their poise, mental fortitude, all that. Let's see if that sticks, you know, if things start going south for them again against FaZe.
Turn things around, turn them upside down. Either way, it's Twist giving us some sound.
The second match for Team Liquid of the day, and it's a rematch they've got to face up against FaZe Clan. Russ, this one, when it comes to learning what you can get from this game, because you've played them before, how much does this change for you?
I mean, I played them before in Chengdu and play them here now. We also practiced against them a bit, and I have to say I'm pretty happy with the veto that we got. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing. I think it's going to be a banger match, and what better to try to qualify to the arena over my friends.
And in terms of that, right, they are your friends, but Kerrigan's a leader who you've been under before, right? You know, does it come where sometimes you might think about how he would call or how he would approach situations? Does that enter your mind now you're the leader of this team?
Of course. I mean, it's for all of them. I'm always keeping track. I mean, I played with them for 3 years. Some things just never leave, and I'm sure it's the same for them.
I'm sure it's the same too. There's a shouting match, a yelling match going on right behind me. But in terms of what he's saying about that team, I imagine these guys are a little bit tired too.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's a little bit unfair for Kerrigan in this particular matchup because obviously Twist is so much familiar with him as a caller.
True.
Kerrigan knows Twist as a player, not as much as a caller. He mentioned it in the interview, how is he going to call second time around. And when we get to the maps as well, it also shows you for Liquid, you know, they've won their map picks, but it hasn't been super dominant. Like it's been 13-11 a couple of times, having to do those CT side comebacks. In the end, they lost their own map pick a couple of times as well. And it's been a lot of different maps being picked too. So they're still figuring out what their map pool is looking like, and it's good that it's fluid that way because it's something that FaZe has in their pocket.
And I guess the counterpart to that, because you're right, is that they've been good and competitive on their opponent's map pick as well. It does seem like they have a versatile map pool right now where, as you said, they're trying to figure out what is our home ground, what is the map that we can pick. However, it doesn't seem like, despite them being a young team, despite them being a new team, that there's any real punish pick against Liquid this early in the process. That's, to me, again, another impressive sign of how well they're prepared for this upcoming season.
Yeah, I wonder if they go for Ancient here, right? To switch it up for FaZe.
Yeah.
If you look at it, it's a high win percentage map for them, but it's been a lot of close games. They go for Inferno instead, which FaZe has been known to pick at times, probably just wanting to switch up the veto from last time. Right,
they just 13-8'd Vitality, right, FaZe? So, you know, there's some fight there.
They won't be unhappy about that, right? So this is, again, a testament to Liquid still not having a true home map, but more so trying to target perhaps some of the weaknesses that they see in FaZe's game, or they just feel they match up well against them on that particular map. FaZe back to Nuke, their staple lately.
No big surprise in that one. I agree with you. They could have gone a different way than Inferno, but perhaps they saw something yesterday against Vitality where they feel they can take advantage of that. And I also do think the player material Liquid have, when you look at your Kinder, Twist, etc., they love to play Inferno. It's a common home ground and a place where they feel comfortable.
And I think this is where FaZe gets to pick the third map, because Liquid probably vetoes, they veto Ancient themselves. Okay, that's interesting. Perhaps not really liking that that's the highest win rate map for FaZe, but you know, it's been a lot of close wins in there.
Yeah, and also the performance against Complexity on Ancient, I'm not gonna lie, that was a close game, and it did feel like Complexity at times probably should have could have won that map. So I think maybe they're a little bit scared of that after that game against Complexity, because to be completely honest, it was down to a 2v4 where Liquid ended up winning it. Otherwise, it probably would have gone the way of Complexity.
FaZe still gets their last pick is still in the pool, so they could get Mirage again if they so wish, and that's probably what they're going to end up with.
Yeah. That's a good veto. That's a good veto for FaZe right here. I think it's essentially a veto where you feel comfortable on all 3 maps, and you don't always get to do that.
Not their pick though, but Liquid's pick and the map that they won first time around. So yeah, I think for them, you know, they're going to be happy with it. I don't know, even if Inferno is a little bit of a surprise, I don't think they'll mind it, right? They're getting arguably their 3 best maps.
Is there any of the 2 of you, and I mean either of you I should say, that are gonna pick against FaZe right here?
To be honest, I was going to pick Liquid, but now that I see the maps, I think FaZe is just too comfortable on these 3 particular maps, and that their experience together as a unit will push them through.
I agree with that sentiment. I think experience will come into play now. I think Liquid is still very early in their progress. I think we will see some of that pressure get to them, and as Janko said, the map pool right now look good for FaZe as well. I will also say FaZe have been playing much better here in Cologne, and if there's one thing we know about Kerrigan and the boys, whenever there's pressure on, whenever the stakes are high, that's usually when they perform the best.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are and have arrived at the very last game of what is going to be the second stage. So thank you very much. That game featuring Liquid and FaZe, one of the last routes to get into that Lanxess arena itself. So we've got Inferno, we've got Nuke, then Mirage should we need it, and on top of that, we've got you joining us home and our commentators who are ready to go. I'm pretty sure we got Launders and Scrawny. Let's get it.
Oh, you only pretty sure? Huh? Just a little sure? Yes, damn certain. We got us here for the last one. Mohan, Lanxess on the line. Liquid, FaZe, and everything to play for.
Everything to play for, and my goodness, what a debut that it's been for Liquid. What a whirlwind in these last couple of weeks. Liquid have only lost a single game, and that is to their competition right here today in the FaZe clan. They're also the gatekeepers to the Lanxess, and maybe the reason that Liquid can finally fail right? We watched them play at Blast Groups. That was nice. They created a groundswell. Then they come here. They look pretty unstoppable. They even improve on Mirage, which was a questionable map. But their main goal now is to ride off of this momentum and show us that they can just continue to play well, because even if they go out like they did last time they played FaZe, that's within a couple of rounds. That was still great CS. I mean, they look strong.
They look strong. They almost, at one point, looked untouchable. But they've got a loss now. That one loss to FaZe Clan, obviously. Close, yes, but a loss nonetheless. Humbled ever so slightly by the FaZe Clan.
Yes.
But now it's all about revenge.
Play as good as you want for the past couple of weeks, but this is the one keeping you out of the stadium. This is the one that people are going to remember. The pressure's on. And for FaZe Clan, you know, they got a few old players like me, you know what I mean? And when you play a match, 2 matches in a day, sometimes that can be a little exhausting. But they also both won their games 2-0. Had a nice break in between them. They know each other quite well. And I think that they're raring to go. We saw FaZe screaming, "Are you ready?" at everybody to get the energy up, and everybody looked like they were having a fun time. Are you ready, Connor?
I think I'm ready. I'm trying to become ready. Yes, everything is now ready. I am fixed over here. So let's go. Pistols live. Lots of utility for the execute. And as that volley comes over, Kerrigan sits behind it. Ooh, he peeks. Rain, top-rated player for FaZe thus far at Cologne. Falls back over to the crossfire set towards middle. Rops will tap ultimate out of the round. Ooh, and then Twist gets one back. Oh. In fact, he doubles down. Oh. Gush towards Moto out of NaVi. And what do you know? An A site cleared out for the taking. The crossfire, after going into the utility fake towards B, just shuffles a set of feet over, right? We had Rain and Rops on the short side of mid, but just that util gets Rain to switch over, and Twist just absolutely pieces together a jackknife play to put down bomb for Liquid.
That was amazing moves out of Twist, and a great timing here for Yikinder. As Liquid closed this one out with no stress whatsoever. After ultimate goes down, you think, well, they could get crushed because there is a crossfire, but who else but Twist could put FaZe to shame in a crossfire situation like that most teams would have in the bag? It's crazy to watch Twist frag FaZe. It's crazy to watch JKS play against FaZe. Even though JKS played for G2 for so long, we haven't watched him play for almost 8 months. And it just feels strange, especially at an IEM. This new lineup, I mean, on paper, it's one of the teams that on paper was sort of a big question. But after we've watched these games, I don't know if there's any questions left. We could make jokes about honeymoons and stuff like that, but they look so strong from so many different dimensions. And the enigma that is ultimate, man.
Yeah, I mean, makes absolutely no sense, right?
I mean, I was talking to Joka Steve, and he said that when they played at Blast Groups, the first 3 days, he didn't have sound in his right ear, but he didn't tell anybody.
Why wouldn't he do that?
He didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable.
That's insane. Uh-oh.
And he said,
okay.
I can hear with my other ear.
Yeah, okay. Just need one, actually.
Just need one.
You know, like a kidney.
He's like, that's why God gave us 2.
What a guy. Joka Steve also told me that during a couple games when, you know, moments get tense, NaV had missed 3 Mirage window smokes in a row. Twist was kind of getting a little on him, and Ultimate comes out and says, guys, why get mad at each other when we can get mad at them? Proceeds to top frag, absolutely dismantle his opposition. So it feels like what Joka's telling people is Ultimate's just got that coolness about him. NaV is trying to trade out everything that's going wrong here on the A site. Pistols make them a little nervous, but the bomb does get its way into the site, and Ultimate plants his first ever S-tier event. Played a season of Pro League with AGO, played the Blast Groups last week, but now this is a dream come true.
You know,
for a young man from Poland.
I don't know anyone who said a bad word about Ultimate. Like, there's some sort of stuff out there saying, you know, people doubted him, which of course they did. But I don't think anybody who watched his games thought, oh, this is a bad player. People just thought, okay, so what does this mean for coming into play against FaZe Clan in a LAN match on a brand new roster with Twist IGLing? I mean, it's it's just so wild. It's so wild. And also, I mean, we've even watched him evolve as an individual over the past couple of weeks. When we talked about the first time they played Mirage with Ultimate, that was a mess, right? It was him and JKS, and Ultimate was peeking late into angles. All the nades were set up to make him peek, and he kept chewing on them.
Made JKS look like a bad A player on Mirage, which I know is not the case.
And then after the game, he said, yeah, I was doing a lot of set pick plays, and I want to go a little bit out of prep. And then he went a little bit out of prep, and now we're seeing him here at Cologne play aggressive CS. It's like already an evolved player from last week.
That level of aggression also banks off some sort of ego, right? He's got to have confidence with some of the moves he makes, and I just want to know where that comes from. Who the hell are you to take it to tier 1 as he has? Second highest rated player at the event, by the way, coming into this game.
I feel like he's got the kind of confidence that, you know,
Kindar, here we go.
All these players are great, but no one's better than me. I think that's the sort of confidence that I see in Ultimate.
Where can that come from, though? How does one nurture that kind of confidence with 0 accolades to talk about? Not a year of experience of LAN elsewhere. I don't get it.
We get a player profile right now. I want to know too, actually. Yeah, a guy with that affect who comes in so chill.
Yep.
You never see him do a full smile, no matter how good the round is that he wins.
Has he come out yet and kind of spoken about his time at the Pasha camp?
I've just seen some photos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
I don't know what Pasha's teaching those kids, but man, this is a case study of that working.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's a beautiful thing that Pasha's doing over there. He was had this sort of, it was a mix between esports and physical training, I think, and there's a photo of Ultimate with boxing gloves on.
Hell yeah.
And I think that's just like, it felt like some sort of summer camp, basically, for, you know, youth esports players in Poland. I mean, it's just amazing that Ultimate even participated in that as well.
I mean, I think it makes total sense, right? If you come from Poland and you aspire to be anything in Counter-Strike, how do you not look at the Virtus Pro boys? How do you not look at Pasha and his inspirational kind of transition from esports into just this health fitness lifestyle that, honestly, I've seen Pasha change people's lives as a personal trainer, and nowadays, obviously, as a motivation, right?
Yeah, people don't know. When we go to Katowice, we see... I've seen a poster of Taz that went like 9 floors up the side of an apartment building.
Yeah, he's already a big guy.
On buses. Yeah, wrapping buses.
And we're talking about like 2022.
Yeah.
Okay? As Taz wasn't making as many waves in 2022, and the man still had a building-sized billboard.
Yeah.
So, cultural impact, Virtus Pro, undeniable. And Ultimate, crazily enough, a product of that. So one day we'll get the answers from him. But how about an answer for FaZe? Sitting down 3-0, Team Liquid, their first real contest versus Guns. And they're going to go for the immediate banana control. Nothing offered back from FaZe out of the gate, but starting to size up maybe a poke at it with this incendiary, trying to elicit some sort of an answer. I think there's going to be a lot of posturing going on throughout this map, throughout this match in general. A lot of rounds will boil down to the minute. That's my expectation. Super recent game tape. A meaningful outcome. Twists versus FaZe. And JKS, empty-handed. Solid crossfire setup by FaZe. One of those moments where you're reminded that that pistol could have been an anomaly. Twists cracked through it with a 2K last time. Now it is an empty-handed Team Liquid. Back to reality. As Ultimate finds himself 1v5 in possession of the bomb towards B. Walks through smoke, and we've got nothing back here. And FaZe are stoic about it. 1 gun round deep doesn't mean jack. It's going to be a long day of work, but that one was convincing.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. In terms of the energy right now, FaZe know that this could go to the 3rd map, all the way to the last round. There might be an overtime involved in this best of... I can't even get too excited one way or the other about these early rounds, just because we know what the competition is like in the server. These two know each other. It's a very special matchup where we've got ex-teammates playing against former IGLs. You have both teams on form right now, ready for this match. We saw FaZe play against Vitality. That was a great game.
Ultimate hangs on to the angle. Wasn't able to capitalize on that fallback from Brokey.
That was Rob's.
Oh, well, speaking of him, I think one of the best upticks was his performance in apartments so far at Cologne. It was just like tapping back into early days CS2 Robs, a welcome sight for sore eyes. Yakinder, sore legs. Nade hits him as he's stuck inside of the corner here. Twist would love to help out, but barring a little bit of spam through smoke, not really much the Canadian in-game leader can do. So he's kind of lucky that FaZe let the pressure off Yakinder, who sits on 35 health.
There's a really good amount of grenades left over for a minute. So even though FaZe got this damage in, they're still in jeopardy of entire site hit going, like Banana, for example. They don't have the ability to really retake here, and they've got to hope that Liquid are going to fake or take too long to bait this one smoke out on Frozen. I think this is the right play from from Team Liquid, and Frozen releases a smoke actually a little bit early considering Kerrigan doesn't have anything to work with here.
JKS starting to throw out some fake util towards A. This is going to keep the majority of FaZe preoccupied. CT smoke, like you said, maybe a little early, about to fizzle out. 20 to the clock. JKS completely caught, and we're going to get that scramble over from Brokey, trying to add himself to the B site as Kerrigan goes down with nothing. Twist sprays the cross, 10 on the clock. Nice boost! Oh, Brokey, just the perfect timing. Bomb still being planted, and it does indeed go down, but so does all of Liquid. Brokey gets a double. Frozen jumps up to take 2 himself, and with it, FaZe locking this bomb site down from the safety of the CT cross.
Yeah,
no Kerrigan frags needed.
Yeah, that's true. Very creative decision making on the timings, and very, very nice in terms of aim as well here for FaZe Clan, who they had to use players as resources because they didn't have counter utility. So the boost was one of the only ways in. And even if they came into and tried to clear this earlier on, this is also Team Liquid opting not to go for the waterfall smoke in CT and going for a regular one.
Why would that be?
Well, because they can do a lower telegraph one if they just throw one while they're execing. So like that smoke comes up from Frozen and then they go, okay, let's run it now. And there is a really good timing. The smoke comes up and FaZe are out of smokes to stop them. So they were right about that. But that also opened up this one option for FaZe. We also see a situation where that boost can only come in from a rotator because originally it's FaZe, it's Kerrigan and it's Frozen who are playing Crossfire, and Kerrigan goes down on the site. So not the worst case in the world here for Liquid. It's a strong idea. I think that in the back of their mind, they just think with a game that's likely to go 20 plus rounds,
sure,
you don't want to drop moments like that versus FaZe. I think they want to take every reminder, you know, to say, you're tired, you're too old to play 2 best of 3s in one day. We're trying to prove everything right now. Your time's up.
Kerrigan's made a career of people telling him he's too old.
Yeah.
No problem. Yakindar, oh, speaking of Kerrigan, fades away with the USB.
Ooh, that's a yummy grenade. Oh,
yes, sir, indeed. And even that last round, we want to talk about the boost being freed up by the rotator. Well, that rotator is allowed to come over as quickly as he did because JKS gets caught top middle with the flash, dies instantly. You know, nothing really went going for Liquid towards the A site last time, and NAF hits the dirt. So 1 frag out of the AK.
Actually, you know what? That's a solid point. I mean, just looking at the B site, you see fast rotations, but it's true. If they didn't have the thought that it was a fake on mid, they maybe don't flash retake at that timing, and maybe they don't get the info early. And that's actually a moment where sometimes it's actually worth just skipping the flash retake on mid, right? Why don't you just threaten the idea that you're about to 4 walk out of halls? Well, let bracket go at 30 seconds. These are stylistic choices. Doesn't always mean you want to do the same thing, and JKS won't get the bomb back here at 35 seconds, so he'll just take his little prize of an AK and head for the halls.
And speaking of the apartments, go ahead and save. Keeps himself up. JKS, when he returned to Counter-Strike with Team Liquid, was asked what he'd been doing for the last half a year. He said, nothing. But that's not true. He's been in the Sponge boot camp, playing Face It near daily, carrying casters left, right, and center.
It seems like it worked, too.
Except
sometimes you learn by teaching.
Except it did leave a massive hole in the hearts of Harry and Hugo, and now Sponge, because not only does JKS have Liquid, but we've also got Azur back on a new project too.
Oh.
And I mean, that's the stack, man.
Yeah, so what do you do? I mean, we got to get an elo tracker, right?
Yeah,
see if things are getting worse or not. I mean, JKS improves every team that he joins.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's a hard guy to replace.
Wild, of course, that we are talking about JKS as the, returning Cologne champion. G2 as a whole are also returning, but he is here with Liquid. We go back 2 years, of course, FaZe hoisting the trophy then. So plenty of Cologne champions in the past, currently playing in the server tonight. Just hoping to step back into the stadium. And Ultimate, the idea of a stadium, what is that?
Yeah.
He gets his second kill here as they expose a player on smoke. Kerrigan bested by JKS. Not bad. Team Liquid starting to split into the A play. We get this dismantlement of the balcony setup, but Brokey is here alongside Rops. Rops goes down with nothing. Brokey doubles up. And with it, we get this quick rotation from Liquid up and around the apartments. Is it enough to get away from Brokey? Is it enough to open a route for Frozen into this site to help?
I can't believe how much FaZe have put into defending this, but Ultimate finds his timing to get out. And they wanted to go reclaim Arch while it was still a minute up. Frozen in a 1-on-3, looking for the peak. Twist will deny him. Team Liquid stay in the lead. That's a nice round where they punish the mid-aggression, and JKS gets a follow-up entry on Arch. They kept it really simple from that point, but I think it was 5v3, right? There were no answers back from FaZe just yet.
Correct.
They still made that close. Like, they are still playing, I think, high-energy CS and are always ready to put up a fight, even in a moment like this.
Good timing from Ultimate.
It felt like the only thing that could go wrong is they didn't continue fast enough. No, if you get 2 kills on A, you go lane, right? If you get 1 kill, you go Arch, and you can take it slower and you stop rotations out. But they didn't fully commit to it right away.
No, which is nice. Brokey gives them something to think about. And they didn't think long. It was that instant transition away. Oof, Ultimate just behind the incendiary, blind as a bat. His support staff also goes down, but there's another wave. A second attempt out from Twists, denied by Frozen. 4v2 out of FaZe, and it's a fast answer yet again. Bomb back on T-Ramp. Little mechanical fumble here from Brokey gives Naf a chance to walk away. Even if they find these entries, what are you going to do about it without a bomb? Opper walks out, puts JKS down, and so Naf's got a long time to collect his thoughts, let his team talk it out, and Liquid trying to find a solution to what's, at the moment, this rambunctious-looking banana play out of FaZe.
Did you do a prediction for this game, or do you have one?
No.
My prediction is 2 close wins again for FaZe.
Okay.
And I could totally see this becoming a similar story to Mouse versus Kerrigan in the first season of CS2.
Right.
Like before the break, where Mouse could beat almost everybody else, including, 3-0 versus Spirit in the grand final. Lots of big wins, but the one team that they couldn't beat if they needed to in playoffs was FaZe Clan. And I think that a huge inspiration for Twist as an IGL on this roster is, of course, Kerrigan. And Twist also has a profile that ESL did for him on YouTube, and he said, of all the IGLs I played with, it's Kerrigan who's had the biggest impact. That makes the most sense, right? He's the best one that he's played with. And of course, you're going to be in your own head as the new IGL saying, I can do better than my uncle. Yeah. I can do better than Uncle Kerrigan, who taught me everything that I know about calling in modern day CS. Especially when you get to those round 21, 22, 24,
of course,
moments. Yeah. And that's where Kerrigan is an absolute specialist at taking every little bit of data leading up to that moment, synthesizing it, and then creating the best option in usually a very complicated round, right? Yeah. There's always a lot. There's one flash that does nothing. There's one piece of map control. They try to catch one rotation, and then they set up the Canada call. You know what I mean?
It's one of those things where there are so many other IGLs where who the hell are you to say you're better than Kerrigan? Let it alone somebody like Twists in a brand new role for the very first time. And unfortunately losing his pieces in the Tech9 single AK buy-up. Rain's position found out. Beautiful crossfire. Just enough to get everybody's crosshairs off. And now FaZe started to rack up some convincing wins. Another moment here where all that time for Naf to save and them trying to sprinkle in a light buy around him. It's all for naught. It's also insane to me, of course, that Twist is out here saying that, his biggest inspiration is obviously going to be Kerrigan.
Yeah.
When, Ocean was in the same video.
Yeah, honestly, though, if real ones know Ocean's impact on NA, man. I remember one time I was playing one of those, it was like a 10-man where Dazed was in it, Ocean was in it. I was playing Jason R was on my team, and there was a halftime break that came up, and Ocean's always the last one to get ready up, okay?
Of course.
Always the last one to get ready up. Because he's so funny, though, he always gets away with it. But this time, he took like the full 15 minutes at halftime, okay?
Yeah.
And when you come into the beginning of the scrim, it's 15 minutes, like, yeah, all right, it's Ocean. At halftime, man, like, go for a cigarette and ready up. You only need 3-4 minutes. And we're like, Ocean, man, what were you doing? And he's like, yeah, sorry, guys. I just had to make a chicken pot pie.
See,
okay, Ocean.
That is why he is the greatest Canadian player of all time. You got to think outside the box sometimes, Launders. That's the inspiration that Twists has to bring to this new Team Liquid. Screw a game plan. Make a pie.
Make a pie. This would be the place to do it, right here.
School to Twist also, again, same profile. Shout out ESL. The content's been phenomenal here for Cologne. But, you know, some people would forget that he also played under Sean Gares, and that was kind of an early instance, too, where he said, you know, somebody,
well,
that's a good leader. A leader of men in some regards, Sean Gares.
Yeah, and Sean Gares also is, like, he isn't known for, like, all the trophies and everything like that, but he's another person in North America that everybody passes through that's been a North American player that has gotten somewhere, basically. He taught everybody how to play CS from very early days, even before CSGO. So you can definitely shout out Sean Gares for that one. That was back in the TSM days.
And Misfits.
And I believe that, oh yeah, and Misfits. And I believe Automatic also played on that roster.
Holy fucking save strike. Don't worry, you got 30 more seconds. You can do it, soldier. Oh.
You just had to get him motivated to chill for a second.
Oh, I have to save.
Oh, NaVi almost dying of boredom.
Oh, God. That's when you know it's a boring day. He is our last resistance in the face of boredom. Oh, in the face of Twist. That frag knocks his teeth out. Down to 40 HP as he tries to get up through ramp. Curious if Team Liquid are thinking about maybe some kind of a balcony emphasis, right? The brackets control has been really strong in middle out of FaZe. They were able to unravel it in the pistol. They were able to unravel it that one time that Rain gets caught inside the frag grenade. But yeah, balcony's looking prime for the taking. Prime real estate denied. Brokey, no way! What? A third kill out of nowhere. Put down by Yakindar, sure, but a 1v3 demanded of him. Oh my goodness.
The round is still live. The thing is, okay, we have to follow this round because Yakinder could still totally win this. Now, I don't know if the bomb's out of the balcony and the CTs can see it or if it's inside the doorway. But it seems like it might be out. Yakinder waiting for a mistake to be made, but if he does invest some time, and yeah, we can see the CTs are keeping eyes on this. This is definitely a setup that he can dismantle with the right peaks. Yakinder on his best day could figure this out.
Oh, let's see what day it is. He's waited long enough for them to be thinking both sides. Starts to slide out, contact backside, doesn't clear his corner. And so Brokey's 3K, oh my goodness, worth its weight in gold. That no-scope through the side of the wall, after all of the swarm of Team Liquid comes out from balcony, I mean, leave it to the laser to shape a diamond in this one. Oh my.
That's pure clarity right there. Insane stuff.
Damn. Don't waste moments like that. And in stark contrast to the 3-7 ultimate, Brokey reminds us who's boss. Team Liquid limp into this one, utility and pistols in hand. And it's going to take more than a round to wipe their minds of that reminder from Brokey. Because the positioning was good, right? The plan looked like a good adaptation out of Twists. Balcony, you could have dropped Pit, but you took the fight to the op. And the Latvian goes huge. Brain peels back into Little Pit. Rops decides to jump site. We do have something going awry here for FaZe. Make it 2 kills, in fact.
It feels like we get this every round, though. Can they get the Rops frag?
Just the one. Absolutely swarming in. Everybody with footing on the bomb site now. And so Tech9s come out from Team Liquid. And FaZe, oof. all of those awesome bracket control. All those rounds where Team Liquid couldn't buy an opening inside A site, and this one just boils down to a couple pistols. NaVi's gonna put Frozen to the sideline. Brokey, go ahead and save that op, but it is Liquid with a 5th at least.
And that's where we've seen that Liquid can go toe-to-toe on firepower with anybody they've played against so far, including FaZe Clan in their last match. That is insane. They do that with just pistols, and I think, you know, we definitely give an edge to FaZe when it comes to like what we've seen in the mid round, the late round now, because there are a lot of situations where Team Liquid have a 1 situation and they just can't close it. They get the B site on the right timing. They have the right call, where Twist has been pretty immaculate when it comes to picking the right site. They are winning inside a bracket early on in these rounds very consistently, but sometimes the few players who are left over from FaZe, the rotators who come in, have done such a fantastic job that they put all those advantages away and still win. Well, now Liquid survive that Brokey 3K and survive being broke themselves.
Let's see if FaZe can crank it up a notch. Down to the bottom of mid goes Kerrigan. Oh, they hold him. Well
Nice.
done by Twists.
Yeah.
He knows your game. He is indeed familiar. Frag for Rops right to the side of the head. And we could be looking at a Team Liquid 6-round half. Maybe. Just maybe. And I think one of the cool things about this Liquid project and their success over the last couple of weeks is they have survived a lot of slow starts. They have been able to drag their opponents into the late game and prevail. And the one team that they weren't able to do that against thus far, obviously, in the server with them right now. Sometimes you want that early loss, right? You need the reality check. You need the lesson, the tough ones to learn from. And Team Liquid, no stranger to adversity in their first season with this 5. But yet, just like the last round, there's a lot of open space here towards the A site. No presence in brackets to hold them back, and so Robs has to go massive from the pit. And NaVi's got other ideas. Simple as that. Flying single point of health from NaFly.
All right.
I think he enjoyed that one a little more than the save.
Well, the rotators are going to have to try this round, so at least they get to humor us. This is a very hard... They're going to have to hit the Bernie if they hit this retake.
Frag, smoke, flash, 3v5 to go. Missed shot out of ultimate. Not his best half. Not his best work so far on Inferno. JKS has got him covered at least, but they nade him out. So time is still ticking, but as it hits the halfway point, we go down to just 2 members of FaZe left over. They try to double up towards Moto, and that is indeed the end of them. That open A site, back-to-back rounds, and Team Liquid make a half of this. this ominous ability of Team Liquid to somehow hang on despite rough starts. That's what they've been able to teach us in the last couple of weeks. That's what they put forth this morning versus Complexity, and it's what they've done here in the face of adversity. And by adversity, I mean Brokey. Phenomenal 3K from the Latvian Opper inside of the A-hold. Brackets look solid for FaZe Clan, but Team Liquid managed 6 rounds out of a T side. They'll swap over to the defense. Their map pick, one that we weren't certain if they'd go for, and now they're going to prove as to why. Yakinder and Co, 3 players in Banana, looking for the first fight of the round. And as they immediately peel back Yakinder, 2 players stay stuck in. Doesn't look like FaZe are going to bite just yet, not without utility to go with it. That's a decoy.
Yeah.
Ultimate doesn't turn, nor does Naf, who's got a decoy of his own. 3 CTs all out of dodge. Didn't want to stick around too much. Looking for the FaZe fight to come forward. And as Frozen gets into it, oh, he takes one to the head. Luckily, Rain trades out instantly. Ultimate tries to peel a player off the cross, but nothing offered up from him. And his teammate falls back around through construction, so Team Liquid forfeit the site.
Yes, they do. And in a 4-on-4 situation, take a quick glance at what they've got to work with. We're talking about no kit, no utility left over here, just half armor on the 4 remaining Liquid players.
Finally, smoke fades. Naf wants his. Didn't even get much to shoot at, but we've got Rain perched backside. Kerrigan in the pit, peeks out. There's 2 kills instantly out of the FaZe clan. Ultimate brings it back eventually, but he just doesn't have health enough to go for this clutch, surely. Time is so against him, and so FaZe, even with 3 CTs originally inside that site, it felt like Team Liquid gave them a lot of space once they got around the corner.
I like this call. I mean, from Kerrigan, it's like, it's a confidence call where he's like, we're going to keep this very simple. We're going to take the B site. We're not going to try to trick them. They know we're coming, but we're going to set up some decent duels for ourselves and see if we win. And I think they're right now. Like, their form is actually very solid. Again, some of those early round moments in the first half actually came back to haunt FaZe Clan, but now they win this round. I think they're feeling pretty good about where they stand in this game. And listen, everybody knew coming into this match. Oh.
Good shit. Nice hit, Julie.
That guy got fucking sent to hell, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
I don't even know. I don't know what he said.
Neither
Sentinel. Sentinel?
Something.
That was Rain.
Sorry, you were saying?
Everybody knew coming into this game that it was going to be very close. Both these teams know it. Every fan knows it watching this. And I feel like that's why FaZe said, we're not going to try to trick you and play games. We know you understand what we're going to try to do, but we're still better.
Oh my god, and Frozen's proving it. Absolutely taking off for FaZe Clan. In the process of converting the pistol, Mac-10 goes to JKS. Rob sticks around towards middle. And this one slides the way of FaZe. No funny business out of Yakinder, who I think has actually been proving that he's fitting back into his role more so under the wing of Twists than I think he got out of the previous iteration of Team Liquid.
You know, I don't know who to blame or who to praise, but I really have trouble saying that Yakinder couldn't aim because of Cadian. I'm not comfortable saying that, but I will say I think that the break for sure probably was something that he needed, and clearly he's definitely acting a little bit different. I mean, the way that he plays, it doesn't look like he's talking that much during rounds, but he's very focused on his crosshair. And I think why you're paying Yakinder a salary is because of his swings, right? His swings were sort of changed the online meta in 2020 when we first started hearing about him. And he's getting back to that because that style in CS2 has proved to be extremely powerful.
Sure.
Now, unlike Donk, who's constantly moving, Yakinder always does the delayed wide swing, goes really, really wide. But now it feels like he's just focused on that. And we aren't seeing moments from Yakinder where he's going 1, 2, 3 kills and a lot of movement and a lot of different pieces of utility. He's getting one important 50-50 duel, one on a great swing with perfect crosshair placement, and his impact is just right there in that round.
This is interesting. Round 3, they bought nothing last round. They come into this one with MP9s and half buy. Lose pistol, full save, half buy third. Off the Mac-10 save by JKS.
Huh. Yeah, that's weird. So, well, we do know how good these MP9s are. That's an interesting, let's call it a stylistic choice, because genuinely, MP9s right now at the mid to long range are a little too strong. Like, let's be honest.
It's a little, round 3 twist. Frag and smoke for JKS. That's all that's left of util, so even the utility comes into this round incredibly light. what are you cooking? A little unorthodox.
Well, if they, this is not a round where they want to save, obviously, these guns. So it's also a round where they can now afford to lose it, right? They can, as long if they get their 3 kills, they do damage to FaZe's economy. They upgrade 2 or 3 guns afterwards. They're not in a bad spot. But if FaZe avoid them, they aren't retaking with MP9s.
Oh, surely.
And they don't want to keep these either.
He's got another smoke. He just put it down. That's the last smoke out.
It's so funny because FaZe are obviously not about to fall for this, are they?
Doesn't look like it. We get Team Liquid still leaning majority over towards A site. NaVi's going to try to run at it. It's him and Yakinder with 2 MP9s. He plays it on the fountain, goes unnoticed for a moment, and does kill Kerrigan. NaVi, though, swings out, put down, and this 5 SMG situation puts them in an awkward place. We said they couldn't retake, but are they still going to try it?
One thing I really don't mind, though, is if they lose this round. It's 6-9, you know, if they lose this round. And if they buy in the next and they have a little bit of money left over, or they get a much better buy, I think there's something to it. Yeah, it's not like their sacrifice is the round itself. So if people don't like that, I can understand. But I kind of like when a team, you know, doesn't buy to 0 because they had like between 37 and 4,300 on everybody, and then they lose because they were missing a smoke or 2 at the end of the round. And so there it is. Galil in place here for ultimate. It does put a little bit more pressure to say, all right, well, if you lose again, it's 10 rounds. But the goodbye is going to be coming in.
Yeah, but the rounds at the top of the board are just another resource. So let one of those slip by.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Rocks?
Yeah, they're just all different flavored. Kerrigan's, he sucks on a different one, each half.
Careful. That's how you chip a tooth. Brain chipping away at the defense as he comes in. NaVi almost throwing things haywire when he swung out from CT smoke, but again, you know, so little. So what they end up with is Yakinder still MP9, Galil for NaVi. Yakinder tucks
get away with that?
Oh, barely. That's how. 12 HP left over. They chuck a nade down the banana frozen. That hits him upside the head. And the utility, it looks healthy. So an interesting decision in round 15, but not one that seems to compromise them all too much.
Look at the conviction here from Kerrigan.
Yeah, he knows he wants it. He knows he can take a deep peek. They got the smoke up on the ledge, and FaZe not going to immediately pounce on this, despite making Team Liquid a little worried about the possibility of the hit.
This is pretty wild, right? Because, again, like, FaZe can see through the money here for Liquid. They know that they're waiting to have a full investment this round to have their full kits, and they decide to go for early car control and keep pushing.
Yeah. Then as they fall silent, they start to move a third player over for Liquid. Twist wanting to throw himself into the fray.
But now we ask ourselves, have FaZe done enough on the map? Because over at brackets, like, Team Liquid did do a good job of getting information back.
Sure. They still keep 2 players deeply committed on A. Kerrigan looking for the entry frag. That softened up MP9 just hiding here on Orange. Twist serves up an excellent distraction, but they're still hunting down Yakinder. Oh my goodness. Are you for real?
It's possible.
Jumping headshot out of Brokey. That's one way to clear him. And with little HP on 2 of the 3 FaZe players, it's enough. Team Liquid do not want to risk what's left of this round, this buy that they waited for.
Wow.
And so FaZe Clan go up to 10, and now we start to consider the ramifications of giving over that maybe free round with their 5 SMGs, because FaZe are tiptoeing closer to a victory on Inferno.
Yeah. For me, it's not that big of a deal because we aren't seeing any CT rounds that Liquid are winning, like this round, for example. As they won, they tried to save for. I feel like FaZe are just playing such crazy mind games with them. The early, fast banana control into, yeah, we're going to take it. Yeah, we're still going to take it. And then Liquid rotating one over saying, okay, they're not faking, guys. And then Liquid have 3 players to stop the B exec, but they just still can't.
I would like to see that last kill on Yakinder from his perspective.
Second thing. Boom. Blind.
CT, one, CT, one,
Second
CT,
thing,
one.
second thing. CT, second on CT. Second. Pushing CT.
Pushing him.
Plus CT.
First, one.
Nice box again. Please smoke CT.
That's what FaZe calls second. You might be calling it first.
You're wrong.
Yeah. So, last time out, is used here for Team Liquid. And we do look at the fact that, you know, Ultimate is a win conditions, not having a great game. And I mean, genuinely, Ultimate's been, like, the last I checked, he was top 7 at the event in this stage.
Coming into this game, he is the second highest rated player at Cologne.
Yeah.
He's only behind Nico.
Yeah.
I think like a 1.44 rating before this map goes live. So
our GOAT might be washed, Connor. Our GOAT might be washed.
Although maybe that doesn't take into consideration the play-in stage, the first stage of Cologne.
Two separate events.
On HLTV, they are separate events. But actually, it's all one event. Oh, that ain't ideal. Well, it's also not the worst. Yakindar. And ultimates. Oh, he's blind, but he still is able to post one. Yakindar stuck in.
Yeah, one pickoff is good.
Him versus Frozen here towards Banana could end up drawing a lot more attention from FaZe.
I feel like they're just doing everything FaZe want to. FaZe are starting to press up against them on bracket and in halls as well. And I just feel like they're guessing entirely.
Robs peels back from the smoke. We haven't really had to say his name too much because there hasn't really been this presence from FaZe up in apps on the T side. Just in general, Rob's not dying, not popping off, waiting for a moment where maybe he just kind of puts a nail in the coffin here. 3 away from the win. And as the smoke is set to fade towards Banana, Yakindar locked into the corner. Oh, Frozen just pounces with the headshot.
And now they can pause here inside of middle. Bomb needs to get picked up, however.
Yeah, 25 to the clock, too. This is a little bit of awkward timing, and if this mid-hold still comes out, if Twists keeps eyes down mid, then Rops is not able to cross back and grab it. It's Frozen's task instead. Rops will get that fight going, but with low HP, you better hope that bomb doesn't get stopped on the cross. Another smoke goes down. Spam? No. NaV off the line.
1 second.
Playing with fire here, FaZe.
Jesus. As they do. Yeah, well, that's the worst case situation where Twist, you know, can't be killed and they have no way to get the bomb back and they run out of time, but they narrowly avoid it. They take over the site. They get the important win over Yakindar, who's having a decent game. And damn, I don't know, man. I look at these rounds and I see a decent looking map here for Team Liquid. I see a lot of good ideas. I see a lot of CT activity, but I'm seeing them come out behind on duels, right? I think there's a couple of very important moments where the duels are dictating everything. It's not as if they're not, again, playing to win. When you see someone dying on a brackets retake or at the top of Banana, it's not like they're playing scared, letting an exec come and then having to rotate frantically over. That's almost never happening. The last time that FaZe exec on B, 3 CTs were there, ready for it. Can't ask for much more in that department, but I mean, I'm really feeling Kerrigan just in their heads at the moment.
He's yet to make a error here on the T side. A 6-6 half, and not a single answer yet out of Team Liquid's defensive half. A CT side that's left a lot to be desired, but one that's still going to be gun rounds. Inbound, 5 rounds the difference. It's pressured down Banana. Yakindar looking for that fight as the base of Banana remains smoked. But I feel like Frozen is more than happy to take this fight against Team Liquid when he is set up to do so, and soon enough, he may be. He could have been. Doubles back for a cache of util. We're going to get FaZe working closer towards apartments. This is where I said they haven't really met much resistance. Rops has not been given a chance to shine. And Team Liquid rattle off the op towards Banana. No presence yet again from Liquid inside apps, but it is still this heavy 4-player A-site lean. We hit the minute on the clock, and Rain still just pulling back, happy to mosey around as he pleases, and Kerrigan's going to pick up the responsibility of pressuring Banana a bit.
It's another solid buy here for Liquid, but they're just basically sitting and listening for audibles as they patiently wait for someone to come right here into bracket. Brokey and Co looking for a duel.
Yeah, nice trade. Oh, God. Twist gets out. Sticky situation as he sits on 30 health, but he nades Brokey low. And Frozen tries to chase. Didn't get his fight on Banana, and he's met his maker. Twists trying somehow to get this engine rolling for Liquid, and it is indeed him that goes up and over, above and beyond, from the roof as he drops with 3 kills this round.
Yeah.
That's the only success for Liquid so far on the CT side.
Man, Twist is just, he's a miracle, honestly. It's amazing. As a, the fact that he's been calling, picking up those duties, has the excuse of falling off a little bit, but then putting up the rounds that he does consistently and all the positioning. He was the guy inside of middle just previously that didn't fall for only seeing rain. Knew that Rops was right around the corner too. Even though he died to that second fight, it feels like he's the one that's very clued in.
Meanwhile, Banana's been under contention, and it will be yet again. But NAF, not Ultimate, finds the op kill. This is that variation from Team Liquid as they come through double op. It's risky business. But they've shown us they are willing to make different decisions and approach rounds in an unexpected fashion. Maybe FaZe falling victim to it here in number 19. NAF stays posted on the angle.
It's an even-handed map here for Team Liquid, and there isn't really much pressure on them to go and seek out much more. They've got the 5v4 as we move slowly into the late rounds.
Ultimate given nothing, but the teaser right behind it, right after he pops open that smoke.
Is Twist going to be the one?
Again. He's positioned for it, and he's got JKS behind him to try to bolster this short hold. Ultimate just gave up a lot of space over on Arch, and in that moment, Rain slides out. Twist goes in! Oh. Double headshot. And not just that, but confirming the remnants of FaZe are just as close to this A site as his other 2 frags. Ultimate will lose his line. JKS needs to deliver something, you'd assume, but it's a fake plant with 15 left to go. They get JKS to spray away half the mag. He finishes Rain, but Brokey's back in, looking for another impactful round. No, sir. NAF swings with the Berettas. Liquid taken 8th, and it's Twist to post frags again.
Yeah, it's got to be great for their confidence now. I mean, their IG... Look at that. They stepped on the trap wire, and Twist immediately pushed into mid. As soon as Kerrigan pulled out his smoke, he was exactly right about the timing and absolutely had to hit this second kill, which he does on the spray transfer after killing Rops. 4 guys looking in his direction. That's how many it takes to take him down. And even though it feels like FaZe have put already together such a great half, Liquid are making it a close game now. And we're on an eco here for FaZe. Also, I think it did feel like the B site was getting a little flimsy. So then they put NAF on the op. That's a great way to freely reinforce that position.
I didn't know Rain did gymnastics.
You didn't see that gold in Norway?
No, I didn't. Sorry. Ultimate has been able to collect some kills in Banana, but still sits at an unimpressive 6 and 13 half. So if it's not going to be this Polish phenom to get the impact this evening against FaZe, somebody else is going to have to step up. He falls victim to the Deagle.
Aggressive.
Yakindar is in the back of the site looking to pick up slack. He's got 6 bullets in the mag. Frozen's on the op, and then Twist comes out to help out. There's that AWP, finding the no-scope and dealing with Yakindar. Empty gun as the smoke plumes and the CTs respect it. NAF comes around from Banana. The actual cross can just be held, and so be it that they lose Ultimate, but it's another sign of bad things from Team Liquid's op department.
And here we are, folks. The game was always going to be close in the end. Felt like FaZe were about to run away with it, but now we get to that round 20 mark. This is when the calling gets more intense. The coach input gets more detailed. There's more conditioning. There's more data here on what's happened. And Mither is very much getting involved. In terms of what Liquid are trying to do in these rounds, I don't know if I would change that much, you know? The only thing I would hope for them is that some of the fragging improves. We got Ultimate and JKS still on 8 kills. That's going to be a sore thumb in this game if it ends in favor of FaZe, who overall look a lot stronger across their players. Now, you do have Kerrigan and Rops down there, but They're the ones with 11 rounds.
Frozen again wants a piece of the action. Oh my god, and Yakinder's been playing off the back foot what feels like all half long.
Yeah, he's been trying to do that play. It's costing him a lot of health.
And at times, a B bomb site. Team Liquid letting FaZe get dangerously close. Triple nade almost ends NAF, and now both of these B defenders barely standing.
Yeah. Man, and yeah, I feel like Yakinder wants the MP9 and is trying to make this half-wall play work.
But I mean, you're going up against Frozen, who's 19 and 12, has more often than not put you down on 20 HP, and then instantly Team Liquid's game plan of having this MP9 hold banana is gone. It feels like they're playing catch-up on B every round.
But they've always got eyes wide open here. They know, like, this arch smoke is going to come in. Ultimate sitting perfectly on this angle.
Yeah, can he hit the shot?
Now, they don't have a double pit setup, so they fall back a little bit. There's a chance that this could put them in jeopardy.
Not to mention, we've got Rops queued up for the apartments pop.
Oh,
and he's ahead of the smoke. Oh, and they get two, but now with the triple. Beretta's out in hand, put down by Frozen. Again, the shining star of FaZe tonight. He's the reason Yakindar sits on 20. But if not for NAF, then this round is already gone. The 12 would be locked in. Twist tries to slide up and finish what his countrymen started, but it's gonna have to be Yakindar if it's gonna be Team Liquid. FaZe burst through despite NAF's best efforts. And as Kerrigan hangs on alongside Frozen, Yakindar hopes that uncertainty creeps into the minds of FaZe. They throw a flash out, he gains vision, they see him, and he feels time limited. Frozen peeks out and is absolutely taking over. 3 kills from Frozen in this round as he goes 22 and 12.
That's great that you pointed it out. I mean, every time they make a cameo over on Banana, they get their damage in and they leave. And NAF puts up this incredible A4 spray transfer commercial for Team Liquid, but that's about it on the round. It's Frozen who is the real highlight here. And Halls is the perfect call, right? You see a setup like that with 3 people inside of brackets. And Mither's obviously stretched watching that moment take place, but
Oh, sit down.
Jesus.
And that could be the end of Ultimate on Inferno. Just steps behind Nico in terms of rating at the second stage of Cologne. And in the opening map against FaZe, 6 and 16. And we saw that glorious 3K out of Brokey. We see this opening kill to potentially queue up FaZe's map 1 win. A challenge put forth by Liquid on Inferno, and Twists tries to take up the mantle yet again. It's at least a glimpse. It's a quick sight of FaZe in mid. But it's such little utility here for Liquid at 50 seconds. And even when there is this rock back towards Banana, a lot of sound being made. Frozen starting to make this pressure applied to the MP9 of Yakinder yet again. Meanwhile, Pit player gets peeled off. So Twists in Boiler. Oh, this is perfection, but he doesn't get the second. And all this time, Rops has now gone deep into the CT spawn. Twist tries to do it all again, but Rops has got their number. He has got their spawn, and he has got 13 to the board. FaZe Clan stand tall to open this series. The Lanxess beckons, the champions of 2022 in Cologne, 1 map away from stepping forth into the stadium yet again.
absolutely pulverized. That's really probably the only way I could tell you about this. Yes, there was a little bit of lifeline there from the Liquid side. Yes, there was a little bit of a bounce back, but it was not enough. FaZe came to play today, 13-9 on the first map of the series. That leaves Nuke in front of us, and a FaZe picked Nuke at that. So the battle continues to go uphill.
But there it was, Trace, right? How many times have we seen it so far this tournament? Liquid, their own map pick, fall behind in the second half, mount a comeback rally on the CT side, and now this time around when they're one game away from the Lanxess, when it's the most pressure we've seen for this new Team Liquid lineup, they can't get it done.
Speaking of pressure as well, I hate to do it, but Ultimate didn't have a great game, didn't show up at all, didn't have any impact with the AWP, and the reason why I feel comfortable picking him out is that he's been fantastic so far for Team Liquid. He's been one of the difference makers. This time around, though, on Inferno, there was
That's
no
what you
presence.
get for being so good
That's
beforehand.
What you get.
Like.
I guess, you know, just ready to put you down whenever I have the chance, but unfortunately for Liquid, unfortunately for Ultimate, this was one of the few games where he did not show up, and it was clear to see the difference between the Brokey impact and the Ultimate lack of impact.
Yeah, it was certainly there, and it was spelled across the entire direction of the map, right? Like, there were instances where Liquid were in the fight very well early on. You're thinking, okay, this is going to be back and forth all the way through the end of the first half, and what happens?
Yeah, I think it was really small details that decided this game. Liquid was very much in it throughout. You know, even a couple of rounds came down to one frag to swing it either way. So round number 10, right towards the end of the first half, let's zoom in on the radar so you guys can see there's banana control from the side of FaZe. They decided to go into this 4-1 stack. Liquid is setting to go for an apps pop. So we'll see what happens from this point on. Despite having 4 players there, you can see that FaZe is not really playing for this. Both of these players are on short, 2 players are long. They're playing more for mid. This flash is perfect. It blinds Robs, it blinds Brokey, but now here comes some of that FaZe individual prowess. Brokey with the 1, with the 2nd. Bang. No scope here for the 3rd. Absolutely crazy. Yakinder now in a 1v3. Gets in a 1v2, right? Doesn't know that the second player is going to be tucked into the side. He's not going to be able to win this clutch. But this was huge for FaZe because despite them having 4 players there, it was a good call for Liquid. They had an opportunity to win the round, put more pressure on their economy, but the individual prowess from Brokey really making the difference there.
To pull that off, right? It's insane. It's absolutely insane what he was able to do right there. The 3 kills, especially the no-scope coming into it as well. That was what I was speaking about, right? Brokey, close combat orbing. You've had him as a player under you before. I feel like he's one of the best in the world at exactly this when it comes to Inferno as well. And we didn't see any of that from Ultimate. So I feel like, as you said, Liquid very much in the game. The call here itself is kind of cool. There's a minute and 13 seconds left in the round. It's a bit of a surprise pop coming out of apps. I like that idea, but when you face a Brokey like that, what are you supposed to do?
Absolutely, and there's also some things on the side of Team Liquid towards the tail end of that game that, you know, I'm not gonna say I wish someone could explain to me. Like, I get the thought process behind it. I just don't agree with it, right? If you go into round 21, Trace.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Liquid is starting to win some rounds on CT side. The double up, it's there. Look at this. Look at the money on the side of Team Liquid. Why does Yakinder have an MP9? Like, why do you, when you can afford an M4, why do you go for an MP9 and then have to go for this play? You take a lot of damage, right? It's becoming a little bit awkward now. There's going to be 3 HEs coming in as well. So NaVi is going to take some damage too. And all of a sudden, you know, without there being too much happening on the map, you have 2 players who are low. They even decide to gamble because of that. It almost works out. Nav here, being the Joker player, gets a 3k spray down, right? But the entries from Robs and I think Brokey or Frozen were just too strong, and they win out in this clutch in the end, which was so close, and this was what broke the back of Team Liquid. I just don't get why that play. Why not some setup with M4s? Why not just playing default? You've been doing good for the most part in the gun rounds.
And this is what you've been left with at the very end of the round too, right? You were about a foot away from a Min4 there, and maybe saving that on your way up. But even then, like, it's a hard-fought battle. It's not meant for you to win in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I understand the thought process, to be completely honest, you know, and also having an MP9 in a situation like that for Yakinder, it forces him to play aggressive on banana. You can't sit back on the side and do nothing. So it's a counter product of buying that weapon the way that he then forces himself into the duels that leads to the damage, that leads to NaVi trying to help him out, that leads into him being triple naded. So it's easy to be smart in hindsight. You know all about that, Trace, but I don't agree with that either.
I mean, okay, you want to change the pace, you want to do something more aggressive, and for that play, the MP9 is better. But but it limits you in what you can do. If the play doesn't work out, if you're not that great, the money is there. I mean, they're at 11 already, so thinking about long-term economy or anything like that, I'm not buying that either. It's just unfortunate because Liquid has been good in this tournament, even at bringing it back on the CT side.
Yeah, and this is where somebody's road has to stop. That is the reality of this series, right? So we go into the second map. It does feel like FaZe has their hands on that steering wheel, the proverbial steering wheel. And in hindsight, Jacob, it's probably easier to say that Team Liquid was going to win this. Isn't that what you said?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, I must have misheard you. Nonetheless, yeah, we talk about Nuke, the next map in the series, with Liquid starting on the CT side.
It is looking good for FaZe Clan. I think some of the players that we were hoping to turn up for FaZe did turn up. Brokey in this game, obviously on Inferno. Frozen had a great showing on Inferno as well. Moving into Nuke, we know FaZe is a little more, I guess, certain in how they play and approach that map. I feel like even in their down period, even in this period where they haven't been playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, Nuke has still been a map where they play to a relatively high level. And my issue, if I'm Team Liquid right here, I don't see any weak link within FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think also for Liquid, I mean, they've had some good results on Nuke themselves, but one of the main reasons for that was Ultimate. Like, whether we see him at the beginning of round, how many times have we seen him go aggressive on ramp, or in the mid-round, surge players in lobby, wherever, really. He's all over the place. So this is going to be our first glimpse into, is he able to reset, to bounce back after what was a poor map one?
He did it against Complexity. He also had a horrible first map on Ancient, came into Anubis, was the best player on the server, but the difference is that this is FaZe Clan, right? This is FaZe Clan on Nuke. This is one of the best teams in the world, and it is a FaZe Clan that, coming into the tournament, we kind of highlighted it, they weren't in the best shape. They were a little bit worried, you know. That exit at Copenhagen, losing to NIP in the fashion they did, it made a lot of people doubt FaZe Clan coming into Cologne, but I feel what we've seen so far, only a loss against Vitality. Apart from that, they've looked solid, so I'm willing to say the FaZe Clan are in prime position to win Nuke as well.
Yeah, Kerrigan touting those words, saying they need to get back to their firepower, need to get back to their assertive, dominant, and decisive ways. Well, we got some glimpses of that over here on the first map, which sets us up nicely for the next map in the series. One that was, in fact, picked by FaZe. That's going to be Nuke. And again, it looks like Liquid with a CT start. If we need it, we'll find Mirage on the backside of that. But for the time being, yeah, it's an uphill battle here for Liquid. We're looking at what is the very last, potentially last map for Liquid in Cologne. So yeah, put that in your pipe and then put it in your pocket, Jacob. We're going to go to a break and we'll come back right after this. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. BRB.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
Banana apparel, guys. Have it. Bomb is on taps. Occasion bomb. He's coming short. I have short cross. Oh no, my dot. I'm smoked. I'm in the box is tired, maybe? I'm in the smoke. Maybe walking grave. Yeah. I'm just fading the smoke. It's still short.
Where's the bomb? Bomb is in cage and other.
I'm moving to the side. Get along something. I have short.
You see bump?
Yes. Yeah. Do I see it though? I do. Short.
Nice! Nice! Okay.
Well, what a spot for the fucking bomb, man.
Take AK if you can.
A bounce back demanded of Team Liquid if they have any hopes of extending their lives here in Cologne. And my eyes fall on Ultimate, Mohan, because a very absent performance back on Inferno and a map that previously he never played with his old team. And yet, hit me.
He's just maxed out all the stats on HLTV for Nuke somehow. This guy, man. A 1.36 rating in the last 4 maps, and that is including a map versus FaZe Clan in their last matchup.
What?
This is Ultimate's first rematch on the team, but a 1.45 on Nuke the last time he played against FaZe. For a guy who didn't play Nuke in Tier 1 ever. How? How does he do it, Ultimate?
I don't know, man. Sounds kind of impossible. You might be lying.
I might be lying, but then you're also calling HLTV liars, and
I would never.
Now you're in conspiracy territory.
Well, then
okay?
we won't touch that. You want to talk about numbers? It's Frozen, bro. Goes absolutely above and beyond back on Inferno. 1.59 rating, 23 kills, 12 deaths, and known to be the king of Nuke back for Mouse previously, prior to coming in for FaZe. So if we're talking about Ultimate versus Frozen, well, you know which one's got the reps. Rops might also be able to do some heavy lifting. Nope, never mind. NaV slides into him. Instant 3-player push into the lobby. Let's see if Nuke can bring some fireworks. Oh my God. Frozen seemingly ready to rock and roll. He saw the leg.
He did, and
NaV
he's going out wide. Oh, NaV has been too nice, though, on this pistol so far. Another headshot.
Not bad at all. Kerrigan lucky to be alive here as NaV is just all over the place. Just trying to take every duel he possibly can. And as him and his teammates continue to run around like headless chickens, it was a 3-player lobby push that has turned back from ramp into the outer play. They do indeed split up. NaV dodges the threat of the garage presence. And FaZe are getting a little stringy.
Don't peek NaV right now. He is dishing it out. 2 kills and an extra. Literally, Kerrigan only survives because he's so far away. That's how hard the shot was. Straight to the dome. That quiets the map down here for FaZes. Rain does find his timing to cross to Mini. As NaV was watching it. Ooh, of course he finds it. Now Ultimate is in danger.
It's okay. He'll pick it up. Doesn't get anything after. NaV 2 kills deep already, but
so much damage.
Man, it's a bomb plant nonetheless. So FaZe in the face of NaV's adversity. Hey, you take the plant.
Did you say anniversary?
Yeah, something like that. And now NaV looking to end it. JKS takes one to the forehead. NaV, again, so much damage.
So much damage.
Kerrigan survives on 6 HP. Brokey survives on 1 health. And while we're sat here talking about NaV, ooh, NaV, Brokey goes 4 kills in that pistol.
Oh, true, okay.
Just dismantles the A setup that looked lock in, and FaZe Clan are going to go up on the T side pistol.
I do pocket watch Canadians a little bit more. NaFly 338 ADR, and yet Brokey got 4 kills throughout all of this.
Damn.
Oh, that's frustrating. That's frustrating, but also amazing here. Brokey, 1 HP! That's 1 too many.
FaZe starting to feel it now. It's a great start to their map pick. A scout shot off the mark, no problem. NaV at least kills Kerrigan. Ultimate starts to give them a little space to attack him on the ramp, and Frozen turns around. Sorry, Twists, we're not playing that game. Rain's already down Secret, for God's sake. The pressure here from FaZe is palpable. And Rain can't manage to hang on in the threat of Yakinder's MP9. He loves that thing.
He doesn't let him go. Yeah, he does.
Just wanted to play it all Inferno long.
It's a little bit, it's a lot.
We have 3 players for Liquid, low HP. These Galils, AK, Mac-10, oh, they want to rear their ugly heads, but it's a bomb plant in the back of the A site, and it's a Team Liquid that are not working with a kit. They just lost a player. That's not ideal. Man, drops from the server.
Won't make a difference in this spot.
Nah, they're going to go for the save instead.
So, you didn't have a prediction about this game because that it feels like it's going to go 3 maps?
I didn't have a prediction for this game because the last time they met, just earlier this week, it felt too close to call.
It was so close, yeah.
You know, the scoreline anyways. It wasn't the most, like, let's say, action-packed adventure. You know, there wasn't the most individual highlight clips. I feel like Brokey's 3K back on Inferno is like the best thing we've gotten out of Team Liquid versus FaZe so far in Cologne. So it felt very meticulous. You know, it felt almost like they were two opponents kind of sizing each other up.
And the map pool kind of improves for Liquid because they don't go up against Mirage. Like, last time that felt strange to try to take FaZe there when that was clearly their weakest map. But they actually did put up a really good Mirage, like an improved one.
Yes,
so it was surprising.
Much improved. Much improved.
3, 2, go. Offense.
No!
Nice, man!
Look at my damage. Look at my damage.
Look at my damage. You stole my ace? You stole my ace? I did like 40 damage to kill 3, bro.
Look at my damage.
Bro, he is ace.
He's got the point.
Look at my kill damage, guys.
Oh my god. Wait, actually, I was there glazing NaVi for all the ADR he put up, and Rain had more ADR, and his teammate had more kills.
370 ADR in the pistol for Rain, not 1 kill. He be like me for real.
Spends too much time looking at feet.
Look at my damage. Look at my damage. Guys, it's about me. Everybody, look at me.
Before you congratulate anyone, look at my damage.
Kindar sees that utility come through. He's got a pocket on the top of hut, though. That ain't the prettiest molly, and oh boy, we get a quick hold of the hut door. 2 bodies hit the dirt, and Rops isn't able to get the trades going. There were real limitations here for Liquid. There were 3 players without armor, and yet they go up 5v3. Nap connects with the Desert Eagle. Yakindar goes down off of rafters, so things do get a little sketchy. They fluster that SMG off of the back of the site, but JKS queued up to clutch it out. Flanks around from lobby, and that is Team Liquid bouncing back when they've got no business doing so.
Absolutely. Great site hold, and it got a little scary at the end as they were exiting hut. FaZe Clan looked like they were going to put something together, but there were just 1 too many players still left alive after those initial kills from Team Liquid. Not too shabby. And this is a fast play upper into, finally can credit, you know, like Twist has done a great job like calling like throughout basically every single map. But in this matchup versus FaZe, it just always feels like Kerrigan is like getting exactly what he wants out of the rounds.
Sure.
This is a moment where he gets perfectly counter-called. It's like a gamble stack upper right when FaZe want to hit this tempo. And it's a moment where you see, okay, Twist also knows Kerrigan.
Naf. Ooh, caught in the open by the 1 AK in the mix here from FaZe. Are we going to go tit for tat? Brokey chucks that AK-47 over to Rops instead, so he can take the M4. Brokey is off to the races, if I must add. Yeah. 8 kills in 3 rounds. Now, yes, okay, Rain did all the damage in the pistol.
Never forget that.
But the numbers don't lie. And I like this characterization you have going of kind of like Twists just kind of being undone by Kerrigan in the early days of his in-game leadership. And the comparison that we kind of drew between Shuhei and Kerrigan, not 2 teammates, but 2 people that we know had, you know, immense influence one to the other.
I feel like he's got a couple of USB sticks. One is Shuhei's brain, his inspo, Shuhei's inspo. Then the other is Twists, okay? Then everybody that used to play for him as well. He's got a floppy disk for JKS.
Right.
Okay. And there's just too many players that look up to Kerrigan.
And he gets the better of him. Hello.
Okay.
Yakindar from the back of the site. Oh, man. FaZe thought they had some kind of opening. They didn't even contemplate a player being back here, and so they end up paying the price. However, there's still a chance at a recovery if Rain wants to keep posting damage, but it looks like his time ends. Ooh. How about Rops? Does his begin?
Oh, that's a good way to plant.
Goes for the fake. Elicits the push. Gets the frag, but doesn't plant.
He has time.
Doesn't plant. Gets the reload. Walks away. Better not die after time.
Whoa, went to hunt down the frag. Thought that there was someone coming in behind him. There is now. Okay. Well, I think he could have planted. Could have planted,
but then he would have had an AK
with no bullets. He was so sure
bullets.
Someone was in decon, so fair enough.
You know, he would have had to use a Glock.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So he decides to keep himself alive, doesn't get any extra money, but does do a lot of damage, considering this was 1 AK. Don't forget that. Single AK, and it almost wins the entire round.
Yeah, true. And Yakinder plays his spot at clock beautifully. Doesn't show himself too soon, and they get a little too comfortable.
Very good round for FaZe in terms of just chipping away Team Liquid's stability. And we'll see if they can do it again. Rops maintains that AK-47. Nobody else even has Kevlar, though. So flash here for Brokey. AK up high. Looking to drop an elbow onto somebody outdoors, but not going to happen. Ultimate ready to feast with the A1S versus the unprotected heads of FaZe Clan. Said he's got a USB stick for all these people. What kind of compromising information is on those USB sticks, Launders?
Photographs and
of
drawings.
Ooh.
Of JKS and twists. Journals.
Right. Ultimate ace. No, taken away.
Yeah, he knows them better than they know themselves. That's my suspicion with Kerrigan. You know, Kerrigan complimented Twists calling on Twitter.
Okay.
And he said, you know, you're a great caller. And in that moment, Twist was probably like, damn it, he's not scared of me.
Right?
I'm gonna do one Nico here. I'm just breathing a lot in the mic.
Yeah, Robin. It's fine, let him breathe. It's fine.
Let the man breathe.
Campaign.
Breathing some life into the T side of FaZe, perhaps. Clearly, the spirits of FaZe, you know, not feeling too flustered.
How do you smoke that?
I don't know.
That's actually...
I'm not that smart.
That's actually impressive.
Not good enough. That's... NaV tries the same shenanigans that he got into in the pistol round. This time gets blasted away by Frozen. Ultimate waits instead. Or does he? He's going to go in on it. Nicely done. Isolating Frozen there. The shadow, obviously, off of the vending machines is such a selling point to go in for that kind of a push. He's in the corner.
He's living up to his, like, you know, short Nuke reputation here. 4 maps. Ultimate 6-1 start.
Really nice flank.
Yeah, he's on the hunt.
Oh! We do get that garage frag from Yakinder. Felt like he had that one in the bag seconds ago, but Ultimate's second attempt does not go as smoothly as the first. We go 3 versus 3. That's going to be the ramp room open, of course. You've got 2 dead players for Liquid in this direction. Of course you head this way if you're FaZe.
And Yakinder's, yeah, of course you head this way, and Yakinder's just like, doesn't know how far they've lurked at this point, so is playing it very safely. And this means that they can go downstairs. They have 2 smokes to do so as well.
Oy.
Oh my God.
And he doesn't see out of his feet. So Rops is on the prowl.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, a little sketchy, but luckily combining with Kerrigan out from main, so all's good for Rops. And it is FaZe Clan to tiptoe their way into the A site. If you're Yakindar there, you're just waiting for that push.
I was thinking about it, and like Twist is top site, so they actually were right that it was going to be top site because Kerrigan comes in mini. The problem was that he didn't think that there was a ramp timing where they flanked, but it wasn't cleared. You know, it was very, that's a timing that was definitely possible. I always like to be charitable to the players who don't know, but in this position with the amount of time left over, the one thing on FaZe's advantage, of course, is the fog of war. In a 3v3, the Ts, they know the CTs can't watch everything, and ramp, you can't plant there. So it's a position that you love to hold because it guards the heaven flank as well as the drop down lower, but the ramp room itself is only useful up until a certain amount of time. I feel myself kind of rating each of these teams based on openings, mid-rounds, and late rounds. And I feel like the setups for Liquid are actually overall as good or even better as we saw on Inferno. But the mid-rounds and late rounds, I think, are more consistently FaZe Clan.
Hell yeah. That's what you've come to expect from FaZe, is it not?
Yeah.
That's where Kerrigan earns his bread.
Yeah, they had the best late round trio for so many years, and that was with Twists. Now replaced by somebody who is just as good in a different way in Frozen. So still mighty fearsome.
As proven on Inferno, with a dismantling of Team Liquid in the opening map. Ultimate mischance. Luckily, he's got Yakindar to still capitalize on the open smoke, but let's see if NaV can hang on. He loves to play on top of box, sliding down, firing away, but the gun is empty, and Yakindar's all over from helping Ultimate after the whiff shot outer to sliding out here and trading NaV after he got his 2 frags. I thought when NaV falls off that box, ramp looked doomed for a moment.
Kerrigan talked about how Rain is a player who plays completely off of intuition, who is an old school player is what he called him. And he said that lately he's been telling Rain, screw the nades, screw the game plan. If you have a feeling, go off of it now more than ever. And he said that Rain already naturally wants to play that way. That's exactly who NaVi is as well. It was always interesting on Team Liquid to have Elige, who has, who has a notebook with perfect handwriting and notes on every single team they play against and prepared protocols and branching paths of options to take in certain moments. And then NaVi, who just crouching wide sprays. And you see him in a spot like that, dropping off of his best spot, which is the top of that box, right?
Yes.
And you're like, well, he's going to find a way out of this because he's just so comfortable when things go wrong.
Yep. Having spoken to Twists last week when the team had yet to debut, he said, what I love about having NaV on this lineup is obviously, hello, James, it's just the fact that I don't have to worry about NaV. Doesn't matter. He just kind of operates on his own, and he's going to do that. And Russell had full confidence in him, and I think this is a round where you see why. Adapting under the pressure.
Yeah.
Sliding out and keeping control of this one. Team Liquid go up to the 4-3 lead. Save a good amount of weapons off of it. And FaZe will attempt with less. Kerrigan looking to lead the charge. Beautiful flash comes in from Rops. JKS just sidelined. Twist comes back through smoke.
And Frozen jumps into his own molly.
That's not ideal. Twist is still going. Oh my goodness. All the way back around site. NaV has come out from heaven to open that possibility. And now Twist is finding more kills. Look at Mythor. He can't believe what he just watched. He cannot believe what Twists just got away with.
Yeah, right. He's found his way to the back of the site, and they reestablish upper control, and there's 3 players waiting as Rops finds one on the peak, 4 HP. Ultimate takes him down. Insane round out of Twist.
What I would give...
Mythor's like, dap me up, son. That was nuts.
Let me see that round from Twist POV from start to finish. Just coming back out of the smoke for the second kill is one thing, but then to switch into a USP, full sprint towards Hut? What are you doing, Van Dolken? This is where it could have ended, but he continues to throw himself into the action, continues to cause problems for FaZe Clan, and what do you know? They kind of get tripped up inside of the A site. At one point, they had a player back site, but Twist just sets up NaV to come out from heaven, get his, and take a 5th for Liquid. Easy does it. Rob's caught out.
A half is starting to shape up big time here for Team Liquid. Oh my gosh, how on earth does Rain find that kill, man? It's because I opened my mouth.
Yeah. NaV, however, beautiful continuation on the spray down. JKS is here to help out. What I love about NaV is he always does just enough towards ramp to get that second player into the action.
Wait a second, okay. He's just walking that down with dualies. All right, Ultimate. All right. What do you love about NaV?
I love that he does just enough, long enough, to draw a player into the action. I think Team Liquid have been doing a good job of giving him a support nearby. If it's not Yakindar coming from outdoors, who has been tethering nicely with Ultimate, we get an instance of JKS kind of jumping out onto the ramp. So even though NaV has to do a lot on his own, he has yet to feel alone.
Wow.
There's
a lot of interesting nades around Squeaky.
Yeah.
Unique
I didn't
nades.
realize that part of the A site was as important as this is, but with the amount of times it's been smoked and mollied, I must be out of the meta.
And Rain finds this frag again on Yakinder. They kind of just come out to hunt him down right away.
And I like that NaV is suddenly on the opposite end of the map. You never expect to find NaV back red. Oh, but he misses his chance. Rain capitalizing here with a second kill in this one.
He's starting to turn it up, not just on the ADR, but also the KPR.
Ratty little spot here from Rops. I hope he gets rewarded. Absolutely. Locks down JKS, who's looking for some kind of a desperate play. Ultimate could catch them off guard as well. And now that there's one frag, a second comes in.
2 on 5.
That's 2 positions now known, but Twists isn't able to do what Rain did, doubling down on an opening. And so it is too much for Ultimate to handle from here on out. He is having a much better second map, but it's the one round where they take Ultimate, put him in Squeaky, And then suddenly there's nothing for him to shoot at until it's already the desperate 2v5.
This one's all about Rain and the way that they hunted down Yakinder outside. They tried to copy and paste Yakinder, and FaZe copied and paste their same default to hunt him down. They just read it perfectly.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it weird for Yakinder to be playing bottom silo when the change in strategy is for NAF to go secret? Because how does silo and secret come together?
Well, I think that's where NaF moved out of the position he was going to stay in, which was starting in secret, because NaF can watch the top of silo where Yakinder can't.
Okay.
Right? There's no world in which Ultimate can win this, surely. Hot swap out to the AK. Brokey gets his feet put to the fire, but there is no win, and it's FaZe to win. So, yeah, the only danger is if there's an ops top silo holding for you on that push or something like that. But this is also emergency protocols when NaFlight comes out to back of red. They just weren't as tricky as they thought they were. And Yakinder will play this spot, and then they'll, if it's not going to be outside control, then he can flank lobby. So I think that's the timing he was looking for, not necessarily a duel outside.
Well, Ultimate will not be positioned outside in this round either. And he's got responsibility here as we see an MP9 and CZ in the mix for the Canadians. Yakinder a little late to the party here. Cross completely free for FaZe. Leave Rops to lobby lurk and play that 3-man core downstairs. Can Ultimate really do this? He's worried about the vent. Kerrigan's going to be on main. Again, Rops in lobby, and the other 3 players for FaZe slowly tiptoeing their way into Ultimate. So concerned about the vents, but Ultimate here. Oh, he takes down Rain at the least, but it's frozen.
But look at the fast timing to get this on. Now, the thing is, they don't have all the players downstairs perfect to take over mini control, at least.
Yeah, good on Kerrigan. He knows it. And then Rops will presumably get his. Instead, NaF slides out with the MP9. Does this cause anything else to go awry? Because Bomb is doubling back to main. Because they killed Twist, Kerrigan thinks he has an entry, and he will, in fact, as he doubles down onto JKS, unable to hold it from the vent. If he did, FaZe give up all of that lower B control. FaZe are stuck outside with Bomb, and things get wonky. But Kerrigan steps up when push comes to shove, and now it's Yakinder in an unlikely clutch.
Yeah, that's definitely a round JKS could have saved. And I just want to go look back because he had 1 or 2 sort of rough maps so far. Not that many, honestly. It was the one map versus FaZe. It was their Mirage game.
You're
last
talking
time
about
around.
Ultimate?
No, JKS.
And I would say
but he's otherwise been great.
Asterisk on that map as well. I think that one of the reasons he performed so poorly, that was also the worst map we've had out of Ultimate.
No. That's a different game.
Oh, not the NaVi game?
No. That was here at Cologne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, versus FaZe last time they played on Nuke. Or last time they played on Mirage.
Or maybe the last time they played on Inferno.
What? They didn't play on Inferno last time.
Just messing with you.
There's 7 maps. You're going to make me go crazy. Because you can trick me. That's the thing. It's only funny if I couldn't actually be tricked in the end.
Can't believe Kerrigan just makes this look so easy. Yeah. Slips into JKS, who's...
Yeah, he knows the opportunity there.
Yeah.
That's an honest duel to lose.
Worst part is he doesn't know, but that bomb was coming too. So we get Team Liquid's hand forced in the 12th round of the map, and yet again looking to go 6-6 as we had back on Inferno.
Yeah, as prophesized, man. Close to the end.
Robs finds a completely vacant ramp room, though. FaZe have been very, very slippery throughout this T side. And I mean, I wouldn't want to be Ultimate trying to hold Hell Door with an MP9 of all things. Robs gets up into heaven. JKS, hate to break it to you, you're just as doomed as the last round.
There it is. Come upper.
He's going to see a completely open sight, like a hawk watching a mouse.
Oh my god.
JKS
It's like
can
he's just
squirm,
no-clipping.
but there's nothing he can do about it. Yakindar also bested. Gonna be prepared for a lot of outer play, you'd assume. Brokey, Rops, beautiful shots, and poor twists, MP9 versus 4. So it is that lack of ramp room and an excellent play out of Rops to just go take all that space for free to get in on the 6th. A 6th round for FaZe on a T side off of the back of the pistol. We'll see you in a second for the second half of the second map here at IEM Cologne.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free.
A lower bracket final with the Lanxess on the line. That is why you're starting to see the fires light and the emotions in the eyes of Team Liquid and FaZe Clan. We go 6-6 on this half, as we did back on Inferno, which was Liquid's pick. Unfortunately for Liquid, back in that first map, the changing of the half meant the changing of the guard, and they barely posted anything from that point thereafter. FaZe Clan want to get back into a stadium. They want to turn the tide, as slowly their shortcomings have started to stack up. Today is meant to be their day.
Everybody thinks that they're the main character.
But I am.
But only the winner gets to actually prove it. Everyone's got big words to say. Everyone's got a lot to say, and none of that matters. The only thing that matters is the score at the top.
We get a decoy and Kevlar all over And patience comes through. You're welcome. There's nothing to do here. Don't hold your breath. Grouping up, making a ton of racket. Rops heard him coming. Wasn't able to get his headshot, but look at this setup from Frozen. He's still just sat behind the ramp box.
Wait, they don't know at all that he's here.
How long before he strikes? And when he does, what more can he do? We get the peek down from beneath. Yakinder's able to keep it turned up. And FaZe, it felt like they had him in the honeypot. But it's getting a bit of a sticky situation. Kerrigan's gonna swing the decon door. We got 20 seconds and that bomb's gotta get planted. He gets gushed. Poor Kerrigan. Twists, locking down the ramp. And Team Liquid start T-side with a pistol round win.
Let's make it a real match. It all starts with a pistol here. Team Liquid are looking for one map. Okay, one map. We're not even at the point in which they can beat FaZe or prove that they're better than them. That could happen in map 3 tonight. It would be a tragedy if we ended here on Nuke. Sometimes you come into a game and you're like, what's the better story for the event? Are there a certain team that, you know, if they get snubbed, it's just bad because if they get the playoffs, they'd be amazing. But in this matchup, like, everybody wants to see both of these teams in the Lanxess right now. Because of the curiosity for Liquid and because of the history for FaZe.
Of course. Just so we can say what we always do when FaZe do their first walkout. You let them into the playoffs, there's a chance they can win the whole thing.
Yes. Some people have been asking me on like podcasts and shows recently, you know, is it time to start doubting FaZe and everything? I made that mistake like a few years ago. I'm never going to make that mistake again. You can never tell when they're ready to give up or when they're going to be bad. At a tournament like Cologne, you would be a fool to doubt this team.
That's why in this round, when it's just the Scout, MP9, and Pistols, you see Team Liquid still try to piece everything together properly. They get the grenades coming out from Squeaky. Yes, we've got Twists outside, but he's just hiding on the little blue box, which means eventually maybe Rop steps forward. Twist seems hyper-fixated in and on main. At some point, he's going to have to start to make a move. For now, he's just going to buy time. He's just going to wait while the rumblings of the ramp hit start to come through. Rain is yet to dive down. Twist is going to start to activate in main. We do get that challenge at the base of ramp in the meantime, so they are indeed taking B in a moment, but they have left a dangerous amount of time on this clock. And then when Rain hits a dig like that, it sends a shiver down Twist's and Liquid's spine. Rain cannot spam the bomb away, so the plant does come through, and then the Pistols attempt to get out through the smoke grenades. That's where Liquid get a chance to catch their breath.
Wow, that was scary, man.
Whoa.
I thought for sure that that would be FaZe when Rain hit that deagle shot. I thought that that's when it became a bit too much, and we see that Liquid are actually taking a little bit too much time versus a team that has a little too little. But instead, they establish, they get their smokes down, they have everything watched. Everything's covered. No problemo. They don't even lose majority players.
Terrorists win.
Still hasn't gotten old to me yet, seeing as it's only a couple weeks old to begin with, but hearing Twists call strats.
Yeah.
Hearing Twist be that vocal fire starter of Team Liquid.
He's been consistently good calling so far.
It's fun. I mean, it suits him.
Yeah.
It looks good on him. But here we go. Looking for an early A play. Twists. Better be careful. That Scout's up in heaven. We've got a pistol down in front of him. Kerrigan's the first to falter. Frozen looking to slip down into the hut.
Oh, that peek is insane.
A second kill, and JKS just burned NaV. No way. Rain and Frozen inside of the site. JKS down to 18 HP. That push off Frozen. Such a quiet map in comparison to the first one, but Team Liquid hit their first speed bump on this T side.
Yeah, that's a big speed bump too. And they come out into a lot of players and they still commit forward because Twist gets the opening kill. There is so much activity upstairs with players who only have pistols. This could have been a round that they walked away from this after getting their first frag, but Frozen, take a look at this peek, man. This is such a beautiful peek out of him. Like, Ultimate starts shooting right away, but it's a jiggle right on that position where Ultimate is standing, and it's an instant to the dome shot.
Damn, back into the action fast though. Tech9 on the floor, already out from Hut. No way. Again, they're gonna try this.
Oh.
And they seemingly succeed to start, but can they also close? Brokey trying to get out into the back of the site, and Twist is gonna lock this kill in. Rops gives himself the flash to try to dodge, but he doesn't dive down. Him and Rain trying to piece this back together. That half-ass rush in the round prior didn't get them out, but this time they go guns blazing, all in, and with pistols only.
Yeah, that's crazy
Team
good.
Liquid take a chunk out of FaZe Clan's A site.
Wow, that's crazy good. That is, yeah, a brave move to make after sort of the fumble that we just witnessed, and they don't do it with much money invested. They steal back the momentum, though. This was supposed to be a tie game suddenly for FaZe. Instead, Liquid touch 9 on T side.
Robs has a kit. Twist is the only player near sight. He's still up in heaven. He's still up in heaven. Okay, no, the bomb is gone. Ooh. Ooh. Twist is going to die with it. A captain sinks with his ship. But it is indeed the instantaneous A rush out of Liquid. Now that call caught FaZe off.
I had no idea that that's what they were going to try to do. Trusting the flashes, they 100% went for it, and pathing is perfect. The CTs are so stressed out.
And not putting the incendiary out on Hut, but just charging straight through it. Twists leads the pack. Huzzah!
Brothers!
Oh, that's, I didn't know we were allowed to do that. I didn't know Twists could kind of pull one over Kerrigan's eyes like that.
Yeah, a couple moments where he's making a call. That's exactly what FaZe don't want. And they wanted that. Walk up around Mini. Gets called out. Twist has made some noise here, and I don't know. They've got Mini cleared out, but now there's somebody who's playing inside of it. Kerrigan, his old captain, and
nice.
He's got backup.
Yeah, Frozen sitting on top of Hut. Frozen's been pretty solid and closing down.
Oh, what? Is that ninja peek out of NaVi through the smoke?
Okay. Okay.
How do you even line that up? How do you line that up?
And I mean, Naf is a ramp god.
He wasn't smoke blind.
And he goes back too. Look at this. Almost catching Rain off, but Ultimate's op finds one. JKS also on a sniper. This is weird. And with man advantage, FaZe keep JKS separate from Ultimate, who is having a fantastic map in contrast to what he had to offer on Inferno. So can he really do this? Because his teammate's so far removed from him. 30 seconds, both still on ops. And we've got FaZe in the midst of a lobby push trying to flank JKS. His last known position right here in the ramp, but they wait a little too long, and he gets up into heaven. Now the bomb is behind him, of course, on Ultimate. 2 ops. What do you do here?
2 ops is crazy. If they win this round, it would be special.
They both go down.
Both drop down.
But that opens the door for FaZe's flank from ramp back into heaven.
Happening?
Surely this double up inside of the heaven. Neither op is watching this. And Ultimate, I mean, impossible to turn and get them all. So nice move by FaZe to follow through the ramp up into the heaven. They could smell them like rats trying to get into the back of that A site. It's a bomb plant for Liquid, but it's an answer again out of FaZe.
2 new guys coming on to Team Liquid. JKS is inspired by Ultimate's op. It's a great last shot from him before the double push takes place. I can't even... That's just madness, man. Very close moments. Nearly saved round here by NaVi. Nice! But how much more can you ask of him? It's actually unbelievable how consistently good Ultimate has been on Nuke, considering the experience that he has. And we're talking about a second map now versus FaZe in the same week. You know, when we watched Wrinkle on Nip, try to do something, and at the groups, he showed some really promising performances, and then Monesi said, yeah, but he's being a little too aggressive, and watch, we can punish him, and then completely countered him to the point that he was useless in the map versus G2. Why hasn't that happened to Ultimate? How come they can't figure him out?
It's too new. There's no game tape. Kids played 2 LANs before IEM Cologne.
Like including Pasha's gaming school?
No, that one didn't count.
3 LANs then.
There's been a lot of missed utility this game.
Well, Naf would tell you that it's on purpose, actually.
Well, I think he might be lying. If you can justify a Molotov in the rafters above Squeaky, then I'll believe you.
It's called the Pencil Molly, and it's very standard in Tier 1 CS.
Okay. Excuse me. Wall of Smokes goes up. Little challenge.
They're so prepared for this. They've
Rob's
got
peek. Yeah, he's gonna win his fight and get away with it. Does Rain want a piece of the action? Goes for the spray through, doesn't hit anybody, and Naf is just charging headstrong into the little HP that remained of Rops. Felt as though he had the favor, but we've got Twisted JKS still upstairs. Now, if they can take over Squeaky or hold all 3 of these players in here, then that would have been ideal. But it's an instant delete of Twists from Frozen, and it is Naf just stuck downstairs. He felt like he had something going, but the momentum seems to have dried up.
All 3 Ts are still in very good positions. There's 4 CTs available, but the bomb is downstairs with 1 other player. The CT rotation is locked off at the vent.
All
JKS
right.
can win this round.
Can if he gets it, but he doesn't finish Kerrigan. And Naf is going to try to go deeper into the B site. He is alongside Ultimate. At least 1 other teammate for Naf was able to get downstairs. There's an attack coming out from Decon, and they do get cleared. Wonderful play from Kerrigan to win that fight versus JKS. He blasted him behind the vents in the first half, and he just embarrassed him this round.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a key duel. Again, JKS in a round-winning position. And again, his bad maps have been rare, but now more important than ever as we get to 9-9.
Because on top of that, Kerrigan getting back down vents, he opens Decon door, and he clears out the last 2 Liquid players from that peak, right? When things are getting stifled here on ramp, Kerrigan comes through with the NAF frag.
Round's almost over if JKS can protect the vents, because, again, even though they're 3-4, with a bomb planted on lower and only 1 rotation, they would be in strong spots, and he knows that. They won't need reminding. Oh my God, Ultimate continues his reign of terror, 18-9, this time with a Deagle shot. Do we have a chance at another upset round here for Team Liquid?
Rops is going to make sure Ultimate goes down, but Twists has 1 to offer.
Damn!
How safe does Frozen feel in main? Gets the better of the timing. But that does queue up the next Liquid member for his chance. Frozen, he's had enough. Kerrigan just going to slip down into the action. JKS gets a little taste of revenge. And Yakinder has put his hands on an M4. Now, he doesn't have Kevlar. He does have the bomb. A minute for the Latvian Lacerator to cook.
Oh, this one's going to be a bowl of pho. Okay, you really want to take your time with it. You don't want to rush any steps. And Yakinder going to lobby roof. All right.
It's an interesting route. But as he sniffs the pixels, he does indeed find an opening on the A floor. He's going to tiptoe his way out to no resistance.
There we go.
This is your dance floor, Yakinder.
He just doesn't believe it, though. He thinks there's got to be somebody around here. Let me clear out all the angles. He's still not made any noise, but the CTs now have rotated.
He's got to get that bomb in.
Yeah, into new positions. Frozen's low. Brokey's on and up.
Yeah, Frozen's also half a mile away downstairs. Brokey has slid up into heaven silently, but then when he uses the nade, now Yakinder knows he still doesn't turn around. He wanted to catch somebody trying to come up from the vent. Yakinder in between the 2, Frozen first, and he knows that Brokey's up there, but where could he have gone? Yakindar waits, and as he gets around the corner, he's just going to try to play this secretly. Brokey is hunting, and he's going to the left, but there it is, the pistol. All he needs, tries to dodge the fight, and that doesn't feel as confident from somebody who we know loves to go for those wide swings.
It's true, and he couldn't play for time right there, but he also only had like 28 health. He needed like an instant headshot, and yeah, he couldn't catch Brokey while he was still up in the rafters, so it's a nice try. You know, the path that Yakinder found was already impressive. The fact that he found a way to get in the open site, he was a perfect read on the situation. And yeah, I mean, if he had more HP, I would have definitely said it's surprising. Would have been more surprising if he lost it. But is this the fate of Team Liquid to play close to FaZe but not win? It's already been 3 maps in a row here in this week where FaZe have just narrowly beat them out. And honestly, Inferno was fairly one-sided.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't even as strong for Liquid as the last time they played.
Yeah, the second half was just so flat.
But this time we've got Ultimate having the same performance he did last time, which is being at the top of the board, being a top performer as he has shown.
Chain, man! We like those, we like those, we like those.
Yeah, it's a little tight. I also had a chance in door.
In stage 2 of IEM Cologne. And that's why it's a 1-round game.
FaZe eyeing up a bit of trophy room. And JKS, man, he has been getting bullied by Kerrigan. So cue up the Brokey peek deep to lobby. JKS is relegated to that corner. And if he oversteps, he is toast. Yeah, he tries to come into it, and what do you know? JKS down.
Lobby's taking over. They're all outside, and they're extremely scared now.
It feels like they're going to have the freedom to fight this. Oh, Frozen gets himself 2.
Man, it's been an incredible map from Frozen. You got to give it up to him.
Damn right. It's been a hell of a series after his Inferno carry. Absolutely dominated Banana from both ends and has been the bane of Team Liquid tonight. Ultimate looking for something to pull on. But it's the fact they went for that fight on main before the smokes fully pop that offers over the 2K to Frozen. NaV and Ultimate given space outside, given enough respect. Respect and space could turn into a problem for FaZe. Kerrigan playing the front of the bomb site and just banking on Frozen, watching Heaven. 20 seconds, and it looks like this is more of a save than anything else.
They can't go Heaven. It's just too obvious. So
they contemplate it, but they call it quits, and that is FaZe to an 11-9 lead now.
Wow. So it's the lobby control that nets FaZe the round. Essentially, as soon as they take over that piece of control and they get 1 kill, it's clear that it's outside, and Team Liquid are rushing for the one moment where there might be players set up that didn't know, that everyone was outside. And they try to push everything and peek everything, but they aren't tricking Frozen, man. Very clean call on this tactic.
That second one, Yakindar just stepping into the line of fire. And all while JKS has been bullied yet again. So now poor guy's stuck on a Mac 10. Frozen on the brink of 20 frags, looking to go to the top of the charts in back-to-back maps versus Liquid. Brokey scours outside, little jump peek a couple times.
They wouldn't jump 3 times in a row.
Of course not. Yakinder's not that crazy. Meanwhile, Team Liquid want to try to bolster some kind of a trophy room hold. 2 players over there, just in case FaZe decide to get frisky like they did in the last. We get 2 players behind red box too, so will they get to secret? This could transition pretty quickly into a split.
This round feels like it's missing some energy for how late in the game it is here for Team Liquid. Still trying to go the incognito route, work an individual kill, and they catch this one off, no problem.
Twist tries to get a little crazy.
Oh, that shot's missed. That was an opportunity to catch the opper down.
At the very least.
That would have been a queen off the board, and now Ultimate still finds another chance. Hard shot.
Survived an op shot as well. Brokey hits him in the leg. The nade doesn't finish it off. Yakinder's got the garage control.
Oh, they don't kill Brokey. If they get too tight up on these individual kills, though, who knows what happens?
Meanwhile, Kerrigan pressing up into Squeaky, caught by Naf, blindsided by it, and the CTs just continue to falter. Frozen, though, in the pocket, stops JKS.
24 seconds.
Sidelined again. Frozen holds with an incendiary in hand. That's going to fluster the bomb plant if or when it does come through.
He picks that
Are
up.
you kidding me, Frozen? He's able to just keep that pressure up, and he finishes it with the USP. Oh my God.
Perfect protocols, positioning, and mechanics out of Frozen once again. That situation should have been a wrap. But you couldn't help but feel like when we switched over him to pushing into Hut again, he was going to pull it off.
How does he feel so comfortable?
I don't know, man. He makes it look so calm. He makes it look so calm. This actually shapes up into a very solid round out of Team Liquid. It felt like there was too much in the staging of the round to really bring this together in the end, because FaZe were watching all the positions they were starting to encroach on, and FaZe got the opening kill. But they did start to get the lurk frags. But now they are on death's doorstep. Potential elimination here from IEM Cologne. Team Liquid have put up a formidable couple of maps, but still it's slightly worse than the last time they played against FaZe, the only team that have beaten them since their debut.
Yeah, Team Liquid have put forward a formidable couple of weeks, but the bane of their existence in Cologne, their humbling reality check, not once, but potentially twice, is indeed this FaZe clan. Team Liquid have proven already in their early days as a roster that they can survive with resilience, but in the face of FaZe, it may be too much yet again. Molotov towards the secret steps. There's been this affinity for Liquid outside. We saw Twist try to get zany with that jump last round. Kerrigan, yep, yet again, gonna shut down Twist as he tries to serve as the jackknife for some kind of an A-hit. It just doesn't happen. They simply can't best FaZe. This CT side, rock solid in the dying moments of Team Liquid's Cologne attempt. Brokey slides forward alongside his teammate, and as he falls, it sets up Rops, but there is still a chance that Ultimate himself can set up Liquid to survive. That's what this is all about, a little bit of survival. Frozen gets an angle down lower, and as his teammates look to get through, it's a deep position out of JKS, who's been negligible at best. As of late, they do hang on. 3v5, they get down that ramp room, and it is Liquid to keep on fighting.
Incredible. I mean, we're almost about to take headsets off. That's how close this round is to over when they catch the double layer lurk into Mini. No way they picked off both Twist and Yakinder, which was the crux of the play, into a double stack position inside of ramp where they aren't ready for the second player, and they still get both kills. And they don't lose a single man in the 3-on-5. That's a wake-up round for Team Liquid, who have been playing it extremely slowly. Now they know that FaZe have no money, and they come out quick.
Oh, so fast. In fact, we nearly missed the first. It's just pistols. It's a chance to gain a little more confidence off of these hits. And if anything, these fast hits from Liquid, when they were able to swarm A site with pistols, that is one of the key moments that has kept this T side in contention within Cologne. FaZe decide to let round 23 slip by the wayside with pistols. A reality check for FaZe, who maybe thought that this ticket had been punched.
There are so many criteria for what makes a team great, and lately we have heard from Kerrigan saying that X factor is something that you've just got to hope your team has, and if they don't show it to you, well, you're going to lose big games, and that's a moment for Team Liquid in the 3-on-5 where they show it. They could have easily given up. I mean, it was already going dim in that moment when they lost their first two players. And they laid back on their individuals, now found themselves in round 24 and have damn near cleared the board before we go into the final round of regulation. It was surprising to see a temperate pace from them in the latter rounds of this half. And now I am so curious what kind of CS Liquid are going to bring in round 24.
Right? What kind of character do you want to show? What kind of test do you want to offer? Twist and Kerrigan given an extra chance to talk things over with the coaches to figure out what the move is. And you would think that wealth of experience on the side of FaZe, you'd surely assume that's what gives FaZe the edge again.
This is the ultimate test of Twist. This is the moment where he's on the T side versus his old IGL in Kerrigan. This is the round that Kerrigan puts together a Canada call with Twist at the tip of the spear. What has he learned from his favorite caller in his career? The guy who has brought him a major in his career, a Grand Slam. Twist in this timeout has a moment to think. I've got the resources, I have the players, and they showed me in the 3-on-5. They're here to win and bring this to overtime. What is the call, Twist?
Yet again, trying to put himself top main. We've seen it fall flat, these outer plays. We've seen them just kind of get caught in with the further presence of FaZe. We've seen Kerrigan do great things inside of main, but this time it's Rain instead. Takes his place, and Yakinder given a chance. It's damage each way, but everybody cautious of what could be that second layer, the extra swing. Brokey goes passive as the smoke cross is allowed. We're talking about 4 players for Team Liquid already downstairs, and only Kerrigan trying to get ahead of this with Rain behind him. Oh, this is a lot, but Twists! He gets saved by Ultimate. Another frag put forth. 23 kills to Ultimate to keep his IGL alive. The hopes of Liquid on Nuke. A blip.
There is no lobby lurk in this position. Yakinder, he can come in the front door if he wants to in mini.
Rain slides out. Can he do any better? Kerrigan got blasted, and so will Rain. But now Rock's at bat, and it's an easy first one. Tries to keep his head down where Ultimate's gonna hit it. And with 4v2 queued up, Yakinder keeps options open upstairs. They take the vent. No! Frozen! He's there with the double frag. Can he do enough to set up Brokey? That is such a sick position for him to slide out like that. And Brokey's route is completely unknown. He has gone unspotted all round long.
And he's here to test their mettle. Brokey in the 1-on-2. Up on his back.
He's got a smoke, but no kit. And nobody died inside of this bomb site, so it's gonna have to be that 10-second defuse. This feels nigh impossible, but leave it to Brokey to post a critical clutch. He sees the gun towards Vent and gets the first. That's JKS taken down, and Brokey survives. Now you've given him a shot. He puts it on top, and Yakinder nades him out. It's Team Liquid to push this OT.
Yeah, we need extra time to figure out who the real winner of Nuke is. That is massive. So the play is have Yakinder challenge mini so that they can go with the full cross into lower. They keep it incredibly simplistic as they walk downstairs at Secret.
They run that risk of coming up the ladder into the lying weight of Frozen, who had tucked back behind those boxes and hoped to just crush Liquid in the final hour.
Oh, he could have absolutely ruined their day as he has so many rounds in a row.
Oh man, I thought a faster pace was to be set again. We've seen Team Liquid just try to swarm this A-hit. And after a few pieces of util, they want to hang on to the front line of it, but they better be careful.
This is already the most rounds Team Liquid have gotten a map versus FaZe in this last week.
Frozen just playing world-class Counter-Strike between these two maps. And poor JKS has been muzzled as this second half goes on. Rain finds Yakinder on the crossover, and it'll be FaZe 5v4, but we've seen Liquid win with less. And it feels like they just fall back into these slower calls, these more timid attempts. And to me, it's within these moments that Kerrigan has the edge.
Yeah, it's true. It has been more simplistic here for Team Liquid. And in overtime, you know, you have so many options to push into Squeaky, to put pressure on the clock here for the T side. As everybody's stationed up in lobby, just watching their backs, not being proactive.
It's a slide out from Frozen that gets caught. Brokey missed shot. Ultimate actually got tagged, but he stands tall. Brokey just smothered in the corner. Twist can't come out with a kill, but Naf's got the trade, and Ultimate hangs on to Squeaky. JKS plants bomb and Liquid busts through into the A site off a 4v5.
Yeah.
Man disadvantage means nothing in the face of adversity tonight.
They have some real talents on this team, man. It's unreal. Ultimate is at 26 frags here. He's got 2 more than Frozen in this game. And there were very small mistakes in that moment with the squeaky push, right? That was still a position easily that FaZe could have come up with 2 frags and shut it down and won the first round of overtime. But the punish game from Liquid has been insanely strong, and Frops drops down with the AUG to maybe try to sneak into defuse. That won't happen. Team Liquid are in the lead.
That feels like a sentence I wasn't ready to hear.
Yeah, after this as well. And like you said, they've done more with less.
Finally, JKS gets a round where he
nasty.
is able to find any sort of impact.
That was actually nasty from JKS. Because if you shoulder peek properly, you don't actually see the other player. Once you see the other player with your camera, you've gone out a little too wide. And that could have been a moment where Brokey takes him down. And you know how good he is at shutting down shoulder peeks.
Yeah, I mean, Brokey almost kills Ultimate in the back of lobby, but he survived through the wallbang.
Gotta kill that guy right now. Nuke is delivering. Liquid on the comeback is delivering.
When Ultimate bursted onto everybody's radar last week, it was all about late game play.
I want you to keep this up, what you're doing right now. Everybody calls. Always. Even when you're dead.
Communication at all times.
Kindar, that first casualty last round. And it looks like Robs is going to try to take more space than what previously they had. Oh, Twists! Oh. Caught off by Rain, who certainly had the advantage, and yet Twist prevails. Liquid go up 5v4.
Man, when those smokes get blown open, it is such a true test of raw aim ability. And Rain has a big advantage there in spotting Twists.
JKS.
Oh, he gets found out.
And Brokey just steps right in. JKS doesn't even get a bullet off. And a smoke that leaves a lot to be desired.
Now, they aren't watching the outside cross, so they might think that it's possible. They're all trying to get in through secret. And
Kindar's found it.
Oh, yeah, that's a huge find.
All that presence outer, that extra bit of support, well, all for naught. Robs, who had gone downstairs, meets a Molotov, and Brokey had been peeled down as well. They didn't know what was going on outside. That extra smoke that comes out from Twists creates the uncertainty of which FaZe get caught up in, and that is even with the ramp push.
Yeah, it's a big honeypot there from Twists. He says, pay attention to this. I'm still outside, you didn't kill me, and I'm going to punish you even further for that. If you think that it's going to be a secret cross, there's still lots of time left on the clock. It could happen. And meanwhile, it's these upper entries that have been fantastic out of Team Liquid. They are even oftentimes running into 2 or even 3 players and still getting majority of the kills for minimal sacrifices.
Trying to sweep away the last 2. And Brokey's not having any of that, so Op gets held on to. Final round of Liquid's T-side in overtime. Looking for that clean sweep.
Yeah, this has been crazy good so far. I want to say from both teams, but it was, you know, for FaZe to get to 12, but it's been Liquid from there on out.
JKS sat on that angle. Doesn't pull the trigger. Again, just getting pushed out of these rounds. You can't help but laugh at this point. Mythar loving it every step of the way.
Grim Reaper had a total grasp on this game in this entire series, and it looked like a repeat of what we saw last time in this matchup. But Liquid off of a 3v5. And if you have to go back and watch the 3v5 to understand how crazy that was.
3v5 with a double up inside of the ramp. Like you said, felt like the Grim Reaper, but maybe it's Yakinder to swipe him away with the scythe. No, sir, he gets stuffed. Okay, there's a different look from FaZe. There's that aggressive A attempt from Liquid again, and this time it nets them absolutely nothing. Yep. Frozen surviving test after test with the multi-frag. In the final round of Liquid's offense in OT, JKS turned away. Naf's got one pin behind Vent, but there's a lot of work to do here, and Brokey not wasting a moment.
They finally found the antidote to those upper rushes. That had to be the biggest problem for sure for FaZe Clan. They put that together and at least pick up one round here. I don't think sides matter in this game, whether you're T or CT when it comes to overtime. So I'm not going to say that this is a massive advantage for Liquid to get their first 2 T rounds. More so that they just have 2 rounds in general. Let's see what happens now that we switch over.
Yeah, what kind of tempo are we going to play with? What kind of aggression out of the gate? Some of the more hyperactive rounds look great for Liquid. Does it also suit FaZe? Ultimate, deep angle. There are bodies back there, but a jump is a perfect move to get off of that ops line.
But they know that Yakinder pushes off of plays like this. Oh!
And he goes down. Rain, good job on the hold. Rain has been absolutely held back throughout this map on Nuke. Rob saw you. Oh, and he tries to jump over, but Naf's secondary op. It's not the first time we've seen it in this series. And they're not able to get past either one. Ultimate hanging on to the red box. Oh, he tracks down Frozen. It's a 5-7 in hand as he swaps back to the primary. Down he goes. Bested out by Brokey. It's a 2v4 that is getting dealt with swiftly. Brokey, no more.
Wow.
Twists and Co. secure 15.
No way. I can't believe he didn't leave after Yakinder lost his duel. He came and got 2 more frags. Ultimate playing like he's been in the scene for so many years at the top level. So much confidence on this guy. Best player in the server. Amazing shot from Naf as well. It looks silly for Rops to try to do that, but he knows that he's setting up Nafly for a very difficult shot to hit, and then Nafly is going to be terrified back there if he misses. Oh,
how's that happened?
I don't know. Is that in Squeaky?
Yakindar's gone down, and FaZe have an open door. Just like last round, 5v4. Worried about that ultimate op, but now it starts to show itself and miss chances.
Oh, but he just sticks around, man. He doesn't care. He has 30 frags.
And 39 health here to try and get the 31st.
And he gets the kill.
Oh my God, and it's on Frozen of all people. And then JKS finds Kerrigan. Twist is set up perfectly. He's side by side with Rain. And what do you know? As the game goes on,
no way.
Liquid get greater from the jaws of defeat. A 3v5 on that ramp. Team Liquid showed us in early days in this roster that resilience was something they brought to the server. As games go on, Ultimate gets better. As the pressure mounts, he provides over 30 kills in the face of adversity. FaZe do not eliminate Liquid just yet. They go on, and map 3 needed. One final map of the second phase of Cologne. 5 teams await a 6th slot on the line, and 13 rounds between us and the final contender in the Lanxess.
FaZe Clan fans, go ahead and turn that frown upside down. Let me go ahead and tell you about the story all about how FaZe decided to take us to a third map late tonight now. Just kidding. But what we do have is another opportunity for FaZe to close it here, but Liquid with a tremendous amount of resilience to push us into that third map. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and this is quite literally, or actually, or figuratively, whatever. Do or die time. That's what it is.
That sure is, you know, a fantastic comeback from Team Liquid coming in on Nuke right here. I think we all thought the game was over in a 5v3 round. You know, a couple of rounds, 12-9, I think the scoreline. FaZe have already won at that point. You think it's over. We're moving up to the different segment we got up here. And then somehow, some way, Liquid finds a way to turn it back. One player I want to highlight straight away before we dive into any rounds is Ultimate. I think he did a fantastic job once again bouncing back. We spoke about him, had a horrible showing on Inferno, didn't find any impact whatsoever. Brokey got his number coming into Nuke. He was the spearhead of this comeback as well. You saw in overtime as well, constantly pushing, constantly aggression. You even said coming into Nuke as well that he liked to push in hot, push in door, and that's exactly what he did.
Look how different it is.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, Trace. We don't need to ask this guy about his pronouns because he's him. After that bounce back from map number 1 and how he played the Nuke, that was some incredible stuff, especially in crunch time towards the end, coming back to force it into OT, and then in OT itself, he was just a menace. One of the final rounds, I mean, he's re-pushing hard 3 times. Just on, you know, that's the amount of confidence that he has at that point in time, and FaZe didn't have an answer for him.
Rolling Tomahawk. Well, sort of. I mean, you would think he had one in the server because he was letting them know. Like, this is exactly what happened here. You would think FaZe, it's just like you said, you would think this game is a shoo-in. Like, this looks like a lockdown, pack it up, boom, overtime, boom, resilience continues, that tenacity, that Liquid needed to get there in the first place. They were able to carry it all the way through. Jacob, it's not very often Liquid of any caliber, of any sort of roster.
The old version of Liquid. I guess the new one is a little bit different. Imagine being the new kid on the block. Imagine being sitting right here, you know, facing elimination. You're already at a certain point in the game, you're out of the tournament. You're in a 3v5, it's impossible. And then your response to that is not being faced by the pressure, it's just to continue to push and push and push. And he was the carry for the team. I know Twist did some good calling. There was other players as well stepping up in crucial moments, but without Ultimate having arguably the best game he's ever had in his career, then they would be out.
This really has been a game of details, right? And if we can go into that 3v5 round to show for FaZe how it went horribly wrong, right? Like, here they're in a 5v3 situation. They know Yard is clear. JK is for... Where's Brokey going? Like, why are you hugging Robs' ass? This is a bait setup where you kill Brokey. Like, Robs is there as well. Sure, they're not looking at him immediately. Some great trade kills. It's still 3v3. But look at how close all the FaZe players are to getting a kill, right? Like, just by the skin of their teeth, Liquid survives, wins all the duels. Arguably, a little bit of a whiff there, and they win the all-important round, and FaZe has no money after that.
Honestly, if you play that round 100 times, you win it maybe once if you're Team Liquid, and that was this one time in this game. You're right on, you know, I don't know what Brokey's doing, don't know why Robs is not getting a kill. I feel like in all 3 scenarios, in the 3v3 as well, they were supposed to get at least 1 kill each, and none of them won the duel.
I think also, okay, like, Robs was there probably for a while, and he feels he's stuck, he can't get away from that position, but I don't know whether the correct decision is to bait for him, or just leave him to it. Like,
with
let
27 seconds left, you know.
But yes, worst thing that happens, they come ramp, he dies, you're still 4v3, you have vent control, you have yard control, like you can rotate to other parts of the map. Instead, it all goes horribly wrong, and now it's a question of, can FaZe recover from a map like this?
Well, there's also a question about that moment, right? Is that something called on the fly? Like, hey, do we got this half-baked idea? We want to bait and switch a little bit here? Or, you know, is that something you look back on and say, damn, well, we definitely could have maybe closed it out there?
I mean, right now, they should have closed it. There's no doubt about it. But right now, they can't really think about that. They have a third map coming up, and that's where the focus will be. However, if they were to lose that, then that is the round they'll look back on. That is the game-defining round. That is potentially the round that could end FaZe's tournament. And I guess mentally, that can be hard to cope with for pretty much any team had it not been FaZe. I even saw them walking away from the booth, all smiling, all laughing, you know, all having a good time after losing. I know, you know, no, they weren't having a good time, you know, but they're still smiling, still hugging each other, still, you know, somewhat being in good spirit. And
that's that meme, Jacob, where it's like, you know, on the front you're smiling and in the back it's just tears.
I bet you, had it been any other team than FaZe, they would be mad as.
Yeah, and I don't even know why you censored yourself there. It would be the first time this entire event. So, yeah, for FaZe, you look for the bounce back here, but in a different variety, right? You were already in control of this series. You were going into the second map. Hell, you were about to close this second map. And then you look at Mirage as the third map of the series, and it begs the question, will that come back to haunt them?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't know. I think at this point it's about energy, right? I mean, the way Liquid is a solid Mirage team. You know, they have, whether they play it slower, focus a little bit more on mid, the map control, or they want to speed it up and fake that and hit the bomb site, you're going to have to be on the whole time if you're FaZe, right? We don't know who's going to start on which side. That's going to be decided by knife round, but it's who will have more energy, more stamina, who will have better comms throughout these rounds, because as we saw from the first 2 maps, it's a matter of the smallest of details.
And just a little bit further on that, remember, they've already played today. So yes, you wonder about these 2 teams, but most of the people in the server, I think, fall into the category where you wouldn't worry about stamina, if you would. I don't think you'd fall into that category of victim to think some of the guys on FaZe or even some of the guys here in Liquid, even the ones.
You know
that are
how
new.
it gets you, Tracy? It doesn't get like you have your adrenaline. The adrenaline is high, right? You play, but the problem is, and that keeps you up, keeps the communication, everything. But if you start losing, you know, 5-4-0, if you get reset, right? If you lose a 3v1 or some silly round like that, that's where the adrenaline also starts going down, and then what's left in the tank. And I think you have to have that resilience if you want to see yourself in the Lanxess.
And I want to stray away from the tapered, picks. I think you just picked Liquid out loud, even though we won't get into that. Yanko, who wins the game?
Liquid.
Okay, and you want to stick with that too?
Liquid.
Okay, guys, but obviously a close game, right? Like that goes without saying, or what?
No.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, well, 2 totally different bridges that jump off there, and I don't really plan to do either of those. So that is.
Cologne has plenty of them.
Yeah, there are about 3 or 4 of them right down the way. I think that is the Rhine. Either way, we're not talking about jumping off of bridges now, are we? We're talking about going to the 3rd map of Mirage. That's right, a Mirage that will separate that of FaZe and Liquid, and who is going to be seeing the Lanxess this weekend. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. We'll be right back.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
He's been a bit of a lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely from Fallen.
And so here we find ourselves on the doorstep of Cologne's Cathedral. Team Liquid and FaZe with Mirage left over. This veto went down to Dust2 or Mirage. And of course, FaZe had that final pick.
Yes.
So they let this one go through. And this Mohan, when we first saw Liquid, Ultimate, and JKS, there were very real shortcomings on that A site.
Absolutely. And if it was Dust2, we talk about Liquid's best map, even with Cadian and without. And then we talk about Mirage. It is the map they've struggled on the most. Now, that being said, it's also a map where they have shown a lot of improvement. And that is also coming from Ultimate as an individual who when are we going to stop being surprised about what this kid can do? Because he improved so much map to map on Mirage. I have no idea what happens on their third outing on it. They have beaten Fury up. They have lost to FaZe, but the last time it was 11-13. The last time Liquid didn't win either map. Now they're already up one. I can't help but feel like today might be a little bit different. And hopefully, at the very least, we get overtime to decide who gets into the Lanxess, because this is the last map of Stage 2, ladies and gentlemen. Team Liquid versus FaZe for it all.
Ultimate holds on the window, taps away Rain to kick it off. All he needs is that smidgen of an angle. And the beauty of this for Liquid is obviously Twist takes up position down an underpass. We get the execute coming through to the B site. We'll see if Naf can survive the test on his own. He does get into the bench. Doesn't drop anybody just yet, and he ultimately falls. Frozen has been lights out all series, and we'll see if he can continue into the third and final map. He doubles back, and Twist's flank, perfectly timed. Already coming out with kills are Liquid. Twist finds another from the apartments, and Brokey gets swarmed. It is Twist with a multi-frag, putting himself again as the tip of the spear. We saw it back on outer play with Nuke, and we're going to see it here to kick off Mirage.
Oh man, they got evaporated, eviscerated, erased on this site. Team Liquid start off with a very, very strong pistol. And it's the CT side that was questionable the first time around. The second time, it was a lot better. Man, Ultimate had over 30 frags over on Nuke. And that was a game where they actually did have room for some people to start a little bit more slowly.
Nice, let's go, please.
Nice rest.
Thank you. Nice, Russ. Let's fucking go. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I feel so. I'm blushing.
You know, he's got to be used to the praise at some point because he has been a star fragger for this team. And everybody's been here to fight. I think the difference, man, with this Liquid lineup is they, like, no matter how tough the game is, and, you know, we get the round 24 call that's sort of pretty simplistic out of Twists.
Hold your horses,
and
bro.
It still ends up working out. It's the anti-eco's working out okay. Frozen, hard shot. But he gets denied again. Twist, dude. 6-0 already.
All right, that's a hell of a start, huh? A ferocious 2 rounds out of Twist to kick off Mirage.
The difference is that Liquid, it doesn't really matter how good they're playing or, you know, the individual form on the map. They believe they're going to win. That's the real difference that we're seeing, right? When we're talking about attitude and spirit, and like they have a very calm presence and demeanor, but I haven't really seen them slouch or keel over during a tough time or a hard round or an eco or anything like that. Liquid, every step of the way, feel very comfortable with the idea that it's going to be hard.
Ultimate drops through with Twist versus the Pistols. Not much to be expected here for FaZe. You know, we look back on Nuke, we look back on this series, when there have been hiccups, when there have been forced by round wins, when there's been the Deagles to prevail, it's been Team Liquid more often than not. We saw what happened when they could just stampede into the A site. There have been times where, like, the simplicity of some of Twist's aggressive moves have actually caught FaZe and Kerrigan off guard. And that's really something that I didn't know whether or not would be able to happen. Can you catch Kerrigan off guard when you'd think he'd have a read? Ultimate's gonna get bested top middle. That's at least one casualty here, but oh my goodness!
Oh my God, Twist!
Just tippity taps his way through 4 like it's absolutely nothing. They didn't have Kevlar, so be it. But what are you doing right now? You are feeding confidence to an absolute monster.
Yo, you just melted them down. That was insane. I mean, we're talking about not many guns here, but look at this. Not a bullet missed. Any more compliments?
None needed, man. They've put him on his pedestal. He has delivered out of the gate. He has set up this team from its formation to its early days to now surviving the second test against FaZe. Missed shot from Ultimate, not ideal. Oh, JKS gets popped in the back. Robson Ultimate, critical fight here. And Ultimate comes out on top.
Wow.
That is a dire position for the young Opper.
Yeah.
But where does he go from here? He could have fallen back. Kerrigan knows this, but he's going to come clear it seemingly.
This angle is just beautiful. Like, it's so hard to deal with if he wants to sit in this position. He might be out of the round in the sense that he can't really move from here, or if he can go back to the site if he wants to, but it's hard to approach him. So I think FaZe know this. They're sitting back and waiting, and actually there's so much activity here for Team Liquid as Twist. They're sending him off on a mercenary mission, 10-0. Facing forward on the ramp. Maybe Kerrigan can take him out, but how is Kerrigan going to read that after they push for palace control, it's a ramp that also gets pushed? That's unorthodox. And the last thing you want right now is for Twist to be able to see people from their sides.
Man, if they take too long, that top connector smoke, I mean, it's obviously going to slow them down unless they decide to burst through it, and it's their own smoke. So either they wait here at the bottom of middle or inside of Con, which could have been the moment, but Naf actually gets bested. Kerrigan finding his entry out from Palace is what gets them away from what could have been that dangerous flank from Twist.
Oh my God, the timing is everything right there. It's actually, he could have stopped the plant. Oh my God, he actually could have.
Man, they didn't realize what was locking in behind them. So shout out Kerrigan, finding the opportune timing into the A site and an instant kill as well.
This is not a call that Kerrigan makes if he knows what's happening on the A ramp, right? If he knows that there's a push that's coming out. But because the flank takes forever for Twist to get around through mid, he misses obviously by a second as they come to the top of connector. This round comes down to the top connector player dying without a frag. If he gets one more kill and they're stuck there, then it definitely gets ugly. But FaZe don't have to worry about that. They got the round.
That's FaZe stepping off the railroads without realizing, because headphones on, the trains are coming down the tracks.
Yeah. Wow. All right, man. They narrowly avoid disaster right here. But so on paper, you know, FaZe are, this is the bottom of their map pool. Dust2 and Mirage are both fairly weak for them overall. And this is a symptom of just recent form for FaZe, where they're struggling to take down wins over many top teams. Liquid aren't one of those teams, however. And also, it's an elimination game. It's a game to get into the Lanxess. It is the type of game that FaZe are going to beat the stats on every time. But when we talk about on paper, Liquid should actually be somewhat comfortable and have recent game tape versus this opponent, right? FaZe are definitely hoping not to get to map 3 in this position.
Simply 3 frags away from closing the series 2-0. From having an easier night in the office, but we hear that dismantling of the boost on Cat. Frozen would have heard that from underneath. And so is it safe for Ultimate to still sit here? You know, if anything, that's audio that 2 players should be up the catwalk. So to me, it's no surprise FaZe start to just kind of inch their way closer to the B-site apartments hit. They're met by a smoke for the time being, but that's fine. Their timing still works out if they do press against it. Oh my God!
Wow, what a shot. What a shot from Frozen, and he takes damage in response.
But again, he had that info, right?
Yeah. Wow.
He heard somebody drop, so to no surprise, Frozen, highest rated player in the series, even despite a map 2 loss. Yakindar will find one top con. The bomb is right behind it. This has been a slow cook from FaZe, but they're going to trade out into the A hit. There are defenders here. Twist holds top Tetris. Kerrigan trying to clear him. It's actually JKS to come out. Oh, you put him in the opportune position. Unchecked by Kerrigan. Successful. Oh, it's just rain crossing through the fire. JKS lets him into the bomb site. He's got just enough time to go for the plant safely on the default. JKS comes out. It's not a fake. And as JKS stands out in the open, looking for his 4th, he will stick the landing. From ramp to the clutch, it's Liquid up 4-1.
Oh, you could say it's just rain, but it's Justin to come in with that clutch. Unbelievable. In one of the core positions that he has on this map. Somehow Kerrigan gets by him to take out Twist, and he has no idea what's happening to him at this moment. JKS phasing this smoke and coming in with an A4 spray transfer that'll twist your head. Unbelievable.
I think one of the benefits of Team Liquid, if they have hopes of winning tonight, is you've got JKS on your team playing Mirage. Back on Nuke, I mean, the poor guy got bullied. You saw him smiling through the pain as he got stuffed round after round by Kerrigan. Oh, and Ultimate gets away with NaV coming through as well.
And the
3
repeat.
instant kills out of Team Liquid. And the attempt from FaZe to get top mid is gone.
Oh my god, and the way they don't leave mid. They
Launders.
stay there. Jesus, what's happening?
So many times we've seen Liquid have no momentum at the start of games. Earlier today versus Complexity, I mean, they reclaim it. Last week as well in their debuts. It is resilience that Liquid put forth. But this is a strong start that cues up what could be an incredible CT side. Ultimate doesn't skip a beat in this round. 2 frags out of the window as NaV climbed over towards Catwalk. Kerrigan and Robs trying to get down into the site. They do at least have both players out, and that means a bomb planted, sure enough, for Robs towards Cat. If he can kill Ultimate, then FaZe could be cooking. But he's stuck in against the arch, so we're going to get this 2-player Liquid flank. Slowly, JKS is coming to join Twists, who is ahead of the pack. And that timing ultimately takes this out of the hands of FaZe. You'd assume Kerrigan traded by Ultimate, who comes up Catwalk. 3 kills for the Polish op again.
They are sizzling. They are sizzling right now, man. That is unreal. The way that they played for mid control, Ultimate re-peeking into mid, getting his kill, getting another one, and setting up NaV for a 3rd trade. Just came right back for it. Wow. Lights out. Pressure's on, FaZe Clan. They'll call to a timeout. And they're on T side. There's stuff to talk about in this situation. You can never plan for a 1-on-4. This one is also a matter of money. The one round that they had was one that Liquid narrowly missed. We're talking about frames. Twist could have come up behind them in mid and shut down their dreams inside of Connector. They were lucky to get that and don't even know it. The investment comes in, and it is ropey here. Rain and Rops are the only 2 AKs on the round.
Twist goes right back to the Catwalk climb. FaZe go 3-1-1 with an emphasis on A to kick it off, but they go double up underneath the Valk. Yakinder adding himself to a classic JKS position. And if JKS dies first, you are not going to assume that there's a second player down there. So I like that JKS takes the initiative. And that's assuming that he ever dies, because NaV holds on to middle, which means Connector not compromised. Frozen Shore will find footing towards B. He exchanges damage alongside Twist. He's got support from NaV, though. The Canadians on the Cat will hold on. In the face of the double AK, only Brokey is able to come out where anything for FaZe. But again, it's JKS off A.
Yeah, and they don't know Yakinder is here right now.
Exactly.
Is he watching for someone to walk out of halls, though? That's the question. No, he isn't, but it's staggered. Rops now in a 1-on-4.
His bomb is over towards the staircase.
3 players to go.
45 seconds to piece it together.
Worst part is having to get the bomb.
Is there utility on Tetris? No. Just going to have to make the jump, and he does get over. He could grab the bomb and slip back. Oh, nice prediction. And there isn't a peek out of jungle, but there are 2 players there. And when it comes out, it lands.
Yeah.
Ultimate is not missing.
No, and he knows when to go for it. That's the other thing about him, man. When it started off, I thought coming into this team, he was going to be a good opper, but a passive one. And someone who took his opportunities but didn't go for it. Oh, that's all changed, man. Within a week. There's no shortage of unbelievable rookie performances that we've seen in this game, you know, whether it's Zywoo in 2019 or Bit in 2021, Monacy in the same year. When are we going to stop being surprised that people can come out of nowhere?
God. Twists in with the instant top mid kill yet again. FaZe just waiting for these gun rounds and playing off the back foot every time. Twist peels back because it's already a comfortable 5v4. Kerrigan puts the smoke into Ultimate's face. That could slow him down. if anything can.
It's crazy how much value they got out of the Cat Bricks boost. That's what they've been watching for here inside of mid. The only time it's worked out for FaZe when they killed Ultimate, who was there with an op off of an amazing shot from Frozen. You know, it won't happen often.
Team Liquid are currently 6-2 in opening duels over FaZe. This round, no different. Ultimate, just slams Kerrigan out of this one.
And that was the lack of synergy.
in.
That was the lack of synergy. When Ultimate would jump ticket in their previous game, and JKS was playing under Balk, they would both take turns dying. Here is a much better setup. They have ramp control. There's no one walking out of Palace, and Ultimate doesn't peak too late.
Ultimate's performance alongside JKS in one of their debuts last week on Mirage was the first red flag that we had to put up against his inexperience. It just didn't seem to work well. And JKS, I mean, world-class A anchor on Mirage, so I'm not willing to put it on him. To see Ultimate change over, like you said with that interview saying, I don't want to play as much set piece. I'd rather just kind of do my thing. And Twist gives him that freedom. Why? Because Twist is one of the people who scouted him, who had the belief in Ultimate's ability to step forth. So if you're going to put that belief in an otherwise star-studded roster, you've got to give the kid his space to work.
I'm so fucking sick, boys. I'm learning.
We have
highlight what works.
Who is...
And it's only positivity right now for Team Liquid as everything goes right. It's Groundhog Day, except you don't want it to end here for Team Liquid.
FaZe scrambling for a solution at this point.
Yeah, they want to keep the high going. It was FaZe who were 12-10 on map 2 and could have closed out the game. 5v3.
But Liquid just keeps this tempo up, man. They are always doing something, whether that's throwing JKS out into the ramp, whether Twist is just going absurdly aggressive top mid. Look at NAF. Flanks from underpass, clears top middle. I mean, FaZe are not going to pull the wool over Liquid here in round 9 unless it comes off of the back of some could-be incredible shots. That's something they have in their back pocket. But JKS has got them locked in.
His position.
And then Twist is freed up to offer this out. Incredible scenes from Liquid. Just holding back pistols, all the utils there. And that's what makes this so clean. All of the utility in their faces, and they don't seem scrambled at all.
They mollied JKS's spot. He had nowhere to fall back to. He took the hard angle, didn't dip out, didn't try to reposition. Just instant on this cross, and even a 4th kill headshot on Rops. Twist with the cherry on top. FaZe don't know what to do.
And Liquid have so many options. Here, something else that's new. Why not? Do as you please. Ultimate smashes Frozen 3-9. A stark contrast to the last 2 maps and his performance. And Ultimate, why would you give this up? Comfortable on the angle, awaiting his next victim. And it could very well be Kerrigan as he tries to step forward, but a missed shot out of Ultimate could be what FaZe need. Now, if not ever, they try to jet down into the site. Ultimate's gone unchecked. He's just got the Tech 9, and still he's thriving. His teammates come out to fight. Naf isn't missing shots. Rain looking for a clutch, gets put down, and Team Liquid can do no wrong.
Oh my God. They're getting put away.
They're getting embarrassed.
They're getting completely embarrassed. Man, how does Ultimate pick all the right spots to not leave? He gets his first kill. Spotted. They don't trade him out. He sticks around for another. The mollies and flashes are perfect to push him back out of position, and he gets another Tech 9 frag. Even without that, it feels like Liquid are still going to win the round. Mid-control again.
Already?
Looking like it's shut down again.
Frozen accidentally kills Rain. Little half-buy. They had tools to work with, but we don't get to see any of them on display.
What?
How are we at the end of the half already?
What is happening? What is happening right now?
How is this possible?
This is like if Donk was an entire team at Katowice, okay?
Team Liquid will fear no man on this FaZe clan. Rob swings out trying to post a clutch, but Liquid can simply do no wrong. They feel immortal.
I don't even know. The ideas are coming out just as fast, and for some reason, Liquid are able to figure out what their response is just as quickly. Op in the right spot, mid-control when they need to be. Everybody watching each other. The A anchors are doing a fantastic job. JKS has a 1v4 in this game. It's all in the scoreline. The top fragger is negative on FaZe Clan. Robs has 9 kills. That's about it. That's the best part of this half so far from FaZe.
This tempo, this outcome, it felt as though it existed from the get-go. Twists up to double digits so incredibly quick. Rain just doing anything he can. The gloves are off for FaZe. They have to fight, because if not, they're getting trounced on this decider. Robs goes down with nothing. No. And as Brokey's found out towards ramp, he will try his damnedest. Please, give us something, Brokey. 3 kills in a 1v4 as he just looks for these frags, as he hunts them down, as he tries to keep FaZe's Cologne dreams alive. He sits in sight and hunts, and Yakindar passive back on connector, peeks and swings and closes. Team Liquid with a dismantling of the FaZe Clan. The founding fathers of CS2 don't know what just hit them. 11 rounds of a CT side coming out from Team Liquid. We wanted improvements for Liquid in the face of FaZe's Mirage, but more than improvements is what we got. This almost makes no sense.
So far, Team Liquid are not only getting revenge, but absolutely painting the walls with FaZe's blood. This is a total slaughter. An unreal 18-1 odds here as we enter into the second half of the final map. Liquids are 2 rounds away from the Lanxess.
Twist is just going to look to try and keep this game as quick as it has been. Dives down into the B site, tries to take it over. Frozen hanging on. We've got a first kill for FaZe, but can it be enough? Kerrigan, oh, he's looking for a second, then he'll get there. But we've got the bench player peeking deep, covered off by Market. Yes, FaZe can answer.
Yeah, but Brokey is smiling because he's actually reached the point of madness. At this moment, after what we saw in the first half, I mean, you've got to take everything as a little victory, but like, Jesus. Okay, great round. Great round. How come he can only celebrate like that, ironically? This is crazy. That is so nuts, man. Nobody on FaZe even has 10 kills right now.
Man. Oh. Dink coming through to Brokey. Don't celebrate too soon.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, these Tech-9s are looking for your head. He's stuck in the corner. Rop's going to help out. Good conversion coming out from FaZe. The beauty of this situation is we get one of 2 miraculous results. Liquid either absolutely smash them, or FaZe are going to put forward a masterclass.
Yeah, I don't even know, man.
It really does not make sense.
It's very different the last time they played. It's just 2 different.
And how does that improvement happen so fast?
How does it happen so fast? It's a great question. I mean, I don't have the answers. I have no idea.
That's it,
We're so back, boys. We're so back. Let's win this round and let's start fucking trembling, boys.
That is genuine belief in the comeback out of Rain to kick off CT side, which is definitely where they are better.
Brokey going to try to soften him up here. Rain, quick reposition. Twist is waiting for a chance to jump out. We've got 2 up in Palace. Triple ramp push queued up. And Rain's going to find his first one, getting right back into cover. Yakinder, beautiful wallbang. And Brokey's just going to keep his head down, but his teammates are falling all around him. Oh, and he can't get his. The one frag that could have been. The one chance the FaZe had to hang on with.
Yeah, I don't think they're trembling.
And Liquid just drop kick their way through A site. He had his position down beneath. It felt like they had what he needed, and Frozen has been just perfection throughout this series, so why not put forth this clutch? He chucks the frag out towards Ticket, but there's nobody there. It's this jungle flank that's going to kill him. Frozen, ooh, he gets down into the sandwich as they just hold off on the cross. And Frozen won't predict this, but he does put the smoke on top of Bomb. Things are getting weird here, but there it is. A slow burn, but one that still comes forward. 9-map match and stadium points.
As soon as they get onto a rifle, it's lights out. Maybe one last buy here for FaZe. We'll see. They'll have some rifles to fight with, and you genuinely heard some belief from Rain that they could make the comeback happen. Early days in CS2, every single match they won, even when we were talking about a potential FaZe Clan error, was a comeback. When we talk about their Sydney performances, all the way, everything up until Chengdu, it was a matter of resilience out of FaZe, and they did nothing but impress, but they had never been trounced like that inside of one half.
I mean, a FaZe stomp is such a rarity, and for that to come through from Twists and this newly formed Team Liquid, 12 players, 5 coaches, and a rotating door and lack of success through so many iterations. A new role for Twists, and one that we thought would bog him down, but he comes out swinging in this decider with the Lanxess on the line. Molotovs burden the player up close. Yakindar's gonna go swinging with his MAC-10, and as he does, he takes a head off. Brokey's position now known. There is still a chance here for FaZe to hang on as they go up 3v2 and extend it. Or does Ultimate, the kid out of nowhere, step forward with another clutch? Because every time push comes to shove, as games get longer, Ultimate gets better.
And Ultimate might move potentially into CT spawn in this spot, or walk forward. We'll see. Crawl up on Cat takes place, and Rain will win his duel. There's another drop in the bucket here for FaZe Clan after another simplistic site hit on the A site. comes out from Liquid because they can try anything. They haven't established what they want to do in this half. We haven't seen anything except for one clean rifle. It feels like a foregone conclusion at this point.
That second one from Brokey could be so critical. He dies mere milliseconds after that second. FaZe can't afford to look dejected. It's a chance with a gun advantage. And it's Yakindar to go swinging top mid, misses both his chances to strike first blood. Rops is here to pick it up alongside Frozen, but they do get clipped on the fallback at least. Still, just pistols. So no reason for FaZe to fret.
Yeah, the 3 guns go down, and they also can be picked back up here. It's the same bout of mid-control that Liquid used against them in the first half that worked so well.
But those pistols, Mohan, they're exchanged for rifles. And there's a minute 10 still for this 2v4. And you got 2 of the coolest cucumbers in all of Counter-Strike left in this clutch.
Yeah, we talk about historic late-round combos. We talk about Twist, Rops, and Brokey. And for Liquid, well, they're still forging those stories. Ooh, 1 kill comes out
but
here
it is
for
good
NaV.
damage. JKS being that low, surely that should help. I mean, of all of the beatings you've given FaZe throughout this third map, this 2v4 can't happen.
They aren't thinking about a rotation just yet. JKS surely gets
Softens
killed.
up Kerrigan, and that's good enough. That's good enough for NaV to try to still finish this off. 40 to the clock. He's going to find that apartment flanking. Oh, nicely done here from Brokey. But look at the damage that's done there. 3 players taken low, keeping FaZe on their feet every round of this map.
Yeah, that's somehow the reputation that Liquid have built up at this point, that they can win any round. And again, the late round trio of FaZe that they had for so long with Twist, now supplanted by Frozen joining the team, still show that level of strength, but we're honestly seeing it on some of these, low number rounds out of Liquid, and this is for a late-in roster that we don't know anything about yet. They're evolving every single day, and they're just getting started.
It's come flying through. Rops, fine, dodges damage. It's a 3-pronged assault towards top middle that Team Liquid just can't escape, as you would expect. Pistols mean nothing in the face of a FaZe that is indeed starting to fire up. They know their margin of error is non-existent, but it's not a round like this that's going to cost them Cologne.
Yeah, they know.
6 to go.
They ready up for this next round as they know the buy is going to come in for Liquid. And they're in a good cycle of buy save and buy save, but it's like one player popping off. We have a JKS 1v4 that's already taken place.
That one just set the tone off of the back of Twist's immaculate start. Liquid could do no wrong when it came to the CT side. And now they just need one right. Twist takes underpass uncontested. There's a lot more space being given here in contrast to the last round. Clearly, when it's not just pistols, FaZe want to respect this opening top mid gambit.
I mean, I think a big reason that Team Liquid won so many rounds in the first half is because they consistently challenged mid and won. And FaZe want to do the same thing, but they haven't scared Liquid away from it. Later this round goes, the more potential lurks can come into play here for Team Liquid as they get their claws in. They're readying a B split that the CTs are now suffering in the fog of war.
Frozen, he's got that one incendiary, but I mean, he could get killed from the cap peak, and if he does, you'd assume Kerrigan is doomed. There is a player up in ladder. Rain, he holds it. And as long as he can hold it, then we're going to get that turn from Frozen, even if it is only 7 HP. Twist wants to call the action back towards him, serving as the return. He waits in top connector, and nobody's showing him anything. FaZe seemingly so slow to make plays, just hang off in their corners.
Yeah, Twist knows the opportunity at hand. Damage into ladder room. A player low in the B site. And he can start to walk into window, but at some point he wants to get involved in the round too.
Oh, they've already embarrassed Kerrigan.
He got his kill.
Rain's gone down. Kerrigan trying to hold for dear life. Rops will at least lock off that flank, but Frozen gets burned out here. We go 3v3, and it's all on Kerrigan. As the calls have been bested, he has to stand tall, and alongside Rops he will. JKS looking for another huge clutch, but it's 8 seconds, and surely that's not enough. Excellently done there from Kerrigan.
Woo, yes, it is. He's the one high HP player on the site. His rotators come in just in time after he gets his damage in and has to fall back, and his position becomes known. This is a spot where Twist, excuse me, had to speed up his lurk if he wasn't going to be a part of that attack. And when he got his first kill, you thought, well, now the B site is in jeopardy, but they didn't know that Frozen was there with one other player. There was still some utility left over, and they picked good positions to play from, and they could smell it. That the B site hit was taking place, and they were even ready for the lurk from Twist in through window.
Such a critical position for Rain to pick up. With that early damage, I mean, you see how Frozen plays the rest of the round. He's just cowering back bench. Can't blame him.
I mean, you can beat FaZe, and you can even crush them, but you won't beat them when they're scared, and that's the difference. That's why Rain said, if we win that next round, they'll be trembling. He genuinely believes.
Ooh, slight mistakes. Twist wants to get ahead of it. We've seen rounds like these go Liquid's way. They cannot afford to lose it like this, so Frozen locks in the first one. The second player there, and he steps into the crosshair of Ultimate. One Deagle to try and dispatch of an A site, but meanwhile things go well for FaZe as they continue to all across the map. Clean tech 9 shot, sure enough, but the trade frag's good, and NAF's position may be unknown, but that's bomb at the bottom of connector.
Yeah, you just can't be too careful. Not when a team is running this hot on confidence. NaFi wants to make something happen, but it won't. The game becomes 4 rounds. FaZe are in control of the money, but it doesn't matter how high they stack their paper right now. Liquid are still going to buy every other, and they could trip over the finish line. In a game where there are future matches coming up, it'd be nice.
Yeah, man, those ecos delicious, man.
Yeah. It's not over, boys.
Don't worry, bro. Soon they'll get scared, bro.
Oh, good to know the spirits remain high. FaZe Clan making jokes in the face of adversity here from Liquid. An 11-1 half would have led you to believe that even FaZe would stop believing. But it's goofs and gaffs. And 4 rounds to push this to OT. It would have been unthinkable. Nade goes top mid, softens up Yakindar. And Rops isn't afraid to kind of press out a little, show his position.
No lucky rounds for Team Liquid in the first half, and now no easy rounds in the second. They earned their way to this point, but FaZe are now starting to step up. Kerrigan picks up the AUG. But I fear you can only give up mid so many times before it'll come back to haunt you.
I agree. We'll see if Ultimate is the ghastly last move from Liquid. Postures up and waits for some sort of peak. We hit 35 seconds, and oh, Brokey saw the jump up. So he's going to be waiting on high alert, but he misses his chance to strike down the first. And then Rain fires off 8 shots without hitting 1. The jungle peaks perfection. Rob slides out with a double. And then as he tries to fall back, Rain's got that cover provided. This one is excellence from FaZe.
Okay. Of course, we still breach 20 rounds in this match. After it ends 11-1, somehow FaZe have made this competitive. There won't be the full investment coming in here for Team Liquid. Rops does an excellent job of fighting for space, and he was the guy at the end of the first half with 9 kills. That was a top frag. Just a few more than anybody else on his team, but he's continued forward into the second half.
Twist calls for the half buy. Again, we've seen them pull these off. But it looks like right now FaZe can do no wrong, and once again, it's 2 frags back from FaZe on the brink of double digits. Nah, you're not gonna win it like this. It's gonna take something special here from Liquid, because this is a FaZe that is powering up. A FaZe that all of us were willing to write off now stands mere rounds away from OT.
When FaZe are getting those second place finishes, when they picked up their couple of tournament wins, when they were doubted, every single time they made comebacks in those games. None this big. None with such a convincing first half, but still. They played from behind every single time. And with the thought of the Lanxess on the line, they are stepping up to that level of power once again.
I mean, this is that kind of locked-in Counter-Strike that FaZe deliver in the playoffs, not to get there. Yet here we are with them making not a single misstep. Rops has been unleashed as he absolutely takes over the scoreboard in the absence of Frozen. 2 maps of consistency from Frozen, and now we get to tap into that seemingly never-ending pool of FaZe talent.
And for me, this is the moment. Again, like on Nuke, Kerrigan, the round 29 call in CSGO. For Twist, the player who played with him, the IGL that has inspired and created him. Now in that position in round 23 off of attack pause. When the half has started to get away from him, what is the call?
Man, we haven't even had a bomb plant. We haven't even had a site take. Team Liquid have been completely locked out round after round. And while FaZe have kind of stepped forward, I feel like Liquid have lost that tempo that got them here. A CT side that seemed far more aggressive, but it's that thought of letting this one slip through your fingers. Twists, new to this role, new to this responsibility. To try and unleash your players in the biggest pressured situation that they have yet to feel as a 5. That is what is going to be called of him. There is no presence inside of middle here for FaZe. Content to play the extremities, to lean into that A triple stack. All this utility comes out, and with it, there's uncertainty on both ends. Ultimate is looking for somebody who is looking to take a risk, but that is Frozen in towards ramp. It's a 5 versus 4. It's 35 seconds, and it's JKS seemingly looking to lead this charge. Rain will lock in on default, and there is nobody to come out from Palace. Can he hang on? Rops again into the kill feed. He turns it back, and Rain's gonna deliver. Off of a man disadvantage, they will give no ground, no openings, and no more chances barring this last. Team Liquid have gone all the way to the end of this half from an 11-1 start.
There's no way.
No bomb plants. Nothing in this T side to be proud of.
And there is no money left here for Liquid as they invest fully into that round. Rops with the 180 from the top of stairs. The one bright spot for FaZe Clan in this map. On 112 ADR, catches Twist off in the lurk from underpass. The round called around him.
Rops gets this double kill. Turns back to connector, seemingly dead in the eyes of Twist. And it's perfect posturing for Rain to pop out. The disbelief sinks into the eyes now of Liquid. And they come into this one with something. An AWP in the hands of Ultimate.
The saved AWP from Ultimate. They couldn't have repurchased that.
Could it be the key? Could this all have been a ruse of a comeback? Or is Rops going to continue to tear this from Liquid's hands? Unbelievable. And only possible if you're FaZe Clan.
The only round that Liquid have got on T side is the first time that they got guns up. Years ago.
Rops is freed up.
Oh my god, Rops is on the hunt. Can he be killed right now? No, he can't.
And with that, he could even compromise what's also set up inside the B apps. But no! Rops! He throws caution to the wind, gives a bunch of audio over to NAF, and now they could be going into this B split. There's no eyes on Catwalk.
This is the mid control that keeps working out eventually for Team Liquid. Rops had no fallback plan. No one to escort him out.
Brokey versus Ultimate. It could be queued up, but Brokey actually takes a more passive angle. They have allowed 3 players on Liquid to get up Catwalk.
They've slipped it. This could be the round. 4v4, excuse me.
We've had Kerrigan tested before, and with Kerrigan back on bench again, his teammate is no longer out here with him. It's a cross from Market that does still hold strong. Frozen trying his damnedest, and Kerrigan's gone unnoticed. He almost catches one back towards Cat. Rain finishes it. 2 kills left. The most incredible comeback. Queued up, but not yet finished. Naf, in the heat of the moment with 15 on the clock, gets the first 2 kills, and with a quarter health, he drops into the bomb site. Surrounded still, and yet they give him that bit of respect, but he just doesn't have the time. The nade will find him. Can you believe your eyes?
Yeah,
it's another classic FaZe comeback.
This is beyond. This is a reference game from FaZe on the comeback. They reached into the basement for this one.
server. City camera.
Okay, now the combat is gonna be even better.
This is a heart pounder. I don't even know how that was possible. Clean round after clean round. Robin Cool at the top. FaZe now on equal footing. The pressure could not be higher, and who is jubilant? It's FaZe Clan. They're the ones who are happy to be in overtime.
It was all in the double birds from Brokey.
Liquid went from solid to frozen.
Who knew what was to come? But don't celebrate too early. Kindar back towards middle, looking for something in window. An 11-1 comeback.
You want to know if Liquid or nervous? They'll win this round.
Kindar's looking for the cat kill. Oh man. It wasn't instantaneous, but it's a 5v4 nonetheless. We've seen Rain give critical support to the cat hold, but the molly doesn't go in the door, so he's able to peek behind it. And Ultimate's trying to get that op into a position. Rops has been a king inside connector. Oh, Rain burned out.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, there's the round. That is not a coincidence.
Oh my God.
This is the round where the aim comes up when it can't win you the game anymore. That is not a coincidence.
Where was this all half long?
Team Liquid were feeling the pressure.
And now with that, the first in OT, which means every round here worth its weight in gold. My God. But can you regain confidence after one round in overtime? After that streak of not even bomb plants comes out from Team Liquid?
Yeah, you know they can because you just witnessed Nuke. They made that comeback to get to overtime and completely schooled FaZe in map 2 to grant them this opportunity. And it's obviously clear they needed every single round in the first half of regulation to set them up to even have a chance in overtime. But now that they're here, there's no telling. They've shown some clutch too.
Imagine the size of that sigh of relief as they put 13 to the scoreboard. A quick, albeit short reminder, they can still indeed do this, but Brokey is going to lock in the 5v4. It's a deep Palace peak. And is it going to be Liquid with a little more pep in their step? NaV given a chance towards B. The nade is negligible, and NaV walks away from this. Bomb still over towards T-spawn, so there is no ability here for Liquid to pounce. It's just separate engagements and duels, and one that Frozen is happy to take. He's got support on Catwalk too. Kerrigan coming out of the bomb site as he's left that as the responsibility of Rops, and we're going to see backs turn to him. They don't anticipate Kerrigan. You can't be ready for him. NaV taken down low from a winning round to a total shutout back to reality.
Oh my God. 1-1 in overtime. Frozen back to being clean. He was until they lost the most important player over on Nuke. The amount of rounds that he granted FaZe, you'd have to take off your shoes to count.
And this one just looks so calm. Rob's freeing up Kerrigan, who I've got to say stood the test inside that B site within regulation.
That's true. Absolutely.
Calling from this comeback, but also delivering in the kill count. Yakindar, it's a clean trade through smoke.
Bomb gets dropped back. They fast crawl through the underpass.
Some would call that one lucky, but we just call him Yeki. Twist down an underpass, looking to join up with him. We get the smoke towards top connector, but yet again, bomb left towards spawn. So what is Twist's cooking?
Brokey's here in a position perfect to defend against a connector split while they hold on to Palace. But in this spot, Liquid, I mean, they have dominated mid, and now they've left it. There will be no lurks in place. They're just going to reinforce the attack towards A, and Rain goes a little bit deeper.
JKS was already caught off by this last round with the op, but at a different timing, so you'd assume he'd be more cautious. And in an ideal world, NaV maybe would have stuck around, but JKS into the peak. Oh, Rain! A quick adjustment.
Wait.
In both crosshair and position, sliding down underneath. Yakinder's going to try to chase in. Look, the op.
Oh, it's showing.
He sees the shadow.
Yeah, he's trying to bait this out, but Yakinder, oh my God.
takes the nade out. Rain position still well known. He goes back to the top of it. Twist tries to hone in, and Brokey's dead, but Rain still stands.
They can't find him.
And off of the top of the ladder, finally he falls. We go 2v2. Yakinder dives in, hunting for the ace. Yakinder back to the bomb site, 15 to the clock. It's a ticket peek that punishes. Frozen back out, only 13 kills, but it's quality, not quantity.
Look at Neo, he's got his head in hands. He cannot stand this. No control over the outcome of rounds. Just has to be amused. FaZe Clan are in the lead. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction.
Launders, say that one more time.
FaZe Clan are in the lead. I can't actually believe that. Oh, what? Oh. Sometimes it's better to just catch the guillotine and not have to go through the agonizing, painful run back into overtime. Just to think that you are about to win the entire map.
Oh my God, you want to be an IGL Twists? Well, this is what is called of you. Somehow, some way. I mean, the thing is, we watched that incredible comeback. We forgot about how incredibly lopsided Liquid CT half was.
Yeah.
I mean, they were unleashed. They were unstoppable. But can they tap back into what was a CT side driven by confidence?
Yes. How do you quantify the energy that we had in the server? And can it be reproduced here for Team Liquid?
There's a difference from Twist running top mid at 10-1, 5 rounds into this game, and Twist still trying to call while keeping Liquid's vanishing hopes alive. That is a whole other beast.
And never underestimate the ability for Kerrigan to add up what he was missing in that first half and use it against you in overtime.
Find safety behind the molly.
That might be the first time that FaZe have won mid over Liquid, and they sneak into this position.
They double back from the ramp control. This is freed up Twist. He's just going to leave JKS as that anchor. But an unknowingness towards middle could serve up a real issue here for Liquid. Frozen takes up position. Remember, bomb's still over towards the apps.
Oh,
Twist,
it's a ruse.
What are you going to do here?
Oh, it's a ruse. They're pulling this rotation. Twist is turning his back. Kerrigan, oh, they catch him. That molly on Cat, they made it seem like it was going to be a connector crawl, and now Kerrigan can get another.
And with that, the A site seems open, but Ultimate is still in a position perhaps to thrive. He slips out from the ticket. Rain is taking his teammate. There is nothing here for Liquid.
Oh, and it's a perfect move from Kerrigan. It's called around him. They answer. They find the antidote to mid control. They get the connector lurk off. They use the molly on Cat to make it seem like it's an A split. And they pull Twist's attention.
It is a stark and total contrast to the CT side that we had back in regulation. Team Liquid get not one kill.
That's the masterful moment from Kerrigan. That's the one that shows you that aim isn't even relevant. They're holding Twist from both angles here. They catch JKS off in the side. And now FaZe only need one round.
Free kill. Knife him if you can. I can't. I'll make it safe. Nice!
Ultimate looking for the top mid play.
He did not see that.
Rain.
He did not see that.
Oh, he gets him now. And Ultimate scoped in.
He
They
had
go
no
5v4.
idea. Finally, the brash plays from Ultimate. He disrespects the flash, doesn't think he's going to die. Someone has swung beyond his scope.
And they still get active.
And now he's on the sidelines.
Yakindar to the forefront. Kerrigan already postured. He sits here and waits for the win to get delivered, but he misses his chance. And luckily for him, Frozen can capitalize. Yakindar incredibly low.
They caught him.
gets it done. We've got Twist over towards the stairs, just trying to keep them alive.
Oh my God!
But it doesn't seem possible now. The improbable, but the always there FaZe Clan run back in 11-1 half unless NaVi and he goes on. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. But always always possible with FaZe. The windows of Cologne's cathedral stained by the shortcoming of Team Liquid. FaZe wash their hopes away and step forth once more towards greatness, glory, and the Lanxess.
You can doubt them, you can call a trough, you can say that FaZe are not the same team as they were earlier in the year. You can beat every other team in the game, but you still have to beat FaZe, and that's the one team that Liquid couldn't beat in their debut. 2 series, 2 losses, FaZe in the Lanxess.
It's a lesson that Maus know all too well. It's one that Twist has now learned the hard way. The student does not best his master.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but that was one hell of a game, one hell of a series. Frozen, what the hell happened?
That's what I'm asking right now. I don't know what the hell happened there. I mean, it was what, 11-1? Yeah, I mean, I think even it was 11-1, I mean, we're just laughing, you know. I mean, what can you really do at that point, you know? I think we took it round by round, but I'm just proud, man, of the resilience we showed up, man.
Huge resilience. And at what point do you actually start to think, okay, we can do this, like this is going to work?
I think like when it was like 12-11, 12-12, you know, like until that point, I think it was like round by round by round. You don't really think ahead, you know.
But what happened between Nuke and Mirage? Because obviously Nuke you had in your hands, you lost that 3v5, starts to go wrong, and then it seemed like when we got to Mirage after you'd lost, that FaZe fell asleep or just didn't connect.
I don't know what really happened though. I think maybe we fell asleep a bit at the start, but I mean they were also, you know, I think, well, they were farming. I feel like in the mid, I think they were getting entries left and right on the map, and yeah, I feel like we couldn't get our foot into the game on the T side.
Well, you've got your foot into the arena. You're going to be able to do it once again and try and fight for that trophy. What does that feel like?
It feels amazing, right? I mean, that's what we are for.
That's what they're there for. FaZe have done it once again. Stunner, what you got for us?
I've got so many words and just enough time to talk about all of them. And you know what? We've actually brought someone on here that could tell us more than anything that YNK and Pimp could possibly tell us. That's because we got Kerrigan here, and FaZe really have done what might even be seen as the impossible. But don't hear from me. Kerrigan, tell us, describe to this in your best desk impression what just happened.
I said it into before the game, right? I win with the structure, we win some bullshit way, right? I mean, it's so impressive. I mean, this is the calmest the TeamSpeak has been for the past 4 or 5 months. When we're down 11-1, everything is so calm, and I think it kind of reminds of the Magic in 2022. We were like just chilling, having fun, and like laughing it off, and suddenly, you know what? It's 12-11.
Oops.
We're back in town, boys.
Have you ever experienced something like this before in your career?
I think we had some moments. I think there was a Cloud9 game, last chance for qualify for the Paris Major. We're down 14-6 against Cloud9. I mean, so 16-14. Has been a few of those, but with this lineup, it's never seems impossible. There's just something, there's an extra gear that I always try to bring out of the boys, but it just has to come natural, and it was so calm. I mean, we were just chilling. It felt like I faced it in the end because it was so calm and nobody shouting in the mics and no chaos. And I think it's just that moment you're like realizing you're not thinking about the result anymore. You are just 11-1. You know, it's very simple. You have to win 12 rounds.
I mean,
you can't lose a round.
You got Brokey fired up at some point in that second half, flipping off Team Liquid. The fashion you did it in, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. On Nuke, you had that 5v3. I don't know if you remember. Like, it's basically impossible for you guys to lose that round. You already booked a spot into the arena. You lose anyway. You go into Mirage. You're down 11-1. I've never seen a comeback like that in my life.
No, I mean, Brokey is never saying anything like my bad or something, but he was just laughing outside. I mean, we were 2 guys in Ram. We just whiffed, and it's like, and that was like nightmare. And I honestly, I never think about previous round, but there was a moment where it was 9-1 to Liquid on Mirage. I'm like, that 5-on-3 stinks right now. I mean, I have to rewatch it because when they're talking about it, it sounds like that's a huge
It was bad. It was real bad.
yeah. But at least you man up and you say it's my bad. Game should have been over, right? So, but it was hard to reset, and I also think Liquid had a fantastic game plan on their CT side. There was literally nothing, and JK is just killing 4-3, hiding in the smoke, and they had a good read, and I think we did the same back.
Well, let me ask you this then, because opposite of your table where you guys were playing, former student, he says he went to the school of Karagorn. I don't know what that is exactly. Maybe there is a diploma legacy there, but tell me about playing against Twist in the server today. You know, barring the idea of old teammates, etc.
I think the way he played Con really show how great a player he is and how he read the game. You know, as a Con player, you have to read the game. As an IGL, I think he did great. And also think at some point he knows he's playing against us. He knows when the chips are down, it's a little one. He knows there's something going on over there that's incredible to explain, right? And I obviously think there's many rounds back and forth they could have won, but they are a new lineup and what they've achieved and push us to the limits. When I feel we played pretty good until that 5-3 on Nuke. I think we were in control of the game and they punished us. And in the end, they almost threw us out. If we could have lost 13-1 and everybody wanted to replace me, for example, tomorrow.
Finn, you guys have been struggling the last couple of months. How much does this win mean for you and the boys right now?
I mean, I told the guys like 5 days before the event, we are gonna play some extra hours and we're gonna throw the structure out of the boat. The way we've been playing, people not finding the gaps, people not being individually, doesn't understand the full philosophy, we're not playing off each other. So now I'm back to micromanaging like we have a stand-in. And it's very hard to call like that. And it's mentally draining, my level's gonna drop, but it has been dropped for the past few months anyway, so I thought like, if I can call us home, getting some decent T-sides, then I'll do everything for us to win, and I believe we can go the whole way or we will go out in groups.
Do you feel like maybe we'll have to do a little bit less of that now in the playoffs, in the arena, because that's where your guys, that's the natural environment for them?
Yes and no. I believe there's some rounds we're in control. I'm calling good, and suddenly people just want to do stuff again. And when the game goes bad in the beginning, everybody just don't want to do stuff, and suddenly I have to create the whole thing. Like on Mirage, there was not much input, right? We got shut down everywhere, and I'm just trying
smoked
to
even.
Yeah, but then we switched right. As I always says, Finn, it's time to cook something now. And then I'm like, okay, I got like, ding, I have the idea now. And then I was so excited to explain the idea in Storm, you know? So there's this, my main point before this event, create somehow a honeymoon that lights a fire under us. And if there's not a game like this that can fire us up for the playoff, but in a way, in the mentality, we should not have been here right now when we're playing in a playoff. And there's some great teams, and I believe this is one of the few tournaments where we have no pressure. We have no pressure within the team. We didn't know the result coming into the tournament, but now we're here. 3 games. It's nothing. Then you lift the trophy.
I was just about to say, right? Should people fear you now heading into the playoff with the mental state you're in right now?
No, look at our map pool. So don't fear us. Just pick whatever you want.
Oh, okay. What's your best land map? Oh, yeah, that'll do. Fine. Is that the old trick, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, we have some of the worst stats right now on maps. It doesn't. I'm picking everything. I know. I'm just looking. Looks fine. Let's try that now.
And I think that's okay, given the lineup that you have and the pedigree and the stuff that you've done in your own career. I'm talking about the idea that you're problem solving in real time. Being with your back against the wall like that is not ideal. And for an IGL, you had to go through there and fix that, right?
I mean, look, we have nobody's individually formed. We're not playing good as a team, right? So, like I said, I wanted to risk everything. Doesn't matter if you're going 13 to 16 this Cologne. It wouldn't be a surprise at this point how we played, and we lost to NAP. And then I thought, like, why not just treat this as a tournament with a stand-in? And I just micromanaged everything, and I feel like it's kind of renewed Rain, the way he's been playing in the group stage, and he loved the most when it's just full control of me, instead of like everybody's going a little bit and testing, and then nobody rotates. And I mean, so far so good. And I also think we play good against Vitality. True. And there is always a hard match of us, but I think we pushed them to the limit more than we normally do.
Kerrigan, I don't know if it's in the playbook, but if you could just let, Rain get 3 kills in the pistol round, I think that usually works for most people. Maybe not so much Frozen, but also sometimes Frozen, which is why he's our United States Air Force Aim High player of the match. Now, we could talk about your teammates till we're dead in the face, which we've done several times. But my real question for you is, Kerrigan, you just had been tested in a big way, right? So you go on the stage. What is it, the difference from what we just saw inside of these booths versus on the stage itself, and sort of that mentality that you guys somehow, every single time in the arena, you captivate?
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways, right? Now, the structure I tried to build, people just gonna overpeak, and that's why we play the best. I think when we are playing confident, and I think just having this like, okay, there's no pressure, right? I think maybe we're playing so. I'm not sure what it is, but that could also be a pressure match. That could be interesting. But I mean, in theory, we shouldn't have been here. That's the feeling I have right now. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna enjoy watching this game and say like, okay, fine, we're here now. Let's play the playoff now.
Well, Kerrigan, I think now's the appropriate time. I've been told it is, so at least I'm going to believe it. Do you know about the playoffs? You ever heard about the playoffs at IEM Cologne?
No, what is that? Can you tell me more?
Congratulations, you're in the playoffs, IEM Cologne. Let's take a look at the brackets, and these are what the playoffs are going to look like in the Lanxess. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, just a bit of a surprising bracket in the end. We have Saw make the quarterfinals. I think the surprise package of the tournament, absolutely. You're going to be going up against them. Finn, they played some good Counter-Strike. I believe you didn't have time, to watch that because of the opponents you've had to prep for. But yeah, Vitality betting in the semis. Other side of the bracket, NaVi, Mouse, and G2. Ooh, that's going to be a spicy one.
Ooh. That's spicy.
I feel for Mouse almost, heading into the quarterfinal. They had a rough loss against Vitality today, and the way G2 is playing with absolutely manhandling all their opponents, it could be quite a spicy quarterfinal.
Scary, I think was the word we're going with.
Yeah. I mean, G2 has to win 13-1 or 13-2 as the group stage heroes, no?
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. The forums, HLTV, whatever you want to call HLTV.org. How about in this motion? Thank you very much, Kerrigan. We'll get you out of here because there's still gameplay to go on for the side of Kerrigan and FaZe Clan. But for us, it's time to hear from Liquid and Twist.
Liquid fought as hard as they could and they pushed FaZe to their limits, but this time it still wasn't enough. I know this is going to sting right now, Russ. I just want to talk about maybe some of the positives to start off with. We look at that Nuke. You guys convert that 5v3. You turn things around and it looks incredible for you guys. How important was that just for you guys to be able to fight back and just some energy for the team? Because it was a crazy series.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke, I'm super happy with the comeback. The 3-on-5 to get ourselves into a winnable situation for the game was super important. And yeah, I feel like that's at the moment when, we won this 3-on-5 is when people woke back up and realized that, why can't we win, right? Yeah. So yeah.
And then going into Mirage, you dominate. You get an 11-1 lead. It looks absolutely incredible in your favor. You know what FaZe can do. You've been on that side of it, right? It's this momentum that they can build back into it. What was going on inside your comms? What were you really struggling to find the gaps in?
I think it was just a bit of everyone getting a bit antsy to try to close the game fast. Yeah. And then when they started coming back is when people started underlooking details, forgetting where people can play, forgetting who's alive. And it's kind of just a collapse as a team, to be honest. I felt like some of our T rounds were leading up and building up in a good way, where we made them use all their utility and were trying to split good. But, all it takes is one person to, tunnel vision on their crosshair and they don't get a duel or whatever. Honestly, I'm just happy that we are even in a position to win the game and make it to playoffs. Given that we've only been a team for 4 weeks, super exciting. And to be honest, if there is one team where I would be okay with losing to in this fashion, it would be those guys. I know what their mindset is. I know what they can do. And yeah, I'll be rooting for them in playoffs.
And I know for you, it's sad right now, but can you see the positives and how proud you can be of a team? Like you said, it's 4 weeks together. Ultimate showed up that he can dominate at this level. We can see some things that are really positive for you guys going forward, which honestly, not many new teams can even think they can do.
Yeah. No, it's, of course, there's only positives to think about. Sure, it sucks to blow a lead like that, but, it happens in this game. And, yeah. Just going to get back to work. Obviously, we have more tournaments coming up, and knowing that we're this close means there's so much more that we can do as a team.
That's it for Liquid here at Cologne, but they put up one hell of a fight, and this is certainly just the beginning of this team's journey.
Let's talk about it just a little bit here. Yes, Elige is, Elige, but also NAF is also NAF, and I'll leave it on that note. Now, what I'll say is Liquid are eliminated, and if I have to ask you guys, at a litmus test of looking at this lineup, here it's some sort of debut, if you want to call it that, over here in Cologne. You were put under the pressure, put under the microscope. So tell me about what the future of Team Liquid looks like with Twist at the helm.
I think they almost did it to perfection. I know right now it sucks. Right now we're all, looking at a scenario where they should have qualified. They should have gone into that arena, but they also should have lost a Nuke, in that 5v3. So I think when you look at the whole scope of the tournament, I think Liquid did way, way better than anyone would have anticipated coming in this early for a new team. We saw the first signs in Copenhagen, beating NaVi twice. Very impressive. So far in Cologne as well have done a good job. So if there ever was a way to lose in a fashionable way and an admirable way, it would be the way Liquid did it today.
It's mixed feelings. Listen, I think Liquid looked absolutely incredible. I think they looked like one of the more solid teams at the tournament. The structure, the team play, Ultimate has been lights out. Everyone's had their moments individually as well. But that was the first time they got really tested and were under real pressure. And that was a monumental collapse as well.
True.
So you're hoping that this is just an outlier, right? Like it was everything that could go wrong went wrong for them. Like Twist pointed out, the style when you go for those splits and play slower, like one kill going the wrong way and the whole round collapses. And Liquid has been really good at that throughout the tournament. Failed here, right? I personally think it's just going to be a blimp on the radar, right? It's going to be definitely a lesson for them. It feels like they have good cohesion, good atmosphere, as I said, good structure, good coaching, right? So I think we're going to see a lot of Liquid in the future.
A lot better smelling, looking, feeling team than what we had prior to what they showed up with Cologne with, at least in this iteration. Let's do this. We've had a slew of results to kind of look at, and so we can take a quick look at those from today. You did see Elige on your screen, and that's because he is also going home. But also, go ahead, Jacob, take it from here.
No, I mean, Liquid made quick finish of complexity. First map was competitive, second one not at all. G2 probably played the quickest game of the tournament so far, made absolutely Pain Gaming look like a team that should not make the playoff. And then, of course, we had this FaZe Liquid game. It's one for the history, one for the books. You know, I still can't fathom what happened in that one.
And it's Kerrigan and comebacks, man. It's just like we talked about with Dallas. You know, we were stood there, watched that whole entirety of that thing at the end. So,
I don't know,
anyway.
Trace. I'm just in disbelief still. What we witnessed. It's actually so silly. Like, I think there's definitely something in the rule book about swearing at your opponents, but damn will Brokey be happy to pay that fine. I can't believe the comeback just started with a double birdie and F you. And that's
straight up.
That's how it all started.
He went both hands.
I've never seen FaZe scream that much, like in that pistol round. And after that, it was actually no communication, you know, no hype when they were coming back, because I don't think they really thought it was possible. And then it was happening, Reinbar, and all of a sudden they're there. Kerrigan gets it done on the T side in the second half, and they're in the Lanxess. I don't know how.
Just screaming all around. And then Jacob hits him with the... See, y'all looked at my finger and you thought I was on that notion. Nah, we ain't doing that.
As if it's one different finger, it makes like a drastic difference.
Okay, I mean, I would think it does. I mean, to me it does. But anyway, again, it doesn't matter. We've just ended out the entirety of the group stage. In fact, I think I can hear them packing up a little bit down there. Yeah, excuse me, group stage, stage 2, because we do move on into stage 3. Yes, that's correct. Isn't that right, Jacob? If you look at these brackets, I know you love Group A. So tell me about Group A, Jacob.
No, I mean a couple of surprises in Group A. I think the biggest one still is Soul making it into the playoff. Also did a good job against NaVi today. Pushed him to the limit, took a map off NaVi, and showed us that they are a team that you should fear in that playoff. FaZe will play them, and then obviously in the lower bracket, Astralis not making it, the Mongols not making it. Not too big of a surprise.
Yeah, and G2 just demolishing everyone in that lower bracket to book a spot into the playoffs, and they will be going up against Mouse, who lost in the upper bracket final against Team Vitality earlier tonight. And yeah, when it comes to Group B, I don't think there's too many surprises really. When you look at the end, at the results, I think VP going out in last place potentially, but they've been on the way down recently. So
Together with Spirit as well, right? We almost forgot that.
Yeah, so I guess not too many surprises except for how that last game just finished. That was shocking.
Yeah, it took several turns, and turns that we've already been over, we've talked about, but we just watched in real time.
It's like a roller coaster.
Yeah, except
a lot of turns.
Yeah, this one was one of those. It was one of the most roller coasters of all time. And when I say that, I'm talking about the schedule for the playoffs, because that is also another roller coaster. We invite you. We hope you have the fast pass, and by that I mean I hope you just have the page bookmarked. Jacob, tell them about how to bookmark a page, please.
I have no idea, Trace.
You know
red logos versus the white logos.
Please.
Oh, okay. Well,
Anyway,
I do know
that's
the
Friday.
arena is sold out, right? So it's going to be packed inside the Lanxess arena, and I cannot wait. I think Mouse versus G2, that's going to be a great game. A lot of quality, and honestly speaking, G2, with the way they're playing right now, probably the favorites.
And something that's underrated, Mouse, a German org in the Lanxess.
You think that's going to help them?
People usually talk about big only, but I think Mouse is going to have a lot of supporters as well.
Well, Law of Averages says we were bound to get at least one German in the Lanxess, which you can see right there. It was just a couple of hours ago when this footage came through, and I can tell you right now, it will be the place to be in esports this weekend. So make sure you are there. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024 comes to its conclusion in the Lanxess this weekend. Bye.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. Astrolix winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's NaVi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.